कार्यक्रम में हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। आज सुबह विद्या से अध्यात्म विद्या की ओर प्रोफेसर सतिंदर धीमान जी का वुडबरी यूनिवर्सिटी बर्बैंक कैलिफोर्निया से हमारे साथ अपने विचारों का आदान प्रदान रहा और उसके बाद हम अपनी इस यात्रा में जब आगे चल रहे हैं तो इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ एजुकेशन 2021 का जो थीम है वो है रिकवर एंड रिवाइटलाइज एजुकेशन फॉर द कोविड-19 एजुकेशन। हमारे चेंबर आईसीएसआई की तरफ से आप सभी का जो अभी जुड़े हैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। आप सब लोगों का बहुत बहुत आभार है। आप सभी लोगों का आज के दिन, क्योंकि ये विश्व का एक खास दिवस है, तो आज सभी लोगों का सम्मान करते हुए, आदर करते हुए, सत्कार करते हुए हम अपनी यात्रा में आगे बढ़ेंगे। अभी टी ब्रेक है अगले 5 मिनट तक, उसके बीच में हम आप लोगों के साथ विचार करेंगे, बातचीत करेंगे और फिर 11:15 बजे अब से 5 मिनट के बाद हमारी अगली यात्रा शुरू होगी। इनोवेटिव एजुकेशन क्या है, एडिंग दी एंजॉयमेंट क्वोशंट इन द स्टीम एजुकेशन, उस पर मैडम अनीता महाजन हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगी। फिर 12:30 बजे का कार्यक्रम रहेगा, 1:30 बजे का कार्यक्रम रहेगा, 3 बजे का कार्यक्रम रहेगा, 5 बजे का, फिर 6:30 का, फिर रात्रि का 8 बजे का। आपने मिस्टर एरिक फॉल्ट को सुना, उसके बाद प्रोफेसर सतिंदर धीमान जी को सुना और उसके बाद अब हम आएंगे एडिंग दी एंजॉयमेंट क्वोशंट इन स्टीम। तो इस मुकाम में यहाँ तक आने से पहले, क्योंकि हमें अब हमारे पास 5 मिनट का समय और है, उस समय में मैं चाहूँगा कि आप लोगों के साथ हम जब संगीत की बातचीत करते हैं, गीत की बातचीत करते हैं, तो मन में बहुत कुछ आता है कि हमारे चेंबर की तरफ से कुछ हम्बल प्रयास होना चाहिए जो आप लोगों के साथ शेयर हो। तो हमने भारत के टूरिज्म के लिए गीत बनाया है, वो आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करना चाहेंगे। कश्मीर के पहाड़ हिमाचल की वादियाँ
पंजाब के दिल पे नजारों की झांकियां, नदियां ये नालेबाज बगीचे चोटियां, अनमोमती हुई ये परिंदों की बोलियां, सुर के हैं साथ सुर मिले स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके। ये आगरा का ताज वो जयपुर के है महल, दक्षिण के मंदिरों में मनोकामना सफल, कोणार्क उड़ीसा का जहां है चहल पहल, खजुराहो की कला से दिल जाए मचल मचल, ये पर्यटन के सिलसिले स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके। इतनी अजब अजंता लोरा की गुफाएं, बुद्धा का मुल्क जिससे नहीं हटती निगाहें, सुंदर है घाट शोक बनारस की हवाएं, लखनऊ की शान शौक देती है सदाएं, आंचल बहार के स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके।
आपका सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आज के इस प्रोग्राम में शामिल होने के लिए, और ख़ासकर मैं अभी अभिनंदन करना चाहूँगा और बहुत ही हार्दिक स्वागत करना चाहूँगा हमारे साथ मैडम जुड़ी हैं अनीता महाजन जी। शी इज़ एन एकेडमिशियन कंसल्टेंट, आईटी की मास्टर ट्रेनर हैं वर्ल्ड क्लास स्किल सेंटर से। आज की सुबह, आज की प्रातः इनका बहुत बहुत हार्दिक स्वागत है, और हम मैडम का स्वागत करते हुए आज का कार्यक्रम को आगे लेकर चलेंगे। आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है मैम, आप आइए और अपना माइक अनम्यूट कीजिए मैम, आप अपना माइक अनम्यूट कीजिए। आपका बहुत बहुत हार्दिक अभिनंदन। मैडम, कैन यू हियर मी मैम?
या श्योर सर।
नमस्कार, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है।
नमस्कार, सुप्रभात, ग्रेट ग्रीन मॉर्निंग, ओहायो गुजाइमाशिता, बोंजोर।
आपने तो जापानीज और जर्मन भी साथ जोड़ दी है। अच्छा।
Sir, all through you, like I have been following you, you are like our family member. Every Sunday morning, you are with us. And during the lockdown period, we have spent so many evenings with you, with your webinars, which made us learn so much and which inspired us to do a lot with, in the education field.
सो वेरी काइंड मैम. आपने ये कहा कि हम सब लोग परिवार हैं, तो आप मेरी छोटी बहन की तरह हैं. आई कंसिडर यू एज माय लिटिल सिस्टर. एंड
Privileged.
हम इस कार्यक्रम में आगे चलते हैं, इस प्रोग्राम में आगे चलते हैं. और आज क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल एजुकेशन डे है, लेट्स शेयर योर विजन, let's share your expertise and your wisdom and whatever you would like to talk to your universe. अब आपका समय शुरू होता है. आप जैसा चाहें इसको आगे लेकर चलिए. Our aim and objective is to empower enthusiasts, our youth, our educators, our teachers. क्योंकि कोविड के बाद जो सिचुएशन बनी, बच्चों की बहुत सारी साइकोलॉजिकल भी होंगे प्रेशर्स, बच्चों को एप्रीहेंशंस भी होंगी जब स्कूल, कॉलेजेस, इंस्टीट्यूशंस खुलेंगे. हमें उनको हैप्पी रखना है, हमको उनको सब कुछ फन रखना है. एजुकेशन शुड नॉट कम. और जब हम वेलनेस की बात करते हैं तो फिजिकल वेलनेस, मेंटल वेलनेस, एनवायरमेंटल वेलनेस और उसी के साथ साथ जुड़ी हुई स्पिरिचुअल वेलनेस भी है. और आपका सब्जेक्ट बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है. आई नो स्टेम इज नेक्स्ट योर हार्ट, लेकिन हमने स्टेम में स्टीम डाल दी है थोड़ी मैम. तो उसमें जो ए आ गया है, दैट इज योर आर्ट, योर क्राफ्ट, योर हेरिटेज, your music, your dances, your fun, your happiness, all that is to be included. तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ we extend a very warm welcome to Madam Anita Mahajan ji this morning. नमस्कार. और आपके साथ जो बच्चा लोग जुड़े हैं उनका भी बहुत बहुत हार्दिक स्वागत है. उन लोगों का भी बहुत अभिनंदन है. May God bless all of us. May God bless the entire universe. And please take on your views further now. Anita ji.
Thank you so much, sir. Namaskar, Suprabhat, great green morning. Again, Ohio Gozaimashita, bonjour to one and everyone present on this special day. This is special because this is third International Education Day. And I'm honored and privileged to be part of this particular webinar series. I'm thankful to Gulshan Sharma sir and to the organizing committee for giving me the platform, platform and the opportunity to share my vision, my experience, and my thoughts as a parent, as a mentor, as a trainer, and as a learner, and at the same time as a citizen who is wanting to contribute to bring back the happiness quotient in the education system. So before we proceed, let me share my slide.
Sure, please. आपने इतने अच्छे शब्द सारे इस्तेमाल किए हैं कि ऐसा मन गदगद हो गया. सारे ही वर्ड्स आपने कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ा ब्रह्मांड का. आप तो सारे यूनिवर्स को लेके चल पड़े. चलिए.
होलिस्टिक ट्रेनिंग, होलिस्टिक एजुकेशन, हम उसकी बात कर रहे हैं तो सारी चीजें इंक्लूड होनी चाहिए. एंड वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट एडिंग द एंजॉयमेंट क्वोशिएंट इन स्टीम. एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की जब बात करें, वी अंडरस्टैंड स्टीम इज S for science, T for technology, E for engineering, A for arts, and M for maths. But I would like to, in the new normal, I would like to call it STEAM Square, where S is not only science, but it's science and sports. Let us make everything very explicit. T for technology and teamwork, E for engineering and entrepreneurship, A for arts and attitude, M for maths and moral values.
I would like to clap for you before you proceed. Wow, wow, that's great. God bless you, ma'am. It's very creative.
Thank you, sir. With the new education policy, which is NEP 2020 in India, and previously also, lots of discussions have happened around the topic, learning by doing. So I believe all of you would agree, as parents, we are the first educators and family is the first playground dream. So as a parent, what do I do? We were talking about various roles of the role of the teacher, role of the mentor, role of the trainer. So first, I would like to see myself as a parent who is trying to teach her daughter or her child. If my child wants to learn driving, what do I usually do? Oh, wonderful. You want to learn driving now you're 18-year-old? No. So let's go for simulation practice and we will start driving the road. And in between, if the car tire get punctured, we'll call the mechanic or rather we will call urban clap. And if New Year, Christmas, Diwali, or a national festival or a family function is round the corner, I want to decorate it with, say, light strings. I would buy them from the market. Rather, I would, order them online from any of the e-commerce website. We are very conversant. We are IT savvy. We are getting digitalized, right? So on the national holiday, we plan for a movie or for an outing or for shopping. And if we plan a tour with family and friends, we try to visit hill station and beach. We focus on staying at a fancy restaurant or fancy resort. We look forward to adventure ride. We want to eat at the branded outlets, serving the same standard dishes. Now, let me contrast it with what my and your parents did, Gulshan Sharma sir, and all those who are of my age. When I wanted to learn driving, my father took out both the tires from the scooter. He made me mental them. He made me clean spark plug before I could drive. And this process made me very confident about the mechanism. I enjoyed being part of this learning process. Whenever there is any failure, in between on the road, my parent would change tire on their own. And every time they called me for him, hey dear, take out the jack from the dicky, give me screws. Also check the battery for with the hydrometer so that if we need to add distilled water, we do it. All these memories are so vivid. And in the process, I learned about basic car maintenance. I acquired a skill without even enrolling for a class. I learned it well with my parents. I bonded with them. I enjoyed, I was taught, I was being trained and was never even aware of this. Even they didn't know that they are teaching me something. I enjoyed learning this and they enjoyed my childhood. I would like to give this kind of childhood. I envision this kind of childhood for every child in the world. When festivities were around the corner, all the material would be arranged by the parents and and their friends for all the kids. Get-togethers happened. We gathered materials. We made light strings. We decorated. Like during Janmashtami, we would create jhanki. In Hindi, we call it jhanki, the decoration around goddess and gods, with submersible motor to make a fountain. With rangoli colors, we decorated with cotton. We used cotton to show eyes. We used cardboard to make mountains. We used paper to make stone and painted them all the time amidst elders who would discuss the reasoning, the faith, the tradition, the logic, the science behind the celebration. And in the process, together as a community, we worked as a team. We created things, we appreciated culture, we gained understanding of our rich heritage, and we enjoyed our childhood. During Independence Day, National Day, Republic Day, our parents made it a point to attend flag hosting ceremony. We made national flag for ourselves. We dressed up as freedom fighters. We recited poems. We enacted biographies. We enacted inspirational anecdotes of national heroes. Together, we proudly sang national anthem at top of our voice with our head held high. In the process, we understood value of freedom and sense to have respect for the supreme sacrifices which our martyrs have made for us. Our parents, neither our parents nor our teachers ever thrust this feeling into us. We enjoyed the celebration and feeling of nationality filled us with pride and made us happy. And we enjoyed this learning process. Whenever there was an outing, we stayed with family friends or at local hotels. We ate local food. It was time to offer, you can call it slow tourism. We stayed at a place so that we could spend time with local people, enjoy the beauty of the place, of the people, of the products. We had time to relish local producers and understand the culture. We traveled by bus or by train. So much of leisure time of togetherness while traveling, and of course, learning happened. Understanding geography, the flora and the fauna, the hills and the rivers, not on the map, but on roads and on the boats. Isn't that real learning? It was enjoyable, believe me. Numerous such scenarios of learning and gaining skill. It was so much fun, so much enjoyable, and I know many of you would get nostalgic recalling these sweet memories of our childhood. And this is how they do in Japan. They focus on providing experiential learning from very early age. A weekend, and I mean, when I was there, I saw this a weekend, and they were all out with their kids in the parks, hiking, roaming around, in the zoo, at the beach, amidst waves, on the street, which were locked for vehicle but open for people to perform, to run, to cycle, to sing, to dance, and do a lot of such activities. In essence, what I mean to say is, if we are not doing this, then few questions for parents like me. I could not I could not give this kind of environment to my daughter. So these are few questions for parents like me. Are we not denying our children the right to learn by doing, their right to learn by experiencing, to have a happy childhood, the right to create happy memories which they can cherish later on? And if yes, let us make a conscious decision to provide them ample opportunities to be away from, number one, digital devices, to be in open air, to be in sync with nature, to be able to participate in every celebration, to be part of every festivity, to be able to break and make things, to be able to experiment, and to be able to create their own little sweet memories, to be able to learn from everyday task and everyday material. So before we continue, sir, could you please allow me to share a little story performed by Ruhani, a student of class 1, and we'll see how she has used everyday things to make her to gather her sense of achievement and accomplishment. I'm sharing one screen, a video. Is the audio clear, sir?
I am going to tell you a story.
Yes, ma'am. It's fine.
Listen on that. Once in a society, there were 4 towns. The square lived in the square town. The rectangles lived in the rectangle town. The triangles lived in the triangle town. And the circles lived in the circle town. But they did not like each other. So, the square said, if you want to be smart, you must have 4 equal sides. The triangle said, you must have 3 equal sides to be the mightiest. The rectangle said, if you want to be smart, you must have 2 long sides and 2 short sides. The circle said, if you want to be the greatest, you must be perfect round. On some day, all the shapes went to play, but not together. While they were playing, the 2 circles rolled from the hill and came into the rectangle town. The the rectangle got very angry. Rectangle started yelling and shouting. And the triangles and the squares all came running, and they too joined the rectangles. And there was very noise. One rectangle got very angry and it jumped and came on the circles. And wow! It became the beautiful wagon. All the shapes were excited and they wanted to make many more things. And they made trains, dressing tables, chairs, and many more beautiful and nice things. And they were glad, and not sad. Thank you.
Wow, that's great. Lots of blessing to this little child. Lots of blessing.
So credit goes to Childcraft series, which I bought in Singapore for my daughter. And needless to say, children, this particular child and children who had done this kind of experiments, they learned about shapes, about colors, about cooperation, and nonetheless about being together. The beauty of togetherness appreciated in this little story. And child learned it without even knowing about it. We were talking about experiments, about make and break things. Indian education system is changing for better. Adult tinkering labs are being set up instead of learner. But what I believe, instead of learner going to the lab every time, because labs are accessible only in schools and colleges. Instead, what if lab are made available to them in their localities? Concept like maker space or community lab should be as popular as STD booth of our times, equipped with tools, resources, and the support system. Hackers space, Hatch and Hack Solutions Private Limited, Makers Asylum are few names I reckon which are in Delhi and working in this direction. So I foresee or I visualize that these kind of community labs would definitely make the education process much more enjoyable. Uh, Third thing is in this making learning making thing, parents do invest lot in books and stationery, but what I feel each kid should have his own personal kit. It could be very affordable. Uh, Affordable in the sense that if we want to teach our child about, let's say, about sound is a chapter in physics. It's as simple as that. Cricket could comprise of simple things like a whistle, types of whistles, or electric piano, or drum. We are not talking about tools which are very expensive. We're talking about tools which are very readily available in everyday use, locally produced, and have got tremendous capability to teach basics of the science. Coming to my next slide, and this is going to make the teaching learning process very enjoyable. I call it wow factor. And when we started with this concept, we called it workout wonders. So again, I would like to share one video of a 9-year-old kid who is working on her electronic notebooks. It's the pure concept of STEAM, STEAM. I am calling it STEAM square because she's learning concept of science. She's using technology in terms of electronic equipments. She is doing a little bit of engineering, making cards which can produce sound, electronic greeting cards basically. Let's first have a look at the video. Sir, I'm sharing video.
Sure, please go ahead, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I'm Shravya. This is a battery. This is an LED light. These are conducting copper wires. And let's wow!
This is beginning of work out wonders. Next slide. Electronic notebook. Give me a minute. Okay, so this while the video gets started, I would like to bring this concept. Okay, first let me play the video.
Story time! Let's read a short story. Oh, what is this? This is made up of waste straws. Let's try it. This is a story of a crow or a cow. Is it cow? No. It's crow. The crow is black or green in color. Maybe black? Yes, it's black in color.
I hope child's voice is clear.
Yeah, absolutely fine, ma'am.
Or sunny? Maybe sunny? Yes, it's sunny. Crow is feeling very cold or hot. Maybe it's cold? It's hot. He flies high up in the sky or in the water. Maybe it's sky? Yes, he flies up high in the sky. He sees a pot of water. He feels very happy or sad. Is it happy? Let's try. Yes, he sees a pot of water and he feels very happy. He drinks water and says thanks to you for filling the pot. Story time. Let's read a short story.
So this was a simple, sweet story depicted through an electronic notebook made by the kid. This made the subject so much more enjoyable. I have experimented with kids of various age groups and found a tremendous difference in their attitude towards learning. This particular kit, which was built using simple electronic things, trivial things like LED buttons, straws, origami papers, and things like that. Learning concept, but the process taught her so many different concept of opposites, hot or cold, black and white, concept of electronic components, current flowing or not flowing. It involved art and craft, drawing the picture, cutting and pasting pictures. It involved tinkering with and experimenting with electronic equipments. And because initially the circuit did not work, she had to experiment a lot to make it work. And very importantly, child learned to experiment. She learned an important concept that failure may happen before success. When we talk about 21st century skill, we talk about so many different things: creativity, fear, personality development, and which handling fear of failure plays a very important role. See, through experiment, the kid is learning that failure is part and parcel of the life before a part and parcel of every aspect of life before success happens. And from childhood, if child gets to learn this, you can imagine what kind of personality they would be once they grow up. So this kind of opportunity should be provided to them on a very regular basis, and this can be done only if they have access to affordable kits right at their own learning table. And we have discussed that these tools could be very affordable, locally produced, not very complicated or I will first take few more examples. Like when we talk about science, we can make it very enjoyable. I have experimented with kids when talking about static electricity. They just need to stand near a tap with the comb. If you comb your hair and which are oiled, if you bring your comb near the little stream or thin stream of water, water bends, and children are astonished. Oh, this can happen, ma'am. And in the process, you have taught them concept of static electricity. I've made holes in the bottle at different levels, filled it with water, and when water flows out of those holes, they the water stream goes at different levels, and through this we teach them concept of air pressure. Nothing big, not a big technology, no investment. You're learning at home with regular equipments which are around your surrounding. So uh, the concept is that you are making your child learn as a parent at home. Teacher is teaching the concept in the school. I have trained teachers in ICT technology. What we focused on way back in 95, way back in 2004 when I came back from Singapore, I trained teachers for using ICT in various schools in and around Dwarka. I'm putting up in Dwarka, Delhi. This concept was very new then. So we prepared PowerPoint presentations, and till now, many of the school are limited to this only. When we are showing them PowerPoint presentation, we are saying it's multimedia and the child grasping power is getting enhanced. But what if you are making children do the thing instead of just showing uh, things in multimedia format? Let them make, let them create things, let them experiment, and let them learn on their own. So why don't our school classrooms have simple equipments like this? It could be as, I'm not talking about no big things. It could be as simple thing as this. A simple orange can teach a student maths because it can talk about Fibonacci series. You are learning concept of color, you are learning concept of shape, you are learning concept of opening and closing things, and so many more values can be attached to a simple thing like this. When we talk about language, we just need simple deck of card in which on some cards you can write nouns, on some pronouns, and on some adverbs, adjectives, and you can just ask them to select cards on a random at a random level, and then when they make sentences, it is such a beautiful scenario in the classroom. Believe me, they laugh and laugh. They just roll with laughter because the kind of sentences they make, they are random, butterfly dancing on the elephant ear kind of thing. So it's fun for them. They are learning, and you are enjoying their childhood. um, when we talk about mathematics, I was fortunate. In fact, when I was in Singapore, my friend introduced me to one of the books, How to Teach Your Baby Maths. And this was a turning point in my life. The book is by Glenn Duman and Janet Duman. It talks about number system. I'm from IT field, so we talk a lot about object-oriented programming. Uh, the number system that we have been teaching to our kids in schools is not actual number system. We are teaching them numerals. We are not talking about things. So when we have to teach them one, what we are saying, this is one, this is two. It could be language specific. But actually, what Glenn Domain and Janet Domain have discussed in their book is, if instead of telling that this is one, if you tell kid this is one, this is two, and if you make them practice this on a daily basis, believe me, child can identify 63 dots on the paper without even counting it. And as parents, as elders, if we are given 10 dots on a sheet of paper, we may struggle to count them in single go, but child would develop photographic memory. I've experimented this with my daughter and many other kids of her age after coming back from Singapore, and the results were astonishing. Like, my daughter represented India and Asia Pacific Asia Pacific Mathematics Olympiad when she was just 5 year in class fifth. She was the youngest representative. So things can, this kind of concepts can help us. And with NEP 2020 coming into picture, I want the concept is there, the implementation should be flawless. So these kind of tools can make implementation very easy. And this is why I say, when we teach our child mathematics, in that we say concept of one and many, I wonder why do not we have a night out where we say, look child, up in the sky, this is one moon and many stars. It will help you create beautiful memory in the child's mind. uh, she would love to learn about different concepts. She would love being with you in nature. As parent, you are not forcing her or him to study. You are part of her learning process. You are right, bringing up the child in a very right manner. You are making in the process, you are making him or her learn what is right and what is wrong. Isn't that real teaching? We want them to be good citizens, and this would begin from these kind of mini steps. We call it baby steps, working out wonders with baby steps. Everyday mathematics can be taught at home, at school, at dining table, at shopping complexes. We need not make them learn addition and division on pen and paper. Till class 5th, we never asked our child to do this. It was only in school because we had to complete school formalities. We followed this. But at home, it was do not pick pen and paper to learn about this. Whenever we are at a restaurant to have dinner, it was very simple thing. We used to carry few chits, some simple topics written on them. I've shared with this with lot many friends, and many have tried this, and this makes that dinner outing very very enjoyable. And at the same time, child learns a lot. On each chit, different topics are written. When you place order at the restaurant, you have to wait. What we do right now, we are all engrossed in our mobile phones. So instead, pick up one chit each. There's a topic written on it, and you start writing. You have to carry few things, right? You start writing 4 or 5 sentences. Now, in the process, what you are doing, you are making your feelings, and you are conveying your feeling. At the end, when you are through, when all of us are through writing those few points about the topic, we share those things. So in the process, as a parent, when you are reading out your thoughts, you are making him understand what do you think about, let's say, um, a current scenario, uh, about, let's say, what do you think about my feelings about my nation, my feelings about my education system, my feelings about my school. This could be very simple topics. And when child writes, you know what he or she is thinking. So you have time to mold it, because if you do not understand what they are thinking, how will you make the corrective action? And when you are reading out your paper, piece of paper on a particular topic, you are making him or her understand your viewpoint, whether she is accepting it with a positive outlook or a negative outlook. Then you can have debate, and then you can enjoy dinner and come back happily and with a next level of wisdom, and as a happy parent that you have taught your child something, and child being happy that okay, my parent has given me something very nice along with the dinner. Tools, when we talk about mathematical tools, we talk about scale, pen, pencil, lot of stationary items. But I think when we are teaching our child about quadrilateral, why do not we talk about golden quadrilateral, which connects 4 different corners of our country? So when the child is learning quadrilateral in geometry in school, project work kid would be doing in the community lab could be a golden quadrilateral, a model of a golden quadrilateral. Concept is enriched, and he or she gets to learn about country, about the travel mechanism, about the roads, um, I feel many of us are not even aware कि NH क्या होता है, national highway कितनी है, school children I do not know they are aware of. But if we do this kind of projects, we are opening different dimensions for them to learn. And I feel few parents would agree with me. I'm into skill education in IT sector. So we work on, right now I'm taking digital marketing and web development, digital marketing and data analytics. My students work on live project. So before we proceed further and before we conclude, I would like two of my students to talk about this particular aspect of skill training where they get to work on live projects. Instead of telling them how to create a website, we ask them to choose their own topic, their domain of interest, identify the domain of interest. So if you are interested in photography or if you are interested in fashion designing, identify websites which entice you, which you like, and go through those material and then prepare your own website. I can teach you only the technology part of it, but you will have to make your own website. So in a duration of 1 year, they have worked on live websites, they have created their own portfolio. Why not hear them? Ritika, could you please unmute yourself?
Yes, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Gulshan Sharma, sir.
Yes,
Good morning, Ritika. Good morning, my child. Please go ahead.
yes, thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. So let me start with my story in my life projects. So in 2019, I passed my 12th with very good marks, and then I adopted a digital marketing course. 1 year full time. So in 6 months, I got skills of digital marketing. Then it was the time to implement them. So I started live projects. So, but it was not, easy for me that time because that time I was only 18. So I gave in so many interviews and I impressed a lot company HRs, but at the end they very easily told me you are not selected. So I literally asked him or them what's the reason. So they just told me your age. I like, well, really my age? So they told me yes. So but through my skills and got superpowers, I convinced them and got live projects. So I did my first live project as a digital marketer, and now overall I got 65K stipend from this first live project, and I got a lot priceless experience also. I experience that we don't look back. If you want to just go forward, don't look back. So it was my first experience from my first live project. So never give up, keep trying, you will get success one day, absolutely. So thank you so much.
God bless you, child. God bless you. And
Thank you, sir.
two keywords: don't look back and never give up. That's great. And be ready. I'm going to ask you one question later, where you have to tell me: does mark really matter? Because you told me in +2 I got very good marks and all. Please be ready. I would ask you that question later.
Sure,
Okay.
sir. Sure.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Please go ahead. Anita ji. Anita ma'am, Anita Mahajan ma'am, we can go ahead.
Preeti, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you share your thoughts?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
So she is another student uh, going through skill education.
God bless her. God bless her.
So,
Yes,
first of
Preeti.
all, very good morning to all of you, respected teachers and all. First of all, I would like to say thanks to my master trainer, Mrs. Anita Mahajan ma'am, who provided me such a wonderful opportunity to share my experiences and learnings with all of you. So I would like to share this. In 2019's August, I joined this course as digital marketing and data analytics, and I got a wonderful opportunity to learn various things in this field. My master trainer always motivates me and inspires me to learn various things. And I learned about various things like SEO, on page, off page, digital marketing, and I have my key interest in content writing, which is my favorite subject. And right now, I'm also interning at content writing at Abhyato Private Limited. Content writing is my favorite subject where I can explore various things, which was very fruitful for me. And I would like to say thanks to my master trainer who provided me such an opportunity to explore myself on various websites, on various social media platforms. And if I talk about my internship period, I did internship at Hatcheneck Solutions Private Limited, where Mr. Rishikesh Ranjan sir uh, was uh, was my mentor, and he always inspires me to learn various things. And right now, I'm interning at Abhyata Private Limited, which is very means I can explore very much in this field. So I would like to say that if you want anything, then don't underestimate us and always try to look forward. Thank you.
God bless you, child. God bless you, beta. Thank you. Very nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank
एंड
you,
आई
ma'am.
विल आस्क यू, जैसे मैंने रितिका को बाद में बातचीत करनी है मार्क्स के बारे में, आपसे पूछूंगा कंटेंट राइटिंग में एक्चुअली आप लिखते क्या हैं. आई वुड बी वेरी कीन टू नो दैट. आई विल आस्क यू आफ्टरवर्ड्स. ओके. गॉड
Okay.
ब्लेस यू. थैंक्स फॉर कमिंग बेटा. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for allowing them to share their views. The point here is that they are just 12th pass students. They have spent 1 year in skill education and now they are on their feet. So, when we talk about skill education, these are middle skill levels. If we invest time in this, we can solve a lot of problems related to unemployment because many of students of this age category are so very enthusiastic to be entrepreneurs. Many of them have already opened their own web designing companies. They are working on freelance projects, so which is actually making them understand the dynamics of the country, of the market system, how IT industry is growing in India and abroad. Uh, I mean, if I look 2 years ahead, I feel they would create wonders for us and make us proud as a nation. So this is real life learning, and this kind of education, I think, should make sense to all of us. And last but not the least, no education is complete without assessment. As a parent or as a teacher, what do we do whenever there is an exam? We create this fear. Exam hai beta, exam hai, padho 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 padho. Exam hai, kahin jana nahi hai, kuch aur karna nahi hai. When the kid is in class 11th or 12th, I've seen many do not even venture out of their house. They're not allowed to leave their study room. Khana bhi wahi mil jayega, juice bhi wahi mil jayega. You just concentrate on studies. But are we helping our child really? In real sense, are we making them grow? I do not think so. I think it should be the other way around. Instead, when they are appearing for exam and they come out from the exam room, we should ask them, did you enjoy giving exam? If the child say yes, that means you know that she has struggled, she has challenged herself, and that is what made her enjoy that session rather than the rote learning, right? Reading the question paper and then writing the answer. So every parent and every teacher should ask, are you ready for the exams? Are you ready to enjoy the process of evaluating? Because you're not competing with any other person. You are trying to compete with yourself. You're trying to be better each and every day. Are we not competing with each other? With self on an everyday basis? Even like I cleared my graduation way back in 89. Am I not competing with myself on a daily basis? Am I not writing life exams on a daily basis? Yes, I'm doing so. So why am shying away from preparing my child to do this? With open mind, our children should face every kind of exam, every kind of struggle, with a smile. So, and one more thing, um, I always tell my students that your work should be your signature. आपको कहीं अपने काम पर signature की आगे कभी जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए. You should be so unique कि आपका जो काम हो वो देख के पता लग जाए that no other person can do this. I have two students with me right now. I have always shared this with them as well. Uh, अगर ये चीज हम हर बच्चे को बता पाए, every kid of the world understand this, that he or she is unique, and we provide an environment when that uniqueness can be flourished. ये signature और ये सब की जरूरत नहीं है. आप अपना नाम बनाओ, अपने काम से अपना नाम बनाओ. Because I've read somewhere, uh, whatever you do in a day is costing you a day of your life. It's worth a day of your life. तो आपकी लाइफ इतनी इम्पोर्टेंट है, इतनी मुश्किल से मानव जन्म मिलता है. So it's not that you waste it with digital technology. You learn, you grow, and you make your surrounding happy, and you are an incarnation of happiness. So enjoy this happiness within yourself and spread it amongst your friends, about your community. You should sing, you should dance, you should paint, you should explore each and every aspect of your life to make it meaningful for your and for generations to come. So with this, I would like to quote paragraph from this book, which I had mentioned earlier, How to Teach Your Baby Mathematics. Learning is the greatest game in life and most fun. All children are born believing this and continue to believe until we convince them that learning is very hard and unpleasant. Some kids never really learn this lesson and go on through life believing that learning is fun and only game worth playing. We have name for such people and we call them genius. So with NEP 2020, with a lot of people, with lot of educators, and with this kind of platform, I think we as parent, as mentor, as teacher, as students can look forward to an environment where everyone is a genius in his or her own sense. Um, Thank you, sir. I would like to conclude with these words.
And it's so beautifully written over here. Your work should be your signature. Your work should be your signature. Ma'am, we can close the presentation, and if we can get both the kids also, that would
Sure,
really be
sure,
a
sir.
pleasure along with
Yes.
you, because we would like to give our blessings to both the kids. We would like to say thanks to both the kids. Okay, we all are now
Preeti,
together.
switch on your video.
Okay, we all are together now. First of all, my deepest gratitudes and thanks and my blessings to Madam Anita Mahajan ji. I'm meeting her for the first time, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know her. I don't know her background. I have never met her. I have never known her. But yes, I know her. She's a wonderful human being. She's on this planet called Earth. She's contributing towards humanity. It was her daughter who came for one of the programs. She's such a lovely child, such a lovable and a brilliant child. She brought many other startups and new people on this particular program. From that day, I started somewhere feeling that she's such a lovely child. why not? And in that journey, we all have moved on. And first of all, Anita ma'am, we would like to thank you this morning. It was a wonderful dimension which you have given. So सबसे पहले तो सब बच्चों को टेंशन जो है बिल्कुल खत्म करनी है आज इंटरनेशनल एजुकेशन डे पर, because there are thousands and thousands teachers. Day before yesterday, I have done a program for Government of Punjab School Education, and I'm so happy that 33,000 teachers joined that program. So 36,000 teachers, they joined that program. It was 1 hour motivational talk. Now today when we all are together, I wish to share, सबसे पहले all my teachers, all my headmasters, all my principals, all my directors, and everybody whosoever is in education ecosystem, बच्चों को डराना हम बिल्कुल बंद कर दें, बच्चों को डराना बिल्कुल बंद कर दें। एजुकेशन बदल गई है, एजुकेशन का स्वरूप बदल गया है। जो एजुकेशन पहले दी जा रही थी मैकॉले की, जो मैकॉले को हम फॉलो कर रहे थे, और उसमें हमारे बहुत सारे भारतीयों का भी दोष है, क्योंकि बहुत से लोग भारत से मैकॉले को पहले प्रभावित कर रहे थे। यू नो समटाइम, क्योंकि पूरा देश छोटे छोटे राज्यों में बटा हुआ था, सब कुछ था, इतनी सारी रियासतें थी, एक राजा दूसरे राजे से झगड़ा करता था और वो सब कुछ करते थे, और जिसका ब्रिटिशर्स ने फायदा उठाया। और मैंने पूरा जब इन दिनों में अध्ययन करने की कोशिश की, तो जब वो सबसे पहली बार आए थे, इसका कहीं मुझे बयान नहीं मिलता या मुझे कहीं इसकी इनपुट नहीं मिलती कि फर्स्ट टाइम व्हेन दे केम विद द ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी, उस दिन पहले दिन जब उन्होंने बिजनेस साइन किया था, क्या उनकी इंटेंशन यहां पर इतने साल रहकर रूल करने की थी? आई वॉन्ट टू एजुकेट माई सेल्फ अबाउट दैट। लेकिन हमारे घर के झगड़ों ने, हमारे आपस के झगड़ों में, हमारे घर की लड़ाई ने और इन सब चीजों ने इतना नुकसान किया, हमारा इतना नुकसान किया, एंड दैट्स व्हाई दे फॉलोड द पॉलिसी जिसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं डिवाइड एंड रूल। दे डिवाइडेड एवरीबडी एंड दे टुक एडवांटेज ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर डिविजन। और शिक्षक का जगह जिंदगी में क्या होती है, शिक्षक का स्थान क्या होता है, एक छोटी सी एग्जांपल आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूंगा। मुझे नहीं पता, पर स्वामी विवेकानंद जी का हर शनिवार को शाम को 5 बजे हमारा एक प्रोग्राम होता है, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी फॉर एजुकेशन एंड यूथ, एजुकेशन एम्पावरमेंट एंड यूथ। उसमें एक स्वामी जी आए और उन्होंने एक स्टोरी बताई जो मैं आज सबके साथ शेयर करना चाहूंगा। वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्टोरी। आपने देखा होगा कि एक हाथ वाली रिक्शा भी पुराने जमाने में थी, एक आदमी दूसरे आदमी को खींचता था। आपको याद है कि इस तरीके से एक आदमी वो नीचे से लकड़ी को उठाता था, दूसरा आदमी पीछे बैठता था और उसके बाद वो रिक्शा आगे चलती थी और वो आदमी पैदल सड़क पर दौड़ता था। और उसकी एक फिल्म भी बनी है, कभी पुराने देखना। ही मेरे जो दोनों ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन हैं, आप अपने दादाजी से पूछना या नाना जी से पूछना या दादी माँ से या नानी माँ से, एक बलराज साहनी जी की मूवी थी और उसके अंदर वो वहां पर दौड़ते हैं। अब क्या हुआ कि एक अंग्रेज जो वहां पर उस समय कैलकाटा में था, वो सड़क के किनारे चल रहा था और सॉरी अंग्रेज नहीं था, ये फ्रेंच था। ये मैंने अभी 3-4 दिन पहले एक वीडियो भी देखा स्वामी जी का और वो सारा वर्कआउट। तो ये फ्रेंच जो था ये वहां चल रहा था और इसने देखा कि एक अंग्रेज जो हिंदुस्तानी है वो रिक्शा में पीछे बैठा है और उसको दूसरा लेके चल रहा है। तो वहां से जो अंग्रेजों का उस समय इंचार्ज था कैलकाटा का, उसने क्रॉस किया। इसने उसको कुछ नहीं, कोई नमस्ते नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं, कोई चीज नहीं, क्योंकि मन में तो द्वेष था कि ये लोग हमें रूल कर रहे हैं और हमारी कंट्री को देखो ओवर पावर किया हुआ। थोड़ा और आगे गया, एक और अंग्रेज था, तब भी उसने दूसरी तरफ मुंह कर लिया, उसकी तरफ देखा तक नहीं कि तुम हमारी कंट्री में आए थे व्यापार करने और यहाँ बैठ गए और तुम रूल करने लग गए। थोड़ी देर के बाद जब वो रिक्शा और आगे जाती है आदमी की, तो ये उस रिक्शा वाले को बोलता है रोको 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 रोको। तो वो उसको रोकता है, ये नीचे उतरता है और नीचे उतर के एक बूढ़ा सा आदमी जिसकी दाढ़ी बड़ी हुई है और सारा कुछ, एक छोटा सा थैला लटका हुआ है, और उस जगह के ऊपर ये जाता है और सड़क के ऊपर उसके पांव छूता है और पांव छू के उसको नमस्कार करता है और वापस आके रिक्शा में बैठता है। तो वो जो पहला अंग्रेज जो इसको देख रहा था, वो बड़ा अंदर से तो बड़ा उसको तकलीफ हो रही थी कि कौन आदमी है जो जा रहा है, जिसने मेरे को नमस्ते तक भी नहीं की, बातचीत भी नहीं की, मेरे तरफ उसे देखा। तो वो उसी डायरेक्शन में उस रिक्शा के पीछे पीछे पैदल चल रहा था। तो जब इसने इसको देखा तो उसको बोला कि एक्सक्यूज मी। तो इसने कहा हाँ जी बताइए। कहता है कि आई सॉ यू फर्स्ट टाइम, यू डिडंट इवन लुक टुवर्ड्स मी, आपने मेरी तरफ देखा भी नहीं। हम लोग यहाँ पर, हमारी सरकार है, हम लोग इंडिया को रूल कर रहे हैं, हम ब्रिटिशर्स हैं, सब कुछ सारी चीजें। ये क्या था कि एक आदमी कुर्ते पजामे में जा रहा, बड़ी सी दाढ़ी, बड़े से बाल, थैला लटका हुआ। तो कहता है ये मेरे टीचर हैं, ये मेरे गुरु हैं, जिनसे करके मैं आज यहां तक पहुंचा हूं। सो गुरुओं का स्थान कोई नहीं ले सकता, शिक्षकों का स्थान कोई नहीं ले सकता। और यस, टीचिंग प्रोफेशन में जो लोग हैं वही टीचिंग प्रोफेशन में आए जो टीचिंग को प्यार करते हैं, शिक्षा को प्यार करते हैं, और खासकर जो बच्चों को प्यार करते हैं। जो बच्चों को प्यार नहीं करते वो लोग एजुकेशन में ना आए। अब डिजिटल एजुकेशन बिल्कुल ट्रांसपेरेंट हो गई है। अगर आप एजुकेशन में हैं तो बच्चों को प्यार कीजिए। और मैं ये भी कहूंगा, जैसे डॉक्टर्स ने, नर्सेज ने, पैरामेडिकल के लोगों ने इस कोरोना वायरस के टाइम में बहुत ग्रेट काम किया, ग्रेट वॉरियर्स, मैं आज नतमस्तक हूं टीचर्स का भी, एजुकेटर्स का भी, प्रिंसिपल का भी, शिक्षकों का भी। और उनसे भी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट एक और बिरादरी है जो है टेक्नोक्रेट्स, जो टेक्नोलॉजी को हैंडल करते हैं। अगर मेरी आवाज आप तक पहुंच पा रही है तो ये डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल जो मेरे इंचार्ज है उनकी वजह से जा पा रही है। अगर मैं आपको वाईफाई से पहुंच पा रहा हूं और आपसे बात कर पा रहा हूं तो ये उनकी मदद से है कि मैं इसको कर पा रहा हूं। तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि जो भी शिक्षा प्रणाली में जुड़े हुए हैं, हमें इन बच्चों को बहुत प्यार करना है। ये बच्चे बहुत प्यारे हैं, ये बच्चे बहुत अच्छे हैं, ये बच्चे कल भारत का ही नहीं पूरे विश्व का भविष्य है। और हमारे सभी बच्चों को एक बात समझनी होगी, बहुत सारे देशों में बाहर लोग बूढ़े हो रहे हैं, उनके आगे बच्चे नहीं हैं, उनको कोई संभालने वाला नहीं है, उनको कोई भी सहारा देने वाला नहीं है। उनके पास पैसे तो हैं लेकिन उनके पास कोई नहीं है। हमको वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, सारा संसार एक फैमिली है, हम सभी लोग एक फैमिली हैं। हम सभी लोगों ने आगे चलना है, हमें सभी लोगों ने आगे बढ़ना है। और उस सफर के अंदर, उस यात्रा में जब हम सारे इकट्ठे हैं तो हमको ये बात समझनी पड़ेगी, ये बात जाननी पड़ेगी कि इस सारे संसार में हमारी वैल्यूज क्या है, हमारी एथिक्स क्या है, हमारा कैरेक्टर क्या है, हम बनते क्या है, वो सब कुछ निर्भर करेगा कि हमारी शिक्षा प्रणाली कैसी है। सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी शुड बी ग्रेटफुल टू ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया, ऑनरेबल एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया, एंड ऑल द टीचर्स, ऑल द एजुकेटर, और इकोसिस्टम में, पूरे सिस्टम में जो एजुकेशन में जुड़े हुए हैं उसका बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है, उसका बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव है। इसलिए हम अच्छी चीजें सीखें, अच्छी आदतें सीखें, हम बच्चे। अब मेरे कुछ सवाल हैं जिसको खत्म करने से पहले मैं जरूर आपसे बात करना चाहूंगा, नहीं तो मुझे लगेगा कि मैंने थ्योरेटिकल बात करी, आपके साथ कोई प्रैक्टिकल बात नहीं करी। ठीक है? अनीता जी ने तो बहुत अच्छे से अपनी बिटिया को बहुत अच्छी शिक्षा दी है, बहुत अच्छी वैल्यूज दी हैं। जो इनको लोग मिल रहे हैं उनको भी बहुत अच्छी शिक्षा दे रही हैं। इनका परिवार के अंदर भी सारे लोग बहुत प्यारे और बहुत अच्छे हैं। लेकिन आज से, इंटरनेशनल एजुकेशन डे से, अनीता मैडम की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, इनका रोल, आर फॉर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एंड आर फॉर रोल, ये दोनों चीजें और बढ़ जाती हैं, क्योंकि अब इन्हें और बहुत सारे बच्चों की भी मदद करनी होगी। जो बच्चे इनके संपर्क में वो तो है ही हैं, ये गलती से आज मेरे को मिल गई हैं, तो अब इनकी जिम्मेवारी और बढ़ गई है। इनको बहुत सारे बच्चों की मदद करनी है, इन्होंने बहुत सारे बच्चों का इनको दामन थामना है। और हमने सब बच्चों को, ये बच्चे नहीं है, ये फूल हैं, ये बहुत प्यारे फूल हैं, और इन सब बच्चों को हमको आगे लेकर चलना है, बहुत अच्छे ढंग से लेकर चलना है, बहुत प्यारे ढंग से लेकर चलना है। तो एक बात तो ये है प्रीति, नहीं रितिका,
Yes, sir.
रितिका, मेरे को आज तक ये समझ नहीं आया बेटा, मार्क्स का क्या कोई क्राइटेरिया होना चाहिए, सब्जेक्ट्स का कोई क्राइटेरिया होना चाहिए, परसेंटेज का कोई क्राइटेरिया होना चाहिए? और मैं उस बात पे आऊंगा जो मैडम ने लास्ट एक स्लाइड दिखाई थी असेसमेंट की। तो जब असेसमेंट की बातचीत कर रहे थे, क्या हमारा असेसमेंट ठीक है, क्या हमारा असेसमेंट करने का तरीका ठीक है? अब रितिका ने सारे साल बड़ा अच्छा किया, बहुत अच्छा तैयारी की, और एज ए गुड चाइल्ड घर पे भी पढ़ी, कोचिंग भी ली, ट्यूशन भी करी, बेचारी पढ़ती रही, आज मुस्कुराई है, पिछले 12 साल में कभी नहीं मुस्कुराई, क्योंकि पढ़ाई के दबाव के तले दबी हुई थी, सब सब्जेक्टों के नीचे दबी हुई थी। लेकिन जिस दिन एग्जाम था, गॉड फॉरबिड, उस दिन रितिका की तबीयत थोड़ी खराब हो गई और ये एग्जाम को अच्छे से नहीं कर पाई। तो क्या मुझे पूरे साल को देखना चाहिए या सिर्फ उस 3 घंटे को देखना चाहिए जो रितिका ने फाइनली एग्जाम लिया था? ये मेरे मन में एक प्रश्न है जिसका जवाब मुझे अपने आप से लेना है, ना कि किसी और से लेना है। ये बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। तो इसलिए हमारा असेसमेंट सिस्टम कुछ फ्यूचर में ऐसा होना चाहिए कि हम बच्चों को वो ना पढ़ाएं जिसकी जीवन में जरूरत ही नहीं है। मैंने बहुत सारी चीजें पढ़ी, अब मैं जब पीछे मुड़ के देखता हूं, मैं कहता हूं वो चीजें तो मैंने कभी जिंदगी में इस्तेमाल ही नहीं करी, उनका तो कोई जीवन में कोई मतलब ही नहीं था, और मैं क्यों पढ़ रहा था वो सारी चीजें, मुझे भी नहीं पता। चलो कोई बात नहीं, अगली बार आएंगे, मोक्ष तो मिलना नहीं है, तो अगली बार आएंगे तब पता करेंगे वो सब्जेक्ट क्यों पढ़े थे, उसके बारे में नहीं पता है। अब मैं आता हूं प्रीति के पास। इन्होंने कंटेंट राइटिंग की बातचीत की, ग्रेट, वेरी नाइस। अगर हम पॉजिटिव कंटेंट्स लिखेंगे, एनर्जेटिक कंटेंट्स लिखेंगे, डायनेमिक कंटेंट्स लिखेंगे, वो कंटेंट्स लिखेंगे जिससे प्रेरणा मिलती है, जिससे हम उत्साहित होते हैं, प्रोत्साहित होते हैं, तो ऐसा कार्य कीजिएगा। क्योंकि एजुकेशन सिस्टम से ही हम बच्चों का नैरेटिव चेंज करते हैं। बहुत सारी किताबें हैं जिनके बारे में आज मैं बात नहीं करना चाहूंगा, उसमें उन सबका दोष है जो मेरे साथ एजुकेशन के सिस्टम में जुड़े हुए हैं। जो हिस्ट्री होती है, इतिहास में आप क्या पढ़ाते हैं, आप बच्चों को क्या सिखाते हैं, आप बच्चों को कौन सी एग्जाम्पल देते हैं, हमारे दादा दादी नाना नानी कौन सी कहानियां सुनाते थे, आजकल तो कोई कहानी सुनाता ही नहीं है। अनीता मैम ने अपनी बेटी को कहानियां सुनाई, सिंगापुर से लेके द्वारका तक, वो बात और है, लेकिन कितनी मायने
सर
है।
मैं यहाँ पर आपको 1 मिनट के लिए इंटरप्ट कर सकती हूँ प्लीज?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
सर, एज पार्ट ऑफ फन एक्टिविटीज हम लोग बहुत सारे स्ट्रीट प्लेस करते हैं ऑन सोशल इश्यूज लाइक वाटर कंजर्वेशन, क्लीनलीनेस, गर्ल चाइल्ड एजुकेशन, सेव इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। और जब बच्चे गर्मी की या सर्दी की छुट्टियों में ये एक्टिविटीज करते हैं, दे देमसेल्व्स राइट द स्क्रिप्ट वो खुद बनाते हैं, एक साथ मिलके बनाते हैं, एक दूसरे के को जोड़ते हुए बनाते हैं। और इस प्रोसेस में वो क्या कर रहे हैं, कंटेंट राइटिंग कर रहे हैं, एंड दे आर टीचिंग ईच अदर। सो पीयर लर्निंग का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, बच्चे बच्चों से बहुत अच्छे से सीखते हैं। इंस्टेड ऑफ मी एंड यू टेलिंग देम व्हाट टू लर्न, हाउ टू लर्न, इफ दे टीच ईच अदर कैसे सीखना है, क्या सीखना है, वी आर जस्ट प्रोवाइडिंग देम द डायरेक्शन। इट मेक्स द होल एक्सपीरियंस वेरी ब्यूटिफुल। उसके साथ साथ जैसे जन्माष्टमी है तो हम वी डू अ प्रोग्राम, बच्चे घर पर इकट्ठे होते हैं, ड्रेस डिजाइनिंग, डायलॉग राइटिंग, एवरीथिंग इज डन बाय देम, फॉर देम, विथ देम। तो ये भी एक पर्सपेक्टिव है जिसमें मॉरल एजुकेशन, एटीट्यूड डेवलपमेंट, ये जो हम 21st सेंचुरी स्किल्स की बात करते हैं, सारी चीजें अपने आप आ जाती हैं। कहीं फॉर्मल ट्रेनिंग के लिए इन चीजों के लिए जाने की जरूरत नहीं है।
बिल्कुल ठीक है, और इसको एक स्टेप और आगे लेके चलते हैं। मैं तो कहता हूं कि एजुकेशन जो है मेरी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में इस्तेमाल होनी चाहिए। एजुकेशन का कोई भी टॉपिक, कोई भी सब्जेक्ट ऐसा होने नहीं चाहिए। आप किचन में सब्जी धो रही हैं, उसका पानी कहाँ यूज हुआ, आप किचन में जो मसाले यूज कर रही हैं, वो मसालों में काली मिर्च का क्या महत्व है, हल्दी का क्या महत्व है, मैं नमक कम क्यों खाऊं, मैं हरी सब्जियां क्यों खाऊं, मैं बॉइल्ड वेजिटेबल क्यों लूं, ये सब का मतलब। अब मैंने, अगर घर में मेरी ट्यूबलाइट खराब हो गई है तो मुझे खुद आना चाहिए कि क्या मैं इसका स्टार्टर चेंज कर सकता हूँ, क्या मैं इस बल्ब को खुद चेंज कर सकता हूँ। मैं अपने घर के अंदर ही मैं कहता हूँ इस पैंडेमिक ने लोगों को बहुत कुछ सिखा दिया, और फॉर्चुनेटली जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आ रही है उसमें स्किल की महत्ता दोबारा से ज्यादा आ गई। और जो बहुत अच्छी बात है जो हम सबको सीखनी है कि पहली शताब्दी से 15वीं शताब्दी तक भारत विश्व की जीडीपी के अंदर, जिसको हम कहते हैं 30% का योगदान कैसे दिया करता था। कोई भी किसी के पास नौकरी लेने नहीं जाता था, कोई भारत में भिखारी नहीं था, क्योंकि वो सारी कलाएं, अगर मेरा बच्चा आज साइकिल रिपेयर कर रहा है तो मैं कहूंगा ना 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 ना, साइकिल रिपेयर ना करना बेटा, ये वाला काम मत करना। अगर वो बेचारा कहीं एयर कंडीशनिंग सीख के काम कर रहा है तो नहीं नहीं, ये काम मत करना। द थिंग इज सब्जी उगा रहा है और घर में खेती का काम कर रहा है तो नहीं नहीं, ये काम नहीं करना, तुझे तो सफेद कपड़े पहनने हैं, तुझे ऑफिस जाके बैठना। हम सबको क्लर्क बना दिया गया, हम सबको क्लर्क। मैं आर्मी की बैकग्राउंड से हूं और आर्मी की किसी भी डिफेंस ऑफिसर की मेस में टाई के बगैर नहीं जाने दिया जाता। जो शर्ट मैंने पहनी हुई है इसका गला ऊपर से बंद है। उन्होंने कहा कि आप इसके साथ नहीं आ सकते। मैंने कहा मैं क्लब आना ही छोड़ दूंगा, मुझे क्लब आना ही नहीं है, लेकिन मैं टाई नहीं पहनूंगा चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए। द थिंग इज हमें अपने आप को जवाब देना है, किसी और को जवाब नहीं देना। और शिक्षा की प्रणाली में मेरा ग्रैंड चाइल्ड अगर थर्ड क्लास के अंदर आज पढ़ रहा है, थर्ड स्टैंडर्ड में, और उसकी किताब खुलते ही जीके की उसको सिर्फ ब्रिटिश एग्जाम्पल मिल रहे हैं या कोई और एग्जाम्पल मिल रहे हैं तो उसका क्या फायदा है। मैं अपने इतिहास के पन्नों से अपनी संस्कृति के एग्जाम्पल उसे क्यों नहीं देता। तो जो शिक्षा की प्रणाली में लोग जुड़े हुए हैं हम सब उसके लिए उत्तरदायित्व हैं। हम क्या पढ़ा रहे हैं, कैसे पढ़ा रहे हैं, क्यों पढ़ा रहे हैं, किसी सब्जेक्ट का क्या मतलब है। और शिक्षा से भी ज्यादा कौशलता का जो स्किल है, दैट इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन नॉलेज। स्किल इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन नॉलेज। ये भी बात हम सबको समझनी होगी आज इंटरनेशनल एजुकेशन डे पे। मैं आज आप इससे बातें ये क्यों कर रहा हूं, मेरे साथ इस समय गोरखपुर जो बिल्कुल लास्ट जगह है और जहां पर हिंदी बेल्ट के बच्चे वाले हैं, किसी ने मुझे व्हाट्सएप पे भेजा कि अंकल आप हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं, क्या आप मेरे से हिंदी में बात करेंगे। तो मैं उस बच्चे को प्यार देने के लिए, वो भी मेरा ग्रैंड चाइल्ड है, वो भी मेरा बच्चा है, तो उसके लिए मैंने कहा हाँ बेटा मैं तुम्हारे से हिंदी में बातचीत करूंगा। क्योंकि अंग्रेजी बोलने से, अंग्रेजी पढ़ने से या कोई भी और चीज करने से, और एक और बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग स्टडी है, आप बच्चों को भी पता हो, जो विश्व के 20 सबसे बड़े देश हैं जिनकी जीडीपी इस समय विश्व की सबसे आगे है, वो सब अपनी मातृभाषा में बात करते हैं, ना कि किसी और भाषा में बात करते हैं। मेरी मजबूरी ये है क्योंकि मैं इंटरनेशनल चेंबर में एनआरआईज और डिफरेंट कंट्रीज में बाहर के लोगों के साथ जुड़ा हूं। अब जो मेरे बहुत सारे लोग जो साउथ इंडिया से जुड़े हुए हैं आज के इस कार्यक्रम में, केरला से, तमिलनाडु से, कर्नाटका से, तेलंगाना से, आंध्र प्रदेश से, उन सबको थोड़ा समझने में मुझे मुश्किल, उनको, उन बच्चों को और उन टीचर्स को थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। कुछ प्रिंसिपल ने भी मुझे लिखा, पर मैंने उनसे ये कहा कि जैसे संगीत की कोई भाषा नहीं होती वैसे ही संस्कृति को समझना जरूरी है। मैं हिंदी में बोलता हूं या मैं तमिल में बोलता हूं या मैं तेलुगु में बोलता हूं या मैं कन्नड़ में बोलता हूं या मैं मलयालम में बोलता हूं। मैडम ने शुरू में जापान का एग्जांपल दिया था, तो शिवास्य नारा त्योता तको शिवास्य नारा ताई दो दे शिम्मेसो कुन्निचिवा वाताशिवा शर्मा देश, तो वो है जापान। फिर मैं चला गया रशिया, दोब्रे वेचर Daragie Instituta Padalam Turisma I Upravlenia Bureau Putitshetsvi। प्रीति सोच रही है कि ये हो क्या रहा है, हम मॉस्को में बैठे हैं कि यहाँ बैठे हैं। नहीं नहीं, हम यही बैठे हैं, भारत में हैं, लेकिन बातचीत कर रहे हैं हम आपस में। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार। आपका समय था 12:30 बजे तक, फिर भी मैंने आपको इसलिए एक्स्ट्रा 3 मिनट आप लोगों से ले रहा हूं क्योंकि मेरे अगले दोनों वक्ता और अगला कार्यक्रम और भी इसी के साथ साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। स्कूल्स में, कॉलेजेस में, यूनिवर्सिटी में, रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी में। आज के बाद हमारा जो अगला कार्यक्रम है वो कार्यक्रम भी अपने आप में अनीता जी इतना सराहनीय है। ये हमारे साथ दो शख्स हैं, डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी और डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज जी। ये लोग क्या करा रहे हैं? ये स्कूल भर स्कूल जा रहे हैं, ये कॉलेज भर कॉलेज जा रहे हैं, ये हर जगह गांव में जा रहे हैं, इंटीरियर्स में जा रहे हैं, और ये क्या सिखा रहे हैं? वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट, वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट। और इन्होंने जो एग्जाम्पल दिखाई मुझे कि जो कचरा है घर का, वो कचरा जिसको आप फेंक देते हो तरबूज खाके, और उसकी बाहर का जो छिलका है वो गाय का भोजन है, वो भैंस का भोजन है, वो बकरी का भोजन है, वो जानवरों का भोजन है। और देखो मैडम दिखा रही हैं कुछ, मैडम कुछ
वेस्ट टू बेस्ट।
ये देखिए, ये देखिए, हम
So
सब
many
कुछ चला
projects.
रहे हैं। तो अगला हमारा कार्यक्रम जो शुरू होता है वो है 1 मिनट के बाद वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट। और आप देखिए, ये प्रभु मुझे एनर्जी दे रहे हैं। सुबह 9 से रात के 9 बजे तक मैं यहीं बैठूंगा और 12 घंटे यहीं आपसे बातचीत करूंगा और इसी एनर्जी से बातचीत करूंगा। ये
Hats
सब
off to you, sir.
ये सब प्रभु का वरदान है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ अनीता महाजन जी का, हमारी प्यारी बच्ची प्रीति का, और रितिका का, और एक थी रूहानी जिसकी स्टोरी आई थी, एक श्रद्धा थी जिसकी स्टोरी थी। उन सब बच्चों को भी मेरा बहुत बहुत प्यार, आपका बहुत बहुत आशीर्वाद। प्रभु आप सबको हमेशा अच्छे से रखें, ठीक से रखें, और हमारे बच्चे कल को और अच्छे हों। अनीता जी, आप कोई प्रेयर करना चाहेंगी? जाने से पहले कुछ बोलना चाहेंगी? कोई भी संस्कृत में, हिंदी में, कोई भी एक चीज, तो फिर उसके बाद मैं आपके साथ कार्यक्रम खत्म करके इन दोनों महानुभाव के साथ जुड़ जाऊंगा जिनसे मुझे बहुत कुछ सीखना है आगे, वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट। अनीता जी, आपके शब्द।
बिल्कुल सर। हम उस संस्कृति को बिलोंग करते हैं, उस संस्कृति को अपनी धरोहर मानते हैं जहाँ कहा जाता है सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु माँ कश्चित् भाग् भयेत्। तो सभी के लिए सुख की कामना करते हुए, सभी के लिए अटल निश्चिंतता की कामना करते हुए आपको प्रणाम और
आपके आने के लिए,
मंगलमय कामनाएं।
आपके आने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। बच्चों को बहुत बहुत प्यार, और सभी बच्चे अच्छे से करो। माय ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन, यू कीप डूइंग गुड जॉब, ओके? ऑल द बेस्ट, ऑल द बेस्ट। हैप्पी डे, हैप्पी डे, हैप्पी इंटरनेशनल एजुकेशन डे। बाय बाय।
थैंक यू सर।
ओके, मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी का और डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज जी का, जो हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। आपका बहुत बहुत भव्य स्वागत है, आपका बहुत बहुत आदर सत्कार है। आज इंटरनेशनल एजुकेशन डे है, और आज का कार्यक्रम शुरू करने से पहले मैं आपके साथ एक स्लाइड शेयर करूंगा, सो दैट आपको आइडिया हो कि हम जो आज कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं, ताकि आपको थोड़ा सा इसमें आभास हो कि डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा, मेजर डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा, आज ये हो क्या रहा है। आज अंतरराष्ट्रीय शिक्षा दिवस है। आज 24 तारीख को संडे को, और सुबह 9:15 से रात के 9:15 बजे तक 12 घंटे का, अगर लोग रात को 12 घंटे माता का जगराता कर सकते हैं, तो हम दिन में शिक्षा का जगराता भी कर सकते हैं, क्यों नहीं कर सकते? और ये सारी शख्सियतें हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगी। आज का सुबह कार्यक्रम शुरू हुआ, इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ एजुकेशन 2021। हमारे चेंबर की तरफ से आप सभी का बहुत बहुत हार्दिक स्वागत। ये पूरे दिन का कार्यक्रम रहेगा। अब हम 12:30 बजे तक आ गए हैं, जहां पर स्वच्छ भारत की और स्वच्छ पंजाब की बातचीत होगी, वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट की बातचीत होगी। हमारे साथ बहुत ही आदरणीय डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी और डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज जी से हैं। इसके बाद 1:30 बजे इनके कार्यक्रम के बाद वेलनेस के लिए हमारा विशेष कार्यक्रम है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का, जहां पर सीईओ इंपॉर्टेंस बताएंगी वेलनेस की क्या है पोस्ट कोविड में। 3 बजे कार्यक्रम हम आपको लेकर चलेंगे म्यांमार, कंबोडिया, लाओस, सिंगापुर, मलेशिया, थाईलैंड, इंडोनेशिया, फिलीपींस, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के रास्ते से। और आज मणिपुर से ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर साहब जुड़ेंगे, और वो हमारे साथ बातचीत करेंगे नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया का सोशल सेक्टर का। शाम को 5 बजे एमएसएमई, माइक्रो स्मॉल मीडियम एंटरप्राइज का। शाम को 6:30 बजे एंशिएंट एजुकेशन सिस्टम का, और रात्रि के 8 बजे आज बहुत ही विशेष कार्यक्रम है, आपको मजा आ जाएगा। एक मूवी बनी थी राज कपूर जी की, कल आज और कल, उसी के संदर्भ में हम बातचीत करेंगे। वेलनेस कल आज और कल, इसमें एनआरआईज आ रहे हैं और डॉक्टर प्रिया बालाकृष्णन जी बातचीत करेंगी कि आयुर्वेदा अमेरिका कैसे पहुंचा, मेडिटेशन अमेरिका कैसे पहुंची, वेलनेस की थेरेपी अमेरिका कैसे पहुंची, उन सब की आज शाम को बातचीत होगी। और उसके बाद रात को 9:15 बजे हम अपना शिक्षा का जगराता खत्म करेंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आज की सुबह डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी का, डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज जी का बहुत बहुत हार्दिक अभिनंदन। तो आइए अपनी यात्रा में आगे चलते हैं। डॉक्टर साहब, आपको बहुत बहुत प्रणाम, आपका बहुत बहुत आदर सत्कार और आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत भव्य स्वागत। और आज जुड़ने के लिए, खासकर इंटरनेशनल शिक्षा दिवस पर, मैं आप लोगों का अपने तहे दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। और आइए अपने विचारों के साथ पूरे जगत को बताइए कि वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट में। और दूसरा, नरेश जी, मुझे पता नहीं है, लेकिन डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी की अनुमति लेकर जो आपने प्रेजेंटेशन पहले दिन दिखाई थी, जहां पर आपने डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी के साथ मिलके जो पहले दिन प्रेजेंटेशन, बहुत सारे लोगों का मुझे आग्रह आया है कि उस प्रेजेंटेशन को भी आज दोबारा एक बार दिखाना है। आपका समय हमारे पास 1:15 बजे तक है, 1:20 तक भी हो सकता है। इस कार्यक्रम में हम आगे चलते हैं और डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी का और डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज जी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। आइए।
नमस्कार, प्रणाम सर। शर्मा जी, बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। और इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़ने के बाद बहुत खुशी हुई, और आपने जो कुछ आज सुबह के कार्यक्रम में किया है वो भी थोड़ा सा हमने सुना और बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि आप इस प्रकार का कार्य किया जा रहा है। परंतु इससे पहले कि हम अपना कार्यक्रम शुरू करें, मैं आपको एक शिक्षा से जुड़ी हुई बात बताता हूं कि शिक्षा का प्रैक्टिकल महत्व क्या है और प्रैक्टिकल शिक्षा क्या होनी चाहिए। और जब तक हम प्रैक्टिकल शिक्षा की तरफ नहीं बढ़ेंगे, मैं समझता हूं कि जो किताबी शिक्षा है उससे हम ज्यादा कुछ हासिल नहीं कर पाएंगे। मैं इस संदर्भ में बात करना चाहूंगा। आजकल 28 दिसंबर 2020 से लुधियाना में बूढ़ा दरिया क्लीनअप कैंपेन किया जा रहा है, और उसमें लगभग हमने जो कैंपेन शुरू किया था उसका ऑब्जेक्टिव था कि हम वहां उसके आसपास रहने वाले लोगों को दरिया, जो कि उन्होंने डंपिंग ग्राउंड बना रखा था कचरे का, उसमें कचरा डालने से रोकना है। और रोकने का तरीका हमारा इस प्रकार का था कि उस पर हमें पूरा भरोसा भी था। उसमें हमने सर लगभग 1000 के करीब एनसीसी और एनएसएस वॉलंटियर्स, जो कि लुधियाना के 7 कॉलेज से बिलोंग करते हैं, उनको शामिल किया अवेयरनेस के लिए। उनको घर घर भेजा, अपनी टीम बनाकर वो घर घर गए, हर शॉप पर गए, हर फैक्ट्री में गए, हर वेंडर से मिले, हर दुकानदार से मिले, और उसके जो उनके एक्सपीरियंसेस थे उनको सुनने के लिए हमने पिछले शुक्रवार को यानी 22 जनवरी को फीडबैक सेशन किया दरिया के किनारे ही। इस दरिया के ऊपर लगभग 25 पुली हैं लोगों के आने जाने के लिए। तो 4 पुली के ऊपर कमिश्नर म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन लुधियाना मिस्टर प्रदीप सब्रवाल, उनकी टीम, और कॉलेजेस से जिन बच्चों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया था, जिन वॉलंटियर्स ने पार्टिसिपेट किया था लोगों को जागृत करने के लिए, उनसे बातचीत हुई। तो मैं सबसे पहले तो ये बताना चाहूंगा कि ये लगभग 1 महीने की ही बात हुई है, अभी 25 दिन हुए हैं, और 25 दिन में असर ये हुआ कि दरिया में लगभग जो पहले लोग कचरा डालते थे उनमें से 95% लोगों ने कचरा दिया है। चाहे वो घर है, चाहे फैक्ट्री है, चाहे दुकानदार है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है, ये जो जबरदस्त है किया उन्होंने, जो एक्सपीरियंस किए, मैं कुछ के बारे में बात करूंगा, सिर्फ 2 मिनट या 3 मिनट। सब पहली बात, कुछ बच्चों ने कहा कि हमने इस प्रकार का कैंप पहली बार रखा है, अनुभव किया है, और जो कि हमारी है इस पर ध्यान। दूसरा, कटु मधुर एक्सपीरियंस हुए, उन्होंने बताया कि लोग घरों में होम कंपोस्टिंग भी कर रहे हैं। बहुत से लोगों ने उनका विरोध भी किया कि अब कचरे को अलग अलग करने की क्या जरूरत है, दरिया में कचरा क्यों ना फेंके, और उन्होंने अपनी समस्याओं के बारे में बताया। और कमिश्नर म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन लुधियाना ने अपने दफ्तर से निकलकर लगभग 3 घंटे पूरे 11:30 बजे से लेकर 2:30 बजे तक बच्चों के साथ बिताया, और उनसे उनके फीडबैक लिए कि हम सिस्टम को कैसे इंप्रूव कर सकते हैं। बच्चे बड़े खुश थे, उन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम को चाहा, और ये भी कहा कि हम बार बार इस प्रकार के अवेयरनेस कैंपेन से जुड़ना पसंद करेंगे, और आवश्यकता अनुसार हम क्लीन अप ड्राइव भी करेंगे ताकि लुधियाना शहर स्वच्छ हो, बूढ़ा दरिया अपनी पुरानी शान पर लौटे। क्योंकि पहली बार 22 तारीख को हमने दरिया में जिस प्रकार से पानी को फ्लो देखा, और बच्चों ने खुद विटनेस किया, मीडिया ने भी विटनेस किया, और बताया कि ये बहुत सालों बाद पहली बार देखने को मिल रहा है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए और लोगों में अवेयरनेस के लिए। इसका अर्थ यह हुआ कि यदि अगर हम सब मिलजुल कर अपने आप को इस प्रकार के कामों से जोड़ें और अपना खाली समय इस काम के लिए लगाएं और एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट करें, थोड़ा सा टोका टाकी करें, तो हमारी जो साफ सफाई की समस्या है वो काफी हद तक हम बड़े आसानी बिना किसी खर्च के कर सकते हैं। तो ये थी एक उपलब्धि, क्योंकि आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि जब 28 या 25 दिन के अंदर जब 95% वायलेटर्स को रोका गया है, तो अपने आप एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। और अब कोशिश ये की जाएगी कि ये सस्टेन रहे, ये मामला जारी रहे, और लोग अपने आप ही बूढ़ा दरिया की शान को बरकरार करें, पीछे की शान को लुटाएं। तो अब मैं और भी सभी संस्थाओं से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हमारे साथ इस कार्यक्रम में भाग ले रहे हैं, उनसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो अपने अपने क्षेत्र में स्टूडेंट्स को एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव काम में, जो कि महात्मा गांधी जी ने कंस्ट्रक्टिव 15 पॉइंट कंस्ट्रक्टिव प्रोग्राम जो उनकी जो पॉलिसी है समाज निर्माण के लिए और देश निर्माण के लिए, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। बच्चे करवाने के लिए, उनको लैब टू लैब ले जाने के लिए इस प्रकार के कार्य करते रहने चाहिए, और साथ साथ में उनको अप्रिशिएट भी किया जाना चाहिए। करेंगे सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स सीरीज में कि सेग्रीगेशन का क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है और वेस्ट रेटर की क्या रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, और इनफैक्ट सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में सेग्रीगेटेड मटेरियल क्या है। So, Dr. Naresh, will you please start the presentation?
जी सर, मैं जो स्लाइड्स है शेयर कर रहा हूं सर, और आप कंटिन्यू रखें सर।
डॉक्टर साहब, जैसे आपने पिछली बार कहा था कि कुछ इंग्लिश में हम स्लाइड्स का प्रयोग करेंगे ताकि जो हमारे नॉन हिंदी भाषी भाई हैं जो इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हुए हैं वो इसको ठीक से समझ सके, इसलिए हमने स्लाइड्स का कुछ हम प्रस्तुत करेंगे। और
बहुत बहुत आभार है इसके लिए, बहुत बहुत आभार है आपका।
तो डॉक्टर नरेश, शुड वी स्टार्ट?
यस सर, स्लाइड स्टार्ट हो गए सर, प्लीज स्टार्ट सर, कंटिन्यू सर।
इधर मेरे यहाँ नहीं खुली है, बाकी मैं लेट मी स्टार्ट विद नहीं स्टार्ट। आज जैसे हमने इस स्लाइड का जो रखा है वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट सीरीज पार्ट 2 में सेग्रीगेशन ऑफ वेस्ट सोर्स एज रिस्पांसिबिलिटी ऑफ वेस्ट डोनेटर, टर्निंग वेस्ट इनटू गोल्ड।
नरेश जी, स्लाइड नहीं खुली है
सर। स्लाइड मेरे को तो शेयर कर दिए सर मैंने।
नहीं, वो आपका ना SWM पार्ट 2/24/1/2021 तक है, उसके बाद आइकॉन नहीं चला है।
सर मैं दोबारा
नरेश इसको जरा
आराम से
नरेश इसको मतलब मूव करे, आगे मूव करे, फिर आएगा शायद ये पार्ट।
जी सर मैं कर रहा हूँ सर।
Yes. Let's move forward.
आगे सर स्लाइड।
आगे जी, आगे जी।
जी सर।
तो सर जैसे कि स्लाइड से स्पष्ट है कि जो हमारा कुल वेस्ट है ये एक रेपिटेशन है जिसमें 50 से 60% बायोडिग्रेडेबल है, 30 से 40% नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल है और 5 से 10% इनर्ट है। इसमें कौन कौन सी कैटेगरी में फॉल करता है ये डॉक्टर नरेश कंटिन्यू प्लीज।
जी सर, जो सॉलिड वेस्ट है जिसमें वेट वेस्ट में की जो बायोडिग्रेडेबल कचरा होता है वो 50 से 60% होता है। जैसे चाय पत्ती, फलों के छिलक, सब्जियों के छिलक, घास फूस पत्ते, बासी खाना, ये सब गीला कचरा होता है जो गल सकता है, ये 50 से 60% होता है। इसके अलावा जो ड्राई वेस्ट है जैसे गत्ता है, कागज है, प्लास्टिक है, पॉलिथीन है, ये सब जो होता है ड्राई वेस्ट होता है नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल, ये करीब 40 से 50% होता है। इसके अलावा तीसरा कचरा होता है डोमेस्टिक आजार्डस। डोमेस्टिक आजार्डस में आ जाता है सैनिटरी वेस्ट जैसे डाइपर्स, सैनिटरी पैड्स और जो जैसे कंच टूट गया, कोई बल्ब है, वो सब डोमेस्टिक आजार्डस वेस्ट में आता है। तो ये सॉलिड वेस्ट का मेजर है। अब हम बात करेंगे जो वेट वेस्ट है, बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट है। बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट सिंपल यही है कि जो गल सकता है, जो नेचुरली गल सकता है, उसको वेट वेस्ट बोलते हैं, गीला कचरा बोलते हैं। जैसे ये आगे दो तरह का होता है, एक होता है जो किचन से निकलता है, दैट इज किचन वेस्ट। सेकंड वन जो पार्क से निकलता है, पेड़ पौधे के पत्ते होते हैं, घास फूस होता है, उसको बोलते हैं हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट। तो ये एक्चुअल में वेस्ट नहीं है, जो हमारी थीम भी है कि वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स, तो इसके ऊपर हम डिस्कस करेंगे। तो मैं डॉक्टर साहब से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि वो ड्यूटीज ऑफ वेस्ट जनरेटर्स के बारे में बताएं प्लीज।
तो आफ्टर हैविंग एक्सप्लेन्ड, ये स्पष्ट करते हुए कि नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट और बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट क्या है, उन इनर्ट्स क्या है, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट इसमें जो कंपोनेंट है वो वेस्ट जनरेटर की ड्यूटी है। वेस्ट जनरेटर कौन है? हर आदमी है, ग्रुप ऑफ पर्सन्स है, हर रेजिडेंशियल प्रीमिसेस है, नॉन रेजिडेंशियल प्रीमिसेस है। भारतीय रेल तो बहुत बड़ा वेस्ट जनरेटर है, हमारे डिफेंस एस्टेब्लिशमेंट्स हैं और सेंट्रल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट एंड ऑल टाइप ऑफ पीपल, all type of organizations, those who generate waste are the waste generators. Those who generate the waste, जो अपनी एक्टिविटीज के द्वारा, अपनी गतिविधियों के द्वारा वेस्ट जनरेट करते हैं, वही वेस्ट जनरेटर हैं। और इसमें एक कैटेगरी बल्क वेस्ट जनरेटर की आती है, जो डिफाइन किया गया है सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट 2016 में। उसके अनुसार जो व्यक्ति, जो संस्थान, जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जो सोसाइटी, जो वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन या कोई भी इस प्रकार की संस्थाएं या व्यक्ति 100 किलो वेस्ट प्रतिदिन से ज्यादा पैदा करता है तो उसे बल्क वेस्ट जनरेटर कहा जाता है, जिसकी वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की जिम्मेदारियां बिल्कुल अलग से डिफाइन की गई हैं। यह तो हुई सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट रूल्स की बात। और इसके साथ साथ जो इंपॉर्टेंट बात वो ये है कि बहुत सी अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज ने अपने लेवल के ऊपर 20 किलो से ज्यादा वेस्ट डेली पैदा, यानी जो वेस्ट कमर्शियल एक्टिविटी से पैदा होता है, क्योंकि किसी घर में 20 किलो वेस्ट पैदा नहीं हो सकता डेली, 1 किलो से ज्यादा नहीं, 2 किलो से ज्यादा वेस्ट पैदा नहीं हो सकता। यदि अगर वेस्ट किसी पार्टिकुलर क्वांटिटी से ज्यादा पैदा होता है तो वो कहलाता है बल्क वेस्ट जनरेटर। और उन्होंने बेंगलोर जैसे शहर में 20 किलो पर डे वेस्ट पैदा करने वाले को बल्क वेस्ट जनरेटर डिफाइन किया गया है। और भी पूरे देश में बहुत सी जगह ऐसा किया गया है ताकि जो वेस्ट जनरेटर है उसकी जिम्मेदारी बढ़े और वो वेस्ट जनरेट करने में म्युनिसिपल बॉडी की मदद करे। सो अब वेस्ट जनरेटर की ड्यूटीज क्या है? ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात है। हम जब तक अपनी ड्यूटीज नहीं करेंगे तब तक बात नहीं बनेगी। अकेला कोई म्युनिसिपल बॉडी या कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जब तक कि उस तो वेस्ट जनरेटर की सबसे पहली ड्यूटी है कि वो अपने वेस्ट को बायोडिग्रेडेबल, नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल एंड डोमेस्टिक हजार्डस वेस्ट को एकदम अलग अलग सूटेबल और पार्टिकुलर टाइप की बिन्स में रखे, यानी तीनों प्रकार के वेस्ट को अपने घर में अलग अलग रखे और उसको अथराइज्ड वेस्ट पिकर को या वेस्ट कलेक्टर को बिल्कुल अलग अलग फॉर्म में ही दे। सो दिस इज द फर्स्ट ड्यूटी ऑफ ए वेस्ट जनरेटर। सेकंड, यदि अगर उसके घर में कोई डायपर या सैनिटरी पैड वगैरह भी निकलते हैं, यूज होते हैं, तो उनको अलग से रैप करें। ये नहीं कि जिस प्रकार से हम अपने देश में कई बार बहुत सी जगह देखने को मिलता है कि हमने सैनिटरी पैड यूज किए और डायपर्स यूज किए और उसको जहां थ्रो कर दिया और फिर उसके बाद उसका बहुत ही गलत प्रकार से उसका प्रदर्शन होता है। तो ये भी उसकी ड्यूटी है। और साथ ड्यूटी ये भी दिखाई गई है, अगर हम आगे चलेंगे, आगे की सीरीज में बात करेंगे, कि जो इस प्रकार के आइटम्स पैदा करता है, जो प्रोड्यूसर्स हैं, उनकी इसको मैनेज करने में किस प्रकार की ड्यूटी आती है। तो ये उसको अपने सैनिटरी पैड्स और डायपर्स को भी अलग से मैनेज करना है। यदि अगर कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड डिमोलिशन वेस्ट है तो उसको भी जो अपनी प्रीमिसेस में जनरेट होता है या किसी भी प्रकार के कोई सड़क बनाने में या कोई बिल्डिंग, बड़ी बिल्डिंग बनाने में, सरकारी बिल्डिंग बनाने में यदि अगर होता है तो उसको भी अपनी प्रीमिसेस में जैसे ब्रिक्स को सेपरेट स्टोर किया जाएगा, सेपरेट रखा जाएगा। जो मटेरियल है, जो सीमेंट और रोड़ी जैसा जो कंक्रीट का मटेरियल है, उसको अलग रखा जाएगा, लकड़ को अलग रखा जाए और किसी भी प्रकार से वेस्ट को इकट्ठा डिस्पोज ना किया जाए, क्योंकि इसमें से ही यदि अगर हम सेग्रीगेट करते तो बहुत सा वेस्ट रीयूज करने लायक होता है। तो वेस्ट जनरेटर की ड्यूटी है कि वो एकदम उस प्रकार से वेस्ट को ना करे बल्कि उसको अलग अलग करे। और इसके साथ ही घर में जो हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट हमारे किचन गार्डन से या हम जो फ्लोरिकल्चर करते हैं या कोई घर में पेड़ है तो उससे जो वेस्ट निकलता है उसको भी वो अपने एक अलग कंटेनर में स्टोर करे और म्युनिसिपल बॉडी को उस प्रकार से अलग प्रकार से दे। तो ये एक इंडिविजुअल वेस्ट जनरेटर की इंपॉर्टेंट हाउस होल्ड की ड्यूटी है। इसके साथ वेस्ट जनरेटर की ये भी ड्यूटी है कि वो किसी प्रकार नहीं फेंके ना, उसको जलाए नहीं और दबाए भी नहीं, पार्टिकुलरली किसी ड्रेन में या वाटर बॉडी में, स्ट्रीट में, ओपन पब्लिक स्पेस में। यानी वो उसको सिर्फ जलाने, फेंकने और दबाने की बजाय शुड गिव इट टू द वेस्ट कलेक्टर अनलेस द सॉलिड वेस्ट जो डिग्रेडेबल है उसका हम कंपोस्ट बनाएं। इसके बाद सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट वेस्ट जनरेटर की ड्यूटी है कि वो अपनी जो बॉडी उसका वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट करती है उसको यूजर फी दे। और पूरे देश के सभी स्टेट्स में यूजर फी निर्धारित की हुई है। पंजाब के भी बायलॉज अपने बने हैं और उन्होंने यूजर फी निर्धारित किया है, हर लोकल बॉडी ने निर्धारित की है। तो ये ड्यूटी बनती है वेस्ट जनरेटर की कि वो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए अपनी जो बॉडी उसकी वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट करती है उसको यूजर फी का भुगतान करे, हर महीने भुगतान करे। देन अब आमतौर पे क्या देखा जाता है कि हमारे देश में आमतौर पे ऐसा होता है कि हम कई प्रकार के बड़े बड़े फंक्शन करते हैं, गलियों में टेंट लगा लेते हैं, खुले मैदान में टेंट लगा लेते हैं और वहां पर जो वेस्ट हम पैदा करते हैं और जब इवेंट के बाद, इवन बड़ी बड़ी पॉलिटिकल रैली और रिलीजियस फंक्शंस के बाद, इवन भंडारे और लंगरों में हम वेस्ट को यहाँ से लेकर वहां तक दूर दूर तक फैला देते हैं। वो बहुत बड़ी मतलब हमारी गैर जिम्मेदारी है। तो वेस्ट जनरेटर की ड्यूटी बनती है कि अगर को कोई इवेंट करता है इस प्रकार का अनलाइसेंस्ड प्लेस पर विदाउट इंटीमेटिंग लोकल बॉडी, तो ये कानूनी तरह वेस्ट जनरेटर की जिम्मेदारी होगी, इवेंट होल्डर की गैर जिम्मेदाराना हरकत होगी। इसलिए उसको लोकल बॉडी से इसकी परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी और अपनी वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का अंडरटेकिंग देना पड़ेगा। और साथ यह भी कहना पड़ेगा यह कहना चाहिए कि मैं अपने सूखे और गीले वेस्ट को अलग अलग रखूंगा और अथराइज्ड वेस्ट कलेक्टर को ही दूंगा, ताकि इवेंट के बाद इस प्रकार की कोई वहां पर गंदगी ना फैले। और हमने बहुत से ऐसे इवेंट किए हैं पंजाब में जहां पर वेस्ट जनरेशन बिल्कुल जीरो रहा। जैसे अभी हाल ही में 28 दिसंबर में हमने एक इवेंट किया था, जो लोकल जो पंजाब सरकार के मंत्री साहब ने, तो उसमें कोई भी किसी प्रकार का वेस्ट जनरेट ही नहीं किया गया। इसलिए जिम्मेदारी बनती है वेस्ट जनरेटर की कि वो कोई भी इवेंट करने से पहले लोकल बॉडी से 3 दिन पहले उस इवेंट को करने की जिम्मेदारी ले। स्ट्रीट वेंडर, अब हमारे यहाँ स्ट्रीट वेंडर भी अजीब प्रकार के होते हैं। स्ट्रीट वेंडिंग कर रहा है, सब्जी बेच रहा है, गोलगप्पे बेच रहा है, और कोई कुछ बेच रहा है, आइसक्रीम बेच रहा है, और वो अपनी वेस्ट को जैसे बेचता है जो आइटम वहीं पे उसको डिस्पोज ऑफ कर देता है। अब हर वेस्ट जनरेटर, हर वेंडर की, स्ट्रीट वेंडर की ड्यूटी है कि वो सूटेबल कंटेनर रखेगा। ही शुड कीप, और ही और शी शुड कीप द सूटेबल कंटेनर्स, और जो फूड वेस्ट, डिस्पोजेबल प्लेट्स, कप, कैंस, रैपर्स, कोकोनट शेल, लेफ्ट ओवर फूड, वेजिटेबल, फ्रूट एटसेट्रा, जो भी वो पैदा करता है वो उन कंटेनर्स में डालेगा। हमने आमतौर पर जो देखा जाता है, जो वेंडर है वो सिस्टम बनाया है, उसमें बहुत से वेंडर्स ने इसका फॉलो करना शुरू किया है, और ये उसकी ड्यूटी भी बनती है कि वो जितनी कमाई करता है तो वो वहीं पर ना फेंके। अब आता है कि एक रेजिडेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन या मार्केट एसोसिएशन की क्या ड्यूटी है। ये देखते हैं कि आमतौर पर जितने रेजिडेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन है, मार्केट एसोसिएशन है, उनको ये इंश्योर करना चाहिए कि वो वेस्ट को सेग्रीगेट करें और अलग अलग सेग्रीगेट करें, और सिर्फ अथराइज्ड वेस्ट पिकर को ही दे, और एज फार एज पॉसिबल दे शुड process the biodegradable waste within their premises, ताकि उसका डिसेंट्रलाइज मैनर में ऑन साइट कंपोस्ट, ऑन साइट प्रोसेसिंग हो सके और लोकल बॉडी को वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में मदद मिल सके। तो ये एक रेजिडेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन और मार्केट एसोसिएशन की जिम्मेदारी बनती है। नाउ गेटेड कम्युनिटीज या इंस्टीट्यूशंस, जितनी भी गेटेड कम्युनिटीज हैं, यानी हाई राइज बिल्डिंग्स या उनका अपना अलग से अस्तित्व है, वो सभी, और जिनका 5000 स्क्वायर मीटर से ज्यादा एरिया है, वो सभी अपने स्तर पर अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के माध्यम से उनकी गाइडेंस में सेग्रीगेशन करेंगे, सेग्रीगेटेड कलेक्शन करेंगे, और उसको रिसाइकलेबल मटेरियल को या तो अथराइज्ड को देंगे रिसाइकलर को, या उसको म्युनिसिपल बॉडी के थ्रू चैनलाइज करेंगे, और जो बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट है उनका, उसको वो ऑन साइट कंपोस्टिंग विद इन देयर प्रीमिसेस एज फार एज पॉसिबल दे विल हैव टू डू इट, दे विल हैव टू इन्वॉल्व इट। आपको मैं उदाहरण के तौर पर बताता हूँ, बहुत सी यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं हमारे देश में, पुलिस लाइन्स हैं, आर्मी कैंटोनमेंट्स हैं, और दूसरे पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के इस प्रकार के बहुत से मतलब गेटेड कम्युनिटीज वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन हैं। इन सब को यदि अगर ये सब, और रेलवे एक बहुत बड़ा वेस्ट जनरेटर है, पब्लिक अंडरटेकिंग है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसेज हैं, गवर्नमेंट कॉलोनीज हैं एम्प्लॉयज की, यदि अगर हम सब अपने वेस्ट को सेग्रीगेट करके ऑन साइट कंपोस्टिंग करने लगे, तो जैसे पिछली जो वेबिनार में, पिछले सीरीज में, पिछले पार्ट में डॉक्टर नरेश ने बताया था कि जो बड़े बड़े जो लैंड चंक्स हैं उनको हम वेस्ट के डंप साइट लगा करके, और उनको जो बर्बाद करते हैं जमीन को, उनको खराब करते हैं, उससे बचा जा सकता है, और वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट सस्ता और आसानी से और बिना किसी जमीन को खराब किए इसका मैनेजमेंट किया जा सकता है। अब आती है बारी जो नेक्स्ट वेस्ट जनरेटर है, होटल और रेस्टोरेंट। होटल और रेस्टोरेंट को की भी ये जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि वो अपना वेस्ट सेग्रीगेट करें, उसको सेग्रीगेटेड मैनर में रखे, सेग्रीगेटेड मैनर में आगे दे, और यदि अगर वो बल्क वेस्ट जनरेटर है तो एज फार एज पॉसिबल शुड bear the responsibility of processing the wet waste and channelization of the dry waste। तो ये इस प्रकार से वेस्ट जनरेटर की जो इम्पोर्टेंट जिम्मेदारी बनती है वो जिम्मेदारी है कि किस प्रकार से उसको वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में अपनी जिम्मेदारी उसको क्या करना है। यानी हर वेस्ट जनरेटर, चाहे वो सॉलिड वेस्ट जनरेटर है, चाहे वो C&D वेस्ट जनरेटर है, चाहे वो इंडिविजुअल है, चाहे वो इंस्टीट्यूशन है, चाहे वो वेंडर है, चाहे वो रिलीजियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, चाहे वो कोई इवेंट होल्डर है, चाहे वो कोई RW है, या कोई गेटेड सोसाइटी है, या इंडियन रेलवेज है, या जो भी है, वो अपने वेस्ट को अलग अलग स्ट्रीम में गलनशील यानी डिग्रेडेबल, अगलनशील यानी नॉन डिग्रेडेबल कंपोनेंट में अलग अलग स्टोर करे, एंड ऑल्सो द हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट। और इसी प्रकार से इंडिविजुअल हाउस होल्ड के अलावा जितने पार्क हैं, जितने ग्रीन बेल्ट्स हैं, या जितने और हमने इस प्रकार के जो सिस्टम्स बनाए हैं, उनकी भी ये ड्यूटी बनती है कि वो अपने वेस्ट को अलग अलग रखे और उसका उसी प्रकार से मैनेजमेंट करें। आपको ये बात मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि यदि अगर हम इस प्रकार से वेस्ट को सेग्रीगेट करेंगे और उसको सेग्रीगेटेड मैनर में कलेक्ट करेंगे और उसको प्रोसेस करेंगे, तो वेस्ट एक बहुत बड़ा रिसोर्स के तौर पर हमारे सामने आया है। क्योंकि जो गलनशील वेस्ट है उसका खाद बनने के बाद उसको हम कहीं भी खेती बाड़ी के लिए या हॉर्टिकल्चर के लिए या घर में फ्लोरिकल्चर के लिए हम उसका यूज कर सकते हैं। जो नॉन डिग्रेडेबल पार्ट है उसका, उसमें से लगभग 60% ऑफ द नॉन डिग्रेडेबल पार्ट, 60% वेस्ट रिसाइकलेबल है, रीयूजेबल है, उसका हम प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। और उसकी जो सेल वैल्यू है, तो न केवल वेस्ट कलेक्टर की इनकम होती है, परंतु इस चेन में जितने भी लोग, जैसे जंक डीलर है, जैसे रिसाइकलर है, जैसे मैन्युफैक्चरर है, उन सब के यहाँ इनकम जनरेट होती है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होती है और रिसोर्स का प्रॉपर यूज होता है। सो
जी सर,
वेस्ट नेट के ऊपर हमारी क्या ड्यूटीज रहेंगी। सो अब मैं डॉक्टर नरेश आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगा कि वेस्ट जनरेटर्स की ड्यूटीज के बाद, जैसे डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा है, आप एक बार उनको जो प्रेजेंटेशन हमने पीछे दिखाई थी आपने, perhaps it related to horticulture composting as well as composting at decentralized level, तो आप उसको शुरू करें और पार्टिसिपेंट्स के साथ शेयर करें।
मैं पहले ये 5 मिनट
आपका बहुत बहुत आभार है डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी। आप बहुत अच्छा कार्य कर रहे हैं और जिस तरीके से आपने 1000 बच्चों को NCC, NSS, उनके वॉलंटियर्स को, और 28 दिसंबर 2020 से जो आपका ये अभियान शुरू हुआ है बूढ़ा दरिया लुधियाना का, हम उसके लिए आपके नतमस्तक हैं और आपकी पूरी टीम के। तो डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज जी,
देखिए, जो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का जो फंडामेंटल वही है कि वेस्ट को यदि हम सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन कर दें तो वेस्ट को मैनेज किया जा सकता है, रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट किया जा सकता है। और यदि वेस्ट को मिक्स कर देते हैं तो रिसोर्स एक वेस्ट बन जाता है। तो आप देखिए, ये जो फोटो है इसमें सब कुछ जो बायोडिग्रेडेबल था, जो इसकी खाद बन सकती थी, जिसको पशु खा सकते थे वो, और जो बिक सकता था जैसे प्लास्टिक था, पेपर था, सब का सब मिक्स कर दिया है। अब इसको सेग्रीगेट नहीं किया जा सकता, ये एक वेस्ट बन गया है। इसी तरह से ये फोटो देखिए, इसमें भी मिक्स करके हमने इसको टोटल वेस्ट बना दिया है। ये देखिए, एक बोतल है, कोई भी प्लास्टिक है, यदि हमने उसको मिक्स कर दिया है वेट वेस्ट के साथ, देखिए इसी में दाल डाली हुई है, इसी में बची हुई सब्जी डाली हुई है, इसी के अंदर प्लास्टिक डाला है, तो ये सारा का सारा अब वेस्ट बन गया है, इसको हम सेग्रीगेट नहीं कर सकते। ये देखिए, तो वेस्ट यदि हम उसको मिक्स करेंगे तो वो एक वेस्ट बन जाता है। और यदि हम वेस्ट को अलग अलग रखें, सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन सिंपल हमने करना नहीं है, रखना है। घर में 2 डब्बे लगे हुए हैं, गीला कचरा जो है उसको अलग डब्बे में डाल दे, क्योंकि डालना तो है ही हमें, तो अलग डब्बे में डालते रहे। जो सूखा वेस्ट है उसको हम अलग डब्बे में डालते रहे। और उससे भी बेटर करना है तो उसमें बिकने वाला अलग बोरा लगा सकते हैं, जो नहीं बिकने वाला जैसे प्लास्टिक रैपर्स हैं, जो पैकेजिंग आती है उसको हम अलग बोरे में डाल सकते हैं। तो ये जस्ट एक सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन करके हम वेस्ट को रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं। इस चीज पे हम बार बार फोकस इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि कोई भी साइंस, कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी इस दुनिया में नहीं है जो मिक्स वेस्ट को प्रोसेस कर सके, उसको मैनेज कर सके। और सेकंड वन, यदि सेग्रीगेट रखने से हमारा काम बन जाता है तो फिर हम टेक्नोलॉजी और आई जो कॉस्ट की जो बात है वो करने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो इसलिए सोर्स एग्रीगेशन पे फोकस है और इसके बगैर कोई भी ये मैनेज नहीं किया जा सकता है। ये देखिए, ये मैं आगे फोटो दिखा रहा हूं कि किस तरीके से ये अलग अलग रखा हुआ है। ये बहुत सिंपल है, आसान है, प्रैक्टिकल है और इसको कर लेंगे तो उसके बाद हमें कोई टेक्नोलॉजी की रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं रहेगी। देखिए किस तरह सुंदर लगता है वेस्ट। और मैं आपको प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस बताता हूँ। हम घर में जो डस्टबिन रखे हैं किचन के अंदर, किचन अंदर ही है, जो वेट वेस्ट है हम एक हफ्ते में बाहर जो कंपोस्ट यूनिट बनाई है उसमें डालते, एक हफ्ते तक भी उसमें बदबू नहीं आती है। बात क्या है कि हम उसको अलग रखते हैं, गीला कचरा अलग रखते हैं, सूखा कचरा अलग रखते हैं, तो एक हफ्ते तक भी बदबू नहीं आती है। ये इसका अलग रखने का ये भी फायदा है। ये देखिए, इसको वेस्ट कैसे कह सकते हैं हम। फलों के छिलक है, सब्जियों के छिलक कितने साफ सुथरे, ये अपने फील्ड से आई हुई फोटो है, कोई इंटरनेट की फोटो नहीं है। देखिए किस तरीके से अच्छे से इसको मैनेज कर सकते हैं। तो ये जो वेस्ट है, वेस्ट बना दिया जाता है बाय मिक्सिंग। यह देखो, जब हम बात करते हैं डस्टबिन, डस्टबिन की जरूरत नहीं है वेस्ट को अलग रखने के लिए, हमारी सोच की जरूरत है। हमें नीला हरा डस्टबिन की जरूरत नहीं है। सिंपल जो वेट वेस्ट है उसको हम अलग रखें, सूखे वेस्ट को अलग रखें। तसला होता है, घर में बाल्टी होता है, गत्ते का डिब्बा होता है, कंटेनर होता है, कोई भी आइटम्स के अंदर हम उसको डाल के अलग रख सकते हैं। ये देखिए, घर में बोरा लगाया हुआ है, बिकने वाला अलग डाला हुआ है, दूसरा अलग डाला हुआ है, गिल्ला कचरा एक डब्बे में डाला हुआ है। ये सिंपल है, इसके लिए डस्टबिन नहीं, हमारी सोच चाहिए। ये देखिए कितना अच्छे से किया हुआ है। और ये देखिए बोरे के अंदर डाला हुआ है। और उसके बाद सेग्रीगेटेड कलेक्शन सिंपल है, गीला कचरा अलग उठाया जा रहा है, सूखा कचरा अलग उठाया जा रहा है, सैनिटरी वेस्ट अलग कंटेनर में डाल के उसको ले जाते हैं, तो वो रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है। ये देखिए इस तरीके से आता है जब सोर्स सेग्रीगेटेड वेस्ट होता है। कितना ये वेस्ट है ही नहीं, मिक्स करने से वेस्ट बना था। इसके बाद ये वेस्ट जो आता है इसको हम पशु को खिला सकते हैं, पशु को भूख मिटेगी। और एटलीस्ट हम पूरा फल नहीं खिला सकते, उसके छिलक तो पशु का राइट बनता है। और दूसरा, इसके अंदर जो न्यूट्रिएंट्स होते हैं उसको हम रिसाइकिल करना है, तो रिसाइकिल का ये बेस्ट मेथड है कि पशु को खिलाएं, उसके गोबर से दोबारा खाद बन के रिसाइकलिंग हो जाती है। या फिर हम जो वेट वेस्ट है उसकी कंपोस्ट बनाएं। जो फूड है, जो फल है, उसके जो छिलक होते हैं उसमें इतने ज्यादा न्यूट्रिएंट्स होते हैं, जो वो सभी न्यूट्रिएंट्स है जो प्लांट को चाहिए, जो किसी एनिमल कैटल को चाहिए, तो उसको कचरा नहीं बनने देना चाहिए। हमें उसको कंपोस्ट में कन्वर्ट करके दोबारा से रिसाइकलिंग चेन में पौधों के द्वारा, वेजिटेबल्स में, फ्रूट्स में, खेती बाड़ी में इस्तेमाल करके दोबारा रिसाइकलिंग में ला सकते हैं। इसको न्यूट्रिएंट रिसाइकलिंग भी बोलेंगे हम। ये देखिए कितने अच्छे से खाद बना सकते हैं। देखिए खाद बनी हुई है। और इसके बाद जो ड्राई वेस्ट है, गीला कचरा हमने पशु को खिलाया, खाद बनाई या बायोगैस बनाई। इसके बाद जो बच गया ड्राई वेस्ट को हम रिसाइकलिंग करें या फिर सीमेंट फैक्ट्री में एज ए फ्यूल यूज होता है। देखिए ये मेरे घर का फोटो है। जो ड्राई वेस्ट होता है, जैसे अखबार है या कोई और बोतल है, इवन जो पेन है, कोई भी जो आइटम है जो रिसाइकल हो सकता है, वो हम अलग बोरे में डाल के रखते हैं। महीने में 2 महीने में जब वो बोरे भरते हैं, हम इकट्ठा जंक डीलर को दे देते हैं। तो इससे एक तो मेरे को इनकम हुई है, सेकेंडली मेरी इनकम से इंपॉर्टेंट ये है कि वो रिसाइकलिंग में चला गया है। और इससे ही जो रिसाइकलिंग की जो चेन होती है वो पूरी होती है। ये देखिए कितना साफ सुथरा है। ये वेस्ट साफ सुथरा इसलिए कि सोर्स सेग्रीगेटेड था, लोगों ने अलग रखा था, उसके बाद हमने अलग उठाया, आगे जाके उसको फर्दर अलग अलग कर दिया। तो इसलिए जो वेस्ट बनना था उसको हमने रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट किया जस्ट बाय सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन। ये देखिए जो नॉन रिसाइकलेबल वेस्ट होता है, जैसे मल्टीलेयर प्लास्टिक्स है, जो पैकेजिंग आती है, जैसे फ्रूटी का जो पैक होता है या फिर चॉकलेट का जो रैपर है, कुरकुरे का जो रैपर है, वो मल्टीलेयर प्लास्टिक्स होते हैं। तो उसको इस तरीके से बेलिंग करके रिसाइकलिंग चेन में ले जाया जाता है। ये देखिए किस तरह अच्छे से बेलिंग की हुई है। अब ये जो मटेरियल है ये साफ सुथरा है। अब ये सीमेंट फैक्ट्री में को प्रोसेसिंग में यूज हो सकता है, वहां पे एज ए फ्यूल यूज होगा और इसकी को प्रोसेसिंग हो जाएगी। तो इसका मैनेजमेंट पॉसिबल है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ सोर्स एग्रीगेशन से पॉसिबल हुआ है। अदरवाइज ये डंप पे जाता, डंप के बाद क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स है सबको पता है। ये देखिए कितने अच्छे से किया हुआ है। ये सब पंजाब की यूएलबी के फोटोज हैं। और तो ये मैंने आपसे डिस्कस किया कि जस्ट सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन करके हम वेस्ट को रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं। डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा था कि कुछ स्लाइड्स जो लास्ट टाइम हमने किया था वो मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा। सर जो स्लाइड लास्ट टाइम पे की थी,
जो आपने डीकम्पोजिशन का दिखाया था, लोग उसके बारे में कह रहे हैं।
मैं अभी एक बार स्लाइड
हाँ।
दिखा देता हूँ सर।
हाँ
जी सर, तो जो कंपोस्ट बनाने का जो तरीका अडॉप्ट किया पंजाब में हमने हनीकॉम्ब कंपोस्ट पिट्स बनाए। हनीकॉम्ब मीन जो मधुमक्खी का छत्ते की तरह
नहीं
से।
चलेगी, नहीं चली अभी स्लाइड, नहीं चली जी।
सर अभी आ जाएगी सर।
अच्छा जी,
आ गई सर। सर
नहीं
स्लाइड
जी,
दिखाई दे रही है?
नहीं जी,
नहीं आई है।
लोगों ने आपके उस प्रयास की
स्लाइड आ गई सर?
आ गई जी, आ गई
जी। तो जो वेट वेस्ट है, बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट है, उसकी हमने एरोबिक कंपोस्टिंग करनी है। एरोबिक कंपोस्टिंग मीन की ऑक्सीजन की प्रेजेंस में, यदि ऑक्सीजन की प्रेजेंस में कोई मटेरियल गलता है, खाद बनती है, तो उसमें हाइड्रोजन सल्फाइड और मीथेन गैस नहीं निकलती, और हाइड्रोजन सल्फाइड गैस नहीं निकलती तो उसमें बदबू भी नहीं आती, और मीथेन भी नहीं निकलती इसमें। यदि प्रोसेस एनारोबिक है, एनारोबिक में हाइड्रोजन सल्फाइड निकले जिसे बदबू आती है, और मीथेन निकलेगी। मीथेन का जो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग पोटेंशियल है वो 25 गुना ज्यादा होता है एज कंपेयर टू कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड। दैट्स वाई हमने इसको एरोबिक रखना है। एरोबिक कंडीशंस मेंटेन करने के लिए, ताकि जो कचरा है उसमें मैक्सिमम ऑक्सीजन जाए, जो उसमें बैक्टीरिया काम करता है, जो उसको डिग्रेड करता है, उसको मैक्सिमम ऑक्सीजन मिले, तो इसके लिए हमने हनीकॉम्ब बनाई। जालियां देखिए आप, चारों तरफ जालियां लगी हुई है। और इसकी जो लंबाई है 3 मीटर है, चौड़ाई 2 मीटर है, ऊंचाई 1 मीटर है। ये सिंपल पिट है, जैसे पेड़ का गमला बनाते हैं वो राउंड शेप में होता है, ये रेक्टेंगुलर शेप में है। तो सिंपल ये हमने बनाया, इसको ऊपर से कवर किया हुआ है। जो किचन वेस्ट होता है उसमें मॉइस्चर ज्यादा होता है, और उसमें नाइट्रोजन भी ज्यादा होती है, तो इसलिए इसको मॉइस्चर ज्यादा होने की वजह से इसको ढक के रखना होता है। एक्स्ट्रा पानी डालने की जरूरत इसमें नहीं है। जो हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट होता है उसमें कार्बन ज्यादा होती है, मॉइस्चर कम होता है, तो इसलिए उनको ओपन रखा जाता है। ओपन मीन की बारिश का पानी उसमें गिरता रहे और उसमें पानी की बीच बीचों में छिड़काव करने की जरूरत होती है। बट किचन वेस्ट में पानी के छिड़काव की जरूरत नहीं होती है, और ये एरोबिक हनीकॉम्ब कंपोस्ट पिट्स आसानी से बन जाते हैं। एक पिट की कॉस्ट मैक्सिमम 7 से 10 हजार रुपए कॉस्ट आती है, ये कोई बड़ी कॉस्ट नहीं है। और एक पिट के अंदर यदि एक ही बार में वेट वेस्ट डालते हैं तो करीब 5 से 5 हजार के करीब वेस्ट आएगा। और यदि हम टर्म्स में डालते हैं, जैसे आज हमने 100 किलो डाला है, अगले दिन डाला है, तो इसमें करीब 6000 किलो वेस्ट एक पिट की कैपेसिटी है, और वो 45 से 60 दिन में कंपोस्ट बन के तैयार हो जाता है। कंडीशन ये है कि उसमें थोड़ा टर्निंग करना होता है, और उसके अंदर टर्निंग करने के साथ साथ उसमें यदि हम कुछ पत्ते मिला दें, घास फूस पत्ते जो होते हैं, या पुरानी जो खाद बनी हुई, वो बीच में थोड़ा सा उसमें छिड़काव करते रहें, और एक जीव अमृत होता है उसका यदि हम सोल्यूशन बना के उसमें ऐड करते रहें, तो वो खाद बहुत ही अच्छी क्वालिटी की बनती है। मैं फिर इसके ऊपर फोकस करना चाहूंगा कि जो गोबर से जो खाद बनती है, गोबर सिर्फ पशु जो खाता है, जो रफेज खाता है, जो घास फूस खाता है, उससे गोबर जनरेट होता है। लेकिन और उसकी जो खाद बनेगी उसमें कुछ न्यूट्रिएंट्स की डेफिशिएंसी रह सकती है, बट जो किचन वेस्ट है, किचन वेस्ट में वो सभी न्यूट्रिएंट्स है जो हम खाते हैं, तो इसलिए इसमें न्यूट्रिएंट्स प्रचुर मात्रा में होते हैं, और इससे जो खाद बनती है बहुत ही अच्छी क्वालिटी की होती है। मैं घर में इस्तेमाल करता हूँ और इसके रिजल्ट्स मैं खुद ऑब्जर्व करता हूँ। तो ये
टाइम लिमिट का ध्यान रखें, 9 मिनट है आपके पास।
5 मिनट है सर। तो माइक्रो कंपोस्ट यूनिट्स के द्वारा हम वेट वेस्ट को सिंपली कर सकते हैं। पंजाब में 7222 कंपोस्ट पिट्स बने हुए हैं, सभी 167 यूएलबीज में, सिटीज में। तो कहीं पे 100 बने हैं, कहीं पे 10 बने हैं, कहीं पे 50 बने हैं। तो इस तरीके से जो वेस्ट डंप पे जा रहा था, आज हमने उसको कंपोस्ट में कन्वर्ट करना शुरू कर दिया। तो इस तरीके जो 50 से 60% जो बायोडिग्रेडेबल कंपोनेंट है, जो गीला कचरा, उसको हम रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं इन फॉर्म ऑफ कंपोस्ट, अदरवाइज वो डंप पे जाता। और ये तभी संभव होगा।
डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी एंड डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज जी, डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी के कहने के बाद 3 व्हाट्सएप आ गए कि नहीं नहीं इसे मत रोकिए, ये चलने दीजिए। तो आप 10 मिनट और लीजिए, 1:25 तक चलेंगे हम।
तो ये
Dr. Naresh, kindly also explain after this the horticulture composting.
जी सर। तो सिंपली बाय सोर्स एग्रीगेशन ये हमने अचीव किया है, और वेस्ट बनने से उसको रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट किया है। सिंपल तरीका था ये, इसमें कोई हाई फाई टेक्नोलॉजी है, सिंपल है। पंजाब में आप देख के कहीं देख सकते हैं, कोई भी आके देख सकता है। अब ये देखिए नीचे से एरिएशन का सिस्टम भी हमने बनाया, नीचे से बॉटम में पाइप्स लगे हुए, परफोरेटेड पाइप है थ्रू ये पूरे पिट्स के अंदर, ताकि नीचे से भी आवाज आती रहे। और सपोज बाय चांस ड्यू टू एनी रीजन कोई लीचेट बनता तो लीचेट बाहर आ जाए, उसको हम कलेक्ट कर ले। लीचेट में बहुत ज्यादा न्यूट्रिएंट्स होते हैं, उसको दोबारा से उस खाद के ऊपर छिड़क देते हैं। तो ये एक बहुत ही साइंटिफिक तरीका है इस तरीके से कंपोस्ट पिट्स बनाने का, ऊपर से कवर करके रखते हैं ताकि इसमें कोई जानवर कोई पशु ना जाए, उसमें बारिश का पानी ना गिरे। और दूसरा, यदि हम इस तरीके से जो गार्बेज के लिए अलग तरह के ड्रम्स टेक्नोलॉजी डिफरेंट कंपनीज भी इंट्रोड्यूस किए हुए हैं, तो वो भी हम लोग कर सकते हैं। जैसे हाउसिंग सोसाइटीज है, कोई और है, वो भी कर सकते हैं। ये बायोगैस का दूसरा प्लांट दिख रहा है, छोटा स्मॉल पोर्टेबल प्लांट है, ये भी हम घरों में लगा सकते हैं। ये भी टेक्नोलॉजीज के लिए है। अब होम कंपोस्टिंग का हम पहले भी डिस्कस किया था, एक दिन पूरा टॉपिक हम इस पे अलग से डिस्कस करेंगे कि होम कंपोस्टिंग किस तरीके से आसानी से की जा सकती है, सिंपल तरीके से, कोई पैसा लगाने की जरूरत नहीं, कोई इसमें साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं, सिंपल तरीके से। इस पे हम एक दिन अलग से टॉपिक पे पूरा डिस्कस करेंगे कि होम कंपोस्टिंग कैसे करते हैं। दूसरा डिस्कस हुआ था कि अभी जो हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट है, हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट को हम कैसे कंपोस्ट करते हैं। देखिए हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट भी वेस्ट नहीं है, जो नेचर से हमें कोई भी चीज मिलती है नेचर से, वो वेस्ट है ही नहीं। जो ह्यूमन मेड थिंग्स है, जो हमने बाद में रिएक्शन करके नए नए केमिकल्स बनाए, नए नए जैसे प्लास्टिक बनाया, सिंगल यूज आइटम्स बनाए, ये चीजें नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल है। अदरवाइज नेचर से जो भी चीज आती है ऑल आर बायोडिग्रेडेबल और वो नेचुरली डिकम्पोज हो जाती है। तो पत्ते हैं, घास फूस पत्ते हैं, ये भी नेचर की देन है और ये कभी भी वेस्ट नहीं है। वेस्ट इनको हम ना देते इकट्ठा करके आग लगा के, या फिर इनको मिक्स करके डंप पे डालकर। ये देखिए ये लीव्स हैं, कितने अच्छे हैं, अपने आप डिग्रेड हो जाते हैं। देखिए पेड़ को खोद के उसके नीचे सारी मिट्टी के पत्ते सब निकाल दिए, अदरवाइज जो पत्ते वहीं गल जाते हैं, उनसे खाद बन जाती है। क्यारी देखिए पेड़ों के नीचे से एक एक पत्ता चुप कर निकाल दिया है, अदरवाइज जो पत्ते अपने आप गल के खाद बन जाती है। इसमें अर्थवर्म पैदा होते हैं, केंचुआ जो होता है वो इसको खाता है, इसे कंपोस्ट बनाता है और उसको फर्टिलिटी इंक्रीज करता है सॉइल की। दूसरा, हम वेस्ट को ट्रॉलियों में भर भर के वेस्ट बना रहे हैं, देखिए आग लगा रहे हैं। ये मेरे घर का फोटो है। हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट इस तरीके से हम ढेर लगा के रखते हैं, वो नेचुरली 2 महीने 3 महीने में अपने आप गल जाता है। उसको उठा के उसके नीचे जो खाद निकलती है वो निकाल लेते हैं, बचा हुआ पार्ट फिर आगे फिर पाइल अप कर देते हैं, वो नेचुरली कंपोस्ट बन जाती है। ये देखिए पेड़, पहला ऑप्शन है हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट को कंपोस्ट बनाने का, जो पेड़ है उसके नीचे खुदाई करके उन पत्तों को वहीं पे मिक्स कर दीजिए। इस तरह से हम किचन वेस्ट को भी मिक्स कर सकते हैं, वो नेचुरली कंपोस्ट में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है। ये देखिए हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट का कि इस तरीके से जाली लगा के भी हम पाइल अप कर दें, वो अपने आप डिग्रेड हो जाता है। ये आगे ऑप्शन है, इस तरीके से बना सकते हैं, किसी भी कॉर्नर में दीवार के साथ में कहीं पर भी इस तरह की जाली लगा के हम हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट को, क्योंकि अभी होता क्या है कि पार्क में कंपोस्ट बाहर से लाते हैं और पार्क के अंदर जो कंपोस्टेबल मटेरियल था उसको ट्रांसपोर्ट कर देते डंप साइट पे, उससे पोल्यूशन भी होता है, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट भी आती है, लेबर कॉस्ट भी आती है। अच्छा ये था कि हम अपने हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट को वहीं पे किसी एक कॉर्नर में डाल के ढेर लगा दो, अपने आप वो कंपोस्ट बन जाता है। कहीं पे जरूरत है गड्ढा भी खोद सकते हैं, इस तरह से जाली भी लगा सकते हैं। ये इस तरीके से हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट को कंपोस्ट बनाने के तरीके हैं। ये डिफरेंट मेथड्स हैं। ये कच्ची खाई खोदी हुई है, इनके अंदर डालते रहेंगे, ऑटोमेटिकली कंपोस्ट में कन्वर्ट वो हो जाता है। देखिए सब ये कितना अच्छा है। ये थोड़ा टेक्निकल है कि जो पहले हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट होता है बड़े साइज का, उसको ग्राइंड, उसको श्रेडिंग कर देते हैं, उसको छोटे छोटे टुकड़ों में काट देते हैं मशीन से, उसके बाद इस तरीके विंडो बना देते हैं और वो नेचुरली कंपोस्ट में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है। ये पटियाला में किया जा रहा है। दूसरा, ये स्कूलों के अंदर, इंस्टीट्यूशंस के अंदर सिंपल इस तरह से भी पिट्स बना सकते हैं कि सिंपल 2 पिट बनाए हुए हैं, साइज वही रख सकते हैं, कम ज्यादा कर सकते हैं, कोई इसमें इश्यू नहीं है। वो इसमें डालते रहें और वो कंपोस्ट में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है। और ये देखिए ये भी पार्कों के अंदर बने हुए हैं। तो कहने का भाव ये कि जो वेस्ट था, जस्ट बाय सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन करके हम वेस्ट नए पैदा करके हम उसको रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं। वेट वेस्ट को पशु को खिला के, कंपोस्ट बना के, और जो रिसाइकलेबल है, जो नॉन रिसाइकलेबल है, उसको रिसाइकलिंग चेन में भेजकर, और जो बचा हुआ उसको सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री में एज ए RDF, एज ए SF और उस तरीके से एज ए फ्यूल उसको हम इस्तेमाल करवा सकते हैं। तो सिंपल यही था कि बाय सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन वी कैन टर्न द वेस्ट इनटू रिसोर्स। थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब।
बहुत बहुत
मैं कुछ समय लूंगा। 2 मिनट का समय लूंगा।
बिल्कुल लीजिए, आपके पास समय है सर, आप बिल्कुल लीजिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। चलिए आइए।
मैं आपके माध्यम से सभी श्रोताओं को, सभी ऑडियंसेस को, सभी साथियों को जो इसको सुनने में टाइम दे रहे हैं, उनको बताना चाहूंगा कि हमने पंजाब के अर्बन एरियाज के लगभग स्कूल्स को टच किया है, जहां पर जो हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट है, जो ट्री लिटर है,
यार मैं क्लास ले रहा हूँ, सॉरी,
उसकी कंपोस्टिंग के लिए व्यवस्थाएं करवाई हैं। और ज्यादातर स्कूलों में, इस कॉलेजेस में और इवन कुछ बड़े संस्थानों में भी ये प्रयास किया जा रहा है कि वो अपना जो किचन वेस्ट को भी इस हॉर्टिकल्चर वेस्ट के साथ मिक्स करके वहीं पर उसकी कंपोस्टिंग करें। इससे 2 बातें होंगी। एक तो हम जो वेस्ट को ट्रांसपोर्ट करके जो हम एनवायरनमेंट पोल्यूशन करते हैं बाय वे ऑफ बर्निंग फ्यूल्स, बाय वे ऑफ यूज ऑफ व्हीकल्स, वो बचेगा। दूसरा, बच्चों को एक एजुकेशन आएगी। जो हमारा फ्यूचर है उसको जो हम बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, जो संस्कार डाल रहे हैं, यानी आज तक जो पत्तों को इकट्ठा करके या ग्रीन वेस्ट को इकट्ठा करके आग लगाई जाती थी, उसको जब रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट होते हुए बच्चे देखेंगे तो ये और स्टूडेंट्स देखेंगे तो उनमें एक फीलिंग पैदा होगी। जैसे मैंने अभी बहुत क्लोजली, हालांकि मैंने बहुत जगह देखा है, लुधियाना में देखा है कि बच्चों ने, जो स्टूडेंट्स ने, वॉलंटियर्स ने अपने एक्सपीरियंस नरेट किए कि हमारा एक बहुत ही अलग प्रकार का अनुभव था। ये हम इस प्रकार का कैंप हमने पहली बार देखा। और हम जब घरों में जाते थे तो लोग किस प्रकार से दरवाजे की उसमें से देखते थे, हमें दरवाजा पूरा नहीं खोलते थे। यानी हम वेस्ट को तो कहीं भी ओपनली फेंक सकते हैं, पर किसी से बात करने के लिए दरवाजा नहीं खोल सकते। दूसरा, इसके अतिरिक्त हमने बहुत से शहरों में, पार्टिकुलरली मैं फिरोजपुर का नाम लूंगा, जहां पर उनका जो इंस्पेक्टर है वो वेरी एक्टिव, और उसने जहां पर कंपोस्टिंग की है, जहां पर मटेरियल रिकवरी फैसिलिटी बनाई है, वहां पर उन्होंने अपने शहर के और आसपास के 10वीं क्लास के 12वीं क्लास के बच्चों को लाकर उनको ट्रेनिंग दी है कि देखिए हम किस प्रकार से जो वेस्ट आप सेग्रीगेट करते हैं घर में, उसको हम यहाँ लाकर किस प्रकार से उसको रिसोर्स में तब्दील करते हैं। और बच्चों में डेफिनेटली एक फीलिंग आती है इससे। ये मैं कहता हूं कि इट इज पार्ट ऑफ आवर एजुकेशन। जब मैं स्कूल गोइंग था सर, तो गवर्नमेंट ने जो 1952 में गांव में कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम चलाया था, उसके तहत गांव में कंपोस्ट पिट बनाने का यानी वो प्रोग्राम शुरू किया था। वो कंपोस्ट पिट तो खत्म हो गई और गांव में वेस्ट का स्वरूप बदल गया। उस बदलते हुए स्वरूप के साथ हमने ये भी, जो भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास स्वच्छता मंत्रालय ने इस पर जो एक किताब लिखी थी, उसको लेकर हमने इन ये जो नई तकनीक है उसका हमने इंट्रोड्यूस किया। और ये सभी स्कूलों में, सभी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में, और इवन हमने कई जैसे ऑफिसर्स ने आर्मी कैंटोनमेंट्स में जब संपर्क किया और उनसे कहा कि यू आर ए डिसिप्लिन फोर्स एंड यू शुड कम फॉरवर्ड टू मैनेज देयर वेस्ट। तो मैंने इस प्रकार का देखा फाजिल्का में, जैसे पठानकोट में, जो अपना जालंधर में जो कैंटोनमेंट अथॉरिटीज हैं, they took up it in a very और वो अपने कचरे का वहीं ऑन साइट मैनेजमेंट करने लगे। तो ये डॉक्टर साहब कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट। वेस्ट को वेस्ट कहकर हम इसे बदनाम करते हैं, क्योंकि हम वेस्ट को ऐसा समझ के कि इसको तो हमने बाहर फेंकना ही है। यदि अगर हम चाहें तो वेस्ट को रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट किया जा सकता है, और ये ऑलरेडी रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट होता जा रहा है। इसमें बहुत लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिली है, बहुत लोगों से इसको इनकम है, बहुत लोगों का इससे परिवार चल रहा है। इसके साथ ही साथ में जो स्वच्छ भारत मिशन चला है, उसमें 2-3 चीजें, हम इस बात के बड़े आभारी हैं केंद्र सरकार के कि उन्होंने इस प्रकार का कार्यक्रम पहली बार जो 2014 में चलाया। सिर्फ कार्यक्रम ही नहीं चलाया, इसके साथ साथ उन्होंने कुछ रूल्स भी बनवाए और रूल्स में परिवर्तन किया और प्रैक्टिकल परिवर्तन किया, इसमें सेग्रीगेशन जैसे विषयों पर चर्चा पर फोकस किया गया। वेस्ट जनरेटर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज के बारे में बात की गई, और साथ साथ में डिफरेंट ऑप्शंस एक्सप्लोर किए गए। और आज पूरे भारतवर्ष के बड़े बड़े शहरों में, छोटे छोटे कस्बों में और रूरल एरियाज में इस प्रकार की सक्सेस स्टोरीज काफी सामने आने लगी हैं। हमारा भी तजर्बा काफी इसमें रहा और हमने अपनी स्टेट को यानी पंजाब स्टेट में इस प्रकार से लोगों को शामिल करके, समुदाय को शामिल करके, सेग्रीगेशन ऑफ वेस्ट पर, सोर्स पर फोकस करके और इसको रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट करने के लिए, और साथ साथ में ट्रेनिंग भी, क्योंकि इससे न केवल स्कूली बच्चों को, कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स को ही ट्रेनिंग मिली, बल्कि जो हमारा स्टाफ जो पुरानी मेंटेलिटी का था कि लिफ्टिंग, शिफ्टिंग, यूज एंड थ्रो, अब वहां भी बदलाव आने लगा है। और आपको एक बात और बताना चाहूंगा कि हम इस कोशिश में हैं कि जो अभी भारत सरकार ने सफाई मित्रा सुरक्षा चैलेंज एक कंपटीशन शुरू किया है, जिसमें हमारे शहर के, हमारे स्टेट के 13 शहर भाग ले रहे हैं और कुल 244 शहर है पूरे देश के जो इसमें भाग ले रहे हैं। उसमें हम सबको ये प्री कंडीशन है कि we will impose and we will ban the use of single use plastic items like plastic thermocol cups, plates and item bowls, etc. Will promote eco-friendly items like pattals, donas, मिट्टी के बर्तन, स्टील के बर्तन and like that. So मैं समझता हूँ कि जो भी हम वेस्ट पैदा करते हैं उसको हमें रिसोर्स समझ के उसका मैनेजमेंट करना चाहिए और हमें इस पर फोकस करना चाहिए कि ये हमारे जिस प्रकार से एनवायरमेंटल एजुकेशन है, क्योंकि वेस्ट का मैनेजमेंट का बहुत ज्यादा संबंध एनवायरमेंट पोल्यूशन और एनवायरमेंट बनाने से है, तो ये दोनों चीजें सब जहाँ जुड़ेंगी तो एक बहुत अच्छा कॉम्बिनेशन होगा। और इसी उम्मीद के साथ कि हम सब जो इसमें भाग ले रहे हैं वो अपने स्तर पर सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक और प्लास्टिक कैरी बैग को बंद करेंगे और वेस्ट को सेग्रीगेट करेंगे सोर्स पर और इसको रिसोर्स में कन्वर्ट करेंगे। मैं आपको हैंडओवर करता हूं और आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। मैं और डॉक्टर नरेश आपके बहुत आभारी हैं कि आपने इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल करके हमें अपने जो प्रैक्टिसेस हैं, जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस है, उनको शेयर करने का सभी प्रतिभागियों के साथ मौका दिया। और आगे भी जब तक आपका हमारे को शामिल करने का इसमें जो गुंजाइश रहेगी उसमें हम हमेशा शामिल होते रहेंगे। सो धन्यवाद डॉक्टर साहब, बहुत बहुत थैंक यू वेरी मच।
आपका बहुत बहुत आभार है डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी, डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज जी। यह हमारे दो योद्धा हैं जिन्होंने बहुत ही सराहनीय कार्य कर रहे हैं और इनका मैं दोबारा से जो लोग बाद में जुड़े उन्हें भी बताना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि अभी उत्तर प्रदेश से 3 सेक्रेटरीज जुड़े हैं और अभी अभी लेह लद्दाख से कुछ लोग जुड़े हैं, कुछ लोग अभी झारखंड से जुड़े हैं, कुछ लोग हमारे बिहार से जुड़े हैं, मध्य प्रदेश से जुड़े हैं। मैं सबको ये बताना चाहूंगा कि डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी और डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज जी बहुत ही सराहनीय काम कर रहे हैं वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट का इन द स्टेट ऑफ पंजाब। और इन्होंने 28 दिसंबर 2020 से एक नया बीड़ा उठाया है, एक नया कार्यक्रम लिया है। लुधियाना में जो एक बूढ़ा दरिया है उसको क्लीन कर रहे हैं और 1000 के करीब इन्होंने एनसीसी और एनएसएस के बच्चों को, वॉलंटियर को साथ लिया है। स्कूल जाकर, कॉलेज जाकर, हर संस्था में जाकर, हर जगह पहुंचकर ये पूरा प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और हम आपसे आपका आभार प्रकट करते हुए आपसे निवेदन भी करेंगे कि अगले रविवार को, क्योंकि जो पीपीटी आप दिखाते हैं उससे लोगों को ज्यादा समझ आता है, क्योंकि लोग जब विजुअल देखते हैं, लोग उसकी जब फोटो देख लेते हैं तो एक तो प्रभावित होते हैं और दूसरा उनको समझ आने में बहुत आसानी रहती है। तो मेरा आपसे बहुत ही विनम्र निवेदन रहेगा कि हर सप्ताह आपकी एक पीपीटी रहे और उस पीपीटी में चाहे 5 स्लाइड ही आए, 6 ही आए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन वो स्लाइड के माध्यम से ये फायदा होता है कि लोगों को समझ आ जाती है पूरी बात हम क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं।
जी सर।
जिन लोगों ने पहले मिस कर दिया था हॉर्टिकल्चर का और बाकी कार्यक्रम, जब उन्होंने आज दोबारा देखी, उनको पिच समझ आई, पेड़ों का समझ आया, पत्तों का गिरना समझ आया, उनको कैसे लेके चलना वो सब समझ आया। और मेरा ख्याल है कि आज जब विश्व शिक्षा दिवस है, इंटरनेशनल एजुकेशन डे है, जो यूनाइटेड नेशन की तरफ से, और ये कार्यक्रम आज भारत के जो सबसे ज्यादा यूनेस्को की जिम्मेवारी होती है शिक्षा की, उसके डायरेक्टर से ये कार्यक्रम सुबह 9:15 बजे शुरू हुआ। उसके बाद हम अमेरिका पहुंचे। अमेरिका के बाद फिर हमने बच्चों का कार्यक्रम जो आपने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले देखा, अब आपका है। और आपसे 3 मिनट के बाद भारत सरकार से, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से, उनके जो सीईओ है मैडम मोनिका बहल, वो आ रही हैं, जो वेलनेस काउंसिल की सीईओ है। और वेलनेस जो है वो मानसिक वेलनेस भी है, शारीरिक वेलनेस भी है, एनवायरमेंटल वेलनेस भी है, स्पिरिचुअल वेलनेस भी है। तो उसको लेकर आगे प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना में आगे क्या कार्यक्रम बन रहे हैं उसके बारे में बातचीत करेंगी। मैं आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत
डॉक्टर साहब 1 मिनट लूंगा। डॉक्टर साहब 1 मिनट प्लीज।
हाँ जी
डॉक्टर साहब, हमने जो कॉलेजेस को इन्वॉल्व किया है उसमें हमने एक नई स्ट्रेटजी से किया है कि पहले हम रूटीन में इनवाइट करते थे मीटिंग में, बट दिस टाइम वी वेंट टू द कॉलेज, we had discussion with the principal, we explained our idea, we met the coordinators of NCC NSS, and in this manner, और मैं बड़ा शुक्रगुजार हूं लोगों का, क्योंकि हमें शिक्षा का मान करना है, शिक्षकों का मान करना है। तो उनको भी इतनी खुशी हुई और उन्होंने कहा कि पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि कोई गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से हमारे यहाँ किसी बात को समझने और हमें शामिल करने के लिए इन्वाइट करने आया है। अदरवाइज पहले क्या होता था कि चिट्ठी भेज देते थे और मीटिंग में रूटीन की बातें होकर फिर हम भी ऐसी ही रुचि लेते थे। सो दिस वाज ए न्यू एक्सपेरिमेंट फॉर मी एंड इट वाज आवर ओन आइडिया कि हमें कॉलेजेस में जाना चाहिए, हमें मान सम्मान के साथ उनको इनवाइट करना चाहिए, एंड देन वी होल्ड ट्रेनिंग ऑफ 1 hour 2 hour ईच इन एवरी कॉलेज फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स। और इस प्रकार से हम इसमें सक्सेस, ये मैं इसलिए बताना चाहता हूँ कि लेट अस गिव अप रूटीन and let us adopt new strategies to involve more and more people. Thank you.
आपका बहुत बहुत आभार है, बहुत बहुत आभार है। आपसे अगले रविवार दोपहर को 12:30 बजे फिर मुलाकात होगी और आपसे हम कुछ और सीखेंगे। और जो आपने एक ही शब्द यूज किया कि खाली समय को दें, खाली समय को दें, जो जिसके पास जितना खाली समय है उसको अपने समाज में स्वच्छता के लिए एंड वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट में हम लोग आगे कैसे जा सकते हैं। I think it was one of the finest program. So ladies and gentlemen, while conveying our deep gratitudes and thanks to both the dignitaries and the distinguished guests, those that come today, Dr. Puran Singh ji and Dr. Naresh Bhardwaj ji, इनका आभार प्रकट करते हुए हम अगले कार्यक्रम में चलते हैं मैडम मोनिका बहल जी के साथ। वो हमारे साथ जुड़ गई हैं। ये she is the CEO at present for the Wellness Sector Skill Council under the aegis of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. इनका बहुत बहुत आभार है। Today is a very important day. Today is the International Day, and all of us, we will share with each other what exactly is the journey, what are we talking about. उसके लिए मैं दोबारा से पुनः अपनी पहली स्लाइड पर आता हूं, क्योंकि वहां से शुरुआत होगी तो मोनिका जी को भी आइडिया होगा कि हम बेसिकली आज का कार्यक्रम क्या कर रहे हैं। Today is the International Day of Education, Sunday 24th of 2021. We started the program with the UNESCO Director India, Mr. Eric Falt, and thereafter we had gone to United States, Professor Satinder Dhiman ji, और उसके बाद अनीता महाजन जी जुड़ी हमारे साथ और उनके साथ बहुत सारी युवा पीढ़ी के लोग जुड़े। और अभी जो हमारे साथ कार्यक्रम था वो डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी का, जो प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर हैं स्वच्छ भारत मिशन अर्बन पंजाब के, और उनके साथ डॉक्टर नरेश भारद्वाज जी जो असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर हैं, उन्हीं के साथ ये डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ लोकल जो हमारी गवर्नमेंट की पंजाब की बॉडी है वहां से हमारे साथ आए और इन्होंने अपने विचार रखे। सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, टुडे इज द इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ एजुकेशन 2021. Our chamber extends you a very warm welcome. We have got a whole day program having started at 9:30 and we have come to the 1:30. That's a wellness, importance of wellness in education post COVID-19. And we have got Madam Monica Bahl, the CEO with us. Thereafter at 3 o'clock, in between, after her, you will have a lunch break. And then 3 to 4:30, we'll go for India-ASEAN. Then we will go for micro, small, medium enterprise. Then we will go to Takshila today, ancient education system. And evening 8 to 9:15, we have got NRIs for Indian education. and I was so very happy last night at 12:30 a.m. not PM, एक दोपहर के 12:30 बजते हैं, एक रात के 12:30 बजते हैं, कल रात्रि में जब भारत में 12:30 बजे, सो आई स्पोक टू डॉक्टर प्रिया बालाकृष्णन जी, क्योंकि उस समय अमेरिका में सुबह थी और उनसे बातचीत हुई, उनके साथ डॉक्टर विवेक शंकर नटराजन जी से बातचीत हुई और बहुत सारा सोच विचार करने के बाद इनके साथ जब विचार हुए तो इन्होंने कहा आज का टाइटल रहेगा शाम का एनआरआईज का वेलनेस कल आज और कल। एक बहुत अच्छी मूवी आई थी राज कपूर जी की, कल आज और कल। तो आज हम वेलनेस के माध्यम से आपसे शेयर करेंगे आज की शाम कि वेलनेस पहली बार अमेरिका कब गई, कैसे गई, किसके द्वारा गई, कौन लेकर गया, वेलनेस में अमेरिका में क्या हो रहा है और शिक्षा प्रणाली में वो कैसे हिस्सा है, आयुर्वेदा को वहां कैसे लेकर गए और उसके अंदर योगा, मेडिटेशन, नेचुरोपैथी, ऑर्गेनिक, उन सब की भी बातचीत होगी। तो आगे के कार्यक्रम मैं आपसे बाद में शेयर करूंगा, लेकिन ये सुबह एरिक का था, एरिक फेल्ट का, उसके बाद अपना प्रोफेसर सतिंदर धीमान जी का, उसके बाद मैडम अनीता महाजन जी का, और अभी डॉक्टर पूरन सिंह जी और डॉक्टर नरेश जी का, और अब हमारे साथ हैं मैडम इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ वेलनेस स्किल्स इन एजुकेशन पोस्ट कोविड-19। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ हम स्वागत करते हैं आज की दोपहर मैडम का, बहुत बहुत हार्दिक स्वागत है। और मैम लेट्स शेयर योर व्यूज और वेलनेस के बारे में जो कुछ आप कहना चाहें, और खासकर लोगों की बहुत रिक्वेस्ट आ रही है कि प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना का जो तीसरा हिस्सा आया है पार्ट 3 जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल्स पर आ रहा है, वो किस तरीके से उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कैसे है, और दूसरी बात क्योंकि देयर आर लॉट ऑफ चैलेंजेस पोस्ट कोविड और आपके डिपार्टमेंट का और आपके सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है, क्योंकि लोगों को फिजिकल वेलनेस भी चाहिए, मेंटल वेलनेस भी चाहिए, उसके साथ साथ इमोशनल वेलनेस भी चाहिए, उसके साथ साथ एनवायरमेंटल वेलनेस भी चाहिए। जो अभी का कार्यक्रम था वो एनवायरमेंटल वेलनेस का था, और उसके आगे भारत क्योंकि जगह वो है जहां पर स्पिरिचुअल वेलनेस भी चाहिए। तो इन सब चीजों को जब हम लेकर चलते हैं, सो वी वुड मेक ए रिक्वेस्ट टू यू, काइंडली शेयर योर व्यूज एंड एक्सपर्टीज and also what you would like to tell teachers, younger generation, everybody, because today is the world, that's the International Education Day. Hearty welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. And it's my pleasure to be here on your platform once again, week after week. ICSI, thanks, so hats off to you and Dr. Sharma for your energy. I was seeing the entire day's program and Chitra shared it with me yesterday. सुबह 9:15 से लेके रात के 9:15 तक, मतलब आपको सलाम सबसे पहले तो। इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ एजुकेशन के साथ साथ आपने जितना the kind of education you are spreading, in fact talking to you is an education for each one of us, and going through each of the panelist sessions that has gone through before me, and even seeing the evening के जो slots हैं, especially कल आज और कल के लिए जो आपने evening वाला बताया Dr. Priya ke saath, that sounds really interested. I will be there. Coming to the topic, because I know there's a limitation of time and we have to give all our audience the lunch break also. बहुत जरूरी है डॉक्टर शर्मा, खाएंगे तभी एनर्जी आएगी। वेलनेस की जब हम बात कर रहे हैं, we need to have that concept very clear that what we consume is also wellness. Whether we consume food, we consume webinars, we consume OTT platform का जितना भी हम consumption लेते हैं, जो हम consume करते हैं वो भी हमारी wellness आती है। So coming to the topic of wellness skills, the need of wellness skills post COVID-19. COVID-19 lasts almost the same days of the year when it hit us. The first case in India was found out in February 2020. We were taken by surprise. We didn't know how to handle, and we didn't know that it will be such a big pandemic. सबसे पहले तो हमें ये लगा कि चाइना में हुआ है, थोड़ा बहुत इंडिया में आएगा, and we'll be okay, we'll be safeguarded, we'll be immune to it. But I think God has his own plans. So he's the, वो करते ना करता धरता तो वो ऊपर बैठे हुए हैं. He made us realign our attitudes. The attitude not only towards life, but the attitude to live life in a complete I would say wellness का concept centralize करके and realign our attitude towards how we want to live our life now and for future, and most importantly for the coming generation. It's very important. So pandemic of 9 months with 3 months of lockdown, almost everyone being stationed where they were, how they were, in the environment they were, made us go do a lot of rethinking. We had to go into the depths of our own thoughts and think that why is it that the wellness which has been, जैसे Dr. Sharma ने बोला, whether it's a spiritual wellness, whether it's emotional wellness, whether it's a physical wellness, this used to be a part and parcel of Indian culture. इनफैक्ट अगर आप वेदास का देख लीजिए, आप तक्षशिला भी डॉक्टर शर्मा आपको शाम को लेके जाने वाले हैं हमारे सारे गेस्ट को. अगर हम पुरानी अपनी किसी भी एजुकेशन प्रणाली को देख लें, वेदर थ्रू मिडिवियल टाइम पीरियड, थ्रू वेदास टाइम पीरियड, India has been one country where the culture of wellness and a complete holistic approach to wellness had been there. Starting from the way you have to start your day, the way you have to conduct your daily activities. There was an ample time given for your physical wellness. There was an ample time given for emotional wellness, for associating with your families, with your friends, and enough time given to your professional wellness, because काम करना भी बहुत जरूरी है, and by doing work only can we look at other wellness and we can spread wellness throughout. So with this concept in mind, though, the education policy, which was the NEP, which has already been made, is implemented now. National education policy was already constituted, and Dr. Sharma also had a big role to play in giving his input for the national education policy. उसमें already government ने, हमारी Indian government ने, under the able and I would say far-sightedness vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, has taken the concept of wellness in a very holistic manner and made sure that 6th onward, जब भी बच्चा 6वीं क्लास में जाता है, the moment the child graduates to a middle school, the concept of wellness needs to be introduced along with the skills. So wellness एक तरफ से रहेगी और skilling कि उनको आगे जाके किस लाइन में, किस प्रोफेशन में, किस पैशन में अपना प्रोफेशन बनाना है, पैशन एंड प्रोफेशन का अलाइनमेंट इकट्ठे करके this was made and NEP is now implemented. And with this absolute requirement of wellness, it's become crucial that we get the children when they are young, rather than expecting जब हम कॉलेज कर लेते हैं, हम काम में आते हैं कि अब हमें योगा करनी चाहिए, अब हमारी physical wellness needs a little support from our system, so we should start going to a gym or we should start eating healthy. That's too late in the day to start because the foundation of our body has already been made. In fact, the body has a memory of its own. जैसे हमारा ये एक outer, I would say, is a hardware and inside is a software. So हमारा जो internal software है, it has a very, very long-lasting memory of the food we eat, the kind of episodes or the environmental effects that go through us, and the kind of efforts we've put in making this part of the software of our body in a holistic manner being happy and being positive is the most important thing. So realigning of our attitude, thinking of positive thoughts, and building the inner strength to tackle every obstacle is the need of the hour. And this COVID-19, the pandemic has shown it to us that we cannot keep postponing our wellness and cannot give the wellness of your own in someone else's hand. As a result of which, in fact, जैसे डॉक्टर शर्मा ने बताया कि आज की डेट में आपको एजुकेशन एक पैरेलली चलेगी, स्किलिंग की बहुत जरूरत है. और जो PMKVY 3, PMKVY प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना, जो उसका थर्ड कंपोनेंट आया है, which has been already launched by our Honorable Cabinet Minister Dr. Varinder Nath on 15th of January, is laying a lot of emphasis on skilling and doing the skilling through a holistic approach. In fact, Wellness Council has, in our own job roles, we've put wellness as the biggest component, in which soft skills के साथ बच्चों को ये भी सिखाया जाता है कि आपने दूसरों के साथ तो कैसे बिहेव करना है, कैसे उनके साथ सॉफ्ट स्किल्स के साथ उनकी सर्विस करनी है, बट अपनी वेलनेस कैसे करनी है, ये भी एक कंपोनेंट पूरे कोर्स करिकुलम में जो नेशनल ऑक्यूपेशन स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं उसमें डाल दिया गया है. एंड वी आर रिक्वेस्टिंग आवर मिनिस्ट्री एज वेल एज एनएसडीसी कि ये component can be put in all the rest of the other skills also, whether it's the skilling of a construction labor, or it's a skilling of a sewing tailor, or it's a skilling of an IT professional who's a computer programmer. He or she also needs a wellness, a holistic approach to wellness. PMKVY 3 का जैसे डॉक्टर शर्मा ने बोला कि मैं उसको जरूर टच करूं, दिस इज अ डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्किल कमेटीज बनी है. हमारे इंडिया में 744 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं. हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट की एक स्किल कमेटी बनी है, सो दैट द वोकेशनल एजुकेशन इज गिवन इन दो सब्जेक्ट व्हिच हैज potential to be picked up later on in terms of job or in terms of entrepreneurship by the students who pick that up. But this is to let everyone know this is very good for क्लस्टर बेस्ड अप्रोच. अगर हम आयरन स्टील इंडस्ट्री की बात करते हैं तो वो आपको जहां माइंस मिलेंगी, आपको जहां पे स्टील की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है, जैसे बिहार हो गया, झारखंड हो गया, वहां पे क्लस्टर अप्रोच होगी. But the moment we come to services, whether it's wellness services, whether it's beauty services, whether it's hospitality services, whether it's health services, they are required and they are needed globally. These are the universal needs of the day. इनकी स्किलिंग हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, हर सेक्टर में जरूरी है, बिकॉज हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आपकी मोहल्ला क्लिनिक्स हैं, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आपके वेलनेस सेंटर्स हैं, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आपकी योगा सेंटर्स हैं, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आपकी ब्यूटी सैलॉन्स हैं, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आपके न्यूरोथेरेपी सेंटर्स हैं, आपके जिम्स हैं. सो आपको और हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में खाने के लिए चाहे छोटे से छोटा ढाबा ले लीजिए या रेस्टोरेंट ले लीजिए, वो भी मिलेंगे. सो यू विल नीड सर्विस प्रोफेशनल्स थ्रू आउट. So district skill committee में जो हमारे training partners जुड़े हुए हैं, if you would like to take your numbers or your targets for the required skills, आपको district skill committee के through जाके और PMK के जो प्रधानमंत्री कौशल केंद्र है जहाँ पे already बच्चों की ट्रेनिंग शुरू हो गई है, थर्ड कंपोनेंट में आपकी ये सारी जो ग्राउंड लेवल पे एक्टिविटी है उनकी मोबिलाइजेशन शुरू कर दी गई है, उस पे आपको जाके अप्रोच करना पड़ेगा. एंड द स्किल्स दैट यू वुड लाइक योर स्टूडेंट टू पिक अप एंड फ्रॉम विच यू कैन मोबिलाइज द स्टूडेंट एंड यू कैन गेट देम जॉब्स, whether jobs or entrepreneurship, you can pick that up. So you will have to get in touch with them. But more details you can get in touch with our council also, BWSSC. हमारी वेबसाइट है www.bwssc.in. आप उस पे जाके आप हमें ईमेल लिख सकते हैं. आपको अगर कुछ भी इशू आता है, कहीं पे भी you are stuck up, please write to us. Otherwise, there's information on PMKVY 3 also available on our website. So this was on the PMKVY 3. Now coming back to the wellness topic, and the need of the wellness skilling in education is very, very important. आज की डेट में we are all are living life in a roller coaster speed. We are not mindful. आज की डेट में जैसे अगर आप शाम वाला एपिसोड देखेंगे, कल, आज और कल, USA में there's a lot of, I would say, research which has happened, and lot of efforts have been made to a mindful living. Mindfulness in itself has become a concept as well as a subject for even PhD out there in US. So what is mindfulness? There's nothing. Mindfulness means be in the moment, be in the present, be what you are doing. Your mindfulness, be completely and holistically involved in that. And that is the need of the hour. Wellness means that you need to be physically there. For example, if we are there in the webinar today, we are physically there. We are in the moment. We are present in the moment. And our intentions is what will reach out to you. So mindfulness in your intention is very, very important. We need to practice mindful eating from farm to our dining table. There's a lot of processing which happens on the food which comes to us. So mindful eating and eating the food which can be consumed directly from the farm is the need of the hour, that we have to avoid all the kinds of pesticides, all the kind of chemical fertilizers, and eat what nature has given it to us. And in addition to that, whatever we are eating, Take each bite very peacefully, chew slowly, savor the taste of the food, because food has a big, big role to play. In fact, we all work from morning till evening. Basically, वो कहते हैं ना, दाल रोटी कपड़ा और मकान, तीन चीजों की requirement है. These are the basic necessities of life. And food has the ability and the capability of even calming down our nerves. Sometimes you have seen people have food disorders, bulimia. अगर आप लोगों ने क्राउन सीरीज देखी है नेटफ्लिक्स पे, उसमें प्रिंसेस डायना को वही दिखाया गया that she under stress used to eat and then she used to vomit out. That's a food disorder, food eating disorder. So food care is the, and lot of people amongst us, जब हम स्ट्रेस में होते हैं या तो हम कुछ नहीं खाते हैं या हम जो सामने नजर आए उसी को खा जाते हैं. Sometimes when you're watching a movie in the night, you're just hogging. Why? Because food gives us that solace. Food has a capability of even invoking good, I would say, vibrations in our body as well as not so good vibration. So choose your food very, very carefully and practice mindful eating. Mindfully engage in your day-to-day activity. Do every job that you do, whether it's as simple as brushing your teeth first thing in the morning or taking a shower, do it with a heightened sense of awareness that this is what you're doing and the outcome and the result of this will be, I need to be more groomed, I need to be hygienically more acceptable to everyone, and I need to be happy with my own self. If you're hygienic, if you are nicely dressed up, you yourself feel confident. So that gives you another, I would say, one thumb up to go and face the world. And very important, pause throughout the day. It should not be that you should be in a rush from one thing to the other. Take gaps, take small breaks in between. Even while we, all the officials are working in the office, we prefer taking a small break away from your laptop, break away from your gadgets, break away from the seat, just get up, stretch yourself. It's very, very important. Wellness is just not a physical concept anymore. And nothing better than these 9 months has prepared us that if you are well, if you are mentally well, and if you're emotionally well, you can face any kind of hurdles. In fact, COVID-19, these 9 months were not easy for any one of us. But some of us faced it and used this as an opportunity to reach out to people, and some of us went inside us, went in a shell of our own, and started getting into different mood swings like depressions, anxiety. I would just like to give an example. Here, Dr. Sharma took this as an opportunity, and we are into 642 sessions of ICSI. He's done this across this time. He's taken it to reach out to each one of you, making sure that education and the socially relevant issues are being brought in the forefront, and we all discuss on it openly. अभी जैसे मैं पिछला वाला सेशन सुन रही थी जिसमें they were talking about the importance of water and the water hygiene and the environmental wellness. Very, very important. How many of us would have taken this into our consideration had it been the normal circumstances, had COVID not hit us? So COVID has made us sit back, take 2 steps back, and see where do we want to go. Out of this, the people who are outshining, whether it's in the profession, a lot of people have taken this as an opportunity to start nano entrepreneurship. They've started investing into very, very small businesses, whether it's of making sanitizers or PPE kit. They are flourishing. And there are people who have not adapted to the change required or have not realigned their professional attitude or the professional game plan altogether. They are the ones who are sitting back, who are getting a setback and are viewing the losses month on month. अगर आप India, if I have to talk about Indian scenario, अगर आप India देखिए, last 3 months have been positive GDP for us. Reason being, आपका GST is one of the parameters which discusses and which gives us where are we progressing. And last month as well as a month, 2 months before, that's November and December. When November the GST was on a positive side, everyone, all the economists and all the professionals talked about नहीं दिवाली का महीना है इसलिए GST बढ़ गया है. But not only November, December also has shown us growth in GST. So the flourishing is happening in small and nano enterprising. if we want to change our attitude, and if we want to reach out, whether it's the profession or it's your own environmental or your own body, you need to make sure that you're investing in the right scenario, in the right energy, in the right things. So yoga important is one of the most important things that we need to, not yoga only for flexibility of your body, but even meditative yoga, which connects you to your inner being, which connects you to the spiritual and the highermost being sitting there. It's a connectivity which gets you and brings you peace. We need to trust the redirection which God has shown us as per COVID-19, and going through, if we redirect our energies and channelize our energies in the right direction and embrace the changes. Changes are gonna happen. It's every day is a new day. Take it up as a new day to be conquered and embrace changes. In fact, if you look at the kind of changes that has happened in US from Trump to Biden now, it's a complete overhauling. In fact, जो Trump करके sign करके गए थे on the last day, Biden came and he's revoked everything. So that's a change. You need to be open towards the change, embrace the change, what's happening, and enjoy the journey. It's very, very, very important that we enjoy wherever God has put us and make the best of it. And this kind of a positive attitude will only come if you're mentally, spiritually, and physically well. Otherwise, ये सब वो कहते हैं ना, बातें कहने और सुनने में अच्छी लगती है. So I would request, जैसे national education policy बनी है, जैसे MSD ने Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship में PMKVY 3 में important दी है wellness को, उसके job roles को, उसकी जरूरत को for every individual, even if it is not for your job role, even for making sure that whatever job you are in it, you are able to give your 100%. Similarly, if all the viewers, all the teachers, all the youngsters make it a habit that in the morning, in fact, specifically for the school teachers, in the morning assembly, in addition to the PT and the national anthem we do, if we can incorporate maybe 10 to 15 minutes of yoga session for all our students, and I would request this to be done from the primary school itself, not only when you're in the middle school or you're in the senior school. In fact, internationally, जो आप आज शायद सुनेंगे भी शाम के सेशन में, कल आज और कल के बीच में, countries like US, countries like Canada, countries like Australia, वहाँ जो बच्चे प्ले स्कूल में 2 साल की एज में प्ले स्कूल में जाते हैं, उनके लिए भी योगा का सेशन हर रोज दिया जाता है, and they enjoy it, and you feel मतलब that the flexibility in their body is so much, the kind of asanas that a 2-year or a 3-year-old can do, you can really keep मतलब वो juggling with your own body and with your own bones and your muscles. हमसे वो नहीं इतने flexibly किए जा सकते. So putting the foundation right is the most important thing. So specifically for all our school teachers, principals and students, a request, हाथ जोड़ के request है कि योगा के सेशन को असेंबली में एक प्राइमरी टाइम के ऑनवर्ड्स डालिए. उससे बच्चों की not only will they physically be more immune to all these issues and to diseases, mentally also they'll be able to strengthen them, their core. हम जो कोर जिसकी बात करते हैं, एक फिजिकल कोर होता है जो सेंटर में होता है, जिसकी बेसिस पे आप अपनी बॉडी को पूरा खड़ा कर सकते हैं. जो हम हेड स्टैंड करते हैं योगा में, वो हम फिजिकल कोर की तरफ से करते हैं. और एक इंटरनल कोर होता है जो इमोशनल कोर होता है. If you are strong, you can be a strength of pillar not only for yourself but for your peers, for your friends and your family. आपने अभी भी देखा होगा during COVID-19 when the lockdown was there, many people amongst us became the strength of pillar for our own immediate circles, whether it was our peers in the schools, colleges, or our colleagues in the office, or in the family, because everyone was then looking up to you. अच्छा अब क्या करना है? अच्छा अब ये लॉकडाउन फिर बढ़ गया, अब क्या करें? So they look at to you for strength, they look at to you for motivation. So become that strength of pillar in your immediate environment and develop more strength of pillars around, in and around yourself. With this, I would like to end with खुद वो जो बहुत I would say is a very well known शेर, but हम उसको भूल जाते हैं. खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे कि बता तेरी रजा क्या है. So वो सिर्फ wellness से हम कर सकते हैं. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Monica ma'am. It was wonderful to have you on this session. Ladies and gentlemen, post-COVID, particularly after the corona, on an International Education Day, nothing could have been more meaningful for all of us than to have the CEO of the Wellness Sector Skill Council with us today on this particular platform, because all teachers, all educators, all principals, all counselors, all technocrats, those are in education ecosystem world over. It's not only Indian perspective, she's telling the world over. She quoted the example for Canada, what all is happening. And then age has got no profile, age has got no barriers. Right from the childhood, any kid whosoever is coming to any institution, whether at home or in schools, wherever you are, it is so important for all of us. We would make a humble request to all of you. Please take care of yourself and all the areas she has covered: your physical wellness, your mental wellness, your spiritual wellness, your environmental wellness, and your holistic wellness. We all got to be taken care of. And then when she talked about, that was 744 or 774 districts. आपका माइक म्यूट है, आपका माइक म्यूट है.
So 744.
744. So right up to the district level, she talked about 744. Ladies and gentlemen, I personally feel people, those are writing to me directly from different parts, kindly reach out. She gave the website also. And if you have any difficulties, still you can contact ICSI, no problem. We would reach out, Madam Monica Bahl and her team. They are wonderful people. Wellness is the only solution. Wellness is the only solution. When we have come out of this post-pandemic, we got to be taken care of. And this Sector Skill Council is rocking. They're doing a great job, and we would like to be on board with them and whatever best we can do from our side. And ma'am, I've got a humble request as an elder brother, as a father, I've got a request to make to you. May
Yes,
I
sir.
request to you?
Please, anytime.
That this evening, it will be a great encouragement to entire Canada, entire Europe, and entire United States, that the 8 p.m. program, what we have got today, that is Wellness-Kal Aaj or Kal, उसमें आप अपने सारे मेंबर्स को, सारे ट्रेनिंग प्रोवाइडर्स को, सबको प्लीज शेयर कर दीजिए. मैं आपसे क्रिएटिव अलग से शेयर कर लेता हूं. Kindly pass on to everybody. I would love to. They should not only share, they should pass, they should participate, and they should share the comments also. Because
Sir, it will be done. It will be done. In fact, आप बोले, it's a command for us. It will be done. You don't have to request.
the speaker, the lady who is coming today,
Dr. Priya.
I wanted to give you surprise, but well, I do not know. I always get emotionally charged as the elder brother when I talk to you as a father. She has got Wellness Village in America.
Excellent.
She's going to talk about Wellness Village. Oh my God! I mean, say I was moved last night, and last night at 1 a.m. I was as fresh as in the morning at 9 o'clock. So thereby,
So you're always fresh. You're 24/7 fresh. We need to understand your wellness secret.
It's all because of your Sector Skill Council and your dynamic team.
Thank you. Thank you. But no, we need to understand, and we would love to be there. I will obviously spread the word across. And as you rightly mentioned, in fact, I also know some of my friends in US, they have small wellness colonies and wellness villages, जैसे आप बोल रहे हैं. वहाँ पे छोटी सी population होती है, वो minors के लिए proper कर देते हैं, and they are so happy there. It's like happiness quotient is on a very high scale there.
मैं क्या बताऊं आपको, जो कल उन्होंने रात को कवर किया, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, because now I'm closing.
सर शाम को सुनेंगे ना, आपके
Yes.
साथ शाम को सुनेंगे.
She is going to talk about historical part of the medicine
हाँ जी.
and everything. So I look forward to. I'll send you the creative map.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thanks
So,
for
sir, I
coming.
would just like to end on this. Trust God's redirection, embrace wellness, and enjoy the journey.
Wow, God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So
Thank you
that's,
so
ladies
much.
and gentlemen, Monica Bahl, the CEO, Wellness Sector Skill Council from under the aegis of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. They're doing remarkable job. All of us, let's move on and we take on onward journey now. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. So So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just roll back, and we are there with you. And here it is. And I hand over to my team. They will take on onward journey from here now. And that is coming all the way from Arunachal Pradesh. And that is going to be all the way being handled from Dr. Chitra Kapoor and Habungasha. I would request you, please take on onward journey now during the lunch. Both of you synergize and take on this journey forward. Thank you. Thank you. Please take on. I would request both of you, please take on onward journey from here.
शिव के मंदिरों में मनोकामना सफल को ना चूड़ी सा खजराओं की कला से दिल जाए मचल मचल, ये पर्यटन के सिलसिले स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके। अजब अजंता लोरा की गुफाएं, बुद्धा का मुल्क जिससे नहीं हटती निगाहें, सुंदर है घाट शोक बनारस की हवाएं, लखनऊ की शानो शौक देती है सदाएं, आंचल बहार के गिले स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके।
आपको बहुत ऑलराइट।
We are fascinating. We launch rockets to Mars, but we also do this. Yoga is made for all of us, helping you to create and to keep going. Whatever your thing, yoga for all of us.
तरती शहीदां किसानां दिए, वीरां ते गबरू जवानां दिए, शान भारत दी पंजाब दिए हो मिट्टी, गुरु गोबिंद ते नानक महाना दिए। ਪੰਜ ਦਰਿਆਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਐਵੇਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਵਰਗ ਹਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਇਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਤਾਬੀਰ ਹੈ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਕੇ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਖਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜ ਦਰਿਆ ਨਵੀਂ ਰੋਸ਼ਨੀ ਨਵਾਂ ਸਵੇਰਾ ਵੇਖੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਫੇਰਾ ਓ ਜੀ ਆਇਆ ਬਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੁੰਮ ਲਓ ਇਸ ਗੁਲਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜ ਦਰਿਆਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਐਵੇਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਵਰਗ ਹਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ
अब आप छोड़ दीजिए। नहीं, मुझे कोई मदद नहीं चाहिए, अब आप छोड़ दीजिए, मैं खुद अपने आप करूंगा, रहने दीजिए। अब आप जब तक आप उससे नहीं जाएंगे तो कैसे होगा मुझे बताओ। आप वहां डायरेक्ट यूट्यूब पे जाना होता है, यहां से यूट्यूब पे जाना होता है।
अपने इस पंजाब ए धरती शहीदां किसानां दी वीरां ते गभरू जवानां दी शान भारत दी पंजाब दी हो मिट्टी गुरु गोबिंद ते नानक महाना दी ਐਵੇਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਵਰਗ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਇਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ
ਆਪਣੇ ਇਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਇਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਐਵੇਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਵਰਗ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਇਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ
ਪੰਜ ਦਰਿਆਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਐਵੇਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਵਰਗ ਹਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਇਸ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਧਰਤੀ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਾਨ ਨਿਰਾਲੀ ਜ਼ਰੇ ਜ਼ਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੁਸ਼ਹਾਲੀ
ਗੱਭਰੂ ਵਾਲੀ ਦੇਖ ਨਸ਼ਾ ਜਗਾ ਹਰਿਆਲੀ
ਓ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਤਾਬੀਰ ਹੈ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਕੇ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਖਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜ ਦਰਿਆਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਐਵੇਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਵਰਗ ਹਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਇਸ
powerful yet easy to
ये ताबीर नेहरू के ख्वाबों की है, ये बगिया महकते गुलाबों की है, ये शहर है एक भारत की पहचान, ये जन्नत चंडीगढ़ एक नया शहर है नित प्रगति के भारों का, कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। चंडीगढ़ एक नया शहर है नित प्रगति के भारों का, कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का, कितना सुंदर मेले यहाँ कुदरत के शोक नजारों का। कितना सुंदर शहर शहर ये जैसे चांद सितारों का कितना सुंदर मेल यहाँ कुदरत के शौक नजारों का कितना सुंदर मेल यहाँ कुदरत के शौक नजारों का चंडीगढ़ एक नया शहर है नित प्रगति के धारों का कितना सुंदर मेल यहाँ कुदरत
का सम्मान करो, विश्व गुरु बनना करो, भारत का सम्मान करो। आर्यभट्ट से उज्जवल शिक्षक पूर्ण जगत में छा जाओ, आर्यभट्ट से उज्जवल शिक्षक पूर्ण जगत में छा जाओ, श्रेष्ठ वर्ग के तारे बनकर अपना नाम भी चमकाओ। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो, विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो। शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़ कर, शिक्षा के पथ पे आगे बढ़ कर सबका ही कल्याण करो। शंखनाद से सकल जगत में गौरवमय गुणगान करो, गगन कल्पना एपीजे कलाम और भगत सिंह बन जाओ, साहस भर के झांसी जैसा जीवन का बलिदान करो। गगन कल्पना एपीजे कलाम और भगत सिंह बन जाओ, साहस भर के झांसी जैसा जीवन का बलिदान करो। विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो, विश्व गुरु बनना है भारत, भारत का सम्मान करो।
में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले, स्वागत में आपके। पग पग पे फूल हैं खिले, स्वागत में आपके। पग पग पे फूल हैं खिले, स्वागत में आपके। भारत के द्वार हैं खुले, स्वागत में आपके। मेहमान नवाजी के लिए सारे जहान में मशहूर है ये सरजमीं दीनों ईमान में। आकर तो देखिए मेरे हिंदुस्तान में, यहाँ दिल बिछाए जाते हैं मेहमान की शान में। आओ के दीप है जले, स्वागत में आपके। भारत के द्वार हैं खुले, स्वागत में आपके। कश्मीर के पहाड़, हिमाचल की वादियाँ, पंजाब के दिल पे एक नजारों की झांकियाँ। नदियाँ ये नाले बाग बगीचे ये चोटियाँ, मनमोहती हुई ये परिंदों की बोलियां। सुर के है साथ सुर मिले, स्वागत में आपके। भारत के द्वार हैं खुले, स्वागत में आपके। ये आगरा का ताज, वो जयपुर के हैं महल, दक्षिण के मंदिरों में मनोकामना सफल। कोणार्क उड़ीसा का जहां है चहल पहल, खजुराहो की कला से दिल जाए मचल मचल। ये पर्यटन के सिलसिले, स्वागत में आपके। भारत के द्वार हैं खुले, स्वागत में आपके। शोक बनारस की हवाएं, लखनऊ की शान और शौक देती है सदाएं। आंचल बहार के हिले स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके।
So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we extend you a very warm welcome to the International Day of Education, Sunday, 24th of January, 2021. We started early in the morning at 9:15 and we are having a 12 hours event and we'll go up to 9:15 p.m. Now, today is a very important day in the basically arena of education ecosystem because it's International Day of Education. And during this particular pandemic, besides health, if there's any other sector which you have to take into considerations, because when you talk about health and wellness, I think at the same time, you've got to take the education, entire fraternity and a ecosystem also. Our teachers are great warriors. They have done a great job and they kept the entire system going on during this particular pandemic. And they made sure that there's no disruption, interruption, and whatever is feasible and possible, the education system should go on. So today, while observing International Day of Education, the title and the theme which has been given for 2021 International Day of Education is Recover and Revitalize Education for the COVID-19 generation. Now that is something very important. So right from the morning, we have got lots of distinguished guests. We have got eminent speakers since morning. And now also we are going to take on a wonderful journey to the beautiful 8 states of Northeast part of India, to which the Honorable Prime Minister always calls Ashta Lakshmi. These beautiful states which are located in the northeast part of India, we are going to have very distinguished guests today from Manipur. That is Professor Amar Yumnam ji. He is the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University. He is going to be with us. So Professor Saab, if you're already there, it would be a pleasure. You can just open your camera and then we can start this evening program and we can take on post-lunch the activities. What all we have to share, we have to deliberate, and we have to work on, because I recall and recollect month of February 2018. Yes, we had a very big function in Imphal, Manipur, and when we had human resource development, education and skills, this particular session was being taken care of by Professor Amar Yumnam ji, and he was with us over there. So we extend him a very warm welcome this afternoon, and I would request our Deputy Director General Administration, Dr. Chitra Kapoor, to find out Professor Amar Yumnam ji joining us at 3 p.m. We are 1 minute away. So we are going to have a special session which is on India, ASEAN, with a special focus on northeast part of India. So with these words, ladies and gentlemen, let me just share with all of you that 8 beautiful states, when we talk about the northeast part of India, you have got Manipur, you have got Tripura, Assam, you have got Meghalaya, then you come to Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Mizoram, and then you go, there's another sister who is joined over there, that's Sikkim. So there are 8 beautiful states which we have got in northeast part of India. So these 8 beautiful states, when we talk about, they have wonderful people, the art, the craft, the culture, the cuisine, the people, and the festivities. My God, they're wonderful people, very good at sports, very good at music, very good at media entertainment. And there are so many other activities you can talk about and you can think of. So this afternoon, we'll have a special session with the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Manipur University, Professor Amar Yumnam ji, and he will share his vision with all of us. Professor Saab, if you are there,
I hear you, Dr. Kulsan, but the video is not coming.
No worries, no worries. It is our loss. It is our loss. It is our loss. First of all, we would like to extend you a very warm welcome this afternoon, this evening, and entire global fraternity is joining us. And you are a wonderful soul. You are a wonderful person. You are a wonderful human being. I recall all the support which you gave when you chaired the session, and you were the head of the session on education, skills, higher education, and new pedagogy, andragogy, and the future vision of education, when we had in February 2018 a big function which was in the state of Manipur at Imphal. So I'm grateful to you, and I recall and recollect, and I once again convey my deep gratitude and thanks to you for the same.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, while wishing you a very happy new year, and while wishing all my brothers, sisters, children, everybody from 8 beautiful states of northeast part of India, which the Honorable Prime Minister calls Ashtalakshmi, ladies and gentlemen, we have got Professor Amar Yumnam ji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University. Before we start discussion and deliberations with him, I would, with his consent, at least he will be, I don't know whether he'll be able to see us also or not.
Yeah, I can see you. I can see you.
Okay, so I will, with your consent, I will start with the the small few slides I'll share with you, so that the perspective and the vision is clear. Why are we here together? Now, today is the International Day of Education. That is 24th of January 2021. We all have come a long way, because we got to recover, we got to revitalize education ecosystem for the post-COVID-19, and particularly the generation which has to be taken because children, they were away from schools, colleges, universities, skill centers, and everywhere. And these children, once they come back to the education fraternity, they will have physical, mental, spiritual, social, environmental, and couple of other challenges when they will get back to education system. And I personally feel with your vision, we will be sharing this evening, but I'll just show you a couple of slides initially so that you get the whole perspective that today, when we are having this particular webinar on the International Education Day, our chamber, ICSI, extends a very warm welcome to you and all my brothers, sisters, and my children from northeast part of India. And we are going to talk about making education relevant, which we have been taking up during this program during the pandemic. We started our morning with the welcome and the intro theme by the Director of the UNESCO India and Mr. Eric. That was in the morning. And thereafter 9:30, we had gone to United States and we were in Woodbury University, California, where from Professor Satinder Dhiman was with us. And then 11:15, we had a lady, that is Madam Anita Mahajan. She is the IT Master Trainer, World Class Skill Center. And there we talked about basically adding the enjoyment quotient in the STEAM, because from the STEM, we have moved to the STEAM education. So she brought a couple of examples, stories, and youngsters with her. And then 12:30, we had Swachh Bharat, and that is the campaign Waste to Resource Management, and where the director, Dr. Puran Singh, and with him, his associate, Dr. Naresh Bhardwaj, they both were with us. And thereafter, once we move on, 1:30 to 2 p.m., just before the lunch, we had the CEO of the Wellness Sector Skill Council of Government of India under the aegis of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And we talked about importance of the wellness in education post-COVID. And now we have got a distinguished guest at 3 p.m. and our session goes up to 4:30 or whatsoever time he wants to take and he wishes. We are having India-ASEAN series every Sunday at 3 p.m. And our basic focus is Northeast part of India. We want to get all the stakeholders and we want to get all the dignitaries from the Northeast part of India. And today we have got Professor Amar Yumnam ji, the Hon'ble Vice Chancellor of Manipur University. And today he is going to talk to us on social sector issues in Northeast part of India post COVID-19. Then immediately after this, we will have a 5 p.m. program on micro, small and medium enterprise. And today we have got role of technology and training and future prospects. And thereafter 6:30 to 7:30, we are going to talk about Takshila, the world's oldest knowledge, wisdom, tradition, ancient education system in India. And the last program, that is at 8 p.m. to 9:15, we'll have the non-resident Indians with us from Houston, Texas, and they will talk about Wellness-Kal Aaj or Kal. That means yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Dr. Priya V. Balakrishnan and Dr. Vivek Shankar Natarajan, they both would be joining us this evening. So this is Eric Falt, Director UNESCO, and this is Professor Satinder Dhiman. Thereafter is Anita ji, and thereafter both director and his assistant director. And this is CEO of the Sector Skill Council. And ladies and gentlemen, here is Professor Amar Yumnam ji, who is going to share with us this afternoon with his vision. And he is going to take a perspective of the entire Northeast India together. And then we will roll into ASEAN as well. I would make a humble request to all my Indians and my foreign friends, those are watching this particular program, take a trip to beautiful Northeast part of India. All the 8 states are beautiful. When you talk about art, craft, culture, cuisine, people, colorful, music, dances, innovation, creativity, gamification, They are wonderful people. They are wonderful people. And Manipur, when I talk about during my last visit, when we went right up to More, and I on the way visited, yesterday was a very important day. Honorable Prime Minister of India was in uh, Kolkata. Yesterday was a great leader, Subhash Chandra Boseji's birthday. And Morang, when I went last time, where basically for the first time, when I talk about, if I correctly can put the perspective, that is when you talk about unfurling and furling, and when you show and when you wave the flag of your country, and when you want your independence, it was Subhash Chandra Boseji at Moirang, that is in the beautiful state of Manipur, where for the first time the complete concept of Jai Hind and you know Azad Hind Fauj. And when I talk about those soldiers, I can feel what is the importance of Manipur, and where from actually the entire India's independence can be related. So Professor Amar Yumnamji is with us. We extend him a very warm welcome, and I would request him to take on the session and to take on the deliberations. And from here, we take the journey forward. Hearty welcome, Professor Amar Yumnamji.
Thank you, Dr. Gulshan. Can I see the videos?
Yes, please, please.
Yeah, my video is on, but it's not coming. Is there any problem in the network?
It should come. I think it should come because your camera is. You have got all the rights because it can be shown right from there. It can be shown right from there. You have got all the rights to share anything, any PPT, any video, any program, whatsoever you wish to share, you can share from there.
Like, anyway, it seems to be only audio from my side. My camera is on, but somehow it's not coming on the screen.
Our loss, our loss.
Well, let me start. Well, I hear your voice.
Somebody from Honorable Professor Amarji, if anybody from your side, I can tell Dr. Chitra Kapoor to liaison with him and or her, and then accordingly we can make your video functional. That would really be nice, because whatever efforts you have made, if we can work on.
Okay, let us. Okay. Well, to begin with, let me wish Dr. Gulshan, your team, and all my learned colleagues from around the world a wonderful, prosperous, and healthy new year. Well, I have focused on COVID-19 while trying to look at the Northeast in the coming 4 to 5 years. Why I do so? Because COVID-19 has infected the entire region, and it is true for the world as a whole, in a very, very different way. And the impact, however, contextually has been different. So while we have had a global crisis, which we all share, the impact has been differential according to the location or geography or the institutions where we are addressing the crisis caused by COVID-19. And why I use the term social sector instead of education on this day of education, I have done it intentionally in the sense that so far we were not bothered when we were trying to talk of education as something which happens within the boundaries of the educational institutions. But COVID-19 has, well, made us to reconsider that kind of very restrictive way of looking at education as something which is confined to the campuses only. Well, how COVID-19 has unfolded the social characteristic of the Northeast is wonderful. Well, it was not medicine, it was not the healthcare facilities, richness or otherwise, or rather poverty of health facilities. Well, there are many areas in the entire Northeast where the coverage of governance, well, is very poor if there is any. But despite the seriousness or the challenges caused by COVID-19, the social characteristics of the Northeast has been such that we have been able to face the crisis well in a shared collective way. I'm talking of social capital. It was social capital which enabled the region to face the crisis or the deaths or fatalities which would have been there. Well, social capital has made it possible to face the challenge in a very, very robust way. And let us recall, say, for example, well, in Manipur, let me give the example of Manipur. Well, for the last 2 decades or so, there have been so many ethnic-based articulations, what we usually call ethnic fractionalization. But come COVID-19, that ethnic fractionalization completely got dissipated, and instead of that, the all social capital, the all bondage, the all healthy relationships came to the surface and were discovered by the society. Well, every neighboring village, well, the valley villages closer to the mountains and the mountain villages, well, both the valley villages and the mountain villages share the crisis of food shortages in a wonderfully natural way. Well, natural way is a very critical term. I'll come to that there. Well, people forgot about the ethnic fragilization which the political economic agents were trying to focus and highlight during the last about 2 decades or so for their political objectives. But when it came to the crisis of COVID-19, where every household, every family member has to face the crisis in her or his own way, well, that is when the communities came to the fore, and every community was trying to have the order to face the crisis caused by, well, there was no transport, there was no movement of anything. Well, nearby villages were trying to have this order with whatever was available as natural food products. Well, that is where nature came into a significant importance. Well, significant nature became a significant agent in enabling the people to face the challenges caused by COVID-19. Well, that is social capital. Number two, the foods they share were not the traditional foods which we find in the market. These are food items, while the Northeast people eat original, natural, herbal, and other products a lot. And when it comes to herbal, besides the capability of this natural base, forest base, well, all vegetable herbs, tree based food products, well, they enable the people not only to face the food shortage crisis, but one thing here, the health dimension. Well, the people in the region have been using since the prehistoric times the various herbs as treatment for cold, cough, and other diseases. So herbs became a major daily item for inhalation also is not modern medicine which the people in the Northeast have used during the COVID-19 crisis. It is the traditional herbs which people have been using for inhalation and other purposes for, or in fact, almost as antibiotic agents for addressing any kind of illness. So traditional herbs became not only food, but traditional herbs became the medicine for taking care of the health threats caused by COVID-19. So ultimately, well, social capital became something which is very close to the functioning of the food sector and to the functioning of health sector. So for the first time, COVID-19 has given us the kind of social outlook, the kind of economic outlook, the kind of development outlook which we need to focus on. Unlike the earlier one where we have been looking in a very disconnected way, and COVID-19 has forced us to look at every aspect of our livelihood as something interconnected with one another. Health is interconnected with nature, food is interconnected with nature, and all these are interconnected with the richness of social capital or otherwise when the crisis comes. So the crisis management approach of the Northeast has been something which were fully based on nature and the traditional and social capital. Well, this is where I would like to bring in education. Well, education anyway has suffered a lot. Education had suffered a lot during this period. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, it's perfectly
Well,
fine.
well, education has really suffered during this period. Well, what I'm afraid is that education is likely to suffer even more. That is where we need to be very, very careful. And that is exactly where governance and the society need to come together to see to it that this kind of a thing doesn't happen, because it has lots of implications for social justice as well. Let me give you an example. Now we are trying to open up, well, for offline classes in the various schools, colleges, and the university. Well, as we all understand, it is hardly possible to accommodate any number of students we admit fully within the campus in hostels and guest houses. Every university campus will have, well, in the US or other places, they call it university town, but it's not like that in the Northeast. Well, the neighboring villages, well, to Manipur University, for example, have been places where students from far off places get accommodation in something like homestay kind of a thing. So when the hostel accommodation was not available, there was an opportunity for the students to stay very close to the campus, just go outside the university gate and you have accommodation in all the houses in the surrounding villages. Now, what COVID-19 has caused is that now all the households, despite the fact that the economy has suffered, income has suffered, but people value health. So every household is now afraid to have any gas in their households. So what happens is that the pressure on the university today is that almost all the students are asking for hostel accommodation, which is just impossible. And when we don't give them hostel accommodation, the problem is that they don't get homestay facilities in the neighboring villages. Well, besides that, this is where the economic cost of transportation comes into play. Now, the transportation sector has been heavily disturbed and is yet to be restored. Well, the transport cost from one point to another in the Northeast has now risen by almost by at least about four times. And there are instances, if it is inter-mountain area, well, it has gone by about 7-8 times. When the transport cost goes like this, And when the social captain becomes now social captain was the agent for facing the health hazards caused by COVID-19. Now social capital is going to be the casualty when we discuss education, and when the students who do not get hostel accommodation, they are not going to get the kind of accommodation they could get in the various households in neighboring villages. Well, now in this way, social capital wastewater strain, now social capital has become the casualty because of COVID-19. Now, this is where the relationship between social capital, education, and transportation. Now, the transportation facility also is not like the earlier one, and transportation cost is very, very heavy. Now, suppose we go for, well, both offline and online mixed kind of education. The challenge that Northeast have been facing is that, number one, we all understand that the internet facility, well, is not as healthy as elsewhere. And the electricity facility, well, you might have the connection, but you may not get the power. Besides this, when it comes to the necessity of buying a laptop or, well, a kind of smartphone, the ability of all the students to afford these items, well, that's not something which is there when it comes to the Northeast. So ultimately what happens is that in the earlier, when we were trying to give limited education through the online mode, that, well, people who lost on that in the relative term were the students from the poor families. Absolute violation of the principle of justice. Well, now when we start the offline classes, what happens is that since we cannot give accommodation to all the students admitted within the campus, this is true for any educational institution, whether school, college, or university. Those who cannot get accommodation, if they happen to be from rich families, they have the capability to drop their children by car, by other transport facilities, but the poor people don't have that kind of a facility. Well, they don't have that kind of a capability, and they can't afford the limited transport where the transportation cost, travel cost has multiplied by at least about 4 to 5 times, and in some instances, 7, 8 times. So when the social capital not only becomes a casualty in the post-COVID world, what happens is that in the education sector, it's also the kind of injustice which we are going to explain is something which goes against the interests of the poor people. So the social inequality is likely to get very, very worsened, even within the education sector. The kind of things, the scenario is such that there will be large dropouts. There will be large dropouts. Well, the Northeast students, for example, used to go outside the region to various destinations like Gurgaon, Noida, Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, Delhi, like that. Now, COVID-19 has made the people to somehow confine themselves within the region. Well, not only that, the social sector has suffered to such an extent that the labor market in the various metropolitan cities of India have contracted so much so that all those youths with all their educational qualifications in various fields, well, traditional subjects as well as modern technological subjects, they all have come back to the region. So what happens is that those who were getting income, well, transfer from the metropolitan cities, now all their boys and girls have come back. They don't have that kind of income, and simultaneously the labor market in the region is such that they don't get the kind of job they want. And let me give you Well, being a vice chancellor, recently a boy came to me to give him a job. Well, what happened is this boy has already done his MTech. He has got an MTech qualification, Master of Technology. And he was for 13 years in Bangalore working in a multinational company and earning a lot. Now that he doesn't have any income. The parents also are not employed anywhere. And he came to me to give him a job of a office peon. So someone with an empty degree comes with the request to become an office peon. So what happens? Dynamics which are getting unfolded because of the COVID and in the post-COVID world, likely scenario is that labor market will definitely get worsened. Social capital will become a casualty. Education sector also will be such that it will even lead to greater social inequality, greater gap, larger divide between the rich and the poor. When all these things are going to be the post-COVID world, well, even more is that, say, for example, today we emit 2,000 students. Out of this, those who are going to drop out because of the inability to afford the travel costs, to afford whatever to attend classes, if not offline, online, they can't afford those things. So even the dropouts will confine mostly among the poorer students. So the unfolding scenario in the post-COVID world is that social inequality will rise, poor will get poorer, while they also will have less access to education, social sector facilities, health, and education, and that will make them even poorer. And the labor market is such that it may not expand the way we want them to expand, and it will get worse. And the kind of competition will be such that those who have already got higher qualification from other states in metropolitan cities, all of them have come back. The number which are getting well qualified from this region also will not get the kind of job they want. So the labor market scenario will definitely get worsened. And at a social level, social capital will be a casualty because of all that have happened. Thank you.
Such a wonderful input, so pragmatic, so practical, and the kind of complete inputs which you have given. It is worth understanding what exactly is the ground reality and what are the challenges before us. Sir, I've got a couple of, not questions I would call, but there are a couple of concerns which I wish to share with you because
Yes.
when I talk about economics, commerce, and couple of other areas taking into consideration, you gave a wonderful narrative right from the beginning. People, those have joined little late, I wish to share with all of you that the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, discussed with us the traditional herbs in the Northeast, how they're being used as a part of the food, and at the same time, we got to consider as a social sector. Then he also talked about how health and nature got reconnected and people started realizing much better where actually we were going away from nature in between some time and we were more into the virtual world. The crisis management also he discussed with us. Now we are opening offline classes, and thereafter you told, if I correctly understood, transport is one of the major challenges, and sometime audio strength had gone down. If I correctly understood, you told that the transportation cost and the travel cost is now almost 4 times more in Northeast as compared to vis-a-vis before. Am I correct, sir?
Yeah. Well, I'll say, for example,
Yeah.
the fare before COVID was 10 rupees. Now
Okay.
it has come to at least 40 rupees, 50 rupees within the region.
Right, right. Thereafter, you gave a combination that the social capital, education, and transportation integrated when you talked about. And then the example which you gave of this boy coming all the way from Bangalore and back and asking for a job from you. And finally, what you gave that the post-COVID social inequality will rise. Sir, I have got few questions and few challenges, and heart to heart we will talk, fortunately or coincidentally or unfortunately, whatsoever it is. It's a blessing in disguise. Every crisis also brings some new opportunities as well. Every crisis. When we had 2008 financial crisis, the Uber had come, Ola had come, and then at the same time Airbnb had come. So that was also something new addition. Now I'll take a small example. Please give me your valuable inputs, because this evening we want world over people those belong to my beautiful northeast part of India, because there's a gentleman who is watching this program from London. He's from Manipur. He's in the financial sector. There is another gentleman who joined us in February 2018 with you in Imphal for the program. He's a non-resident Indian from Manipur, at present in Singapore. He's also watching this program. Now, first of all, we understand life and health is more important than anything else. Second part which comes over here in challenges, I'll take step by step. Do you feel and do you think that the government of India should push more technology based, better Wi-Fi, better connectivity, and provide some basic devices, or maybe some television channels, or maybe some radio frequencies, or maybe All India Radio, or regional radio, or a couple of other programs, by means of which, even if children are unable to reach a particular place, and we should bring all together a new approach to education. How do you look at it, sir?
Well, that's true, but we have to ensure through policy intervention that the access, unless we ensure the access, we may, a particular facility may reach a particular area, but if we don't give the people in that area the capability to have access to those facilities, that is the main point. So what happened in these online classes? Well, we have the facility, but not all the students can afford to have access to online education. A particular student may or may not have a smartphone or a laptop or a desktop, number one. Suppose they somehow have the desktop, they may not have the kind of internet connection with which they can access the thing. So, well, besides creating, that is where I would like to emphasize amateur sense. We may have the bicycle. If we are not taught how to ride the bicycle, there is no value. This is what he calls capability. So unless we enhance the capability of the people to have access to the technological interventions which the government is providing, that is where, well, sometimes we talk about delivery and how far it has it reached the poor, things like that. So the capability issue or the access issue also should be simultaneously addressed. Well, while making policies, what happens is that we look at very kind of very restrictive way, not in the comprehensive way or holistic way. When we look at roads, for example, we don't take care of the pavements. When we look at the pavements, we don't take care of the water facilities. We don't take care of the power facilities, those things. So we need to have a comprehensive look. And this is where Northeast can easily become a model. So development when we talk of development in the mountainous areas of the Northeast, we cannot think of the highway, flyover, things like that, which we have in Mumbai. So we need to integrate that with returning the robust environment, robust nature which the Northeast has got. In fact, Northeast must be the region in India right now which produces the maximum oxygen, more oxygen than anywhere else in India. So we must retain this capability of the region to produce very high oxygen, whatever development intervention we make in this region. So we have to think of a model which is contextualized, and that contextualization will enable the region to face in a better way any kind of crisis like COVID-19.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Now coming next point. Northeast, when you talk about oxygen, when you talk about green cover, when you talk about environment protection, when you talk about herbals, and you gave an input, wonderful scenario and input. Now my eyes can feel, my heart can feel. Let's take an example that the entire world needs now wellness. People do not want to go under any surgery and all. They want to avoid hospital. They want to avoid allopathic wherever they can. They want to recover in a natural way wherever they can. And now post COVID, when there are challenges of physical wellness, mental wellness, couple of other things, now can we work out a strategy? I'm not aware of it. I would like to educate myself because you have dedicated your entire life to education, research, innovation, and whatsoever best can be done in higher education over there. Is there any thorough study being done on herbal plantation which is available in northeast part of India?
Well, still it is very limited, very limited. A few friends, a few colleagues in the departments of botany have been doing that. But what we are trying to, I've just recently formed a committee, well, task force, for example, well, our tree wheel, for example, you must have seen the tree wheel of Manipur, which people cherish.
Yes.
Well, this tree bill has lots of health values as well, and the trees are dying up. Last 5 years or so, the trees are dying up. So I've just constituted a task force of scientists to look into that phenomenon. They have been working in their own way, disconnected with one another. So I'm bringing them together. At what stage is well isolated research has come? Can we have an integrated research into it? And one colleague of mine from Mizoram University says that the trees have died off because the genetic diversity has declined. We have been replanting trees only from the locality where the early tree was growing. For example, if a tree is growing in fall, the next replantation should be another sapling, say for example from Tamilong or Aizawl or Arunachal, things like that. The genetic diversity has declined. So things like that we really need to apply while even thinking of preserving nature. And when it comes to health, what is important is that, well, I was never born in a hospital. Well, our traditional, we call it Maivi, traditional nurses were the ones who deliver. All my brothers, all my sisters, including myself, were delivered at home by those mothers. Now the question is, how can we link this with modern technological knowledge such that the reach of healthcare can reach the farthest corner of any part of the Northeast? So it's not possible for modern health facilities which are centralized in hospitals. What is needed is that the kind of people, villages exist in the Northeast is how can we reach healthcare and deliver healthcare at the remotest of the remote corners. And this is where we need to rediscover our traditional health care approach and converse it with modern scientific knowledge such that healthcare reaches every household, every individual, anywhere.
Okay, okay. Great input, great input. Now, let me just build one scenario and to take your valuable suggestions and advice on that. Government of India has established a separate ministry called Ministry of Ayush. When we look at Ministry of Ayush, it is basically for alternate medicines, traditional medicines, herbal medicines. When we talk about Ayurveda, yoga, meditation, naturopathy, organic farming, and Unani, homeopathy, and all that area which is being taken into consideration. If Northeast has got a better environmental coverage and it provides oxygen to rest of India and for that matter other places as well, because like Myanmar is greatly benefited for medical services and all from Manipur. Now, can Northeast become, if we focus on herbal plantation, tabulation, research, processing, and all Ayurvedic and nature-based corporate houses through the central government and the Ministry of Ayush. And of course, it has to be combined with Ministry of Education, Ministry of Skill Development. Then people have to have some sizable opening where government has to do handholding for startup, for self-employment, for entrepreneurs and everything through the Ministry of MSME, micro, small and medium enterprise also. Can we think of that Northeast India becoming global hub for wellness? I'm not talking about allopathic medicine, surgeries. I'm not talking about big hospitals. I'm talking about where there is a cultivation, growth, development, everything as an entire ecosystem related to global wellness destination, Northeast becoming for India. How
Yes,
to take care of
yes.
it?
Just before COVID, I organized an exchange of scholars working in the traditional medicine area, traditional healthcare area. So in that we had the Director General of Traditional Medicine from Myanmar. So we had 13 of them from Myanmar, and our traditional well healing practitioners from Manipur also were present in that interaction. And what we found was that, well, in the case of Myanmar, they have already started a full-fledged university on traditional medicine practices. Well, in that, what they have been doing is that even blindness, they are without surgical operation, they are treating even blindness with herbal medicine. So
Oh,
while going back, we share with for 2 days with our colleagues, traditional well healthcare practitioners from Manipur and traditional healthcare experts from Myanmar. We were together for 2 days and exchanged experiences and ideas. And while going back from Imphal, on the way to Moreh, they came by air, but they wanted to go by surface. When they went from Imphal to Moreh, well, in the mountain areas on the way, on the roadside mountain areas, and they stop at every place because they found this is that medicine, this is that medicine, this plant is that medicine, this one. And they all disclose those things. And number two, they all disclose that they learn traditional healthcare practices from Manipuris who had been settling in particularly in the Mandalay and the neighboring areas, and even fracture treatment they learn from the Manipuris, and the traditional medicine they learn from Manipuris. Now what happens is that they have already codified, they have gone to the extent of codification of all the values of traditional herbs. So we need to go towards that direction. We need to approach that thing. Well, Ayush is one, but we need to go much beyond the approach we have now. We need to go in absolutely either full-fledged traditional healing practices, at least a college. Well, they have already started university and they have already created a full-fledged Directorate General's office at the national level. So we need to counter that because the rate at which they are codifying and they are developing, it could be that in when the way we are having the connection, the way we are opening up, it could be that even all our traditional medicine, well, patent, potential sense, all those things, those opportunities may be lost to us forever. So what is important, once again, I emphasize that we need to create a kind of, not the Norman Directorate of Health Services, we need to create a Directorate General of Traditional Healthcare Practices.
Okay, okay, great input. Now, there is one special rice in Manipur called black rice, which,
Yes.
which people use for joint pains, rheumatic arthritis, and all that. Is something special being done on that from Manipur?
Well, a few colleagues have started researching on that. A few colleagues have started researching on that, and well, they have also started identifying a few locations to preserve the plant. What is happening is that the productivity in that plant is very low. Of course, the price also is high, but families need in larger quantities. You don't get a quantity such that the family is fully fed. The family needs full feeding the whole stomach. That kind of a plant can't do it. Now, how to tackle this at a commercial level, those things, if a few colleagues have already started applying their mind in those areas.
Okay, great. Now, sir, very important question which I want to take on. Manipur is the gateway to Southeast Asia from the northeast part of India.
Yes.
And there was a big project which were undertaken by Ministry of External Affairs Government of India. The Honorable Prime Minister, changed the policy from look east to act east policy. And if the region and if the area gets proper kind of an infrastructure and things starts opening up from there going to Southeast Asia, what is the present status and how do you look at the future scenario?
Well, in this connection, let me share with you that the third Department of Southeast Asian Studies in India is in Manipur University.
Could you please come back again, sir, because people want to listen that very carefully.
Yeah, the third Department of Southeast Asian Studies in any university in India, well, is in Manipur. The first one is at Madras, the second one at ZNU, the third one is in Manipur University. We started, it took about 13 years to bring that. Well, we worked for about 13 years, so we ultimately got the full-fledged Department of Southeast Asian Studies in our university in 2019.
Heartiest congratulations.
Now, in my discussions with the Ministry of External Affairs, I told my colleagues in the ministry that, well, what happens is that we have been looking at Southeast Asia only from the perspective of Delhi. We need to look at Southeast Asia from the perspective of Southeast Asia itself. And I said, in our Department of Southeast Asian Studies, our approach would be that let us try to understand Southeast Asia from the perspective of Southeast Asia. That way, we can develop a kind of perspective which is much more well complete than we have been doing so far. See, in quite a few instances, the Ministry of External Affairs, for example, or Government of India will come up with one statement relating to any country, or for that matter, Myanmar, for example. And the next day, there have been instances from the Myanmar government side where they deny all those statements from the government of India. So what we are planning in this department is that the first professor is from Thammasat University in Thailand. Thammasat University in Thailand. And then
Could you just spell it out, sir?
the first teacher of this department who started teaching students is one of the leading scholars on Southeast Asia, and she is from Thammasat University in Thailand.
Okay, okay.
On Thailand. And in fact, if not for the pandemic, we were going to have colleagues from University of Northern Philippines, University of Mandalay, and Chiang Mai University, but pandemic, and even from Japan, which is of course East Asia. Anyway, so what we are trying to do is that we are trying our level best to supplement and complement the perspective of India to enhance the understanding of Southeast Asia. Earlier, we were trying to understand Southeast Asia from only our perspective, and we are trying to supplement and complement and strengthen our perspective by a larger understanding of the issues which we encounter in this part of the region. And now some of my friends have been working. Why is it that from the neighboring and from Shanghai and the Kachin areas, why is it that we have a large exodus of people from those areas to the northeast? Some of my friends have been working. Well, what are the characteristics, geographic and other characteristics of those areas? So we are trying our level best to see to it that we are able to contribute to the national policy of enhancing India's influence in the Southeast Asian countries.
Okay, great. Now that gives me another input which has come from somebody, that in the Nehu campus, a small portion has been given to ICCR or
ICSSR.
ICSSR. Mr. Thomas being in charge over there earlier, I recollect. And that time, along with the Ministry of External Affairs, there was a ASEAN center or a chapter or something being opened up.
ASEAN Association of Southeast Asian National Study Center.
Yeah, study center.
Yeah.
I had gone for the inauguration of that.
Yes.
And
I was also there.
Yes.
I'm a member of advisory committee of that.
So what comes to my mind, Vice Chancellor Sahab, why don't we have that at Imphal in the Manipur University? Because if I'm entering, and if Manipur is the gateway to Southeast Asia, and if we bring that to University of Manipur, I think from our chamber also we would like to take it up, and I can speak to a couple of people over there, because I personally feel if I have to go on the other side, then mean 3-hour journey I'm taking on the other side, all the way, go into the isolation work. But this side, if I'm taking a road journey, and if I'm going via Imphal, why not we should bring that over here to the University of Manipur?
Well, it will be so wonderful if you could hasten the transfer of that center to the Manipur University. Let me share this information with you, that we have already submitted a proposal to the Ministry of External Affairs on that, and a joint secretary of the Ministry of External Affairs had visited our campus and visited the building of the Department of Southeast Asian Studies, and we have already promised that one full floor will be devoted to that center, will give the entire physical infrastructure needed for that center. And we have also shown the kind of conference facility we are creating, which the region doesn't have yet. Well, there might not be, the kind of conference facility we are creating in the Department of Southeast Asian Studies is such that, in most of the conferences and seminars, workshops, somebody says camera runs micro-programs like that. We are creating a kind of conference where everybody remains in his hard place, can talk the same way, but camera and the microphone will pick up the video and audio in the usual way. So we
Wonderful.
have, so if you help us in bringing that center to Manipur University and ministry also, the report of the joint secretary who had visited the department and assess the facilities available, I think they were willing. And if you kindly help us in getting that center for that would be wonderful.
We will immediately work on, because you'll be happy to know that our chamber present president is from Thailand.
Now,
And our present president for the chamber is from Thailand.
wonderful.
And our past president is from Singapore, who
Mhm.
is at present Singapore government ambassador in Denmark.
Oh,
So the thing is, we would be more than happy to work on that particular project immediately,
thank
because
you.
it's really because I physically have traveled most of the places in Northeast, and I personally feel Manipur, because if we are talking about, and this particular series what we have got, that is India ASEAN series with a focus on Northeast part of India, every Sunday at 3 p.m., which we have got a program. So I personally feel that Manipur University has got a beautiful campus. I've gone to your location. I've seen that entire university area, and this on a priority basis, we will take up with the Prime Minister's office, we'll take with the Ministry of External Affairs, we will take up with the Ministry of Education and couple of other areas, because it is something very important. Now, one more idea, sir, which I would like to share with you, practical, because ultimately education has to be linked with either employment or self-employment, or startup or entrepreneurship. I would make a humble request to you that why not we should think and go one step ahead of others,
Yes.
that in Manipur University, this Southeast Asian Studies department or the region or the concept what you have got over there, let us train some of our teachers. Let us train some of our students who are willing to take up some kind of because our chamber is for services. When we are talking about services, we want services exports. When I'm talking about services exports means people going on a short-term assignment for 2 to 3 years to Southeast Asia, and they go from Northeast part of India, and anybody from Northeast who's interested to go and work on a short-term assignment to Southeast Asia, Manipur University, this department should be the central nodal point for grooming them, training them, and skilling them. Why not Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship also? It will be a new dimension that education and skills will happen in the same premises at the same place, along with research and innovation.
Okay, let me share one information.
Yes.
The curriculum structure of this department is such that all the students have to spend the last semester in one of the universities in the Southeast Asian country. That is where we were going to sign MOU. In fact, most of the MOUs were going to be signed by the last part of March or early April last year, but the pandemic came. But the structure of the curriculum is such that by the end of third semester, the students have to identify. We are not admitting many students because there might be some students who can afford. The university may have to finance those. So every student has to spend the last semester in one of the universities in the Southeast Asian countries.
Wonderful, wonderful. We will even support in that also, because in all the 10 countries, we have a direct alignment of our chamber with the universities.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
We will work out. We'll work out. It's a
Yeah, we are together. We are together.
our chamber, because I have seen your dynamism, I've seen your hard work, I've seen your dedication, and I've seen your intellectual capital. I think couple of
Well,
takeaways.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
So our best wishes to everybody in entire northeast part of India. Our best
Thank
wishes
you.
to everybody in Manipur. And I think today we have taken a wonderful journey which we are starting, and that is on the International Education Day, that our chamber would be more than happy to support this particular department of yours in the Manipur University, and we will bring in all the linkages, whatever has to be done. Then on the priority, all the points what we have discussed, we will take it up. We will take at different levels with the different ministries and also in the ASEAN countries. And if I share, although in a public it's a little difficult, but I just wish
Well,
to
well, well, well.
share.
Thank you, thank
So
you,
thank you very much. Very
thank
kind
you,
of you. And
thank
wish
you,
you a great evening and great regards. And it was a
thank you,
pleasure. It was a treat to have you with us on this platform. Thank you, sir.
thank you,
Thank
all of us,
you.
thank
Our
you.
best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was, the Honorable Vice Chancellor from the Manipur University, Professor Amar Yumnam ji, and we had a wonderful deliberations how and what all can be done further as far as our northeast part of India, the beautiful 8 states, and the ASEAN together, how we can work, what all can be taken up from that particular region. Now let's move in the journey, and I would like to share with all of you that the developments which have taken place, and this particular area when we are talking about the northeast part of India, 8 states we are talking about, ASEAN 10 countries we are talking about. And when we talk about these 10 countries, right, starting from Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, Brunei, all the 10 countries, they are beautiful. And at present, there's a tremendous scope which can be done between northeast part of India and the ASEAN, that is the Southeast Asia. And during pandemic also, let's understand, when I was talking, because every Sunday we have got a program, there are hardly any cases during COVID, and some of the economies, they didn't feel at all that there's some problem going on or there's some corona or something like that. And when we had Mr. Naresh, the president of India Myanmar Chamber of Commerce with us, and we discussed with a couple of CEOs and the corporate houses heads over there. Then along with that, when we had moved to Cambodia, we discussed with Mr. Sandeep Majumdarji, who is the president over there of the India-Cambodia Chamber of Commerce. Then going to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, Dato Ramesh Kodamalji, then our own president in Thailand, when we talk about that is because he comes from the hospitality industry and very closely working with the infrastructural sector development, and along with that the health and wellness sector. Professor Kempon, who is the president of the Wellness Association over there. And along with that, when I move a little further, Singapore, Karan Singh Thakralji, our past president. And then further, when we move on, Vietnam is one of the fastest growing economy in that particular region. And both the cities, when you talk about Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh City, we got the presidents from both the regions. And it was a wonderful deliberations. Philippines, we have got Mr. Saraf. Again, we discussed quite a bit over there. So I personally feel Indonesia now, just imagine such a development. We got so many speakers and we got so many valuable inputs from Indonesia coming over there. I think there is a lot which can be done in this particular region, in this particular area. So, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of takeaways, and northeast part of India. And as far as the ASEAN is concerned, together there's a lot which can be done, and we have to do it, and we have to take this journey forward. So the next session will be now at 5 p.m. and that we will be taking up, that is when we talk about, that's going to be on MSME, micro, small, and the medium enterprise. That is the deliberations we will be taking on, we will be discussing, and all that is something wonderful which we all will discuss. We will plan it out, and that is something amazing. When we talk about micro, small, and medium enterprise, we will be talking about role of technology and training, future prospects, and we will be having our chairman MSME, and we will have head school of economics, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya from Indore, Professor Prabhu Nath Mishra ji. So together we will move on this journey, and thereafter, ladies and gentlemen, we will go to next one. That will be Takshila-World oldest knowledge traditions, and then from there we will move on to the most important session which we will have tonight, that is NRIs for Indian Education webinar, that is Wellness-Kal Aaj or Kal, that is wellness yesterday, today, and tomorrow. There we are going to have wonderful deliberations today. Dr. Priya V. Balakrishnan, she would be joining us, and she is the MD, the Immortal Institute, Houston, USA, and that is called Wellness Village, where they have got the whole setup. And Dr. Vivesh Shankar Natarajan, Professor of Marketing, Amar University. And from there, then of course, we will further take on our journey. And with these words, let's take a little break and let's have some musical notes as far as our, what all ICSI has produced and ICSI has developed during this particular pandemic. That is the way we should talk about and we should think about. And these are the legends, those are joining us today, and the great speakers. Let me just check up from the Dubai if I can get Mr. Arpit Duggar for a short while, because he's the person, Mr. Arpit Duggar, who had dedicated on towards education. So I'll just have a word with him in UAE and get back to all of you. Till that time, you enjoy the music. We will give you something wonderful from here, and that will come from our chamber as far as the YouTube channel. Because music something is very, very important, which we all have to consider. I know, because unless we don't talk about music should be the integral part of education. Because if you have music as an integral part of education, you don't get tired. You really enjoy education, because it becomes very stimulating and rewarding and very, very innovative. This is India tourism song. I will take on India tourism song, and let me just search for you. And from there, I will just try and work it out. Yes, there we will go.
भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके, पग पग पे फूल हैं खिले स्वागत स्वागत में आपके, पग पग पे फूल हैं खिले, स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार हैं खुले, स्वागत में आपके। मेहमान नवाजी के लिए सारे जहान में मशहूर है ये सरजमी दीनो ईमान में। आकर तो देखिए मेरे हिंदुस्तान में, यहाँ दिल बिछाए जाते हैं मेहमां की शान में। आओ के दीप है जले, स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार है खुले, स्वागत में आपके। कश्मीर के पहाड़, हिमाचल की वादियाँ, पंजाब के दिल पे नजारों की झांकियाँ, नदियाँ ये नाले बाग बगीचे ये चोटियाँ, मनमोहती हुई ये परिंदों की बोलियां, सुर के है साथ सुर मिले, स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार है खुले, स्वागत में आपके। ये आगरा का ताज वो जयपुर के हैं महल, दक्षिण के मंदिरों में मनोकामना सफल। कोणार्क उड़ीसा का जहां है चहल पहल, खजुराहो की कला से दिल जाए मचल मचल, ये पर्यटन के सिलसिले, स्वागत में आपके, भारत के द्वार है खुले, स्वागत में आपके।
आरुषि वाला जो एनवायरमेंट के जरिए वाटर मैनेजमेंट वीडियो का अगर वो वीडियो मिल जाए तो हमारा वीडियो है, हम अभी दिखा देते हैं। जल्दी बताओ फटाफट से।
कितनी अजब अजंता लोरा की गुफाएं, बुद्धा का मुल्क जिससे नहीं हटती निगाहें, सुंदर है घाट शोक बनारस की हवाएं, लखनऊ की शान शौकत देती है सदाएं, चंचल बाहर के हिले स्वागत में आपके भारत के द्वार हैं खुले स्वागत में आपके भारत के द्वार हैं
During this entire journey, our chamber had taken various innovative projects during COVID-19. We have been talking about global wellness, we have been talking about global health, and particularly our children when we talk about students, teachers, educators, principals, everybody. We focused on education and we want to make education relevant. That is the concept we had taken. So during this particular concept, when we had taken making education relevant, it is very important that education, whatever is being imparted, it should be very relevant to our day-to-day living, day-to-day life. And that's why we requested the Sector Scale Council for the Wellness under the Ministry of Ages, Government of India, that you come along with us because people need now physical wellness, mental wellness, spiritual wellness, environmental wellness, whatever is required. So education has to be relevant to our day-to-day life. Over there, it talks about when we are talking about organic farming, when we are talking about wellness, and we are talking about waste to resource management. Another very important area is water management, water resource management. And over there, from time to time, we have been holding lots of programs. Anil Manocha ji, who is our senior advisor for the chamber from Singapore, he had been packaging the entire program so innovatively and getting people from world over, from different countries, a lot of case studies. And recently, we had done one program with the experts from overseas, and at the same time, uh, Arushi Nishank ji, uh, who is working on Sparsh Ganga. Let me share few clips of that particular program so that you all will enjoy and you will come to know what basically was deliberated over there. I would request Dr. Chitra Kapoor to kindly play that video for us. The program which we had done, where Kanappanji had come all the way from United States, and we had Madam Arushi from India, and we discussed about the water management. Please go ahead. Entire universe, all our brothers and sisters in different continents, in different countries, because it is by the time 9:30 the ladies, we always respect the ladies. If a second lieutenant wife is there and a journal is sitting, the journal will get up and he will give a regard to second lieutenant wife. Now there is no second lieutenant nowadays, direct lieutenant the whole global fraternity. With these words, Madam Arushi Nishankji.
Thank you so much, Gulshan ji. Namaskar, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to everyone who all are here, because we are connecting from, different parts of world today. And thank you so much for dear Sir Kanappa ji for joining us here. I had a very beautiful memories with the Kanappa ji in my Houston trip, and a very motivating, talk and brainstorming session with him and his whole team. I cannot forget that. I'm looking forward to see you very soon again, sir. And thank you so much, Vivek ji, for joining us here. And I'm very glad that it's a great opportunity for me to, meet certain legends from different parts of the world and listening to them. So today I am not here to talk much, but to learn much from all these big personalities. And as Gulshan ji, you have always been very dear to us. And I don't dare to, because yes, certainly a very big thing, what you are doing is to connect whole world together, This is a very big task, what you are doing right now. And I really hope and I wish from God that, he shower all happiness and more strength to you, so you can keep connecting all the good people on this platform, only and only working for more improvement, for a continuous improvement. So best wishes to you and your organization. As certainly today we're going to discuss more about for the water management strategies and system and knowledge. So I always come up with a thought, and I always start my conversation with everyone, especially the youth. We all have been children one time in our life. I hope many of us are still child from heart. This is what Gulshan ji said, and I feel that I am the one of that person. But yes, when we were child and we were in school, our teacher were always been asking us to draw a beautiful portrait of a scenery. So I am sure all of us sitting here today, listening it, watching it, we remember this beautiful scenery, which has clouds, which had mountains, which had, plush green trees. It had blue river and a beautiful small house. I'm sure we agree on this. Doesn't matter which country we belong, doesn't matter which religion we belong, doesn't matter which age we belong. It's always so fresh in our memory. But unfortunately, today's discussion about that blue river, that blue water, we have been always, looking forward. I hope I'm still connected.
Yeah, Sam Kanappanji, Natarajanji, kindly switch off the presentation, please.
Okay.
Natarajanji, you have switched on. Yes, please.
So what we are discussing today is a very big and large concern, because this problem is a big distortion and a big kind of problem in our that beautiful scenery, because those lush trees have been cut down each year in a big number. We talk about the Blue River, very rightly Gulshan ji said, if I talk only about India, there are 21 cities who do not have drinking water now. It's going zero groundwater. And if I talk about the whole world, because we feel that it's Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam we are talking about, we're talking about this whole world as one family, then 719 million people don't have access to clean drinking water yet. So what we are discussing today is not a matter of just a small discussion, but it's a matter of discussion and then taking a very rigorous action. We always feel when the next World War going to happen, it will be on water. I'm sure each and everybody will agree on this with me. So what we are talking today, not only the problem, Because when we talk about the problem, we do not want to focus on the negative part, but we are so focused to drive ourselves to the solution. Problem lies, it's not like that we don't have enough the water. In India, we have a very good rain. Many parts, Cherrapunji, we know that it has the maximum of, the rain part of India. But still what we are doing wrong, there is a management and action going wrong. In the whole water scenario, India is only capable to procure and preserve of the rain harvest, which is 10 to 20%. 60%, 65% of that rain goes into the sea, and rest we cannot say. So what we are talking today about these small problems, if we talk about the leakage problem, this 35% water goes waste in the leakage system, where everybody is receiving, the water things from the pipes and from this, the particular system we are, following in India. I talk about RO. Let's stop talking about big things. Just start with the small things. We all use RO at home. India has a great culture of using it because we do not have a clean water. 70% of that water goes waste. What we are using for drinking purpose is only 30%. So what I am talking right now, what I'm talking today, is we have a big and larger problem. This Ganga, who is giving water to not only India but to Asia, 190 billion liter of garbage is dumped every single day into Gangaji. So what we are talking today is about, we have enough of the problems. We know where is the problem. It's a time that all the brain from all over the world should connect and find out the solution to this problem. If I say, हम सभी लोगों के पास पैसा है, करेंसी चेंज हो सकती है, पर हम उस पैसे को बहुत सोच समझ के इस्तेमाल करते हैं, because वो limited है. But when it comes about the resources, we feel it is unlimited and we want to use it like without keeping account in our mind. This is what we are doing with our resources. So very first thing, what we need to do, we need to understand that these resources are limited in nature. It's water, it's good air, it's anything in the mineral you talk about, it's limited in nature. भारत हमेशा से ऐसी पद्धतियों का उपयोग करता आ रहा है जहां पर हम पानी को बचाना जानते हैं, and we know how to manage water properly. How I can say about this, I'll give you a very small example. I come from the state Uttarakhand, so I always start from there. We have a nola, we have small storage, we call it nola, where we always try to store all the rainwater. And because it larger has this Himalaya valley, so we have a lot of ice, we have less of the water, there is a water supply problem. So these nolas are a big relief for all those small villages to connect them. I talk about Rajasthan. We have Bawdi, where from the Raja Maharaja's time, we are saving, procuring that rain harvest water into Bawdi. If I talk about different parts of it's Kui, it's a Kund, Erie, there are a lot of things we have always been doing. In this new time of technology, we have forget doing it. But when we have a technology, we should start connecting with the good way of procuring and preserving it in a better way. And I'm sure when we have Kanappa ji here, nobody should talk about the technology because he is a master of it. So I believe this cannot be achieved just by you or by me. We all have to join hands together to find out a better solution. What we started doing from Sparsh Ganga team, we started making people aware about the RO wastage. We talk about the circular economy. Bharat mein hamesha hum mante hain there is no waste. This is what circular economy all about. So of the waste of that 70% of water, what we are trying to do, we are making all the women of the house aware that you can use that water for plantation, you can use that water for washing utensils, you can use that water in a many other ways. A small story from a Rajasthan, which truly touches my heart, and I really want to share with you so that you can understand that Bharat, India has always been practicing those things जहां पर आज हमको कमी महसूस होती है. So there is a woman who was trying to make her child bath. So what she did, she put the child on a cot and she put a big tub beneath that cot. So when the child finished with its bath, she utilized that water for other household, for the animal, and for other purposes. So, you know, we in the village, in the small areas, we are truly practicing it. It's just a time we, you know, connect. We understand that we need a few of the strategy. I'll give the best example for the bamboo. The Japanese has always been using it for, you know, for irrigation purpose. So as Gulshan ji said, B2B mean not business to business. It's business to basic. This is what we are missing in all of our life. And with good use of technology, because we don't want to go into the ancient era. This is not we are saying. We are saying those values we have to revive again. And with the use of good technology, we should combine it. And from your platform, Gulshan ji, with Kanappa ji also, with Vivek ji also, I want to propose a plan here that Sparsha Ganga in the all over the world in the strength of more than 5 lakhs of people. So if you need us anywhere for anything, and especially for the water, because this is what we are doing. We are trying to save Ganga ji. We are trying to save many other rivers, because this is a great source of people. There 40% of livelihood in India is depending on those rivers. So I here propose that if you have any plan for, you know, making a strategy for better water management system for India or for the world, Sparsha Ganga will be happily, gladly coming forward to associate with you in any of the way. And once again, thank you so very much for calling me. We have a few shoots in the line, and we precisely kept half an hour to talk to you, and I was so tempted. I don't wanted to miss chance to see Kanappa ji, revive all of my Houston memories, and I have a great responsibility for Tamil chair also, because he made me a brand ambassador there. So yes, with a great responsibility, I accept you know, all the responsibility, whatever you are, you know, God has given to me, you have given to me. And Sparsha Ganga is with you. We are with you. You're doing wonderful job. And thank you so much, with many, many best wishes. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Arushi ji. Ladies and gentlemen, we should be proud of such daughters and such women in India. She's a daughter of the Honorable Education Minister of India, and there are 3 sisters. And if I correctly endorse, because I come from the armed forces, having served in the army, one of her sister is a serving army officer in the Indian Army today. All young boys and girls in India, those are watching, and all my brothers and sisters, those are watching world over. All my advisors, those are watching in different countries. We got to work closely with Sparsha Ganga, because I personally feel that Arushi ji is deeply committed. And you know, the kind of a figures and the kind of a inputs what she has given: 21 cities, the drinking water problem, 35% the water leakage, what she has talked about, and all. There's so much we all can do together, and we have to do. And she has given a very alarming signal to all of us that the next global, I don't want to tell third world war, but I want to tell that first world war we had, thank God. Second world war, forget. We should not have any problems. There should be a global peace, and that is going to be possible when we save every drop of water. And Arushi ji, we assure you, our chamber would be working very closely with you. me and Professor Vivek, we are gathering the best of the people, the best of the brains from the world over together, from the different continents, from the different countries. And soon we will come with a very big plan when 365 days, Arushi ma'am is going to be busy with us. We will not give her a break even on Sunday. We will not give her a break. So that is the way we are coming. And now with the consent, we will have a small prayer from Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajanji, and then we go to our keynote address by Kanappaji. Please.
Need a professional website? I created one for our startup using Wix. Let me show you how I did it. First,
I can't hear you, Professor Natarajanji. You got to unmute your mic. I can't hear you.
Namaskaram. The first prayer I want to say is for my Guru, Sadashiva Samarambham, Shankaracharya Madhyamam, Asmadacharya Paryantam, Vande Guru Paramparam. Then the second prayer is from the Vedas. It says all the devatas reside in the Veda. Om Apo Vai Sarva Devata. Then the third prayer is basically a prayer to all the major rivers. Gange Chamune Cheva Godavari.
We'll go to the next slide.
Okay.
Yeah, there's also another slide, another video, also brief. You can send both. Yeah. Okay, now we'll go.
Is it okay? Yeah. Are you getting this?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, we will. It has the picture. Picture is fine. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go back to the slide on the rainwater compulsory for rainwater harvesting on all buildings on July 19, 2003. On a personal level, collecting and using rainwater to replace municipal water use reduces your own water bill. So you have to pay less, because on a larger scale, water can be saved. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to talk about the grey water reclamation. I spoke in what is called arranged by NASA Water Quality and Purification Workshop in Sugar Land, Texas on October 23rd, 2019. You know, like if you say in engineering, we call it dual pipe system. That means complete plumbing has to be in two parts. One is your shower and kind of using water which can be reused. The second part is the commode, toilet, that needs to be processed, not immediately used. So we have two pipe system. It's called dual water system. In this, I'm talking about grey water. Grey water is the one you are using it for taking bath. Okay. And then we treat that grey water at the house and then use it for irrigation. Some states like California does not allow it, but most states in the USA allow reuse of grey water, which is the water from the bath, shower, not from, and then used it for irrigation purposes. Also, if you talk about sewer from the toilet, and if you have a septic system, that gets filled up if you do not divert grey water. I hope you understand that. See, if you put less toilet water into the septic system, it is easier to handle and it will extend the life of septic systems. And of course, reusing the water saves electric bill, energy. More efficient water use reduces pressure on the scarce water resources. I have been studying water quite a bit because my area is pipe stress, piping, pipelines. So on all those contexts, we constantly monitor the leakages in pipe, because for oil, gas, water, a lot of readings are taken on a real-time basis, and we monitor the leak to reduce the wastage. And that is definitely important. Next slide, please. Now, already Arushi, my dear friend, talked about the Sparks Ganga campaign. She had offered she will help in cleaning any river, because in India or anywhere in the world, she mentioned to me when she was in Houston, Texas. And really, any one of you listening today, if you think you can be volunteer to clean any river in your area, please contact her or contact me. Is definitely helping water resources. Last slide, very brief. Challenges. Okay, we talk about water preservation. A lot of challenges we see. This is with respect to United States. What we have found out is the generation of people who are really concerned about the water, they are all getting old and retiring. We are looking for second generation, younger people, to take the ownership in capital industries, expenditures, and also working every day. So the youth, which is, we all want your help. You think of water conservation for the whole world, universe, wherever you live does not matter. Your contribution to save water for future generation is very important. I request all of you to remember and take part to conserve water, to help the humanity. I thank Dr. Gulshan Sharma for this opportunity. This is a topic very dear to my heart. Water, linking of the rivers, rainwater harvesting. Whatever time left in my life, I will continue to work in saving water for the humanity. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Wonderful, sir. Wonderful. It's a great input from your side. It's such a wonderful. I've got few points to share with you and to discuss with you, if you would be kind enough, so that me, you, and Vivek Shankarji, we can take together.
Sure.
First of all, sir, my deep gratitude and thanks for such a wonderful inputs of yours. Tell me, sir, what are the real challenges when we want to link the rivers between two states? Because both the states have to agree, and then political bosses and systems and everything has to take a couple of points into consideration. Would that really be feasible? Sir? Do you feel so? Because I just happened to talk to a couple of people, and they are telling me in a very polite way that Major Dr. Gulshan Sharma, it's a very challenging task, because even where there are similar party governments in two states, they are also not ready to cooperate with each other. So how do we overcome that, sir? How do we overcome that?
Okay, very good point. When John F. Kennedy talked at Rice University, Houston, about landing a man on the moon and bringing him back in 10 years, at that time, 1960. Of course, we landed man in moon on 1969. It happened. At that time, he said, we are doing it not because it's easy, but because it's difficult.
Wow.
That's exactly what he said.
What a statement. What a statement, sir.
Okay. Just remember that. Now, when I met with Dr. Abdul Kalam, he very specifically pointed to the article in the Indian Constitution, which gives the water rights, assets for a state. Okay. So at that time, he mentioned that the Constitution needs to be amended to make water as India's national asset. So, like mines and all that. So there are a lot of efforts made on that. Changes are made to accommodate that concept so that when two states don't agree to share water, the government of India can come in and facilitate and make that happen. Because each state, for political reasons, they don't want to share water with another state, which is a continuous problem. And that is what I faced even in 2003. And also other things are resettling of people, because when we build a dam, number of people has to be resettled. That's a task. But if you go back and see the history of what is called the Tennessee Valley Authority in United States, it involved number of southern states where dams were built, peoples were relocated in 1950s. Now it's a major successful project helping all the southern states in the United States. So resettlement is a difficult thing, but it can be done. Then we are talking about environment. Whenever we are going to talk about changing the flow of river, it is like fighting with the nature, So we have to do it very carefully about environmental aspects, resettlement aspects, and political aspects. Now, definitely within a state, like Andhra is doing, Tamil Nadu is doing, within the state, it is immediately possible. But connecting to the next state through the rivers, transferring water, is always going to be a problem. But the only thing is, there has to be a political will, and I think it would happen. I pray Goddess Meenakshi, who is my mother, to help, because people, states like Tamil Nadu, now is of course a lot of flooding now, but in deficient years, when there's not enough monsoon water coming in, there's always deficient. So we need to come up with the formula how to share water, what percentage when the monsoon fails. It can be done, and my hope is, at least from Godavari to Kaveri, with Modi ji's help, it can be done. Andhra Pradesh is very much supportive. I had contacts with them. Hopefully, this can be done by 2024. I would like to see this happen in my lifetime.
Sir, you will live longer. You will cross 150 years. Now it will happen. It will happen in just few years. Now, just tell me, sir, when you met the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Modi ji, what were his views? I mean, what did he convey?
Oh, he was very successfully did this in water transfer in Gujarat.
Okay.
If you remember, there were a lot of opposition and criticism about water transfer in the state of Gujarat.
But he did.
But now he was able to come as a chief minister. He was able to complete that project. Now people are very happy. All the farmers are very happy.
Right.
So
coming to the
first
next point, sir. Coming to the next point. Did you have a word with the Mr. Shekhawat and Mr. Kataria, the Honorable Union Minister, Cabinet Minister, and the State Minister for Jal Shakti in Delhi, sir?
I have not met with them. Maybe with your help during my next trip.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
I would like to meet both of them.
Okay. Now, third point, sir. Do you feel that the water conservation, every drop, and we can check up with Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan also. The thing is, sir, today's topic we have taken intentionally water management and interlinking of rivers. 2 points we have taken, sir. Do you feel, are you convinced that every drop of the water can be saved if we educate our children in schools, in colleges, in universities, because they are not going to use water there only. When they will come back home with mom and dad, they can save water there. When they go to public places, they can save water there. When their mama, papa are going for the job, working place, they can save water over there. It has to become a national campaign, and if anything has to be successful, it has to start from the education ecosystem. Do you agree with that, sir?
Yes, definitely, yeah. Education, of course, with now high technology communications, it is possible by people like you. We will work with you. Definitely, youth has to be involved, and every one of us has to be conscious of saving water, because just because I can pay the water bill, it doesn't mean that I can waste water, because I am taking that water which can be used for somebody else for some other purpose. So I have to be always conscious of that. And the education is important. With the communication now available, youth can be communicated with social media and all that. Water conservation is very important.
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful. Our chamber would be totally dedicated and deeply dedicated with your mission and with your vision. But I very strongly feel, sir, I very strongly feel that if we really want to save water, if we want to save every drop of the water, we should involve Arushi Nishank in a big way. We should get across to schools, colleges, and university. We should work out, and it should become an integral part of the curriculum of the education. Why it should be taken separately? And I personally feel whether subjects, contents, they can be less, but education, when it is going to be relevant to my day-to-day life and living, it's very important. Like disaster management, why it should be taken a separate subject? Why not it should be integral in my education? Basic finance management, how to open an account, how to work out, everything related to that, it should be integral part of the education. Today, somebody gave a wonderful input, sir. This morning, I was listening to Rajiv Malhotra. That is again from the United States, a great visionary. And you know, sir, there is a South Indian, again, I think either Tamil Nadu or Kerala.
Yeah, Professor Vaidyanathan, right? Professor Vaidyanathan.
No. There is a gentleman whose father was with Ambedkar ji for drafting the whole Constitution of India, and he appeared on another program also. His name is V. Ramachandran.
Oh yeah. Dr. V.S. Ramachandran of University of California, San Diego. He's a great he's into cognitive sciences.
Neurosciences. Right? Now, when I heard that, Sir Sam Sir, Kanappan Sir, my mind got blown when he told neuroscientist, he told music, ragas, memory, poetry, and when he told, oh my God, for the first time today I realized, he told, when you talk about poetry, how it is important to increase the neuro system of child and children. And then he told one more thing. I was moved and I'm going to use it from tomorrow onward in all my presentation. So far, I was taking only music and classical dances of India. Earlier, I was glued to music, but when I met a mother and a daughter from Tamil Nadu, they are the great dancers, and they told me that particularly when you have a classical dance, how your entire body gets into a system and into a rejuvenation and wellness, and so much you can overcome your heart disease, you can overcome your liver, lungs, and a couple of other body deformities. And today when I heard V Ramachandran ji, I was zapped. You know what he told, sir? He told, why not humor should be the part of education? Oh my God. When he told why not humor should be the part of education, then I remembered the most popular serial in India, that is Kapil Sharma's show, which is going on nowadays. The grand hit on Indian television, Kapil Sharma show. It's only for humor. The people are, I feel, sir, sometimes people don't laugh. People don't feel happy. People don't smile. People don't enjoy what they are doing. They take it as a punishment. And one of the great motivational speaker of America, when I hear him, they say, when the Monday morning comes, 70% people do not want to go to job because they hate the job what they are working. Oh my God. Sir, why humor should not be a part of education? So my humble request, Kanappan sir, with your vision, with your dedication, with your motivation, with your seniority, you are the main engine right in front. Just behind you, I'm standing because I'm second in the biological age. Behind me, Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan, because he is biologically behind me. So like that, we all are following you. Let us start this campaign, and we should start from our school, colleges, institution. And then when you're talking about interlinking of rivers, why not? It should be a part of education. And why not education should be a part of education? Why not education should be a part of education? Why not education should be a part of education? Why not education should be a part of education? Why not education should be a part of education? Why not education should be a part of education? Why not education should be a part of education? Why not education should be a part of education? So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I just finished that particular video which I played for you. We had Honorable Education Minister of India's daughter, Arushi Nishank, along with Mr. Kanappan, all the way from the United States, from the Houston. They were together into water management strategies and interlinking of rivers. I just wanted to play that for you because water management is a very, very important issue and an important area. And now we are getting into another arena. It's a 5 p.m. Indian Standard Time, ladies and gentlemen. And we extend a very warm welcome to our chairman, Shri Rabindra Nath ji, for the MSME sector. And we also extend a very warm welcome to Professor Prabhu Nath Mishra ji, our distinguished guest this evening. Before we roll for this particular program, I just wish to share few slides with both of you so that we can move on further from there and we can take on. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we started our program in the morning at 9:15 a.m. and that was with the address from the Director UNESCO. And thereafter we came to Professor Satinder Dhiman. Why not? I should show you the slides only. International Day of the Education 2021. Recover and revitalize education for the COVID-19. Our chamber extends a very warm welcome to all of you. And of course, we started these programs in the morning and we have covered quite a bit of it. Srimad Bhagavad Gita, morning address, welcome, innovative education, Swachh Bharat, wellness, and India-ASEAN Focus Northeast Today it was a wonderful deliberation with the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Manipur University and what all they are doing on Southeast Asia. That was quite nice. And now we have come to the micro, small, and the medium enterprise. And today we are taking on role of technology and training and the future prospects. Before we go for this particular session, I would like to also just give you two more programs. That is 6:30 to 7:30. We have got Ancient Education System India, Takshila. And thereafter, there's a special program from Dubai. That is the new pedagogy in the school education future roadmap from 7:30 to 8 p.m. Then, excuse me, 8 to 9:15 p.m., the last program of today. That is NRIs for Indian education. Don't forget to join for this today. Last evening, or I should say last midnight at 12:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time, क्योंकि रात के 12:30 बजते हैं तो उसको हम सुबह ही बोलते हैं. So around 12:30 when Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan ji and Dr. Priya V. Balakrishnan ji, they spoke to me from United States. And we had almost about half an hour deliberation, discussions, interface. And they gave the title finally, Wellness-Kal Aaj or Kal. Almost 20 titles were taken and finally it was decided to take on Wellness-Kal Aaj or Kal. And this lady, when I spoke to her, being a doctor, she gave the complete input that she has set up wellness village in America. And she is going to talk about how Ayurveda reached United States, what all happens into the herbal health, Ayurveda, wellness, yoga, meditation, naturopathy, organic. There's going to be a wonderful deliberation that is at 8 p.m. tonight. Don't forget to watch us and please do invite others also. Information to be shared as much as possible. So let me just come to 5:30 program of the micro, small and the medium enterprise. There is some mic at the back, which is basically sound is coming here. Right. So we extend a very warm welcome to Shri Rabindra Nath, the Chairman MSME for the ICSI sector. And then Prabhu Nath Mishra ji, Head of the School of Economics, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. And ladies and gentlemen, that is Eric, and that is Professor Satinder Dhiman. And that was a special session, wonderful, all the way from Delhi, Anita Mahajan ji, and she told adding the enjoyment quotient. And then thereafter, we had waste to resource management, Dr. Puran Singh ji and Dr. Naresh ji. Then we had the CEO of the Sector Skill Council for the Wellness today. She gave the new roadmap. And here is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Manipur University. He was with us for 1 hour, 3 minutes deliberation. And now here we come. That is what we have got the important program, because when you're taking education, there has to be an outcome. And after this, we have got a program today, Takshila, world's oldest knowledge tradition. Immediately after this, we will have a program on Takshila that we will take on. And then, of course, finally, we will close the program tonight after Wellness-Kal Aaj or Kal, that is from 8 to 9:15 p.m. So, ladies and gentlemen, during the pandemic, when we carried out the whole emphasis, let's get back to the basics, sustainable development, and all that we talk about. So whatsoever human mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. And after this, of course, we are going to talk about technology and training in micro, small, and medium enterprise this evening. But before I go on that, I would request our chairman, MSME Sector, to say a few words. And thereafter, we will take on Professor Prabhu Nath Mishra ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure listening to you and all the new things which you do. When you say Wellness-Kal Aaj or Kal, it reminds me of what Robert Schuller said. Tough times never last, but tough people do. And when there is wellness around, I would say everybody would last. And with all these programs which you have been doing ever since the pandemic struck us, it has only been the wellness whether in the body, whether in the mind, or whether in the soul of the people, that you have been taking care of all of them, sir. And I'm sure each one of us on this earth would be blessing you in a very big way, that your biological age never ever overtakes your soul, the age of your soul. And you remain so very healthy and so very happy. I would say Kapil Sharma would look up to Dr. Gulshan Sharma as to how I should also learn, because Kapil Sharma has to travel a long distance to reach your age, biological age at least. But I also extend at this juncture a very warm welcome to Professor P.N. Mishra ji. Mishra ji, namaskar. I welcome you to this program of ours, courtesy of Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor P.N. Mishra ji happens to be the head, School of Economics, Devi Ahilya University, Indore. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your time and joining us on our program today. I also take this opportunity to welcome all the participants to our program from India and abroad. This being a very special day when Dr. Gulshan Sharma is doing his programs from right 9:30 in the morning to almost 9:30 at night. I would say a great stamina and a great passion for the well-being of the society at large. And my greetings to all the participants. I only wish and pray that we all stay healthy, we all stay happy, and we stay safe in this pandemic. And when we talk of the pandemic, the topic for today becomes all the more relevant. Technology, training, and how they are going to be the game changers in the times to come. The only constant this year we all accept has been the change, and the rate of it continues to baffle, continues to accelerate day after day. In a year of unprecedented change, from the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic to the various other social and economic challenges across the country, we have seen that the leaders have been compelled, leaders have been required to completely rethink how businesses will have to operate, how will we be finding new avenues to reach the goals which have been set. Because the world continues to evolve, new job roles, new skills will be needed, requiring organizations to reskill employees and to prepare them for the new positions. Chalta hai is all gone, probably chala gaya hai. The new things are there, grounded, and even the World Economic Forum estimates that 50% of the employees will need to be reskilled by 2025. That makes training so very important. And the world of work is constantly evolving due to rapid developments in technology and shifts in the business markets. Technology today is evolving at such a rapid pace, enabling faster change and progress, causing an acceleration of the rate of change until eventually it will become exponential. That is what we are feeling. If we only talk about advances of technology, we can see that they are forcing restructuring to keep up with the future of work. Research from Deloitte shows that 90% of the respondents say that their organizations are currently redesigning jobs. 90% of the respondents felt of that research that their organizations are being compelled to redesign jobs. They're currently engaged in that. Key responsibilities are now being supplemented or automated by artificial intelligence. One, artificial intelligence is playing so much of havoc with the people in the world today. And it is also being estimated that over the next 3 years, 30% expect to be eliminated out of certain jobs due to automation. That is what makes these impacts on the workforce demand an attention much more than what it used to be earlier. Demands a requirement to stay agile during an uncertain time in the economy and in the workplace. Organizations are now being expected to respond to challenges with more resilience, with more adaptability, and focus than it was ever before. And we must ensure that the employees have the skills they need to meet the ever-changing needs of business. upskilling and reskilling, which our Prime Minister also mentions. He talks about skilling, he talks about upskilling, and he talks about reskilling. These efforts can sustain and fuel the economic growth. But these two needs of upskilling and reskilling are taking new forms to meet the need of a highly dispersed, highly distracted, and stressed workforce. There's always a challenge between the industry and the academia. While even before 2020, there was a deep underlying shift which was beginning to be impact the way we view work and the way the workplace learning happens. Times are evolving now from learn to work to work to learn. The change has already beginning to take place. Learn to work to learn. It is accepted that the current and the future workforce is more likely than ever to be well educated. But there is a decline in the perceived value of higher education, perceived value that the higher education brings. Many organizations are already beginning to believe, Mishra Sahab, that higher education alone doesn't provide the skills students need to succeed in the modern workplace. They always find that there is a deficiency which should be and which is available. If I look at the paranoid which is there in the industry today, which is there in the society today, on one hand, we have a huge workforce getting added. And on the other hand, the industry bemoans that there is not adequately skilled manpower. There is a yawning gap which is there. And more so, again, as per a study, almost 38% believe that universities have a negative impact on what is being trained and what is being required by the industry. These are all, you see, people complain. I have been working with the industry at large. And most of the time, when we used to converse with them, I used to get to hear कि साहब 1 करोड़ की मशीन खरीदने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. अगर टेक्नोलॉजी बदल रही है तो हम 1 करोड़ रुपया भी खर्च कर सकते हैं. पर आप ये बताइए कि उस मशीन को चलाने वाले ट्रेंड मैन पावर कहाँ मिलेगा मुझे? उसका आभास हमें था, उसका प्रयास हमने किया. प्रयास हमने ये किया जब मेरी प्रीवियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन थी, उसका प्रयास ये किया कि इंडस्ट्री के साथ जुड़ना शुरू किया. स्टूडेंट्स को अपने यहाँ पर सेंटर्स में लाके ट्रेन करना शुरू किया ताकि स्टूडेंट्स, दैट इज एकेडेमिया एंड द इंडस्ट्री, देयर इज अ कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ देम. Because the shelf life of the traditional skills is shortening, and in-demand skills, both technical and soft skills, are continuously evolving. And it was in that process that we brought in some of the best people from the industry, whether it was ABB, whether it was Schneider, whether it was Delta, whether it was Adroitech, all the top-notch people who are working in different sectors, be it the automobile sector, be it the defense sector, and all that. So, and everybody felt that there is a need for continuous learning. There is a continuous need for upskilling and adaptation in order to remain an asset in the workforce. Otherwise, today, the way people are being shredded out, it's being known to one and all. A student who comes out, a person who, even despite working for 5 to 10 years in the industry, the way they are being shown the door by their employers, or the way they are not being taken when they emerge out of the colleges after having done an MTech, that is very disheartening. We need to do something more. And the burden on learning now shifts to business, not merely academia. I believe that there needs to be a sync between the industry and the academia when we run the training courses on one side and when we also try and train the people on the machines on the other side. Because workforce upskilling is no more a suggestion, Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji. It's a requirement. It's a requirement for every organization in this new virtual, normal way of remote working. That is what is needed today. And furthermore, the 21st century skills and attributes like social and emotional skills, which you just mentioned and which you always mention, sir. Social and emotional skills, they're becoming higher. Cognitive skills and digital skills are no longer nice to have, but are critical. All these things which we need to take into account when we do into this. Mr. Saab, with this background, and this is the challenge which each one of us is facing, be it the industry or be it the academia, we are very eager to hear your views because you have a huge reservoir of youth with you in your college, university, and also in similar institutions elsewhere. Because unless we address this, when we are churning out 1.3 million people every month, and the demands of them are not in the same measure, what should be done? There are huge expectations before our country as a manufacturing hub to be. There are a huge number of people from the other parts of the world who are prepared to land in India. What we need to do is assure them that we have the best in terms of manpower. Technology, yes, is evolving. Technology, yes, is changing very fast, but people are prepared to invest in technology subject to the assurance that India would provide them the trained manpower, trained in terms of the needs of the industry. So we would be very eager to hear from you, and so would be our participants in the program today, as to how do you believe this situation is being addressed or is going to be addressed in the days to come. Over to you, Mishra sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Shri Nath Sahab, respected Shri Sharma-ji, Dr. Sharma-ji, and all other participants in this webinar. Honorable Nath Sahab has raised two very pointed questions about the higher education. Number one, higher education is producing 30% negative impact. And I'm, sir, indeed very happy to listen to this. Because in 40 years of my career as a teacher in the higher education, somehow, when I'm going to close my career after 8 or 10 months, I have a feeling that it has not caused any impact anywhere. Most of the universities have become degree-giving institutions. Exceptions are always there. So there are some educational institutions, some universities, which are doing some value addition. Otherwise, they are not causing any impact, neither positive nor negative. They probably follow, I'm saying it in lighter vein, "Jyon ki tyon dhari dini chadariya." You have entered the academic institution, you take a degree, and you go away from there. And second points are that you have raised, that many students that we produce from the university, they are not skilled enough to take the responsibility to work at these places. As a matter of fact, the problem does not lie with the students. It lies with the teachers like us. It lies with the system. And if I say that the problem lies with the system, it might be true, but then we are shirking our responsibility in some way or the other. So both these statements are admitted. Now the question is, what should we do? The main question that you have raised for me, and to answer your question in right perspective, according to my understanding, I would like to go back to ancient India. And I'm thankful to Dr. Sharma that he has been bringing concern from ancient India, and he shall be talking about, the Takshila University, Nalanda University, probably in a short while from now. When we were #1 country in the whole world, the skills and knowledge, they were given equal importance. Arjun was not a philosopher or a mathematician. वो तो धनुर्धर था, and he enjoyed a very high status in the society. Same applies to Raja Nala also. वो कोई फिलोसोफर या मैथमेटिशियन नहीं थे, वो तो घोड़े दौड़ाया करते थे. But what is happening today? Those who are masters in skill, they do not get that kind of respect in the society. Moreover, there are not so many job opportunities available for them. But I'm thankful to the National Education Policy 2020, which has placed a lot of emphasis on these skills. Now, by acquiring qualification in the skill, you can go interchange in the parallel system also. And by being a master in a skill, you can apply for the government job, you can apply for the competitive examination, and you can earn PhD degree. Formally, for the first time in free India, skills have been placed at par with the formal education. You can do BA, MA, PhD, MBA, MSc, or you can do BBOC, MBOC, and 14 level program in the skill courses, and you will be equivalent to a PhD degree. So then some effort has been made, but I would say intensive effort is required to make India really employable. Now I will take a few more points to answer your question fully. Training has to be a regular and continuous process. When I was thinking about this, as a matter of fact, the world of business or the world of industry was not in my mind. Actually, Dr. Gulshan Sarma ji dominated my mind, because in defense you say, either the army officers, your force is getting trained, or it is fighting. या तो वो लड़ रहे हैं या लड़ने के लिए वो trained किए जा रहे हैं. And if there is no real enemy, they create artificial enemy, war games, and they fight with the artificial enemy, unreal enemy. So that has to be grafted in the education system. You are acquiring new skills. At the same time, you are using those new skills. And there is a very well-established research. When technology changes, it creates a requirement for additional kind of training. And I shall be quoting two studies. One was the study conducted for the cosmonauts, and it was a belief that the pilots would be easily and quickly trained to become the astronaut. As a matter of fact, it was found to be wrong, because they have to unlearn the usual flying at the first place, and then they have to learn how to fly the spacecraft. So whenever the technology changes, it creates additional need for the additional training. And as a matter of fact, you need to forget many things. I have experienced in my office also, when this computers came and the word processing started. My old typist had a long, difficult time adopting the new technology, because they were habitual of hitting the typing button forcefully. वही उनको जोर जोर टिक टिक करना है, and they were to be told by my trainers that you need not hit the buttons. You only touch them gently and the work will be done. So the growth and change in technology cannot be stopped. And therefore, new kind of technology training, new kind of training is always imperative. Therefore, I say with assertion that regular and continuous training is imperative. As far as a small, medium, micro industry is concerned, they are the backbone of any economy, not only in India, but everywhere in the world. You can have a few big industries in a state, but you need to have a chain of micro, medium, small industries. And they are great job providers, and they satisfy to many of the needs. They have their own problem, they need to be provided the state protection, they need to be provided with the appropriate markets, all those things. But at the same time, in order to make them cost efficient, they require the technology training in order to be more efficient, give the quality product, deliver the goods properly. And if we really want India to be a strong country industrially, we have to focus on this particular sector, and we have to make training and the technology as a kind of vehicle for the efficiency and effectiveness of small, micro, medium industries. This was, sir, my short reply to the questions that you have raised, and more when we go along together. Thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity.
Mishra Sahib, I was, since I was going to talk to a professor and a head from a university, and a very renowned university, I could not make a statement that what all is being taught is irrelevant, but you are very kind enough to admit that the gaps which are there are yawning. There are yawning gaps between what is being taught, what is the expectations of the industry, and things like that. But then there are institutions which have produced some of the best people from the industry, or which have from other what you call disciplines. And that is why India rules the entire world when it comes into terms of IT engineers or doctors or certain other engineers. But things are lacking when it comes to the people in our own country. And that is where we believe that the industry is facing this huge deficit of trained manpower. Secondly, the world is continuously evolving. Third, which is in no way less, are the expectations, the normal expectations which are there. Let us look at a situation where a child emerges out of your universities today and thinks that, well, I have become a BTech, I have been given the best education, and I should be very gracefully accepted by the industry at large. But then what we are finding is that this is not a reality. Whenever they feel that whenever there is a great demand for jobs, there will be a major demand for the means to get there. भाई अगर मैं 10 लाख रुपया खर्च करके निकल रहा हूं तो इंडस्ट्री भी उतने ही पैसे मुझे देगी ताकि मेरी एक वैल्यू बन सके. आज की स्थिति देखिए, अगर हम रियलिटी ऑन ग्राउंड देखेंगे, और कोविड ने तो उसको और भी ज्यादा भयभीत कर दिया है उस स्थिति को, जहां पे वो बात करते हैं कि एक बीटेक इंजीनियर जब मार्केट में पहुंचता है तो उसको शुरू में 20-25 हजार रुपए की नौकरी मिल जाए तो वो भी गनीमत है. हम अक्सर देखते हैं आज, और बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण लगता है, जबकि एक पीएचडी स्टूडेंट एक पीएन की नौकरी के लिए लाइन में लगा हुआ है और वो सब होता है. बट whenever there is a great demand for skilled people, there is expected to be, the expectations are there will be a willingness to pay the differential for the right capabilities.
True.
But neither of these things are happening. And today, at the scale required to make an impact on the demographic dividend, our Prime Minister is very, what you call, passionate when he talks about the demographic dividend of a country. You very rightly mentioned that there is a need and there is a great impetus which is being created by the new education policy. But that has to travel a distance, sir. You would agree with me, अभी जो चीजें एक envision की जा रही हैं, वो उस reality तक जब तक पहुंचेगी, तब तक lot of water would have already flowed under the river Ganges.
Yes.
So if we have to address our country, our system, our MSMEs, our academia, there's a big gap which needs to be done. And even if we talk today, sir, that the new education policy is going to be a panacea for all this, I think we should not be living in a world of illusion. Unless there is a big sync between the industry and the academia. If we continue to live in worlds, in two islands, which do not meet anywhere, we would again be churning out apples while the oranges would be required. How do you think, sir, without there being a conjunction between the industry and the academia, we cannot say that, well, industry tum paisa kharcho, sarkar tum paisa kharcho, और academia जो बना रहा है, हमारे तो courses ऐसे ही हैं. You have been a stalwart, sir. You have been a legend in the education sector, and I understand you are head of economics. And economics is something which really makes everybody understand how every rupee matters.
Sir, the question is indeed very pertinent. And when I said about the new education policy, I had only one thing in my mind, that new education policy has paved the way. But things will not happen immediately. On the ground, you will see the things only after 10 years or so, when we continue working with zeal and enthusiasm for a long time. There are many things to be changed. First of all, in what way the courses in the traditional Indian universities are changed. There is some body known as Board of Studies. And this Board of Studies in every traditional university is responsible for the modification of the courses. Now, look at the legal structure at present of the Board of Study. It should meet at least twice a year. That is what the law says about this. So if it meets 2 times in a year, the legal responsibility of the Board of Study is fulfilled. This Board of Study has to meet on regular basis at least once in a month. It has to be in session like the UN Security Council. Keep an eye on the market, keep an eye on the world, and find out what is happening around, and incorporate those changes in your teaching, in your course curriculum as fast as possible. That is the first thing that we need to do. In some universities, there are some experts from industry. As a matter of fact, in the Board of Study, we need to have at least half the experts, knowledgeable people, experienced people from industry. And it should be made mandatory that in every meeting, at least half of the members from the industry must participate. And only then the concern of the industry can be addressed by the university. Another thing, though teachers are very nicely paid now, they are very respectfully paid now, they should also be prepared to change. They should also not only create new knowledge, they should also create new technology. Some incentive is being given today, which was absent earlier for
I don't know, with the audio, something went wrong with Professor P.N. Mishra ji's. I think, sir, you can take on then.
Yeah. Mishra Saab is very right when he says that there is a need for teachers also to come in, because it's a constant process. And while we continue to change the and train the people, Mishra Saab is back, I believe. Yeah. Mishra Saab, kindly unmute yourself.
मिश्रा जी अनम्यूट कर लीजिए, अनम्यूट.
थैंक यू सर, ये बीच में अपने आप गड़बड़ हो गया.
कोई बात नहीं.
तो आपको पेटेंट्स लेने होंगे, इनोवेशंस लेने होंगे, कॉपी राइटिंग राइट्स लेने होंगे. Without that, the promotions should not be given. And those who take this, they should be given additional incentive. So it should not be only the creation of theoretical knowledge. It should be the creation of usable knowledge. So this is my simple submission in response to your question, sir.
Mr. Sir very rightly said that it is the time when even the teachers or the trainers need to be trained. The training of the trainers is as necessary, as mandatory today as perhaps the teaching and the training of the students who would be joining the industry. But when there is a need of skilling and upskilling and reskilling which is being felt, as a leader from academia, what do you believe as to who should be footing the bill for this skilling aspect or the reskilling aspect?
Both university and the industry, both. Because it is the responsibility of the universities to create a skilled man force. And the industry is going to be the ultimate user of that. And therefore, both these institutions, academic institution and industries, must support must meet the expenses for skilling, upskilling and reskilling. दोनों की जिम्मेदारी है और दोनों को इसमें रिसोर्सेज लगाने चाहिए.
आज के युग में जब हम अक्सर देखते हैं कि हर कोई, चाहे वो इंडस्ट्री का आदमी हो, चाहे वो एकेडेमिया हो, हर कोई अपना मुंह घुमा लेता है सूरजमुखी के फूल की तरह, कि सूरजमुखी जैसे सरकार है कि भाई सरकार तुम ही अन्नदाता हो, तुम ही सभी पैसे खर्च करिए. पर जमाना जब फिस्कल डेफिसिट्स की बात करता है तो
प्लीज गो अहेड सर. सूरजमुखी.
आपने तो सरकार के इतने इंस्टीट्यूशन संभाले हैं, सरकार पर अगर हम हर चीज छोड़ देंगे तो ये हो नहीं सकता है.
मिश्रा साहब, मैं आपसे ये बताना चाहूंगा कि मैंने अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में हमने एक बहुत बड़ा निर्णय लिया था. मेरी इंस्टीट्यूशन हमेशा सरकार के डोनेशंस के ऊपर, सरकार की ग्रांट्स के ऊपर निर्भर रहती थी. हमने 2007 में एक फैसला किया कि हमें सरकार से कुछ नहीं लेना और सरकार को हाथ जोड़ दिए कि भगवान आप अपना पैसा अपने पास रखिए, हम अपनी रोजी रोटी खुद कमाएंगे.
Good.
And can you imagine how did my company change gears and change its level of performance from a business of 2,000 crores in 2007 with grants and everything, a profit of less than 2 crores, we could reach a business of 22,400 crores in 2018 and a profit of 185 crores in 2018. तो ये सारी बातें हैं जो कि अक्सर जब हम सरकार की तरफ उम्मीदें अपनी बढ़ा लेती हैं, चाहे वो ग्रांट्स की बात करें, चाहे वो ट्रेनिंग की बात करें, चाहे वो ट्रेनिंग के पैसों की बात करें या टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेडेशन की बात करें, मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि अगर हम सरकार को केवल हमारे को इनकम टैक्स बेनिफिट्स के ऊपर अगर वो फोकस रखें कि हम इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, आप हमें ये फायदा दीजिए, ना कि वो पैसा भी पकड़ाएं और फिर नीलबटे सन्नाटा हो कल को. तो दैट इज व्हाट एटलीस्ट आई परसीव एंड दैट इज हाउ वी लेड आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस टू सच अ बिग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन.
सर, मैं फिर आपसे एक निवेदन करूंगा कि गवर्नमेंट अपना फिनेंशियल इकोनॉमिक सपोर्ट विड्रा कर ले, ग्रांट ना दे, पर वो अपने कंट्रोल्स भी विड्रा कर ले, उनके कंट्रोल्स इंटैक्ट रहें और ग्रांट्स वो विड्रा कर लें, तो ये बड़ी फेयर बात नहीं होगी.
आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा.
और एक देखिए, ये जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020, ये एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन की ट्रू ऑटोनॉमी की बात करती है, मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट कंट्रोल. वो भारत का संविधान है, आईपीसी, सीआरपीसी है, गवर्नमेंट सेंट्रल स्टेट लॉज हैं, बस वही काफी हैं. There should not be any additional control on the academic institution. Let them stand up on their own. And sir, at Indore, we have done this experiment. Dr. Sharma sir knows it. We were the first university in India to start self-financing courses. Padma Shri Professor Man Singh Soraji was our Vice Chancellor, and we started tourism program at that time. And Dr. Sharma came for the launching of that program. So, and there were certain articles written in magazines and newspapers that this university is an entrepreneur also. They have self-finance courses. So a lot of money we earn ourselves through consulting, through fees, and then we support our academic program. But I'm repeating that point again. The real autonomy has to be there. let the grants be withdrawn, and the controls also should be simultaneously withdrawn.
I fully agree. I fully agree with you, Mishra Sahab, because it cannot be that you tie my hands and feet and make me run.
Yeah,
It would be
true.
very unfair. We cannot run a marathon because it is no longer a question of 100-meter. We cannot run a marathon because it's a marathon, what we are expected to do with the challenge which is there, which is all pervasive. And that we create results at the same time. But then fortunately for us, fortunately for India, at least we have a prime minister, we have an MSME minister who believes that government has no business to be in business. They have to be only framing a few policies and they are open to suggestions. And as you rightly said, unless there are people from the private sector into even framing of the course curriculum, we would never be able to succeed in producing apples. We would only be producing watermelons, which has more of husk around it and very little of things inside. But Mishra Sahab, you would agree, हमारे देश में जिन लोगों को कॉलेजेस और यूनिवर्सिटीज में जाने का मौका मिलता है वो बहुत ही कम संख्या है. As per one of the studies which I was reading once, I understood that only 10% of the youth into the education level is lucky enough to reach the university level stage, which means almost 90%. I don't know whether the figures are still as good as they are.
Your figure is correct. Not even 10% come to the higher education.
To come to the higher education, sir. But then, as leaders in the education sector, both you and Dr. Gulshan Sharma, who is so very passionate about these, we have an equal responsibility of thinking about those 90% also. And India has very easily put them into an unorganized sector. हम उनको कहते हैं भाई ये तो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेक्टर है, ये अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेक्टर है. अब अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेक्टर को हैंडल करने के लिए, चाहे वो वर्कफोर्स हो, चाहे वो हमारे अनएजुकेटेड यूथ हो, वो भावी टेररिस्ट ना बने, भावी प्रॉब्लम क्रिएटर्स ना बने और अच्छे उद्यमी बने, अच्छे वर्कफोर्स बने, उनके लिए आप क्या समाधान सुझाव देते हैं?
सर, मैं एक सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ. Why should everybody come to higher education? And who should come to the higher education? Those who want to go in research, those who want to create new knowledge, those who want to go to teaching, only they should come to higher education. जिनका पैशन है हायर एजुकेशन का कि उन्हें नॉलेज क्रिएट करनी है, उन्हें पढ़ाना है और इसी फील्ड के द्वारा वो समाज की सेवा करना चाहते हैं. हायर एजुकेशन इज द प्लेस फॉर देम. आप जैसे देखिए यूके का एजुकेशनल सिस्टम, सर एक मिनट में बात पूरी कर लूं. यूके का एजुकेशनल सिस्टम देखिए आप, ए लेवल के बाद ज्यादातर बच्चे एजुकेशन में नहीं आना चाहते क्योंकि उनको नौकरियां मिल चुकी हैं. अब वो जाएंगे, काम करेंगे, फिर वहां पैसा वैसा कमाएंगे. वो इसके बाद उनको अगर लगता है कि उन्हें अब और पढ़ाई करनी है, then they will come to the higher education. So higher education's door should not be open to everybody. Rather, the door of education should be open to everybody. People should select why should they want to go to higher education, and higher education accordingly must decide what kind of people it is going to take. सबको हायर एजुकेशन देने से कोई एजुकेशनल या टेक्नोलॉजिकल रिवोल्यूशन इस देश में नहीं होगा और कहीं हुआ भी नहीं है. डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज का डेटा अभी तो मेरे पास नहीं है, but not everybody is going to higher education because they got the opportunity of branching out to industries and job, and they went over there. In America, people work for 10 years, 5 years, earn money, save money, and then they go for the higher studies. ऐसा ही यहाँ भी करना चाहिए. फोकट की हायर एजुकेशन से फोकट के लोग ही पैदा होंगे. कुछ रिसर्च करना है, टीचिंग करनी है, नॉलेज क्रिएट करना है, एडवांस स्टडीज करनी है, आ जाओ तुम्हारे लिए यही जगह है. पर अगर ये सब नहीं करना है तो उसको 3 साल और पोस्टपोन करो. ग्रेजुएशन कर लिया, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन में लटका के रखो, अब वो ज्यादा फ्रस्ट्रेशन के साथ समाज में जाएगा. सो इट इज बेटर that make them skilled, and after every degree give them the opportunity to branch out. काम करो, पैसा कमा के आओ, फिर और पढ़ाई करो, अपने पैसे से पढ़ाई करो, सिस्टम की मदद से या बाप के पैसे से हायर एजुकेशन की लग्जरी पालना मेरे हिसाब से ठीक नहीं है सर। हो सकता है आपको मेरी बात पसंद ना आई हो।
नहीं नहीं, आप बिल्कुल उचित कह रहे हैं मिश्रा साहब, आपने जो कहा ये बिल्कुल उचित है, मगर दुर्भाग्य देखिए, एक बच्चा जब कॉलेज से निकलने वाला होता है एक डिग्री लेके, मैं अपने बच्चे का ही उदाहरण देता हूं, माय सन डिड हिज बीटेक। नाउ द मोमेंट ही वाज इनटू हिज लास्ट सेमेस्टर, एवरीबॉडी स्टार्ट्स आस्किंग हिम, बेटा एमबीए कहां से करोगे, मास्टर्स कहां से करोगे। अब उस बच्चे को एक इंफीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स उसके दिमाग में डाल दिया जाता है कि अगर एमबीए या मास्टर्स नहीं किया, और वो भी अगर किसी फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी से नहीं किया, तो यू विल बी एन आउटकास्ट। दैट इज वन थिंग सर, एंड not very many people believe that getting education from an government aided or a government education school or college is the best education. ये तो अब आके थोड़ा सा फर्क लगा है, जब एटलीस्ट दिल्ली के स्कूल्स में और ऐसे ही दूसरी जगह के स्कूल्स में एक सिस्टमिक चेंज आया है, जिसकी वजह से उनको भी रिकॉग्नाइज किया जा रहा है, बिकॉज वी ऑल बिलीव दैट गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, बी इट एजुकेशनल और अदर्स, they have some of the best brains in the country. This was the story. But my point of unorganized sector was those, क्योंकि मेरा ऐसा मानना है साहब कि जो हिंदुस्तान है वो दिल्ली, बॉम्बे, हैदराबाद, चेन्नई, बैंगलोर, कलकत्ता नहीं है।
बिल्कुल नहीं है सर, बिल्कुल सही बात।
असली हिंदुस्तान, मान लीजिए देवरिया जैसी जगह में, मैनपुरी जैसी जगह में, नवादा जैसी जगह में, अगर मैं यूपी की बात करूं, या ऐसे ही अन्य विभिन्न स्थानों पे जब हम जाते हैं और जब हम देखते हैं कि यहाँ का युवा कितना पैशनेट है, पर इकोनॉमिक रीजन से या किसी अन्य रीजंस के कारण वो, मान लीजिए मैं उनको स्कूल वॉकआउट बोलता हूँ, स्कूल ड्रॉप आउट नहीं, क्योंकि आई डोंट वांट टू पुट देम विद द टैग दैट दे आर अ ड्रॉप आउट।
Very appropriate. Sir, with your permission, I shall be using this word in my future writings, quoting you that I don't call them school dropout. They are school walkouts.
They are in fact
notation का ये शब्द है सर। Thank you sir.
Thank you. But I believe, how do we address them and how do we train them? Because your topic was very, very relevant. Training is needed, and training is not only for those who are educationally qualified. Training is needed even for those who may not have got the education, but we need to train them to make them in sync with the industry as per the requirements of the industry.
Sir, two things over here. Even today, there's an example of large number of people who were school dropouts in India, in the United States of America, and everywhere. They created business empire, and they are employing MBAs, engineers, and large number of people. नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, उनके उदाहरण तो जगत विख्यात हैं कि स्कूल से निकल गए और इतनी बड़ी इंडस्ट्री खड़ी कर दी, इतना बड़ा इंटरप्राइज खड़ा कर दिया। भारतवर्ष में कई ऐसे आर्टिसंस हैं, कलाकार हैं। एक को तो मैंने अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी में परफॉर्मेंस देने के लिए बुलाया, बड़े फेमस म्यूजिशियन, पद्म विभूषण से अलंकृत। परफॉर्मेंस के बाद जब मैंने उनको ट्रेवल वगैरह के पेमेंट के लिए बिल उनके सामने रखा, तो मुस्कुराते हुए अपना अंगूठा वो आगे कर दे रहे हैं। उस फन में वो माहिर हैं और उनके सपोर्ट करने के लिए ढेर सारे लोग हैं। ऐसे आर्टिसंस हमारे देश में हैं जिन्होंने सीएस को, एमबीएस को, मार्केटिंग एग्जीक्यूटिव्स को, इन सबको एम्प्लॉय कर रखा है। ये कैसे हुआ और कैसे ये नहीं हुआ, इसका मैं एक एग्जाम्पल देना चाहूंगा आपको सर। जहां मैं रहता हूं इंदौर में, वहां तो शर्मा जी बार बार कोट करते रहे हैं, एक बहुत बड़ा एजुकेशनल सेंटर रहा है महर्षि संदीपनी का आश्रम, जहां कृष्ण ने अपनी पढ़ाई की थी, उज्जैन में। और एक जगह है माहेश्वर। माहेश्वर में कभी यहाँ के होलकर स्टेट की कैपिटल हुआ करती थी। वहां की साड़ियां पूरे दुनिया में विख्यात हैं, लेकिन वहां पे वो साड़ियों के फर्स्ट क्लास मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं। साड़ियां बनाना उन्होंने अपने बाप दादों से सीखा है, वो स्किल बनी हुई है, साड़ियां वो बना लेते हैं। अब वो बेचें कहाँ उसको? The market have not been provided to them by the government. they are still using those old looms. Modified looms have not been provided to them. अब हमने दो बड़े पुराने जमाने से दो मैंने टेक्सटाइल के इंस्टीट्यूशन बड़े बड़े बना रखे हैं, एक सेलम में बना रखा है, एक हमने वाराणसी में बना रखा है। ऐसे और इंस्टीट्यूशन की एक सेक्टर का मैं उदाहरण ले रहा हूं जो कि उनके मशीनों को मॉडर्नाइज करें और उन्हें रॉ मटेरियल प्रोवाइड करें। रॉ मटेरियल और इन सारी चीजों से ज्यादा जरूरी है कि उनको वो प्रोटेक्टेड मार्केट प्रोवाइड करें। जब तक आप उनको प्रोटेक्टेड मार्केट नहीं प्रोवाइड कर सकेंगे तब तक लोकल आर्टिसंस को आगे बढ़ने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा। आप देखिए, कभी रेलवे ने ये फैसला लिया था, वो फैसला आज तक ऑफिशियली विड्रॉ तो नहीं हुआ कि रेलवे में कुल्हड़ में चाय दी जाएगी। फैसला अभी भी है, कुल्हड़ गायब हो गया, प्लास्टिक उसके जगह आ गया। तो इस तरह के फैसलों को आई वुड से रूथलेसली दे मस्ट बी इम्पोज्ड ऑन रेलवे स्टेशन। नो प्लास्टिक, नो कप प्लेट शुड एंटर, इट विल बी ओनली कुल्हड़। आप देखिए आपका जो कुम्हार तबका है कितना आगे बढ़ जाएगा। वैसे ही आप कर दीजिए कि जो गवर्नमेंट ओन्ड होटल्स हैं उसमें पत्तल में ही खाना सर्व किया जाएगा, वो हाइजीनिक है, उसका वेस्ट तुरंत नेचर में जाता है, बार बार वो यूज नहीं हो पाता है। तो आप फिर देखिए कि आपके जो इस प्रकार के काम करने वाले परंपरागत लोग हैं उनकी रोजी रोटी चल पड़ेगी। पर इन फैसलों को लेकर के उनको रूथलेसली देश के हित में, कला के हित में हमें यूज करना होगा। रेलवे का फैसला देखिए ऑफिशियली विड्रॉ तो नहीं हुआ पर लागू भी नहीं है, लागू भी नहीं है फैसला।
मिश्रा साहब, आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि सरकार को ये चीजों को एक तो गाइडलाइंस को फ्रेम करना चाहिए और दूसरा रुथलेसली इंप्लीमेंट करना चाहिए। मेरा ऐसा मानना है, और मेरी जब भी कभी ऐसे मौकों पे कभी चर्चा हुई तो एक चीज जो अवश्य दिखी और जो निकल के आई कि गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स तो बहुत हैं, गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स के बारे में जानकारी, अवेयरनेस बहुत कम है। तो जब मैंने डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा के साथ बात करी तो ये चीज हमने अपने ऊपर ली, अपने चैम्बर के ऊपर ली कि एटलीस्ट वी वुड बी एन एजेंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन, वी वुड बी अ फोरम ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन। एजेंट आजकल एक शब्द ऐसा है जिसको कि अगर यूज किया जाए तो गलत कॉन्नोटेशंस भी हो जाती हैं, तो मैंने तुरंत उसको महसूस करते हुए अपने शब्द को चेंज किया। वी विल बी एन एजेंट ऑफ चेंज, even that is not being accepted, but we would be a forum of information and a forum of telling people that what we can do. But you rightly said it is these, because if you look at the exports from India, the exports from India are largely from artisans, largely handicrafts, largely sports goods. And it is these people who are gradually dying a sudden, a gradual death. हम अपने देश की ग्लोरी को धीरे धीरे खो देंगे। और आपने बिल्कुल उचित कहा कि जो आदमी हायर एजुकेशन के लिए बना ही नहीं है उसको क्यों आगे पुश किया जाए, और जो आदमी अगर इन खूबियों से भगवान ने उसको नवाजा है, उस ये सारी चीजें उसको अपने परिवार से मिली हैं, तो क्यों ना उन्हीं को आगे बढ़ाया जाए और अपनी देश की परंपरा को भी जीवित रखा जाए। मिश्रा साहब, मैं तो चाहूंगा कि ये हमारी चर्चा ऐसे ही चलती रहे, पर मुझे डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा ने अपना प्रोग्राम हमारा शुरू करने से पहले बता दिया था कि 6:30 उनका
सर तो बस 30 सेकंड में लूंगा। एक मैं लेक्चर देने गया तो मैंने पूछा, जो मेरी आदत है, मैं समय का की अवहेलना कभी नहीं करता, कि मुझे कितनी देर बोलना है। तो आयोजक का कहना है कि आपकी जितनी देर मर्जी उतनी देर बोलो, पर 10 बजे यहाँ से सब चले जाएंगे। तो वही शर्मा जी ने बता दिया कि अगले बातचीत करने के लिए कब आएंगे।
इससे पहले कि वो हमारे को उंगली का इशारा करके ये कहें कि भैया मुझे भी सांस लेने दो, मैं भी एक प्रोग्राम के बाद दूसरे प्रोग्राम में जा रहा हूँ। तो हालांकि आपसे बातचीत करते हुए बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा था और बड़ी सारी जानकारी आपने ऑन ग्राउंड की दी। तो बट हम एक बार पुनः आपके साथ ऐसे ही प्रोग्राम में जुड़ेंगे फिर आपसे।
आपके इस महायज्ञ में मैं अपना योगदान देने को तैयार हूँ।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू।
मैं इनको रात में 1 बजे मैसेज भेजता हूँ सोचता हूँ सुबह मुझे जवाब इसका आएगा, और देखता हूँ फोन तो रात में ही पता चला कि 2 मिनट में इनका, ये कब सोते हैं कब जगते हैं। भगवान इनकी ऊर्जा को बनाए रखें। आपके इस महायज्ञ में मैं साथ देने को तैयार हूँ सर।
बहुत 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 धन्यवाद सर। जब आप जैसा महापंडित जो विद्या और विद्वान दोनों हैं जिसके पास, तो वो हमारे साथ जुड़ेगा तो हमें पूरा यकीन है कि हमारा जितना भी छोटा सा प्रयास हमारा चैम्बर कर रहा है उसको उसकी उसकी जो ऑरा है वो बहुत दूर दराज तक फैलेगी। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा जी को पुनः आग्रह करता हूं कि वो अपने कंक्लूडिंग रिमार्क्स दें हमें अपना और ज्ञान से हमारे को। जी गुड शर्मा साहब।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। इनफैक्ट मैं बहुत आभारी हूं प्रोफेसर प्रभु नारायण मिश्रा जी का। इन्होंने 2 सप्ताह, 1 सप्ताह इन्होंने पहले 16 संस्कारों के बारे में बातचीत की, फिर इन्होंने 1 सप्ताह हमारे साथ श्री राम जी के दर्शन से, उनके जीवन से, आज की मैनेजमेंट में और मेकिंग एजुकेशन रेलेवेंट में क्या, और आज आप देखिए एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में इन्होंने 3 शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया जो मैंने यहां से ले लिए। एक इन्होंने कहा कि मैं आपके महायज्ञ में जुड़ गया। महायज्ञ तो एक तो चेयरमैन साहब ये आपका महायज्ञ है एमएसएमई का। नंबर 2, इन्होंने अपनी पूरी आस्था और पूरी व्यवस्था को उस तरीके से कबूल किया कि एमएसएमई हैज गॉट ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल टू प्ले इन द इकोनॉमी एंड फॉर द फ्यूचर। नंबर 3, मैंने भी बड़े भारी मन से कहा और इन्होंने भी बड़े भारी मन से कहा कि हायर एजुकेशन की सबको जरूरत नहीं है। और मैं भी पिछले दिनों में पूरा जीवन काल अपना हायर एजुकेशन में देने के बाद मुझे ये समझ आ गई कि स्कूल एजुकेशन पर फोकस किया जाए। और स्कूल एजुकेशन में भी जब मैंने अपने ग्रैंड चाइल्ड की किताबों को देखा और मुझे ये समझ आया इसको तो ब्रिटिशर्स के बारे में पढ़ा रहे हैं, इसको तो इसके बारे में पढ़ा रहे हैं, हमारे किसी योद्धा के बारे में बताया नहीं रहे, तो इसका तो नैरेटिव चेंज हो जाएगा। अब मैं आपको एक ऐसे शख्स से मिलाने वाला हूं क्योंकि 6:30 बजे तक्षशिला जाऊंगा, मेरे पास आधे घंटे का समय है। मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा कि अपने अपने घर में आप अपने इस वेबिनार को ऑन रखिए। मैं आपको अमेरिका लेकर चल रहा हूं और मैं आपको एक ऐसे शख्स से मिला रहा हूं, उसका एक एक शब्द सुनने वाला होगा। और उन्होंने हमारे वेबिनार में जो प्रोग्राम किया वो था एंटरप्रेन्योर इन द ग्लोबल मार्केट प्लेस।
एक्सीलेंट।
एंटरप्रेन्योर इन द ग्लोबल मार्केट प्लेस। और उस दिन वो मेरे को तकलीफ दे गए थोड़ी, लेकिन सच्चाई बोल गए। उन्होंने कहा डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा प्लीज डोंट माइंड, लेट मी टेल यू, भारत को 2 चीजें खा रही हैं। मैंने कहा बताइए क्या खा रही है? कहता है एक ईगो और एक सेल्फिशनेस। हर आदमी इगोइस्टिक है और सेल्फ सेंटर है कि मेरे लिए क्या है। कोई भी कार्य करने लगो तो पहले कहता है मेरे लिए क्या है। सो ही टोल्ड, उसने, मैंने कहा ये आपने कहां से ली दोनों चीजें? कहते कि मेरे को अमेरिका में कोई काम मिलना था और इंडिया और फिलीपीन के बीच में कंपटीशन था और फाइनली उन्होंने वो काम फिलिपिनोज को दिया। मैंने कहा तो बड़ा दुख हुआ मुझे। कहते देखिए जब तक ईगो रहेगी और लोग सेल्फ सेंटर्ड रहेंगे तो देश का विकास तो तब होगा जब आप देश के लिए सोचेंगे। I personally feel today from this gentleman because he has got nothing to take from me. He is somewhere mid-80s and he will talk to you now, and that is entrepreneur in the global marketplace for the next half an hour. Thank you very much प्रभु नारायण मिश्रा जी। मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ, आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। और चेयरमैन साहब का तो हर सप्ताह मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूँ।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
सीखने के लिए है, मुझे इतना कुछ सीखने के लिए है। अब मैं आप दोनों को लिए चलता हूं और आप चलिए, हम वहीं पहुंचते हैं और वहीं चलते हैं और वहां से हम आपको इस यात्रा में यहां पर हम आए।
On the topic of today.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct.
Do you want to become an entrepreneur in the international marketplace? Is my voice clear? Just want to check
Absolutely fine, sir.
Okay. I'm dividing this talk into 4 or 5 parts. The first one, I will give a brief introduction about myself. The second part, I would like to ask you whether you know yourself. Have you assessed what you want to be and what exactly is your motivation in your life, in case you're thinking of becoming an entrepreneur? The third part is, if you have decided that you are going to become an entrepreneur, how have you planned for it? Do you realize what are all the problems and the issues behind it? Okay. The next part, I'm going to talk about, okay, you want to become an entrepreneur, but you also want to become an international entrepreneur. So what will get you there? And how will you reach that place as an international entrepreneur? Then the next part is about some personal qualities that you need to have to succeed in the international business based on my experience and stories, how there are people all over the world who help with anyone who's just like there are also people who heckle you and criticize you. We just now saw what was happening to our cricket team in Australia. There are a few people like that, but there are a lot of good people who help you and back you up. And then some closing remarks, and I would like to suggest some books for you to read to learn more on this topic. This is the breakup of the talk. I'll say briefly about myself because when you say international entrepreneur and all that, just okay. I was a marine engineer who sailed on ships as chief engineer, and then I joined the International Ship Classification Society called American Bureau of Shipping. That's what is referred to as ABS. And ship classification societies are not-for-profit organizations which sets the design standards for ships from the point of view of strength and stability, so that whoever is designing a ship will have to comply with what they call as rules, so that you don't build a ship which will sink. Okay, so that's what the class society is. I worked for 16 years there. During the time I was working there, I got a master's degree in Guindy Engineering College, Anna University, in heat power engineering, specializing in marine diesel engines. Then I did PhD in IIT Chennai in metallurgical engineering. It was actually a combination of offshore metallurgy and non-destructive testing. Combination of these three asked me to join their headquarters office in Houston. On the way to Houston, I stopped in Hampton, Virginia, where I had a friend who was a contractor to NASA. NASA has 6 branches in the US. This is called NASA in Virginia. So he said, stay a few days with me before you go to Houston to join ABS. So I stopped there. Then he said, would you like to give a brief presentation of your PhD work? So my PhD work was on identifying cracks and material damage using acoustic emission techniques. They felt that they would need something on those lines. Just then they had a plane which took off from Hawaii, but the top half of the plane just flew off. They were sitting in the plane like they would be sitting in the London bus. It just sheared and took off. Those are all riveted joints. So the importance of non-destructive testing was immediately realized. Anyway, I got into NASA, but within a few months, when I was about to get the gate pass to enter the NASA with a
Growing businesses need a hosting solution that is powerful yet easy to manage. Let's look at how business hosting is a simple yet powerful solution.
In the Middle East with Kuwait and all that started. So they told me, you cannot come into NASA. Sorry, you're a foreigner. So I said, what happens to me? I've resigned my ABS job. You said you're giving me a job. Now you're telling me sorry. They said, sorry. So I said, when can I come back? They said, we can't tell you when the war is over. So I went to my friend and we decided that we will look for some opportunities. And finally, we started a lab to test fuels and loops. It seemed like the best idea at that time. And they called me back. So I was not going to give up an opportunity to work in NASA. It's not something that everybody gets. So I joined back NASA and I worked 8 hours in NASA and 8 hours in my lab. So 16 hours a day I worked, and this I continued for 6 years. By that time, the lab grew, it became big, and there were a lot of demand. So then I resigned the NASA job and took to the lab completely and moved it to Houston from Hampton, Virginia, about 1,200 miles south. Since then, for 30 years, we have been there. We have got 6 branches: Houston headquarters, Singapore, Fujairah, UK, now a lab coming up in China in the next 1 month. And then there is New Orleans. So 6 labs around the world. The core job is testing marine fuels and marine loops, but in the last 2-3 years, we have branched out into energy efficiency monitoring systems. Then we have branched out into manufacture of scrubbers, which stop emissions from the ships. We have branched out into digital transformation of a huge amount of data that we collect. So big data analytics, AI, and so on. So it's become an interesting journey, and that is how I come to you. It's an international business I'm in, and it's full of drama, let me say. So I'll talk more about it, but that's all about myself. Now, I just want to ask you, those of you who are listening and those of you who are interested in knowing, can I become an entrepreneur? The real meaning of entrepreneur is risk taker. Are you willing to take a risk? If you're totally risk averse, then you won't make an entrepreneur. You should be prepared to jump and not being sure that you will the other end. Actually, every ship journey is like that. You leave a port, you are on the ship. You don't know what the sea will do to you. You don't know whether you will reach the other side. But that's what is entrepreneurship. And you should also be aware that to be an entrepreneurship, you are looking at probably 80, 90-hour weeks. There is no rest. You have to work very, very hard, particularly as you can see, the analogy is about, I think somebody asked,
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera or use any fancy.
I think it was Rockefeller. He asked him, an MBA student asked him, now you're so rich and why are you still working? So he said, you know, you saw the plane take off. It uses maximum power to get off the ground. And then when it is cruising, it doesn't use up that much power. You actually sit back and relax. There is nothing much to do. So I had done my hard work in taking off. Now when the business is running well, why should I retire? Why not I enjoy the success of my efforts? It's something like that. You have to be ready for very hard work and calls for true grit. Okay, so ask yourself, because there is nothing more important than self-discovery. If you are asked to do a project, you refer to so many things, you do literature search and you do this, you do that, but have you sat and asked yourself, what am I? What do I want in life? What are the pluses and minuses in my character, in my motivation? And do I really want to be that? Okay. And while entrepreneurship is the fastest way to benefit the country, benefit yourself, and so on, it's no shame if you are not an entrepreneur. I mean, everybody cannot be an entrepreneur. There are some who have to work for the entrepreneur. So they cannot be called entrepreneurs. In fact, they are called entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs are those who join a company. They work all their life there. They build up a career there, and then they retire. Ashamed of, there is nothing to feel bad about that. There are some outstanding people who have become entrepreneurs, who succeeded within the organization. And at the same time, what they don't have to experience is the stress and the tension of the success of the business. They'll do their best, they'll build up the business, but they are not owners of the business. They don't have to keep awake in the night. And they retire, their children get well educated, and that's it. There's nothing wrong with it, because if you have a few more zeros in your bank account, there's nothing that you can do more with those zeros, okay? So you could become a college professor, or you could become an independent, entrepreneur, like a lawyer or a consultant or something like that. So ask yourself, spend as much time as possible in trying to understand your own self. Okay? Once you are clear, I don't think everyone would want to be an entrepreneur. Then the next question is, have you identified what business you want to be an entrepreneur in? Whether it is manufacturing or is it service? What type of service, what type of manufacturing? And have you planned? You know the famous saying, fail to plan, plan to fail. So if you don't plan, and if you don't really look at the picture 5 years, 10 years from where you'll be making some mistakes in jumping you. I also want to say one more thing. Do not get into entrepreneurship because you want fame and money. Do not get into it for fame and money. get into it because of an ideal. Now, if you walk towards the sun, the shadow will always be behind you, following you. So if you proceed your career with a wonderful ideal, wonderful goal, which is beneficial to the society and so on, if your entrepreneurship is in that direction, fame and fortune will follow like the shadow. Let me assure you that. You don't have to, if you chase fame and fortune, the journey is not exciting. It's much more exhilarating if you follow an ideal, not fame and fortune. They will come. They will certainly come, let me assure you, but they will follow you. Okay. The next point is, if you want to become an entrepreneur, you know, and I don't have to say this to you, that India is, first of all, very competitive. Secondly, very complicated. And if you read Indian history, you will see that out of the qualities that describe a human being, kamam, krodham, lobham, moham, madam, matsaryam. Matsaryam is jealousy. It's a dominant Indian quality, matsaryam. We are jealous and we are also ego-ridden. If the history of India is written in the proper perspective, you will see that every stage, it is the ego and it is the jealousy that has made some of us to invite outsiders in, and then for the outsider to conquer us. The classic example is Jayachandra, and who invited Muhammad Ghori to attack his own son-in-law. Okay, so there are so many instances everywhere. So it's a matsaryam, which is jealousy, is a big problem in India. So you have to really choose your team, and you have to be very clear in your mind. You have to approach building up a business with a higher purpose. What is that higher purpose? That you do something good for our motherland, where there are so many poor people who don't have the opportunities, and you have the good fortune to be able to run a business or make earn money. So it should be to help those people to come up, and it is to help us compete in the world and be respected. At one time, you must have also read this, we had 26% of the GDP of the world. 26%. We were the richest country in the world. Every country in Europe, they said, oh, the fabulous Indies. They called us the fabulous Indies. They wanted to reach us by ship, by land, somehow, to come and see the fabulous Indies. Okay? Thanks to the ruling by outside powers, including the British, we became bankrupt. Today, our GDP is probably about 2% or 3% of the global, maybe 1 or 2% more. We were at the 26%. The great USA itself is only got 14% of the GDP right now. Okay. So we were the richest country. Obviously, we didn't become rich by shortcut or fluke. We had solid education systems. We had solid ways of building ourselves up, building up wealth, building up everything, that we became the richest country with a higher purpose. And even if you fail, it doesn't matter. There is a Tamil proverb that if you want to get a knock on your head, Better to get a knock on your head with someone who is wearing a golden ring. That means maybe a king came and knocked on your head. So even if you lose when you're doing something really great. But let me promise you, you won't lose if you persist and you do the things that I'm going to tell you, okay? First of all, you have to be the best in whatever you're doing. It's very important from 2 points of view. When I say best, what does it mean? Best means the highest quality. There should be no product or service which is higher in quality than yours. Let me give you an example. I had some German customers who flew in from Hamburg. They came to my office in Houston. About 4 of them came. And they took Singapore Airlines flight. And as soon as they met me, the first comment they made is, what a airline, what an airline, what an experience in the Singapore Airlines. You know, the air hostesses will sit down by your side and keep their face in line with your face and talk to you. They won't stand and talk down to you. Every time they spoke to us, they went down on their knees and they talked to us on level. We have never seen a plane and we will never travel by any other flight except Singapore Airlines. No wonder Singapore Airlines is held #1 or #2 position in the world over several years. That is the quality of the service. It is not a service, it's an experience for the customer. So if you're providing a service or if you're providing a product, it should be of impeccable quality, and that puts you right at the top. Okay? Now, you don't even have to worry about developing the customer because every customer becomes your salesman. They'll go and say, you know, have you heard this company? My God, the product the thing we purchased from them or the service we got from them is so good, you should try it. And you know, in these days of social media, word of the mouth carries because nobody has time to make a proper assessment. But if somebody says in Facebook or LinkedIn, you know, I tried Vishwa Lab testing fuel. It was so good, so prompt, and the recommendations were so correct. I will never go to somebody else. That immediately brings you more business. Okay? And you also know this from, I don't have to tell you, you know this from several restaurants. There are some pav bhaji shops in Bombay. People walk 2 miles, 3 miles to go to that particular pav bhaji shop. There is the restaurant called MTR in Bangalore. It is still there. MTR in Bangalore, you know, in Bangalore, every third building is a restaurant. But for MTR alone, there will be a line outside on the road to get into the restaurant. Such is the reputation of the food made in that restaurant. Even today, it's a global name. And their products and their restaurants are there all over the world, MTR, okay? So take one product or take one service, make it so perfect that you are the best in the world. It's a very important suggestion. Take one product or one service, become the best in the world. And anyone who wants to know anything, let's say you make a shock absorber. Anything anybody wants on shock absorber, they have to come to you because you know more about that shock absorber than anybody else. If you make yourself in that position, then your business sells by itself. How do I know? That is exactly the secret of success of the German industries. Germany has the largest number of small and medium-sized industries. Each industry specializes in one product, just one product. And they're so good at it that it's not worth competing with them because they know much more than you will ever come to know. So people say, okay, why should I take the trouble? I might as well open have a tie-up with them and open an office in Shanghai or open an office in Mumbai and so on. And that's how they are the biggest contributors to Germany's wealth. It's the second biggest export nation in the world, Germany. In terms of size and population, it's nowhere near so many big countries. But this is the secret of this thing. They take one product, one service, they become perfect in it. And because to become perfect, you need 10 times the effort. You know, in exams, you can get up to 85 to 90% with a certain level of effort. 90 to 100, it's not easy. Just to do that 90 to 100, you have to put in 10 times the effort. Okay, I know in IIT entrance exam, people read Russian books with Russian problems. They read books from other countries so that they don't miss out on the top one, because they cannot, when you want 100 marks, you cannot miss even one question. You cannot even miss half a question, then you are not getting 100. So that's how you should look at your industry, your product or your service, okay? And coming back to the attitude towards business, when I'm talking about Germany, I'm reminded about one more thing. In Germany, I've had the experience, you know, a ship is run by two departments, one navigation department headed by the captain, the engineering department headed by the chief engineer. Without these two, the ship cannot run. Now, I have known a chief engineer and captain. They are friends. They come and go, they go to a bank in Germany and say, we are working together. We are going to buy a ship. So give us a loan. And they get the loan and they start with one ship. I've seen this in many cases in Germany. 2 years later, they have 4 ships. 4 years later, they have 10, 12 ships. 8 years later, they have 30, 40 ships. So many companies like that in Germany. We are serving.
We will take on this later, ladies and gentlemen, because this program we were allocated till 6:30 p.m. That is the micro, small, and the medium enterprise. And this was Dr. Ram Vishweshwaran ji from the United States, who was talking to us, entrepreneur in the global marketplace. In between, if I find a time, I will certainly take his slots again. We have been now joined by our next session and very distinguished speakers. Those are joining us this evening. And it's a pleasure that we have got 2 speakers already for the next session, what we have got right over here. And now let me just rename over here Madam's details, because that would help us all so that the audience world over will be in a position to know her. Dr. Paramjeet Sidhu. I can write Madam also. Right, Dr. Paramjeet Sidhu, Madam. Is that fine? Okay.
I will change the name of participant. Yeah, it's already changed.
Okay, and we also extend a very hearty welcome to Professor Dr. Jagbir Singh ji. Such a pleasure to have him. And ladies and gentlemen, we all have come a very long way. I owe a lot in my life to Honorable Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi ji from the government of Punjab. He had been, you know, always a mentor, well-wisher, the roadmap which has to be laid down for anywhere, whether it is a Punjabi Parvasi Divas, whether it is innovation, whether getting Stanford University all the way to Punjab and to India. These are the legends. These are the legends. And he also drafted the whole, I still recall the technology and technical education and all the development which he has done. And recent past, it was a great learning from him on to agriculture also. And then after that, of course, we discussed and we learned quite a bit from him how basically to empower the youth into altogether new direction, so that no stress, no anxiety, no depression, no drugs, and everybody should be happy in life. That is the way, and that is Dr. N.S. Kalsiji. Dr. Varinder Garg should also join us. Professor Dr. Jagbir Singh ji, could you kindly unmute your mic for a minute? Because I could hear the vocal cords of Dr. Paramjit Sidhu, but I have yet to hear your vocal cords. Sir, could you please just come once so that I know that yes, your camera and your audio, everything is fine with us. Professor Dr. Jagbir Singh ji. Professor Dr. Jagbir Singh ji, can I make a request to you, sir? Professor Jagbir ji. Okay, let him take time, no problems. So ladies and gentlemen, I think maybe because technical inputs also you got to see it. I would like to share, a couple of slides before we take on this particular session, all of us together. And that is going to be where I would like to share the program today so that we all understand where are we, what are we doing, where do we have to go. We started in the morning at 9:15 with the UNESCO director, that is Mr. Eric in India. And today is the International Day of Education. It's a very important day. It's a otherwise also very important, besides being International Day of Education, that post-pandemic, when we talk about recovering and revitalizing education for the COVID-19 generation. So since morning, we have been deliberating, and hearty welcome to all of you, International Day of Education. Our chamber extends a very warm welcome to all of you, all our brothers and sisters across the world. Since morning, we are having deliberations, various sessions we have taken. And now when we have come, we are at the ancient education system. When we talk about ancient education system in India, it is going to be deliberations on Takshila, the world's oldest knowledge traditions. Let me write also for my benefit to use it again and again, world oldest knowledge traditions. Great. So in the allocated time for this, because after this we'll be going to Dubai also at 7:30. Now we started in the morning, thereafter Srimad Bhagavad Gita, then we had come to Anita ji, and thereafter waste to resource management. Then it was Ministry of Skills Development and Entrepreneurship, where we talked about the Sector Skill Council on Wellness. Then thereafter we had gone to Northeast part of India and also to Southeast Asia. And thereafter we had the micro, small and the medium enterprise. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this particular session, when we talk about Takshila, the world's oldest knowledge traditions. So while extending a very hearty welcome to our distinguished guest this evening, let me do the recognition. We have got Professor Jagbir Singh ji, Professor Dr. Jagbir Singh ji, Head Department of Punjabi, University of Delhi. Then we have got Dr. Paramjit Kaur ji, and she is joining us from Kurukshetra. She's again from Kurukshetra University, from the Punjabi department. And as I mentioned, Dr. N.S. Kalsi ji, former Additional Chief Secretary, at present having another responsibility with the Government of Punjab. And of course, Dr. Varinder Garg ji, who is the MD Radiology, MBBS, Principal Investigator, and that is the CIBI OD, and that is at the PGI Chandigarh. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just come back once again over here. We have been joined by Dr. Varinder Garg ji also, and Professor Jagbir Singh ji was there. I think we got to Chitra ma'am. I got to tell her if there's any difficulty in connecting, then she can take care of. Chitra ma'am, you got to get Professor Jagbir Singh ji from Delhi. Kindly speak to him. Ha, okay, because initially I could see him, but his video was not coming alive. And maybe a technical help, anything they require, please look into. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, today is a very, very important topic. We are going to talk about Takshila, the world's oldest university. And when we talk about India's heritage, India's ancient values, India's epics, and our Vedas and Vidya se Adhyatam Vidya ki aur, what was happening in this particular country at that point of time? From world over, the scholars were coming, children were coming, people were coming, and 10,000 के करीब तो हमारे जो बच्चे हैं वो तो नालंदा में थे और 2000 के करीब शिक्षक थे वहां पर. So all the legends from this particular discipline, they all are with us this evening. I would request Dr. Varinder Garg ji to set the tone of this particular session, and thereafter we can bring both the or all the distinguished guests accordingly. So I would request you, Dr. Varinder Garg ji, kindly set the tone for this particular session, and we proceed. Takshila, the world's oldest knowledge tradition.
Thank you, Gulshan ji. First of all, I must pay my regards and wish Gulshan ji grand success in his mission by organizing this webinar regarding Takshila, the oldest knowledge tradition in the world and the epic learning center of the oldest continuous civilization on the earth. So, Takshila is not only a historical monument, but Takshila is the cradle of the civilization, human civilization. When we speak about Takshila, so it reminds me the spirit and the truth behind the well-known sociologist, historian Will Durant's statement that India was the motherland of our race and Sanskrit the mother of Europe's languages. India was the mother of our philosophy, of much of our mathematics, of the ideas embodied in Christianity, of self-government and democracy. In many ways, Mother India is mother of all. The spirit behind these words was manifested in the form of the holy place of learning that Takshila was. Even the remains of that epic university thrills you with excitement. When the most of the world was not subjected to teaching and science, then Takshila was the center of learning for 10,000 students from all over Asia and Europe with 2,000 teachers. More than 68 subjects were taught in Takshila, and moreover, world's first known grammar was written in Takshila by none other than Panini, and the famous Arthashastra was written by Chanakya, and Chandragupta was also a student of Takshila University, and the great Gupta Empire was founded by the teachers and students of the Takshila. By that means, Takshila was the place of the first revolution in the human history. So we, especially the people of Punjab and the people of India, are proud descendants of the founders and the teachers of Takshila. When we talk about World Education Day, then the root of education on this planet is linked to the Takshila. Takshila was not only university which was founded by our forefathers. When we talk about Takshila, then we also remind about Ratnagiri University, Vikramshila University, Somapura University, Vilabhi University, Manu Singhaj Vihar, Jagdala University, Pushpagiri University, Odantapuri University, and the famous Nalanda University. Unfortunately, after the invasion of India by the Arabs in the 8th century, all these learning places were destroyed. Not only the buildings were destroyed, but that tradition of Guru Shishya was also disrupted. And more unfortunate was the disconnect of the masses of India from that glorious past and from that traditional wisdom and knowledge. Today, after the launch of the India made vaccine and the global race to get that vaccine from India, it's a proud moment when we can say we are the descendants of the founder of the Takshila. So it's the high time for us to revive the spirit of Takshila and to establish an education system which is the hybrid of the old traditional wisdom and the modern science. There is no reason that again we will be the Vishwa Gurus, the world leaders in the field of science, technology, and the education. So on this education day, I am honored to put some words to remember are those great epic teachers, our forefathers, who introduced the entire human race to the science, to the education, to the grammar, to the phonetics, to the all the streams and subjects of the education. So it's our responsibility to not only to revive that legacy, but to contribute to show the world right path in the era of the global competitiveness, in the era of bartering and trade. Let's all join our hands to make India Vishwa Guru again on the lines of Takshila University. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Varinder Garg ji. Thank you very much for setting that tone. Ladies and gentlemen, we all got to be proud of it when we talk about education, when we talk about knowledge, when we talk about wisdom, when we talk about this universe and this entire planet. शिक्षा का महत्व क्या है, शिक्षा क्या है, शिक्षा की प्रणाली क्या है और शिक्षा से अध्यात्म विद्या की ओर की जो जर्नी है वो क्या है। सो तक्षशिला, जिसके बारे में डॉक्टर वरिंदर गर्ग जी ने बहुत विस्तार से बताया, और हमारे पूर्वज और विश्व की पहली यूनिवर्सिटी, और उसके बाद पूरी धरोहर आगे चलती है, पूरा सिस्टम आगे चलता है। तो आइए आज पीछे लौट कर देखते हैं कि हमारे पूर्वजों ने, हमारे जो महान पुरुष जिन लोगों ने इतना कार्य किया और एजुकेशन की एक पद्धति और एजुकेशन के एक सिस्टम को डेवलप किया और सारी चीजों का एक कॉन्फ्लुएंस लेकर आए। May I humbly request Dr. Paramjit ji to kindly share our views.
Doctor, can I request you for a moment?
Oh, sir, very kind of you. I was told you are not keeping too well. My apologies. My apologies.
I am not well, so what I'll do is that I'll just speak for 5 minutes.
Very kind of you.
Then I'll go and rest.
Very kind of you.
Because I'm already on the bed.
Very kind of you.
मैं बेड तो ही बोल रहे हैं जी, मैं not been able to even sit.
I'm so sorry. I learned that you are not well. That's why I thought आपका आना और हमारे साथ जुड़ जाना ही हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी ब्लेसिंग और पैट्रोनेज है। तो मैं ऋणी हूं और कृतज्ञ हूं। आप I would request you to share your thoughts, sir, and thereafter we go to Dr. Paramjit ma'am.
Dr. Gulshan Sharma, the very distinguished panelists, and all the delegates who are attending this conference. This is one of the very proud days for us when we are celebrating the World Education Day. And in this session, we are talking about the Takshila University and our old tradition of education. First of all, when I talk about Takshila, I would better talk in our own language. I think that will make it more relevant. तो सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि जो हमारी पुरानी शिक्षा पद्धति थी और जो आज की शिक्षा पद्धति है, उसमें सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या है, दोनों का बिग डिफरेंस क्या है। पहले समय में हम शिक्षा का दान दिया करते थे, शिक्षा का दान माना जाता था और उस दान के लिए गुरु को दक्षिणा दी जाती थी। जबकि आज के दिन में अगर देखूं तो शिक्षा बेची जाती है और शिक्षा का व्यापार होता है। तो दान से व्यापार, ये मैं समझता हूं एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव हमारी शिक्षा नीति में आया है, जिसकी वजह से हम अपने पुराने वैल्यू सिस्टम से, पुरानी हेरिटेज से, पुराने कल्चर से टूट सा गए हैं, जिसको अभी पुनः एस्टैब्लिश करने की जरूरत है। एक मैं यहां उदाहरण रखना चाहूंगा रोमन एम्पायर का। अगर हम रोमन एम्पायर की बात करें तो रोमन एम्पायर पुराने समय का भारतीय इतिहास के बाद सबसे बड़ा एम्पायर बना। इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन के बाद रोमन सिविलाइजेशन की मैं बात करता हूं। बड़े सिस्टम एस्टैब्लिश किए गए, बहुत अच्छा जस्टिस सिस्टम एस्टैब्लिश हुआ, एजुकेशन सिस्टम एस्टैब्लिश हुआ और ट्रू सेंस में वो एक एम्पायर के रूप में एस्टैब्लिश हुआ। एम्पायर का मतलब है कि बहुत सारे कंट्रीज ने उनके प्रभुत्व को माना, उनके सामने अपने घुटने टेके और उन्होंने पूरे यूरोपियन रीजन को, मेसोपोटामिया तक एक सिंगल क्षेत्र के रूप में, वो चाहे उसकी इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी हो, चाहे एजुकेशन की एक्टिविटी हो, चाहे व्यापार की एक्टिविटी हो, इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी हो, उसमें विकसित किया। लेकिन जैसे ही एक बार रोमन अंपायर का पतन हुआ, उसके बाद वो अंपायर कभी दोबारा नहीं खड़ा हो सका। एज अगेंस्ट दिस अगर हम भारतीय इतिहास में जाते हैं तो हमारा जो भी सिस्टम हमारे पुराने समय से एस्टैब्लिश थे, तक्षशिला के समय से चले आ रहे थे, हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम था, हमारे कारीगरों का सिस्टम था, बच्चों के कामकाज सीखने का सिस्टम था, या हमारे गांव की इकोनॉमी थी, तो इसके ऊपर समय समय पर बहुत सारे आक्रमण हुए। पहले लुटेरे आए, फिर मुगलों ने राज किया, फिर अंग्रेजों ने आके इस पॉलिसी को डिस्टर्ब करने की कोशिश की। लेकिन इसमें हम लोग जो है, आज भी हमारी सभ्यता का एक बड़ा पार्ट जो है, वो मैं कहूंगा कि उसको कोई डिगा नहीं पाया, उसको कोई अफेक्ट नहीं कर पाया। तो उसका मेन कारण क्या है? उसका मेन कारण अगर मैं इतिहास को एनालाइज करता हूं तो जो रोमन रिपब्लिक था उसमें सारी सरकार, सारी सोसाइटी, सारी सिविलाइजेशन का धुरा सिर्फ एक पॉइंट पे खड़ा था कि उसमें सरकार हर चीज में रोल रखती थी। एजुकेशन क्या पढ़ाया जाना है वो सरकार डिसाइड करती थी, बच्चों को काम क्या सिखाया जाना है सरकार डिसाइड करती थी, हर चीज में सरकार का डिसीजन फाइनल डिसीजन था। तो जब उस सरकार को तोड़ा गया तो वो जो सारे सिस्टम उन्होंने बनाए हुए थे, सारे सिस्टम टूट गए। जबकि इंडिया में क्या था? इंडिया में जो सरकार, मतलब जो राजा था, राजा के पास 4-5 सब्जेक्ट ही होते थे, जिसमें से एक डिफेंस है कि अपने देश को कैसे बचाना है, एक जस्टिस सिस्टम है, एक टैक्सेशन है जो ट्रेजरी, राजकोष जिसको हम बोलते थे, उसको हमने देखना है, और एक फॉरेन पॉलिसी, उसको देखना है। तो ये 4-5 सब्जेक्ट्स के अलावा जो बाकी सब्जेक्ट्स थे वो पूरी तरह से डिसेंट्रलाइज थे। इसका मतलब जो एजुकेशन थी, एजुकेशन के लिए समाज में अलग अलग तौर पर अलग अलग गुरुकुल स्थापित किए गए थे, और जो गुरुकुल स्थापित थे उनमें बच्चे जाकर के पढ़ते थे, अपने गुरु को समर्पित होते थे, और गुरु जो है उनसे पैसे नहीं लेता था, उनसे दक्षिणा लेता था। बाद में दक्षिणा के रूप में कोई क्या दे सकता है ये उसके ऊपर निर्भर करता था। इसी तरह से जो हमने अपने कामगारों को जो सिखाना था, उनके हाथों से उनको जो एक स्किल देनी थी, वो सारा काम गांव में चलता था, विलेज लेवल इकोनॉमी में, या छोटे लेवल पर खत्म हो जाता था। उसमें राजा का उसमें कोई दखलंदाजी नहीं होती थी। तो जो कल्चर था हमारा, वो सारा का सारा, उसकी धरोहर समाज के ऊपर हम डिपेंडेंट थे। और जब भी कोई बाहर से आक्रमणकारी आया तो उसने जो 4-5 सब्जेक्ट जो राजा के पास थे वो जरूर अपने पास लिए, लेकिन वो हमारी परंपरा को कभी भी गुलाम नहीं बना पाया। ना हमारी एजुकेशन परंपरा को गुलाम बना पाया, ना हमारे काम सीखने की परंपरा को गुलाम बना पाया, नहीं कर पाया। अगर हम एक मेडिसिन इकोनॉमिस्ट हुआ है, उसकी स्टडी को अगर हम देखते हैं, उसने पिछले 2000 साल पूरे वर्ल्ड की स्टडी करके, इकोनॉमी की स्टडी करके उसने बताया है कि मेनली इंडिया और चाइना इन 2000 सालों में से तकरीबन 1500 साल तक 25 से 30% दोनों देश कंट्रोल करते रहे हैं। तो मिला के 50 से 60% तक वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी को कंट्रोल किया है। सिर्फ लास्ट के जो 500 साल हैं उसमें जब ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी, पहले मुगल्स आए और फिर ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी आई, जबकि भारत का जो शेयर है वो शेयर डिक्लाइन किया इकोनॉमी में। और जब 1836 में जब मैकाले ने आकर के हमारी एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को बदला, तब से हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम डाउन जाना शुरू हुआ, क्योंकि उसने सारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम सेंट्रलाइज कर दिया। और एजुकेशन का जो सोल पर्पस जो है वो एक अच्छा नागरिक बनाने के बजाय एक अच्छा नौकर जो सरकार को चाहिए था वो बनाने में लग गया। सारा सिस्टम हमारा बदल गया। तो मैं समझता हूं जो अभी शिक्षा नीति 2020 आई है, उसमें बहुत सारे ऐसे पहलू कवर किए गए हैं कि किस तरह हम अपनी वो अंग्रेजी विचारधारा को छोड़ के और अपनी पुरानी विचारधारा से जुड़े, जिसमें एजुकेशन पूरी तरह से डिसेंट्रलाइज था। अगर हम वो कर पाते हैं और एजुकेशन को दोबारा हम सेंट्रल कंट्रोल से निकाल कर इसको लोकल लेवल पे ले जाते हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशन को ऑटोनॉमीज देते हैं, चाहे वो स्टेट लेवल पर हो, चाहे वो ऑटोनॉमी पर्टिकुलर कॉलेज को देनी पड़े, यूनिवर्सिटीज को देनी पड़े, तो बहुत अच्छा होगा। एक बात इसमें और है, अगर आप गौर से देखें तो इंडिया में तकरीबन 5% लोग ऐसे हैं जो अच्छी अंग्रेजी बोल सकते हैं, लिख सकते हैं, पढ़ सकते हैं, समझ सकते हैं। और जितनी हमारी हायर एजुकेशन है इंडिया की, उसमें जो मेजॉरिटी कोर्सेज हैं वो सिर्फ इंग्लिश नोइंग पर्सन्स के लिए अवेलेबल है। तो इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि 95% हमारे जो विद्यार्थी हैं वो तो सीधे सीधे एजुकेशन, हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम से वंचित रह गए। क्यों? क्योंकि इनको एक्सेस ही नहीं है। तो ये नई शिक्षा नीति में बड़ा अच्छा प्रयास सरकार की तरफ से शुरू हुआ था, जिसमें ये कहा गया था कि बच्चे को तो हम पहले 5 से 7 साल अपनी मातृभाषा में ही पढ़ाएंगे। अगर एक बार बच्चे ने मातृभाषा में अपना बेसिक ज्ञान प्राप्त कर लिया, बेसिक वैल्यूज उसने होल्ड कर ली, अपनी संस्कृति के बारे में समझ लिया, तो फिर वो बच्चा बहुत अच्छी तरह से अपना बाकी की अपनी एजुकेशन की जर्नी पूरी कर पाएगा और विद वैल्यूज कर पाएगा। तो भारतीय भाषाओं में हायर एजुकेशन का एक मुद्दा हम लोगों ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ उठाया था। बहुत खुशी की बात है, मुझे ये शेयर करते हुए बहुत प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि जो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया है, वो अब इसमें सीरियसली विचार कर रही है। हम लोगों की एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर से लेकर के एजुकेशन सेक्रेटरी, हायर एजुकेशन, एजुकेशन सेक्रेटरी, स्कूल एजुकेशन, सबसे बहुत विस्तार पूर्वक इस बारे में विचार हुआ है। और अब AICT ने जो इंजीनियरिंग एजुकेशन में सारे जो मेन स्टेट्स हैं, 11 भाषाओं में, 11 भारतीय भाषाओं में इंजीनियरिंग एजुकेशन को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए ऑलरेडी इंस्ट्रक्शंस जारी कर दी है। इसी तरह से जो IITs और NITs हैं, उनमें भी ये हुआ है कि IITs में 13 भाषाओं में जो JEE मेंस इस साल हो रहा है, और ये भी एग्री कर लिया गया है कि IITs में फर्स्ट ईयर में जो बच्चे भारतीय भाषाओं से पढ़ के आए हैं, उनको एज फार एज पॉसिबल भारतीय भाषाओं में पढ़ाने का ही बंदोबस्त किया जाएगा, और साथ ही उनको इंग्लिश की भी क्लासेस दी जाएंगी, जिससे वो अपने हायर, जब वो क्लासेस में जाते हैं या हायर एजुकेशन में जाते हैं या किसी फॉरेन कंट्री में जाना चाहते हैं, तो उनको कोई दिक्कत तकलीफ महसूस ना हो। तो दो बातें मेन हुई। एक तो यह है कि हमें एजुकेशन को व्यापार से हटा करके दोबारा इसको एक दान के रूप में डेवलप करना होगा। एटलीस्ट जो सरकारी संस्थान है, सरकारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, उनके लिए तो ये मस्ट है। और समाज जितना ज्यादा से ज्यादा इसमें कंट्रीब्यूट कर सके उतना ज्यादा अच्छा होगा। जो हमारे आने वाली जनरेशंस हैं वो हमारी पुरानी संस्कृति से उतना ही ज्यादा जुड़ेंगी। और दूसरी बात, जो भारतीय भाषाओं का प्रसार है वो प्रसार बहुत जरूरी है। तो हम सबको कोशिश करनी है कि बच्चे को उसकी मातृभाषा में हम पहले 5 से 7 साल पढ़ाएं और साथ में कोशिश करें कि जितनी भी हायर एजुकेशन है उसमें एज फार एज पॉसिबल भारतीय भाषाओं का प्रयोग किया जाए। डॉक्टर साहब का ये बहुत भारी उपराला है। मैं समझता हूं कि अब तकरीबन 600 वेबिनार शिक्षा के ऊपर डॉक्टर साहब ने किए हैं। और मुझे नहीं पता कि डॉक्टर साहब को कहां से वो शक्ति आती है, वो एनर्जी आती है। 12 घंटे का प्रोग्राम करना कोई आसान काम नहीं है। और इतने अच्छे वक्ताओं को इकट्ठा करना, प्लेटफॉर्म देना और उनके साथ हजारों डेलीगेट्स को जोड़ना और फिर ये सारे व्याख्यान जो हैं उनको यूट्यूब पे अवेलेबल कराना, मैं समझता हूं कि डॉक्टर साहब का समाज के लिए एक बहुत महान योगदान है, महान कार्य है। और मैं उनकी सराहना करता हूं। आशा करता हूं कि हम सब उनके साथ जुड़ के जो इस सपने को आगे ले जाने की कोशिश करेंगे। एक बार फिर मैं आप सबको आज जो वर्ल्ड एजुकेशन डे की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। ये हमारे साथ जुड़े डॉक्टर निर्मलजीत सिंह कलसी जी, जो कि पंजाब सरकार से, और इनका पूरा जीवन काल शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में इतना क्लोजली जुड़ा रहा। इनसे मुझे हमेशा प्रेरणा मिली, आशीर्वाद मिला, सीखने का मौका मिला। टेक्निकल एजुकेशन हो, इंजीनियरिंग हो, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी हो, इनोवेशन हो, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हो, क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग हो, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स हो, ब्लॉकचेन हो, हर बार कोई नई चीज मुझे इनसे हमेशा सीखने को मिली। और चंडीगढ़ आने के बाद भारत सरकार से, टूरिज्म के मंत्रालय से जब इनसे भेंट हुई, इनसे मिला, तो बातचीत उसके बाद जब शुरुआत हुई तो स्टैमफोर्ड का भी इन्होंने एक बहुत बड़ा कार्यक्रम चंडीगढ़ में करवाया। एक भव्य कार्यक्रम था जिसमें पूरी शिक्षा प्रणाली के बारे में। फिर इनका हमेशा एक प्रयास रहा कि जो बच्चे जिनके पास वो फैसिलिटीज नहीं है कि वो शिक्षा ले सकें, हम उनकी सहायता कैसे कर सकते हैं। और खासकर जो दूर दराज के गांव के अंदर और इंटीरियर्स में बच्चे हैं, उसके लिए भी बहुत प्रयास रहा। तो एक एनआरआईज को भी साथ में जोड़ने का, जो पंजाबी प्रवासी दिवस का पूरा एक इन्होंने उपराला लिया और जो शुरुआत की, उसके लिए भी बहुत बड़ा इनका मैं आभारी हूं, आभार प्रकट करता हूं। और मैं अपने हृदय से, अपने गहराइयों से इनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। ये बहुत एक अच्छे इंसान है, नेक इंसान है, इनसे बहुत कुछ सीखना है। और जितने ये परिश्रमी हैं, जितने ये हार्ड वर्किंग हैं, सिंसियर हैं, डेडिकेटेड है, डिवोटेड है, क्रिएटिव है, डायनेमिक है, वाइब्रेंट है, सब चीजें हैं, सब क्वालिटीज हैं। तो जो लोग डॉक्टर निर्मलजीत सिंह कलसी जी के कहीं भी संपर्क में आए तो आप ये समझिए आप कहीं ना कहीं प्रभु के बहुत नजदीक हैं, क्योंकि ये बहुत अच्छे इंसान हैं। मैं प्रभु से हमेशा एक ही प्रार्थना करता हूं कि अच्छे लोगों का साथ मिले, अच्छे लोगों का साथ मिलता रहेगा तो हम सब लोग इस छोटे से प्रयास को आगे लेकर चलेंगे। और मेरा जो शेष जीवन है, जो बचा हुआ जीवन है, वो बस एक ही चीज में है, शिक्षा को प्रासंगिक कैसे करें, किस तरीके से करें, और खासकर उन बच्चों को हम मदद करें जिन बच्चों के पास वो साजो संबंध नहीं है, वो सुविधाएं नहीं है जो शहरों के बच्चों के पास है। और मुझे बहुत खुशी है ये बात करने की कि 3 दिन पहले मैंने 37,000 पंजाब के टीचर्स को, स्कूल टीचर्स को संबोधित किया और पंजाबी में मैंने उनसे बातचीत की और इतना मन प्रसन्न हुआ उन लोगों के साथ बातचीत करके। सिर्फ यही था कि अगर पंजाब बदलेगा, भारत बदलेगा, सब कुछ बदलेगा तो वो टीचर और शिक्षा के माध्यम से ही बदलेगा। आज तक्षशिला का विचार हो रहा है, तक्षशिला की बातचीत हो रही है। तो पुनः मैं डॉक्टर निर्मलजीत सिंह कलसी जी का बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं। और इसी के साथ साथ हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं डॉक्टर परमजीत सिंह जी कुरुक्षेत्र से और प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर जगबीर सिंह जी। मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं दोनों को, आप अपने विचार साझे करो, आप अपने विचार रखिए, हमसे बातचीत कीजिए, हमारा मार्गदर्शन कीजिए, हमें बताइए कि आगे इस धरोहर को, इस धारा को आगे कैसे लेकर चल सकते हैं, ताकि हमारा जो ये एक नमन सा प्रयास है उसको कहीं ना कहीं कोई डायरेक्शन, कोई दिशा और दशा दोनों मिल सकती हैं। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार। मैं आपसे पुनः निवेदन करूंगा, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर जगबीर सिंह जी, आप अपने विचार रखिए। सर आपका माइक म्यूट है, आपका माइक म्यूट है सर।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर मेजर शर्मा जी। आपसे थोड़ी देर पहले ही मेरी नई दोस्ती हुई है और आपसे बातें करके मुझे लगा कि एक इंस्पायर्ड सोल अपने देश की ज्ञान परंपरा को और अपने देश की शिक्षा नीति को एक नई दिशा देने के लिए उत्साहित है। तो आज मैं थोड़ा व्यस्त रहा हूँ, पूरी तरह मैं अपने विचारों को अभी संगठित भी नहीं कर सका, लेकिन अभी जो निर्मलजीत सिंह कलसी जी की बातें सुन रहा था, उसमें एक बात उन्होंने लॉर्ड मैकाले के माध्यम से जो कही है, मेरा तकरीबन 55 साल से भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के साथ संबंध जुड़ा है। आज से तकरीबन 50 साल पहले मैंने गुरु नानक वाणी में नैतिकता का संकल्प, इस पे पीएचडी की। गुरु नानक देव जी का 500 साल का वो प्रकाश पर्व था, तो उस पीएचडी के दौरान मुझे, जब मैंने गुरु नानक वाणी का अध्ययन शुरू किया, मुझे पता लगा कि गुरु नानक वाणी और गुरुवाणी एक ऐसा ज्ञान का महाप्रवचन है जिसमें भारतीय दर्शन, भारतीय धर्म और भारतीय ज्ञान की सारी उसमें जो धरोहर है एक निरंतरता के रूप में आती है। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि आज जो इंटरनेशनल एजुकेशन डे के रूप में डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा जी मना रहे हैं, और मैं तो हैरान हो गया कि आज पूरे 12 घंटे का एक वेबिनार, इतना बड़ा लंबा समय और एक चिंतनशील रूप में हमें ज्ञान की एक धारा प्रवाहित होती नजर आई। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि आज हमें 2 चीजें समझनी चाहिए। एक चीज तो ये है कि हमारा देश कोई एक देश नहीं है, ये सिर्फ एक राष्ट्र भी नहीं है, ये एक सभ्यता है, एक संस्कृति है जो तकरीबन आज अगर हम कहें तो 10,000 साल पुरानी है। और मैं समझता हूँ कि दुनिया की जितनी प्राचीन सभ्यताएं हैं उनमें सबसे प्राचीन आज हमें जो हड़प्पा, मोहनजोदड़ो किससे शुरुआत हुई इसी 100 साल पहले, उसके बाद मेहरगढ़ से लेकर राखीगढ़ी और बिरडाना की जो आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट्स हैं, उन्होंने हमें बता दिया है कि इस जो सप्त सिंधु में जो सभ्यता, भारत की सभ्यता का जो एक क्रेडल है, उसकी क्या प्राप्तियां हैं। और हमारे जो बस्तीवादी हाकम थे, उन्होंने तो हमें अपनी जो विरासत है, जो ज्ञान की विरासत है, शिक्षा की बात है, वो तो हमें भुलाने में लगे रहे। और बदकिस्मती देखिए, 1947 में हम आजाद तो हो गए, लेकिन वो जो बस्तीवादी हुकूमत की शिक्षा नीति थी वो जारी रही। पता नहीं कि किस कारण से, क्या सियासी मजबूरियां रही होंगी हमारे उन प्रोमिनेंट हिस्टोरियन की, जो हमें, जो हमारे जो ज्ञान की जो विरासत थी उसको कम करके, मार्जिनलाइज करके हमें परोसते रहे। हमें ये उन्होंने हमें सिखाया कि हमारे पास तो केवल कथा कहानियां हैं, ज्ञान नहीं है, ज्ञान वेस्ट में है। तो ये तो हमारी विरासत थी। और इसीलिए आज जो नई शिक्षा नीति हमारी प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट ने की है, मुझे तो ये बहुत अच्छा लगा। जो नई शिक्षा नीति है उसकी दो बातें हैं, वो समझ लेनी चाहिए। एक तो वो मातृभाषाओं को एक बहुत ही महत्वशील स्थान देती है। दूसरे, हमारी शिक्षा नीति भारत केंद्रित है, जो पहले कभी नहीं रही। भारत केंद्रित का होने का मतलब ये है, ये उस भारत से है जहां तक्षशिला विश्वविद्यालय आज से 2700 साल पहले विकसित रूप में प्रफुल्लित था, और जो दुनिया भर के जो उसमें विद्यार्थी हैं वहाँ ज्ञान ग्रहण करने के लिए आते थे। इसीलिए हमारा जो देश है उसको ज्ञान गुरु कहते थे। ज्ञान का गुरु होने का जो मान था, ये तो हमें पता नहीं क्यों हमारे जो एजुकेशनिस्ट थे उन्होंने भुलाने की कोशिश की। पहली बात तो हमें इस प्रेजुडिस से मुक्त होना है। हमें अपनी सभ्यता की जो वास्तविक पहचान है, मैं तो यहाँ से शुरू करना चाहता हूँ कि देखिए, एक तो आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट से हमें पता चला कि जो हमारे इस देश की सभ्यता वो कितनी प्राचीन है और कैसी वो आज जीवंत है। बहुत सी सभ्यताएं हैं जो प्राचीन थी लेकिन वो खत्म हो गई, समय की धूड़ में मिल गई, लेकिन हमारी सभ्यता है वो आज भी जीवित रूप में विद्यमान है। इसीलिए वो कहते हैं कि कुछ बात है कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी, सदियों रहा है दुश्मन दौरे जमा हमारा। इकबाल, मोहम्मद इकबाल ने ये बात कही थी, कितनी सही बात कही थी। लेकिन ये कौन सी बात है जो हमें सदियों की गुलामी के बावजूद जीवित रख रही है? उसी के ऊपर मैं थोड़ी सी बातें करना चाहता हूँ। मैं ये समझता हूँ कि एक तो आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट ने हमें दिया, दूसरा है हमारी जो ज्ञान की जो सभ्यता है उसकी जड़ें ऋग्वेद में पड़ी हुई हैं। ऋग्वेद की जब मैं बात करता हूँ, मैं किसी कम्युनल दृष्टि से नहीं कर रहा, मैं हमारे इस जो हमारा सप्त सिंधु प्रदेश है जिसमें एक बहुत बड़ी सभ्यता विकसित हुई, उस सभ्यता की दो पहचान है कि वो सभ्यता ज्ञान की सभ्यता है और धर्म की सभ्यता है, ज्ञान मूलक सभ्यता। ऐसी सभ्यता आप देखिए कि हमारे ऋषियों ने जो एक महाकथा दी है हमें, दुनिया को कैसे देखना है, हमारी विश्व दृष्टि कैसी होनी चाहिए। ऋग्वेद में जो संसार की सबसे प्राचीन ज्ञान पुस्तक है, मैं उसको, हमारी देखिए, हमारी परंपरा में कोई सेक्रेड लिटरेचर नहीं, हमारी परंपरा में जो वेद हैं वो ज्ञान ग्रंथ हैं। और ज्ञान साधारण ज्ञान नहीं, सामान्य ज्ञान नहीं, उपयोगी ज्ञान नहीं, ये परम ज्ञान है। और परम ज्ञान क्या होता है? वो हमें जीवन जीने के लिए एक विश्व दृष्टि प्रदान करता है। तो ऋग्वेद में उन्होंने क्या किया है कि ऋग्वेद इसमें सत्यम और ऋतम दो बातें ऋग्वेद में आप देखिए, वहां से हमारी सभ्यता की पहचान स्थापित होती है। सत्यम का मतलब है जो सदीवी है, पंजाबी में मैं कहूं अगर, जो निरंतर है, सदा के लिए परम सत्य है, वहां से तो हम शुरू करते हैं अपनी बात। हमारी सभ्यता कोई फेथ बेस्ड नहीं है। अब्राहमिक सभ्यता हमारे साथ की जो पैरेलल चलती है वो फेथ बेस्ड है, वो क्योंकि वो उनका जो परम सिंबल जो परम चिन्ह है, परम प्राइम सिंबल है, वो अल्टीमेट वो है कि अदर वर्ल्डली एक ऐसी अल्लाह, खुदा और जो गॉड है वो ट्रांसेंडेंट है। लेकिन हमारी सभ्यता की बुनियाद रखी गई है ब्रह्म की संकल्पना से, और ब्रह्म तो है ब्रीहियते इति ब्रह्म। ब्रह्म तो वो है जो बढ़ के फैल गया, एक्सपेंडिंग यूनिवर्स का जो विचार है। और मैं दूसरी दो परिभाषाएं दे के मैं अपनी बात प्रमाणित करना चाहता हूँ। दूसरी परिभाषा जो हमारे ऋषियों ने दी है ब्रह्म के बारे में, वो हमारी सभ्यता की एक महाकथा है, जिसको हम कहते हैं कि हमारा मेटा नैरेटिव है, जो हमें जीवन जीने की एक दृष्टि प्रदान करता है, जीवन शैली प्रदान करता है। वो उन्होंने क्या कहा, एक है कि सर्वम खलु इदम ब्रह्म, कि जो कुछ भी हमारी नजर के जाविये में फैला हुआ है वो सारा ब्रह्म है। और तीसरी जो मुझे बहुत प्रिय है ब्रह्म की परिभाषा, जो वेदों से लेकर गुरुवाणी तक आती है, वो है कि सत्यम ज्ञानम अनंतम ब्रह्म। अब देखिए हमारी सभ्यता का ज्ञान से जो रिश्ता है, ये उसकी हमारे जो प्राइम सिंबल है ब्रह्म, उसके साथ स्थापित होता है। मुझे गुरु नानक देव वाणी पढ़ते हुए, जब मैंने गुरु नानक देव जी गुरुवाणी के बारे में एक परिभाषा करते हैं सूत्र रूप में, वो कहते हैं कि गावहो गीत ना बिरहड़ा, कि जो मैं गा रहा हूं, जो मैं वाणी बोल रहा हूं, ये कोई गीत नहीं है, ना बिरहड़ा, ना कोई लोक शैली है। नानक ब्रह्म विचारो, ये तो ब्रह्म विचार है। तो ब्रह्म जो है, इसी तरह भक्त कबीर जी ने कहा था कि लोग जाने ये गीत है, ये तो ब्रह्म विचार। तो ये बात समझने की है कि हमारी सभ्यता ज्ञान की सभ्यता है, जिसको भगवत गीता में कहा गया है कि ना ही ज्ञानेन सदृशम पवित्रम ही विद्यते, कि इस दुनिया में ज्ञान के समान कोई चीज पवित्र नहीं है। तो हमारी जो सोच है, दुनिया को देखने की जो दृष्टि है, वो तो हम ज्ञान और विज्ञान की भाषा में बोलते हैं। और ज्ञान और विज्ञान के इतने अनुशासन हमारे इस देश में विकसित हुए हैं, जिसका प्रमाण हमारी उन विश्वविद्यालयों से मिलता है, उन यूनिवर्सिटियों से मिलता है, जिसमें एक तक्षशिला एक बहुत ही महत्वशील एक विश्वविद्यालय रहा है। उसके दो उसके प्रोफेसर आज की भाषा में कहें, एक पाणिनि और दूसरे चाणक्य, उनका कोई जवाब है हमारे पास? पाणिनि ने जो ग्रामर विकसित की, आज कंप्यूटर की लैंग्वेज बन गई है। और उसको, और देखिए कि ज्ञान की जो हमारे परिभाषा क्या है, ज्ञान भाषा से होता है कि ज्ञानम सर्वम शब्देन भासते। भर्तृहरि ने ये कहा है, वो भी व्याकरण शास्त्री है, जो पतंजलि के बाद और मतलब जो पाणिनि के बाद तीन जो महत्वपूर्ण जो व्याकरण शास्त्री हैं, उनको मैं कहूंगा कि भाषा विज्ञान और भाषा दर्शन विकसित करने वाले हैं। और भाषा दर्शन और भाषा विज्ञान ही एपिस्टेमोलॉजी की बुनियाद बनती है। हमारी जो भारत की जो ज्ञान शास्त्र है ना, जो हमारा दुनिया को देखने का, समझने का, उसकी बुनियाद में हमारी भाषा दर्शन और भाषा विज्ञान की दृष्टियां पड़ी हुई हैं। तो मैं तो ये समझता हूँ कि आप देखिए कि ऋग्वेद में मुझे एक बड़ी खूबसूरत बात पता चली कि जो दुनिया की सबसे प्राचीन है वो उसमें जो भाषा के बारे में बहुत ही खूबसूरत बात कही है। वो कहते हैं कि द लैंग्वेज कट्स इन्फिनिट फॉर्म्स इन द ओशन ऑफ एग्जिस्टेंस। अंग्रेजी का ट्रांसलेशन है, लेकिन जब मैंने उसका ओरिजिनल संस्कृत में पढ़ा तो उसमें है गौरी निमाय सलिलानी तक्षति एक पदी द्विपदी सा चतुष्पदी। गौरी सरस्वती का देवी का नाम है और वो गौरी वाक देवी है, भाषा की देवी है। और वो क्या करती है, गौरी निमाय सलिलानी तक्षति के गौरी जो है वो जो वाक देवी है वो ज्ञान के जो हमारी जो दुनिया जिसमें हम रहते हैं उसमें कट करती है। वो इतने शब्दों का निर्माण करने के लिए उसमें कर। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि जो इतनी प्राचीन काल से हमारी जो ज्ञान की विरासत है इसको इसके बारे में हमें भ्रम में डाल के और हमें एक मार्जिनलाइज करने की कोशिश की गई है। आज मैं ये समझता हूँ कि आज इस जो इतना 12 घंटे का जो सेमिनार चल रहा है उसका एक ही मुझे लगता है कि महत्वशील बात ये होगी कि हम बिना किसी कम्युनल थिंकिंग के, क्योंकि हमारी तो जो सभ्यता है वो नॉन कम्युनल है। हमारी तो प्रार्थना देखिए ना जो सत्यम की बात से शुरू करते हैं, असतो मां सदगमय, और उसके बाद मृत्यु रमा अमृतम गमय तमसो मां ज्योतिर्गमय। तो ये तो हर एक इंसान की जो अंदर की भावना है वो तो हमारी प्रार्थना है। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि हमारे देश की जो प्राचीन काल से चली आ रही ज्ञान की विरासत है वो शिक्षा नीति में केंद्र में होनी चाहिए। और वो उसकी मैंने तो जितना आज तक आधी सदी से जो मैं देख रहा हूँ, मैं जब वैदिक साहित्य पढ़ता हूँ तो मुझे गुरबाणी की बातें याद आती हैं, और जब मैं गुरबाणी पढ़ता हूँ तो मुझे उन ऋषियों की जो वाणी है वो मुझे आती है। तो मैं तो ये समझता हूँ कि पहले तो हमें एक सांप्रदायिक भावना से मुक्त होकर अपने देश की जो महान सभ्यता है और अपने देश की जो ज्ञान विरासत है, जिसको डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा है कि नॉलेज ट्रेडिशन है, उस नॉलेज ट्रेडिशन को एक्नॉलेज करना चाहिए। उसमें बहुत कुछ है। एक लास्ट में एक छोटी सी बात कह के मैं अपनी बात कंप्लीट करूंगा। हमने कोई आज से कोई 8-10 साल पहले प्रोफेसर कपिल कपूर जी के साथ मिलकर सीबीएसई के लिए कोर्स बनाने की बात की, इंडियन नॉलेज ट्रेडिशंस एंड प्रैक्टिसेस। और उसमें हमने देखा कि 21 यूनिट हैं हमारे ज्ञान के, नॉलेज के जो डिसिप्लिन्स हैं वो हमने आइडेंटिफाई किए, और हमने 11वीं और 12वीं कक्षा के लिए वो उसका एक कोर्स कंप्लीट किया और वो नेट पे पड़ा हुआ है। लेकिन जब वो उसको लागू करने की बात आई, उस वक्त तो यूपीए की गवर्नमेंट थी, हमें उन्होंने बुला लिया। उन्होंने कहा कि लागू तब करेंगे, पहले जस्टिफाई कीजिए कि इसका कोई महत्व है भी कि नहीं। प्रोफेसर कपिल कपूर जी और मैं दोनों को कन्वीनर थे। कपूर साहब ने कहा अभी आप ही बोलो। मैंने कहा भी देखिए विद्वान दोस्तों, आपने हमें बुलाया है कि जस्टिफाई करने के लिए कि इंडिया की जो नॉलेज ट्रेडिशन पढ़ाई जानी चाहिए कि नहीं पढ़ानी चाहिए। मैं आपको बहुत विस्तार से समझा दूंगा, आप मेरा एक सिंपल सा जवाब पहले मुझे दे दीजिए कि क्यों ना पढ़ाई जाए। कि मतलब क्या मैंने कहा मैं तो उस वक्त तो मैं 75 साल का था, अब तो मैं 83 साल का हूँ। तो मैंने कहा मैं तो 75 साल का हूँ, मुझे नहीं पता था कि मैथमेटिक्स में हमारे ऋषियों ने, हमारे पुराने पूर्वजों ने क्या क्या बातें सिखाई हैं, एस्ट्रोलॉजी में क्या है, एस्ट्रोनॉमी क्या है, और भाषा विज्ञान में क्या है। तो मेरी इतनी सी बात सुन के कहते चलो ठीक है, लेकिन इसका हमारी एक बात मान लो, इसका नाम बदल दो। इंटरेस्टिंग बात आपको बता रहा हूँ। वो मैंने कहा जी क्या नाम रखें? वो कहते इसका नाम आप रख दो नॉलेज ट्रेडिशंस एंड प्रैक्टिसेस ऑफ इंडिया, मतलब इंडिया को पीछे ले जाओ। हमने रखा था इंडियन नॉलेज ट्रेडिशंस एंड प्रैक्टिसेस। तो मैंने कहा, कपूर साहब की तरफ देखा, उन्होंने कहा कि डॉक्टर साहब मान जाओ। तो मैंने कहा भी चलो मान लेते हैं। कपूर साहब कहने लगे इससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि इंग्लिश में जो इंडिया को आगे रखो या पीछे रखो बात एक ही है। लेकिन मुझे उसकी मानसिकता की मेरे को तकलीफ मानसिकता उससे हुई। और मतलब बदकिस्मती से मैं भी मार्क्सिस्ट रहा हूँ, मेरे उन मीटिंग में मार्क्सिस्ट पुराने मेरे साथी रहे। मैंने बाद में उनसे पूछा भी तुम ये क्यों मना कर रहे थे? वो कहते हैं जी मना करने का कोई कारण और नहीं है, अगर इसको कहते हैं ना कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, तो ये सारी भारतीय पार्टी को, जनता पार्टी के, मैंने कहा कमाल है यार, मतलब ज्ञान को भी आपने राजनीतिक बना दिया। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ दोस्तों, आज डॉक्टर गुलशन जी ने, मेजर साहब ने बहुत ही बड़ा, पंजाबी में कहूँ उपराला किया है। तो इस को हमें समझना चाहिए। और आज तो बहुत ही ज्यादा जरूरत है, क्योंकि आज इतना भ्रम फैलाया जा रहा है, इतनी हमें सेपरेटिज्म की बातें सिखाई जा रही हैं, पता नहीं क्यों सिखाई जा रही हैं। आज हमें बिल्कुल निष्कपट रूप से और पूरे सत्य रूप में भावना से देखना चाहिए कि हम जिस धरती पे पैदा हुए हैं बहुत महान भूमि है, और इसकी महानता इसकी ज्ञान के कारण है और इसके धर्म के कारण है। धर्म हमारा मजहब नहीं है, धर्म है धार्यते इति धर्म। और वो जिसको गुरु अर्जन देव जी कहते हैं, सगल धर्म में श्रेष्ठ धर्म, हरि को नाम जप निर्मल कर्म। तो इस भावना से मैं डॉक्टर साहब को बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद देता हूँ और इनका धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि आज हम सभी को जगाने की चेष्टा कर रहे हैं। इतनी सी बातें मेरी परवान कीजिए। मैं क्षमा याचना करता हूँ कि मुझे मौका नहीं मिला कि आप लोगों की पहले जो मुझसे पहले बात कर सके उनको सुनने का। तो जितना पंजाबी में कहता है जितना तिल फुल था वो मैं आपको अर्पण कर रहा हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, नमस्कार, सत श्री अकाल।
मैं तहे दिल से, मन से, आत्मा से, श्रद्धा से और बहुत ही डेप्थ से प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर जगबीर सिंह जी का बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं। मैंने आपके बारे में बहुत कुछ सुना, मैंने आपके बारे में बहुत कुछ जाना और मुझे आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखना है। आज आपने सिर्फ मेरे को एक टीजर दिया है, टीजर। ये मैं काउंट नहीं करूंगा, ये मैं आपका प्रोग्राम आज काउंट नहीं करूंगा। और मेरे को आपसे निवेदन करना है, मुझे आपके साथ लंबी चर्चा करनी है, क्योंकि मैं तो सीखना चाहता हूँ, दैट इज द वे सर वी विल मूव अहेड। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आपका बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। और डॉक्टर परमजीत सिद्धू जी, अब आप अपने विचार रखो बेटा, अब आप बताइए और आपको भी सुनना चाहेंगे हम, प्लीज।
गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल। स्पेशली थैंकफुल टू डॉक्टर गुलशन शर्मा जी, जिन्हों ने मैनू आज इत्थे बोलण दा मौका दिता। ते सब तो बड़ी गल प्रोफेसर जगवीर होरां नू काफ़ी देर बाद सुनिया। उस मेरे लिए मेरी तो उन्नी उम्र नहीं है जिन्ना उन्हां दा अध्यापन दा जिहड़ा समा है। सो हमेशा मेरे लिए वो प्रेरणा स्रोत ने। जिस तरह वो बोलते ने, जिस तरह मैं कहनी हाँ कि वो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का चलता फिरदा एनसाइक्लोपीडिया ने। सो मेरे लिए
डॉक्टर परमजीत जी, लोगों ने अब्रॉड से व्हाट्सएप के ऊपर लिखा है प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर जगबीर सिंह जी के लिए कि हम आपको सुनकर धन्य हो गए। हम आपको सुनकर धन्य हो गए।
बिल्कुल ठीक लिखा है। हमेशा उन्होंने सुनन दी हमेशा तीव्रता रहिंदी है। बहुत अच्छा जिस तरह की उन्होंने कमांड है और स्पेशली जिहड़ा भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा दे नाल संवाद रचा रहे ने, बड़ी लंबे समय तो लगे हुए ने। सो उन्होंने अपने थोड़े जे समय के विख्यान दे विच ही उन्होंने बहुत डीप गल्लां कीतियां ने, जिथे उन्होंने खत्म किया कि असी उस महान भूमि के बशिंदे हाँ और इसकी महानता इसकी ज्ञान परंपरा दे विच। मैं अपनी गल उत्थों ही शुरू करदी हाँ। मैनूं बड़ा फखर महसूस हुंदा जदों असीं ये कहने कि असीं उस देश के बसनीक हाँ जिहड़ा विश्व सभ्यता का भंगूड़ा है। ਅੱਜ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਕਸਿਤ ਕਹਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਨੇ, ਜਦੋਂ ਜੇ ਗੁਫਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਉਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਭਾਰਤ ਨਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਗਿਆਨ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਗੋਂ ਕਲਚਰ ਦੇ ਪੱਧਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਨੂੰ ਲੀਡ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਸੱਭਿਅਤਾ ਦਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਆ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਕਲਸੀ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਜਗਵੀਰ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਆਸਪੈਕਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੱਖ ਹੈਗਾ, ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਗਿਆਨ ਦੀ ਭੁੱਖ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੁਇਸਟ ਫਾਰ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਭਾਰਤੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਇਸ ਗਿਆਨ ਦੀ ਭੁੱਖ ਨੂੰ ਕਦੀ ਗੁਰੂਕੁਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਰਿਸ਼ੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਤ੍ਰਿਪਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਕਦੀ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਗਿਆਨ ਦਾ ਭੰਗੂੜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਤਕਸ਼ਿਲਾ ਤੇ ਨਲੰਦਾ ਵਰਗੀਆਂ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਦਾ ਆਧਾਰ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗਿਆਨ ਪਰੰਪਰਾ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਚੀਨ ਟ੍ਰੈਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਲੇਖਕ ਹੈ ਮਾਰਕ ਟਵੇਨ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕੋਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹਾਂਗੀ। ਉਹ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਇਜ਼ ਦਾ ਕ੍ਰੈਡਲ ਆਫ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰੇਸ, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legend, and the great grandmother of tradition are most valuable and most instructive materials in the history of man are treasured up in India only. So ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਉਸ ਭੂਮੀ ਬਾਰੇ, ਉਸ ਭੂਮੀ ਦੀ ਗਿਆਨ ਪਰੰਪਰਾ ਬਾਰੇ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਬੜਾ ਮਾਣ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੂਰਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਅਜੇ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਖੋਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਸੱਭਿਅਤਾ ਭਰ ਜਵਾਨ ਹੋ ਅੰਗੜਾਈਆਂ ਲੈ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ, ਤੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਚਾਨਣ ਮੁਨਾਰੇ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ। ਮੈਂ ਕੰਗ੍ਰੈਚੁਲੇਟ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਗੁਲਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਵਰਲਡ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਡੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਉਸ ਟ੍ਰੈਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਵੱਲ ਵੇਖਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਉਸ ਟ੍ਰੈਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਫਰੋਲਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਉਸ ਗਿਆਨ ਪਰੰਪਰਾ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਨ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਤਕਸ਼ਸ਼ਿਲਾ ਬਾਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਤਕਸ਼ਸ਼ਿਲਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਬੈਕਗਰਾਉਂਡ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੋਈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵਰਤਮਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਸੰਗਿਕਤਾ ਹੈਗੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗੀ। ਸਿਰਫ ਭਾਰਤ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਚੀਨ ਤੇ ਅਦਭੁਤ ਵਿਦਿਅਕ ਅਦਾਰਾ, ਇਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਰਿਸ਼ੀ ਨੇ, ਸਾਡੇ ਮੈਂਟੋਰ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਿਸ਼ੀ ਨੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਮੰਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਮਾਨਵ ਜਾਤੀ ਦਾ ਹਰ ਪੱਖੋਂ ਮਾਰਗਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤਾ। ਸਦੀਆਂ ਤੱਕ ਇਹ ਮੰਤਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ੁਬਾਨੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਰਾਹ ਰੁਸ਼ਨਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜੋ ਅੱਜ ਵੇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਨੇ। ਲੇਟਰ ਵੈਦਿਕ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਗੁਰੂਕੁਲ ਤੇ ਰਿਸ਼ੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਆਸ਼ਰਮ ਗਿਆਨ ਦਾ ਕੇਂਦਰ ਬਣ ਗਏ ਤੇ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੰਸਥਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀਜ਼ ਆਈਆਂ। ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਵੀ ਰਨਿੰਗ ਲੇਟ ਇਨ ਟਾਈਮ, ਤੁਸੀਂ 7:30 ਵਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨਾ, ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੈਕਗਰਾਉਂਡ ਵਾਲਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਸੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਸਕਿਪ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ। ਤਕਸ਼ਸ਼ਿਲਾ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਓਵਰਆਲ ਸਟਰਕਚਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਫਰੋਲਿਆ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਹੈਰਤ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਏ ਜਾਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਹੋਈ। 68 ਡਿਸਿਪਲਿਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੇਦ, ਵਿਆਕਰਣ, ਦਰਸ਼ਨ, ਆਯੁਰਵੈਦਾ, ਮੈਡੀਕਲ, ਖੇਤੀਬਾੜੀ, ਵਣਜ ਵਿਹਾਰ, ਕਾਨੂੰਨ, ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ, ਆਰਚਰੀ, ਯੁੱਧ ਵਿਦਿਆ, ਕੋਈ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਇਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਵਿਵਿਧਤਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੋਵੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ। ਅਧਿਆਪਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਤੇ ਅਧਿਆਪਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਦਾ ਲੈਵਲ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਬੜੇ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖ ਵਿਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਹਰ ਤੇ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਉਹ ਖਿੱਚ ਦਾ ਕੇਂਦਰ ਬਣਦੇ ਆ। ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਦਾਖਲਾ ਮੈਰਿਟ ਪ੍ਰਕਿਰਿਆ ਦੇ ਆਧਾਰ ਤੇ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਟ੍ਰੈਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਗੇਟ ਕੀਪਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਆਉਂਦਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਆਨਸਰ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਲੈਵਲ ਪਰਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਦੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਸਿੱਖਿਆਰਥੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਤਕਸ਼ਿਲਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਮੁੱਢਲੀ ਵਿਦਿਆ ਕੰਪਲੀਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਘਰ ਤੇ ਆਸ਼ਰਮਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਚੁਆਇਸ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲ ਸਬਜੈਕਟ ਚੂਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਗਹਿਨ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਕਰਦੇ। ਔਰ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ IITs ਜਾਂ IIM ਦੇ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਬੜੀ ਛੇਤੀ ਪਲੇਸਮੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਤਕਸ਼ਿਲਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੜ੍ਹੇ ਹੋਏ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਐਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਪੂਰੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੈਲ ਸੌਟ ਆਫਟਰ ਸਕਾਲਰ ਬਣਦੇ ਸੀ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਲੂਮਨਾਈਜ਼ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਆ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਜਗਵੀਰ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨੇ, ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਗਰਗ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ, ਚਾਣਕਿਆ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ। ਸੋ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦਾ ਤੀਜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਕੰਸਲਟੈਂਟ, ਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਸ਼ਕੁਨੀ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਚਾਣਕਿਆ ਨੂੰ ਤੀਸਰਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਕੰਸਲਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹੀ ਚਾਣਕਿਆ ਜੋ ਚੰਦਰਗੁਪਤ ਮੌਰੀਆ ਦਾ ਸਲਾਹਕਾਰ ਵੀ ਬਣਿਆ, ਮਹਾਨ ਅਧਿਆਪਕ, ਫਿਲਾਸਫਰ, ਅਰਥ ਸ਼ਾਸਤਰੀ, ਨਿਆਂ ਸ਼ਾਸਤਰੀ, ਨੀਤੀ ਘਾੜਾ, ਰਾਇਲ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ, ਕਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਐਡਜੈਕਟਿਵਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪਾਣੀਨੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਜਗਵੀਰ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ। ਉਹਦੇ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਅਸ਼ਟਾਧਿਆਈ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਗ੍ਰਾਮਰ ਦੀ ਮਹੱਤਤਾ ਤੇ ਸਾਰਥਕਤਾ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਆ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਜਗਵੀਰ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਹੀ ਨਿਬੇੜ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਦੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਆ ਸਾਡੀ। ਜੀਵਿਕਾ ਦਾ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਵੀ ਤਕਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਲਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਜੋ ਨਬਜ਼ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਬਿਮਾਰੀ ਬੁੱਝਣ ਦਾ ਮਾਹਰ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੇ 7 ਸਾਲ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਯੁਰਵੈਦ ਦੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ। ਪੰਚਕਰਮਾ ਮਰਮ ਤੇ ਸਰਜਰੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਦਾ ਮੇਨ ਖੇਤਰ ਸੀਗੇ। ਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਅਲੂਮਨਾਈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਾਣ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਤਕਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਲਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ। ਤਕਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਲਾ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਸਿਰਫ ਭਾਰਤ ਤੱਕ ਹੀ ਸੀਮਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਗ੍ਰੀਕ ਹਿਸਟੋਰੀਅਨ ਹੈਰੋਡੋਟਸ ਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਗ੍ਰੀਕ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਕਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਲਾ ਆਉਣ ਦਾ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ, ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਉਹ ਵੱਡੇ ਫਿਲੋਸਫਰ, ਯੂਨਾਨੀ ਫਿਲੋਸਫਰ ਬਣੇ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਗ੍ਰੀਕ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵੀ ਤਕਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਲਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਧਿਆਪਨ ਦਾ ਮਾਧਿਅਮ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਡਾਕਟਰ ਕਲਸੀ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਾਡਰਨ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤਕਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਲਾ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਹੈ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਟੋਨਮੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਅੱਛੀ ਲੱਗੀ। ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਖੇਤਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਆਟੋਨਮੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਤਕਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਲਾ ਦਾ ਅਧਿਆਪਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਡਲ ਵੇਖੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਹਰ ਟੀਚਰ ਕੋਲ ਪੂਰਨ ਆਟੋਨਮੀ ਆ। ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਲੈਣ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਸਬਜੈਕਟ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਪੂਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਹ ਸੁਤੰਤਰ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਅਧਿਆਪਕ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਦੇ ਗਿਆਨ ਗ੍ਰਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਪੱਧਰ ਤੋਂ ਸੰਤੁਸ਼ਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਕੰਪਲੀਟ ਮੰਨੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਆਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਿਆਨ ਗ੍ਰਹਿਣ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਅਵਧੀ ਭਾਵੇਂ 8 ਸਾਲ ਸੀ, ਪਰ ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਹਾਰਡ ਐਂਡ ਫਾਸਟ ਰੂਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ। ਇਹ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਦੀ ਸਮਰੱਥਾ ਤੇ ਡੈਡੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਾਂ ਲੰਮਾ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਅਧਿਆਪਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਹੀ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਦੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਸੀਗੇ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਡਜਸਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਕਰਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਘਰ ਵਾਪਸੀ ਦੀ ਸਲਾਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀ। ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅਕੈਡਮਿਕ ਗਤੀਵਿਧੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਵੱਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਡਿਟੇਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ਼ਾਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਲਸੀ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੋਲੀਟੀਕਲ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਰੈਂਸ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ। ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ ਉਹ ਬਰਕਰਾਰ ਹੈ। ਗਿਆਨ ਦੀ ਸੈਂਕਟਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਲੈਵਲ ਕੀ ਸੀਗਾ, ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਤੋਂ ਅੰਦਾਜ਼ਾ ਲਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿ ਗਿਆਨ ਨੂੰ ਇੰਨਾ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਦਾ ਵਟਾਂਦਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਫੀਸ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੈਸਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ। ਬੇਸ਼ੱਕ ਸਮਾਜ ਦੇ ਵੈਲਥੀ ਵਪਾਰੀਆਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦਾਨ ਵੱਡੇ ਪੱਧਰ ਤੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ। ਗਰੀਬ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਯੋਗਤਾ ਦੇ ਆਧਾਰ ਤੇ ਉਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾਖਲਾ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਅਮੀਰ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਉਣੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਸੀ। ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਟੀਚਰ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ 100 ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੇ। ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਫਤ ਖਾਣਾ, ਰਿਹਾਇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਤੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਦਕਸ਼ਣਾ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਿੰਬੋਲਿਕ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਫਾ ਜੁੱਤਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਜੋੜਾ ਤੇ ਛਾਤਾ ਭੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀ। ਪਰ ਕਿਸ ਗੁਰੂ ਦਕਸ਼ਣਾ ਦੇ ਰੂਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਐਕਸਪੈਕਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀ, ਕਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼, ਉਹ ਸੀਗੀ ਰਿਸਪੈਕਟ ਐਂਡ ਗ੍ਰੈਟੀਟਿਊਡ। ਇਹੀ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਡਿਗਰੀ ਤੱਕ ਸੀਮਤ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਲੈਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਮਾਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਚਰਨ ਦੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਜਾਂਚ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸ਼ਨਲੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਇੰਨਾ ਸਕਿਲਡ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰਦਾ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਦੌਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਕਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਲਾ ਦਾ ਮਾਡਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਅਗਵਾਈ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ਇਮਤਿਹਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪਰੰਪਰਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵਾਧੂ ਸਮਝਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ। ਅਧਿਐਨ ਪ੍ਰਣਾਲੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕ੍ਰਿਟੀਕਲ ਅਪਰੋਚ ਵਾਲੀ ਸੀ। ਜਦੋਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਧਿਆਪਕ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਦੇ 1 ਯੂਨਿਟ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਐਨ ਤੋਂ ਸੰਤੁਸ਼ਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਗਲੇ ਪੜਾਅ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਾਖਲ ਹੋਣ ਦੀ ਆਗਿਆ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ। ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਪੂਰੀ ਹੋਣ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਵਾਂਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੋਈ ਕਾਗਜ਼ੀ ਡਿਗਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਕੋਈ ਕਨਵੋਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਸੀਗਾ। ਪੜ੍ਹ ਲਿਖ ਕੇ ਅਰਜਿਤ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਿਆਨ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਰਫ ਪੈਸਾ ਕਮਾਉਣ ਤੱਕ ਵਰਤਣ ਲਈ ਅਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਅਪਰੋਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਅੱਜ ਪੈਸੇ ਤੇ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਦੇ ਮਗਰ ਪਾਗਲ ਹੋਏ ਵਿਦਿਆਰਥੀ ਲਈ ਰਾਹ ਦਸੇਰਾ ਬਣ ਸਕਦੀ ਆ। ਸੋ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਕਲਸੀ ਨੇ, ਡਾਕਟਰ ਜਗਵੀਰ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਡਰਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਹੈ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ 2021 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਊ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਡਾਪਟ ਕਰਨ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟ੍ਰੈਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਾਂਗੇ। ਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਬਾਰੇ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਾਣ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜਦੋਂ ਰੀਅਲ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵਿਹਾਰਕ ਰੂਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਪਣਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਫਿਰ ਭਾਰਤ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਗੁਰੂ ਬਣਨ ਵੱਲ ਵਧੇਗਾ। ਤੇ ਬੀਇੰਗ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ, ਬੀਇੰਗ ਭਾਰਤੀ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਮਾਣ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੂਰੀ ਮਾਨਵਤਾ ਲਈ ਹਾਇਰ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਬਰਥ ਪਲੇਸ ਸਾਡਾ ਇਹ ਸਥਾਨ ਬਣਿਆ। ਇਹ ਭਾਰਤ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਫਖਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਨੌਲੇਜ ਟ੍ਰੈਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਮੁੱਢ ਬੰਨਿਆ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਪਰਮਜੀਤ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਜੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਤੋਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ 'ਚ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ। ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ 'ਚ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਐਸਾ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਹੋਏ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਫਰਟਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਜਿੰਨੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਡੈਡੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰयास ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈਗਾ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਰਕਆਊਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈਗਾ। ਔਰ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ, ਆਪ ਜੀ ਅੱਜ ਆਏ ਔਰ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕੀਤੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਸਾਰੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਜਗਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਆਭਾਰ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਰੱਖੇ। ਔਰ ਆਪ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਅਲੱਗ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਲੰਬਾ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਪਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੰਨੀ ਨਾਸਪਾਜ ਹੈ ਕਿ UAE ਦੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਦੁਬਈ ਤੋਂ ਅਰਪਿਤ ਦੁੱਗਲ ਜੀ ਜੁੜ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਔਰ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਰਾਤੀ 8 ਵਜੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਤੋਂ ਲੋਕੀ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਜੁੜ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਨਾਲ। ਮੈਂ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਦੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਜੋੜਦੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਸ ਪੂਰੇ ਪ੍ਰयास 'ਚ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ। ਤਾਂ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਜਗਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਪੁਨः ਮੇਰੀ ਤਰਫੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਅਭਿਸ਼ੇਕ ਬੱਚਨ ਜੀ ਜੁੜ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਦੁਬਈ ਤੋਂ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਇਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੰਸਪੀਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੰਸਪੀਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ। ਪਹਿਲੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸੀ ਦਿਵਸ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਪੂਰਾ 12.5 ਘੰਟੇ ਦਾ ਫੰਕਸ਼ਨ ਸੀ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕੱਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਥਮੈਟਿਕਸ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਕੀਤਾ 12 ਘੰਟੇ ਦਾ ਨਾਨ ਸਟਾਪ।
ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ।
12 ਘੰਟੇ ਕਿ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਥਮੈਟਿਕਸ ਤੋਂ ਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਪੂਰੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਿੰਸੀਪਲ ਟੀਚਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਬੰਦੇ। ਇਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਤੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ, ਸ਼ਾਮੀ ਤੰਗ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ, ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤੂੰ ਆਣਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਬੇਸ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਕੂਲ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਿੱਖਿਆ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹਾਇਰ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ। ਅਗਰ ਬੁਨਿਆਦ ਅੱਛੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਤੇ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਦੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਉੱਤੇ ਖੜੀ ਕਰ ਲਈਏ, ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਚੰਗਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਇਹ 15 ਹੁਣ 20 ਮਿੰਟ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫਿਰ 8 ਵਜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੱਜ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੰਨੀ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ। ਉਹ ਲੇਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ 'ਚ ਆਯੁਰਵੇਦਾ ਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਕੌਣ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ ਉਹ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ 'ਚ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਡੇਟ 'ਚ ਰਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ wellness village. Oh my God. And she is going to talk about wellness कल आज और कल। मैं क्या तुसी राज कपूर दी पिक्चर 2-3 बारी देखी होनी है, कल आज और कल। तो she is going to talk about कल आज और कल। ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਆਭਾਰ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਜਗਬੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਤੇ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਪਰਮਜੀਤ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਜੀ ਦਾ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਾਊਂਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ, ਇਹ ਅੱਜ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਟੀਜ਼ਰ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਤਕਸ਼ਿਲਾ ਤੇ, ਇੱਕ ਪੂਰੇ ਦਿਨ ਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ, पूरे दिन ਦੀ वर्चुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस रखेंगे। इतिहास के पन्नों में आइए वापस लौट चले और वो सब कुछ जो हमारी धरोहर है उसको थाम ले और वही जीवन शैली हमारी बन जाए। इन्हीं शब्दों के
साथ सर, थैंक यू अगेन, कांग्रेचुलेट यू फॉर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग दिस बिग इवेंट। लगातार 12 घंटे बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम है। And my regards to Dr. जगवीर सर, सत श्री अकाल। बहुत अच्छा लगा ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ,
ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵੀ। ਪਰਮਜੀਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛਾ,
ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ,
ਖੁਸ਼ ਰਹੋ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
ਸਰ, ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਬਲੇਸਿੰਗਸ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ।
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਸਰ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ, ਬਹੁਤ शुक्रिया। अर्पित दुग्गल जी, लेट अस टेक ऑन द जर्नी एंड उससे पहले आपको 2-4 स्लाइड दिखाना चाहूंगा ताकि आपका भी मन मोहित हो कि आज सुबह से कर क्या रहे हैं। पहले आपकी स्लाइड दिखाएं कि हम पहले बाकी स्लाइड दिखाएं ताकि आपको भी लगे कि सुबह से हो क्या रहा है यहाँ पर। आइए लौट चलते हैं। सुबह ये प्रोग्राम 9:15 बजे शुरू हुआ, इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ एजुकेशन का, जिसके अंदर सबसे पहले डायरेक्टर यूनेस्को के इंडिया के डॉक्टर मिस्टर एरिक फेल्ट, ही वाज देयर। और उसके बाद फिर हम आगे चले इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ एजुकेशन में, फिर मेकिंग एजुकेशन रेलेवेंट में आगे आए। उसके बाद पूरे दिन के कार्यक्रम की संचालन ये एरिक के साथ हमने स्टार्ट किया। उसके बाद सतिंदर धीमान जी अमेरिका से, उसके बाद अनीता महाजन जी जो है एंजॉयमेंट का क्वेश्चन क्या है, उसके बाद वेस्ट टू रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट, उसके बाद इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ वेलनेस स्किल्स इन एजुकेशन पोस्ट कोविड-19, और उसके बाद हम गए नॉर्थ ईस्ट और आसियान। वाइस चांसलर जुड़े हमारे मणिपुर यूनिवर्सिटी से। उसके बाद हम आए एमएसएमई में, माइक्रो स्मॉल और मीडियम एंटरप्राइज में। उसके बाद हम आए अभी जो ये कार्यक्रम हुआ, दैट वाज तक्षशिला, वर्ल्ड्स ओल्डेस्ट नॉलेज ट्रेडिशन, और उसके बाद यहाँ पर हैं अर्पित दुग्गर जी, और आपके बाद एग्जैक्टली अब से 14 मिनट के बाद का कार्यक्रम है अमेरिका से वेलनेस कल आज और कल। इसके बाद की बातचीत अभी नहीं करेंगे, इसको यहीं रोकते हैं, विराम देते हैं और आपको सुनना चाहेंगे। आइए। और ladies and gentlemen, Arpit Duggar ji is from the Next Education. He's a legend, he's a visionary, he's a hardworking, he's dedicated, he's devoted, he's passionate. कल इन्होंने 12 घंटे का मैराथन किया, बच्चों को मैथमेटिक्स सिखाया और आज हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। और आपको सबसे पहले बहुत बहुत ब्लेसिंग्स कल के इतने प्रोग्राम, कामयाब प्रोग्राम के लिए। और आज आप अगले 13 मिनट में सब चीजें जो कुछ बताना चाहते हैं बताते चलिए।
For sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I always pray for your well-being, and thank you so much, sir, for inviting me here. कल का experience was indeed a great experience, and not just students, सिर्फ बच्चे ही नहीं. We had teachers, we had principals, and on top of it, we had parents joining the session. And from morning 9 to evening 9, parents attending a session for mathematics. So that was something I think became really applaudable for us as an organization.
God bless you. God bless you. We are always proud of you.
Thank you so much, sir. So we really liked, I mean, when 9 o'clock I started, I told everyone that, you know, this is actually a marathon because we are not going to stop. There were no lunch breaks. There was no break given, only 10 minutes of break just to go to washroom, hydrate yourself, do some physical movements and get back. So the idea of this marathon again relates to what we do as an organization and what kind of changes the whole edtech and education industry is witnessing. So the purpose of this marathon also was the biggest challenges that are being faced right now across the globe when teachers and students have moved online is the engagement. How to engage students. So as an organization, when you know, we come to discuss it with principals or teachers and they talk about this. So then this idea popped up. I said, let us set that benchmark. We will not do a 1 hour class or a 2 hour class. We will do a 12 hours of class. And we will show you how the attendance is getting managed right from morning 9 to evening 9. And to our surprise, only 13% attendance dropped from morning till the late night. Rest everyone was there. And amongst those 13% also, few people had their exams today and some of them had certain other commitments. So people literally left food, cooking, food, everything. So it was really nice. Now, how we could do that is something which is important and everyone should take some inputs from this. So apt use of technology. The whole day, which started from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. As Next Education, we have developed a powerful learning management system. So when your things are managed and it's systemized, the outcomes are obviously traceable. They become more workable. So when we started at 9 o'clock, everything was continuously and moreover, since things were going on a webinar mode, it was even more difficult because you are not able to see all your 300, 500 participants, and without even seeing them, you have to gauge their attention for 12 hours. So I think I was also a bit skeptical and nervous the previous night that, you know, without seeing my participants, because 500 will be there or 1000 will be there, how am I going to pull them off till the evening? To our surprise, every 1 hour when I was taking a poll, are you all there? And, you know, are we good to go ahead? Microseconds, and the poll used to reach 100%. Yes, good to go ahead. 95%, 98%, like that.
Wow.
Level of engagement was there. Now, how did it happen? I just want to give a glimpse on that. So this learning management system, what we did was all 9 hours, first we divided it into 4 labs. Lab 1 was for 3 hours and it talked about mathematics is a language of all languages. So we spoke about why maths becomes the foundation for all the other subjects, why it is so important, why data analysis is so important, how to use mathematics to build vocabulary in different languages. So that was the first 3 hours which we dedicated. We did a couple of interactive activities, quizzes, puzzles, crosswords, exercises using the technology. So everyone was appearing in the quizzes. They were doing searches on internet. They were using social media. They were talking to their family members, getting the data accumulated at one place. And then taking part in those competitions. So after 9 to 12, we gave a 10 minutes of break, and then we started with the next lab. The next lab was magic of numbers, and it was again beautifully conducted in the way the whole perspective of looking at numbers changed. And yesterday, sir, we came to a number 7 as a number, and we figured out from the research world over that 7 is the most favorite number across the globe. Out of 10.
1 minute.
Sir.
My mobile is 9717827827.
Okay, that's fantastic, sir. So basically, sir, the research says 6 out of 10 people will have 7 as one of their favorite numbers. So and then we try to research a bit more about it. So 7 has got its supreme significance in Christianity, in Islam, in Hinduism, all mythologies. 7 continents, 7 and specifically when we talk about our own country, 7 union territories. We have 7 nations sharing boundaries with us. So many 7 colors in rainbow. So, sorry sir, you're saying something?
मैंने कहा चक्र 7 होते हैं कि 8 होते हैं? चक्र भी तो
7 चक्र योगा के. Correct, sir. So
7 आसमान है.
7 आसमान. So many things are got related with 7. One student one student or a parent a parent informed that there are 7 spots on a ladybug. So जो ladybug insect है, so there are 7 spots on her body.
Oh.
So basically what we are trying to analyze is that this whole world is kind of a mathematical setting, and all numbers have got magic in themselves. So if we actually try to look into things, we will start getting lot of relations, lot of relativity happens. So now how do we do that? Using technology and tools, we are able to do so much of analysis all together. That is what created the beauty and excitement in magic of numbers as a session. We explored the content from Professor Henna from University of Berkshire, and so the kind of integrity of numbers and the research that is happening across, our audience got mesmerized looking at that. Today in the morning I received a message that while I was one teacher said I was looking at my pressure cooker and I could actually relate it to the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I was like, man, that's fantastic. I think my purpose is solved. Now you will be able to see mathematics all around. So like that, and we have been receiving some messages right from morning that from today their lives have changed, because now everything what they are seeing, they are actually able to recall what happened during the whole session, and it looks like a mathematical setting. So second session was dedicated on that. Then came lab 3, wherein we talked about geometry and spaces. It became even more beautiful when we related the shapes of delta, which looks like a shape of a tree, which looks like shapes of our veins, arteries, which looks like roots of a tree. So everything had similarity. Even those natural phenomena also. For a thunderstorm, if you actually see a thunderstorm, it actually looks like a delta. So there are patterns to be observed. So that's the way the study should be done. And these things can... Sir, you are on mute. Yeah, sir.
No, you go ahead.
All right.
My whole family is enjoying you, and everybody is telling he looks like Abhishek Bachchan. It's a compliment for you and for your main sahab, both of you. God bless. Go ahead.
Sir, Abhishek Bachchan of academic industry then.
Why not? Yes.
So yes, sir. I mean, it was really insightful talking to so many people, and people joined us. We were fortunate enough to have Ashish Bhatnagar, sir. I got a reference from you, and from Seychelles he joined. And we were all, I think people from 18 countries were there in different time zones. And I'm literally worried about those who joined from US, because for us, it was 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. For the guys in US, it was 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. And they were there. So I think it really went nice, and we were trying to analyze why it was happening. I mean, why that engagement level was coming.
Two messages I require from you before concluding.
Sir.
मुझे आपसे दो मैसेज चाहिए. What message would you like to give to the teachers? Those are teaching mathematics. 1 मिनट उसके लिए, और उसके बाद second message 1 मिनट के लिए. What would you like to tell children like me? Not children. I'm also a child. Inside there is a child. तो जो बच्चे मेरी तरह मैथमेटिक्स से डरते हैं, उन्हें क्या कहना चाहोगे? पहले टीचर्स को, फिर बच्चों को.
Correct, sir. I think हाँ, हमारा कल वाला सेशन पूरा दोनों के लिए डेडिकेटेड था, but yes, टीचर्स के लिए see मैथमेटिक्स को हमें डराना नहीं है किसी को, and it's not just about numbers or formulas or theorems. It's much more than that. In fact, right now where we are sitting is a quadratic equation, is a x square. It must be a square somewhere. It's an area. So area is mathematics. तो हम तो उठते बैठते खाते पीते सांस मैथमेटिक्स के साथ लेते हैं. बच्चों को अगर हम उसी तरीके से बताएंगे that mathematics is everywhere around us and practically nothing can be studied or enhanced without the involvement of mathematics. मुझे कल पूछा गया कि हम घूमने का कहाँ प्लान बनाएं, क्योंकि बहुत टाइम हो गया घूमे हुए. So what to do? Simple. हम गूगल पे जाके पहला काम जो करना है, कोविड की एनालिसिस करनी है. किस कंट्री के अंदर कोविड जो है केसेस रिड्यूस हो रहे हैं, वहीं पे हम आने वाले मंथ्स में सबसे पहला प्लान बनाए घूमने का. सो मैथमेटिक्स प्लेज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल इन गिविंग अस ट्रेंड्स, एनालिसिस टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज हैपनिंग ऑल अराउंड. सो दैट्स द ब्यूटी व्हिच टीचर्स शुड बी टेलिंग द स्टूडेंट्स right from the early grades. I think that's a message to the teachers and to our wonderful, lovely students. Mathematics is is not a subject to be fearful of. Reason being, everything that you see around is a mathematical setting itself. You have symmetries, you have patterns, you have numbers describing everything. So why to be fearful of something which you live with? So that is what I want to say. If you actually look around, look at a bird, you will see a lot of symmetry happening. And if that symmetry gets disturbed, the whole setting gets disturbed. So when you try to solve problems are going to lead you to a final conclusion wherein you will be able to get to know how to apply this. So start looking at the application level of mathematics, and it will be easy. So that's the message.
Now I give you 3 minutes.
Sir.
Now I give you 3 minutes
because we have constraint of time. Yes, I am.
मैं आपको 3 मिनट का टाइम और देना चाहता हूं because I have got a call from America. I will finish that call. Meanwhile, I'll see you, but I'll finish that call. मेरे को 3 मिनट में आपको बच्चों को mesmerize करना है कि how mathematics is the most interesting subject.
All right, I think 3 minutes will be very less for me, but हमारे पास एक बहुत interesting activity है which we can do.
पाँच मिनट भी दे सकते हैं. Don't worry.
नहीं, हम उसमें हम करेंगे सर, एक अच्छी सी एक्टिविटी करते हैं सभी बच्चों के साथ.
क्योंकि मैं एक कॉल खत्म करता हूँ, आप बच्चों को mesmerize करो ताकि mathematics they should enjoy.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Please go ahead.
This is for all the lovely students who are watching or who will be watching this particular session. I am doing one activity here for you. You should all try it at home after watching this. So all that we need is a piece of a paper, a scissor, and a glue stick. All right. And I'm thankful to my wife for arranging all this stuff so quickly here in the session. All right. So now we have this piece of paper. What I am trying to do is I'm creating 2 stripes from this. So I have to turn it off, and now these 2 stripes are there. So इनको join कर लेते हैं. ठीक है? Maths का कुछ magic देखते हैं आज यहाँ पे. और I am pasting these 2 to each other like this. So एक rectangle बन गया. इस rectangle को अभी हम circle में transform करते हैं. तो क्या करेंगे? Rectangle को circle में transform करते हैं. I am again pasting it. So a shape has transformed into another shape. Okay. Now, what do you think if I start cutting it in the between? What will happen? So मैं आप लोग के लिए कट कर देता हूँ because some of you are just watching me right now. We are not able to interact. So I am cutting it from the center. And let's see what happens, what magic happens here. These have become 2, right? Some of us must be thinking, so what's the magic in this? I mean, if we cut it from the center, it becomes 2. The magic starts now. I'm again cutting it from the center. And again, I'll join it to make a circle. But this time, while joining it, I'll just make a twist. And now I will join. So I made a twist. And now I am joining it. All right. And then again, I start cutting it from the center. Presuming I'll again have 2 circles. So let me just cut it. Now this is the beauty of shapes and the symmetry that we follow. And this is the last cut that I'm going to make. And you see what happens. What do you think has happened? Am I having 2 circles or this is something else? Well, let me disclose. So instead of 2 circles, now we have a bigger one. Correct. Now just imagine if you do the twist 3 times or 4 times, what may happen? So with the same shape, with the same set of paper, you can have multiple levels of creativity. And now this is what happens in the engineering designs as well. When buildings are planned, buildings are constructed, the architects or the designers, the creative designers these days, when they work around with basic shapes. They make those twists and twirls, and with using the same shapes, they come out with different creative levels. So that's how math should be enjoyed. It's not about a rectangle or a square or a cylinder or the circle that we were talking about. It's about the transformation that we can bring in using these shapes in our day-to-day lives. So that's how we should be looking at mathematics. There are so many activities. Whosoever is there watching this should join me on my social media channels also to just look into it, what creative stuff we are bringing up in mathematics and in other educational areas.
Give them the email ID or contact or website or anything, how they can reach you.
Correct. So yes, all those who are watching me, as sir said, can definitely write to me on my email ID, which is dugararpit@yahoo.com, dugararpit@yahoo.com. Otherwise, you can reach us on Next Education pages. You can reach to me on my pages directly by typing Arpit Dugar. You either on Facebook or on Instagram, just by typing my name, you will be able to find me. All right. That's it from my side for today.
Wonderful. Such a pleasure. It's always a treat. It's always a pleasure to have you. Today, you are a part of the International Education Day. We started with the UNESCO, India, the director, and we will be closing now with the United States. One more program to go for 1 hour, 20 minutes. And they would be joining us now from USA. And it's on Wellness-Kal Aaj or Kal. Kal, Aaj or Kal.
I heard, sir, though I do not understand whole Punjabi, but मैं आपका राजकुमार वाला example समझ गया था उस time पे. Correct, sir.
So the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, he is a very, very dynamic person. And today I want to take a commitment that together we will organize similar program on mathematics. I know you're passionate about mathematics. You always try and work hard to make mathematics easy. You want no child to have a fear of mathematics. You want every teacher to be empowered. Those are teaching mathematics. एक दिन हम आपके साथ अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक बड़ी एक्सरसाइज आपके साथ करेंगे और उसका कुछ अच्छा सा ऐसा कुछ क्रिएटिव स्पाइसी सा नाम रखेंगे so that children should mesmerize, they should enjoy, they should not feel they are learning. They are undergoing some education program. They should take it as a fun and happiness stimulation. With these words from our side, deep regards to your entire team, and my blessings to you and your wife. Stay fine, stay healthy, and always, because it's the woman who plays a very important role. While I was talking to you, my wife brought the milk for me. Thank you.
Right, sir.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Happy,
Thank you.
stay fine. Thank you. Thanks for joining. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this now, we move on to the last part of our today's program. And that is going to be where we will be getting now special program. And that would be wellness, where we are going to talk about Kal, Aaj or Kal. That's the journey we are going to take on. And since morning, what we started, since morning, what we have taken on, we have come to the final finale of today's program. And that is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, all of us together, we will share. And let me roll back to the first slide once again. And we have been joined by one of the guests of the evening, and I think another guest has yet to join. The chair of the evening session, Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajanji from the Houston, from the Lamar University. He has already joined us, and we are waiting now for our keynote speaker, our distinguished guest of the evening, that is Dr. Sahiba. She would be joining in a little while. So, ladies and gentlemen, with these words, let me just extend a warm welcome. Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajanji, a pleasure to have you with us this evening from United States. Thanks for joining. Thank you very much. And indeed, it's a great pleasure that you are with us. And we all are going to share lots of vision and a wonderful journey this evening. Few words from Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajanji. Right, I think he might be busy in calling her and to get.
Yes, Gulshanji, namaste. Good morning. First of all, good evening to all my friends in Bharat. And let me take this opportunity to say Vande Mataram. We are going to be celebrating our Republic Day in the next 2 days. And those are the days, irrespective of where we are on the planet, all Indians, their heart starts to flutter when we hear the word Vande Mataram and Bharat Mata Ki Jai. So I know this is a COVID time and all that, but I pray to our Bharat Mata that we kind of come out of it safely. And I pray for the success of our Jawans, Jai Kisans, all our scientists. They combat the vaccines, and all our healthcare professionals. These are the people who rise above the fray. It's always a great time to reflect on India and India as a civilization in an ancient context, but India as a modern republic. This is a time all Indians should be proud of. And today you mentioned today is the day of education. So this is something more special to me because I am an educator by profession. So they say, I just kind of like to quote one saying that talks about education in the Indian context. In our tradition, Vidya or Vidya Dadati Vinayam. That means Vidya, that means education should make you humble. So I'm very, very humble because I am here not for that I was born great or anything. It is because my parents, my gurus, and more importantly, the citizens of India, because their taxes helped me fund. I went to state universities and public universities. So that is where I am. We have to be deeply humble and give back. So I am very grateful to my Major Saab that he gives me a chance to give back through this program. Now, that is one thing. Then the other one is, what is education? Just to reflect on it. By the way, Gulshanji, I had a call from our other panelists. If you can send the link again, it is not working. So she's eagerly waiting. So that's why. Now, Vidya, sa vidya ya vimuktaye. Vidya, education is one that liberates. Liberates means wants. Basically, it means it empowers you to think and act on your own. You become a cognitive person. You're already a cognitive entity. You do cognize the world through the five senses. But what happens is it triggers that sadbuddhi, the faculty of thinking, and it allows you to go on the path. Of course, I am using the Bharatiya tradition in that. For us, it is we have to be cognizant of what is mukti. At the ultimate, it is moksha. And so that is one of the purusharthas. But the other three purusharthas are important: dharma, artha, and kama. Dharma means sustenance of the world order. Artha means, the mechanism, the wealth. But wealth itself is has no meaning. unless you use it, because you could have $1 trillion, but what use is it if it is sitting in a bank? It doesn't have any value. And then of course kama, the power of consumption, because if nobody wants to consume anything, there will be no production. So these are the two facts, but everything has to be done in the order of dharma. So this is how our education system was. Of course, we are time and again, our Gulshanji has been talking about the vision of a Macaulay and others. We created a lot of Macaulay Putras, basically what we call as people, they are very good in the English language, but having said that, they've moved more into the mode of, using, and again, the Western model. By the way, I'm not a person who is not against the Western model. I teach in a Western university. I have done my PhD in a Western context. I get that. Having said that, the main thing was, it is important. I mean, like Swami Vivekananda said, we have to learn a lot of material progress, the science, the technology and all, and that is important. I've been always astonished with the way the Western institutions had a lot of freedom of speech and critical thinking. All of that was the hallmark. But now as I see India, which is one of the most youngest populations in the world, and I see that all of these are, so to say, to quote the late Bharat Ratna, our president, Shri Dr. Abdul Kalam ji, he used to talk about igniting the lights. So that is, I think we have to think about it. And I will also leave this with another quote. Swami Chinmayananda, again, one of the greatest builders of teachers of Vedanta. We can even call him a builder of India in a way, because the way he created the awareness about Bhagavad Gita and Vedanta in corners of India, starting from his vision that he had in Himalayas all the way till Kanyakumari. A great Mahaswamiji, Swami Chinmayananda used to say this, that this was about children, and he started all these Bahl Vihars about children. Swami Chinmayananda used to say, children are not empty vessels to be filled. Children are like lamps to be lit. So just kind of putting the two together, putting Abdul Kalam ji and putting Chinmayananda ji, I think our younger population, they have everything. They have the greatest brains. They have one of the, the most hardest work ethics, smartness, and we are second to none. These are lamps to be lit. And remember, if we light 1 billion lamps, I mean, how bright this planet can be. I mean, this whole India can be seen from the world. I mean, they say that during Diwali, you can see it from NASA. I don't know if it's an urban legend or is it really true. I've not validated it. But I think the metaphor is that if we can light all of these people with knowledge, give that knowledge and put them on that path, I think it is going to be a very, very fascinating journey for us. And our journey in terms of educating is partly, of course, Japanese say, if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. If you teach him how to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. So we have to give skills that last for a lifetime. So in other words, of course, but at the same time, we also have to teach people how to get a bread and butter. As Swami Vivekananda said, it is futile to preach Vedanta to a man who's on an empty stomach. I mean, that's one of the greatest things. So we have to empower our youth to get skills that allow them to compete and excel in the job workforce. That is important. But having said that, beyond a point, even contemporary frameworks that Maslow's hierarchy and all talk about it. There's only so much you can fill. I mean, how many laddus can you eat? And after that, you have to think about the self and all that. So our Vedanta, our tradition is very good. It talks about all the 4 things, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. And I hope in the coming times, our education system will start to incorporate all of these things. And I am in that regard, Shri Gulshanji, he's a lover of 5. He has done more than 500 videos plus, and he's getting more and more. And I'm happy to be a humble soldier because we don't need too many generals. As they say, there is a saying in the US, there are too many generals and too few Indians. I mean, a few Indians as in too few soldiers. So I think we need more soldiers. We need more Arjunas. We need more Hanumanjis. I was telling the other day, we have a lot of Krishnas and we have a lot of Ramas. We have a lot of generals. I mean, our prime minister is a person who's inspiring the whole world. I've seen his speeches in thing. Our late Abdul Kalam ji is a person who united the whole world. I mean, people loved him. I mean, that is the kind of people we have had. You know, a long days before that, we had Swami Vivekananda, who had the vision to come and to a foreign country and call them brothers and sisters. We come from that tradition. That is the fertile land of India. We'll always produce such people because that is how we are rooted in. The question is, are our kids getting exposed to it? And should our education system should celebrate it, not create Macaulay Putras and clerks. And I wish we have more of that. With that, my prayers to Bharat Mata, my prayers to Ma Saraswati. Let me finish with one sutram, one slokam from the Vedas. This is called Vak Suktam. Devim Vachamajanayanta Devaha Tam Vishwarupa Pashavo Vadanti Sano Mandre Shamur Jandohana Dhenurva Gasmanu Pasustutaitu Sumuhurtostu Sumuhurtostu Sumuhurtostu. Let there be a new good dawn of education. Jai Bharat, Bharat Mata ki Jai, Vande Matram, and may all of us prosper. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. Sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kastit dukkha bhag bhave. Dhanyavad, bahut bahut dhanyavad.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan ji. It's such a pleasure to have you always. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for all your efforts. God should always bless you for such a wonderful hard work, sincerity, dedication, devotion, self-motivation, inspiration right from within. You're always very supportive. I pray to Almighty for wonderful days ahead for you. You're a great soul. You're a great soul. Dr. Priya Balakrishnan ji, if you are there, may
Yes.
I request you?
Good morning and namaskaram, Gulshan ji and Vivek ji. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Yeah.
It's a pleasure.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I don't have video just yet. I'm navigating a maze of traffic blocks here in the city. So I'm just going to be off video if you don't mind for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
We also extend a very hearty welcome to Madam Renu Parashar. She is from Saudi Arabia. She is from Chandigarh, a very hardworking, very dedicated from the education fraternity. And we requested her any time of the day, whenever it's convenient to you, Renu, right from morning 9:15 to 9:15 p.m. you can join, and she is kind enough to join us. A little word from your side, Renu.
Good evening, namaskar, sir. बहुत धन्यवाद. I'm feeling so nice speaking in Hindi. Here in Saudi Arabia, we have either to speak Arabic or English. तो सर बहुत शुक्रिया आपने मुझे बुलाया और आपके साथ इन टच होने के बाद this is my second opportunity. Thank you very much. और इस लायक आप ही ने बनाया सर कि आज यहाँ पर काम कर रहे हैं.
God bless you. We are proud of you. We are proud of you.
This is I told you earlier, it's the world's largest university और यहाँ पर बहुत अच्छा प्रोफाइल मिला है. I'm working as an assistant professor and a program director for marketing और जो कुछ सीखा है सर आपसे सीखा है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है. आज आपने इस लायक बना दिया, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स डेवलप कर दी, मोटिवेशन, नेगोशिएशन, जितनी स्किल्स हैं. It's not just because you are here on board. I openly say to everyone, it is my family Institute of Tourism and Fashion Technology. At that point, now the name has changed, and you are the prime pillar who has really brought the confidence in me that yes, I can also do something. You gave the exact path. Isme I do not have any second thought about it. So my heartiest thanks from the bottom of my heart, sir. Thanks to you who gave us a nice direction. You enlightened us, and because of it, so many young students have now reached a stage where they are earning very good. They are getting good name and fame. So here in Saudi Arabia, this is evening 6 p.m. I'm sorry I'm a little late because most of the things are online these days. We all know. So teaching and regular meetings were online. Sir, rahi baat education ki, yes, I belong to a family of academicians. My father-in-law, all university professors. I'm also onto a right track, same track. So education for peace and development, yes, I agree. Educate karna bahut zaruri hai from my side for three perspectives: knowledge, skills, and competency. We have to give exact information, a knowledge base, a strong knowledge base to the young community. We need to develop a skill set, plus what Dr. Gulshan had always been doing, creating an awareness, digging out the talent from the young people and making them aware that yes, you have lot of skills. The only thing is you need to spare some time, take it out and start exercising, start practicing, and miracles will happen. And then a competency, which is knowledge, skill, and attitude. When you amalgamate these three ingredients, knowledge, skills, and a positive state of attitude, which I have learned from my parents and from Dr. Sharma, you are a competent person. And because with these things in my mind, I have reached this level. Sir, with your blessings, your student is having a very good position, and I'm enjoying my work. I'm imparting quality education to my students, and I always tell them that what is the importance of having, a positive attitude, state of mind, and a confidence to excel in this competitive world. Thank you very much from my side, and thanks again, sir, for inviting me. Thank you.
God bless you. God bless you. Proud of you, and blessings to your family, and thanks for joining. And now let me just roll some slides so for all of us, so that all the three, those have joined over here, we extend them from the bottom of our heart, greetings, best wishes, blessings. Thank you very much for sparing your most valuable time. We started in the morning. You see, all three are listed over here. We have got Dr. Priya V. Balakrishnan ji also. We have got Dr. Vivek Shankar Natarajan ji, and we have got Dr. Renu Parashar also. And little while before, we had Arpit Duggar from Dubai. He also joined. And before that, another session. So let me just quickly roll few of these slides so that we are on the common page and common frequency. Why are we here? Today is the International Day of Education 2021. So on behalf of our chamber, ICSI, International Chamber for Service Industry, because since 1994, we have taken a pledge how to make education relevant. Education has to be made relevant. And since morning, we are having all these programs going on from 9:15. It's a marathon, which we started with Director UNESCO India. And that is on the International Day of Education. Today is Sunday, January 24th. Mr. Eric Falt, Director UNESCO, Recover and Revitalize Education for the COVID-19 generation. We started from United States in the morning, from California, from the Woodbury University, Professor Satinder Dhiman, Vidya Se Adhyatam Vidya Ki Aur, an integrative series of Srimad Bhagavad Gita and 10 principal Upanishad. And aaj subah ek nayi cheez ne janam liya. He told after 3 years he is joining me, and God willing, everything goes fine. He plans to come back to India. And after 3 years, when he comes back, we both had decided we will set up a Gurukul. But today we have decided we are going to set up the virtual Gurukul immediately. And within 3 years, it would reach a certain place. We will discuss that in detail. Thereafter, we had Madam
Gulshanji, this is Vivek.
Yeah.
Just a volunteer. Whenever you need somebody for a Gurukul, I'm available. Just
I know.
Volunteer immediately.
I know. I can always, and I can count on you. And you are such a blessing that God has made me to meet you. And then thereafter, we went to adding the enjoyment quotient in STEAM. And that is from the STEM to STEAM, because now art, craft, culture, cuisine, heritage, values, ethics, all that has come. Thereafter, we went waste to resource management. Why are we not teaching in our institutions that there is no waste? Everything has got a utility on this planet. It's all up to us. We declare it waste, and thereafter we don't use it. And today they had shown, I was emotionally charged. And I got so disturbed that point of time. They had shown a couple of videos, and they had shown some PPTs in which they had shown all the things which we are throwing, basically the cattle, the animals, they're looking forward to that feed, and they are moving around, they are going in plastic, and they're going to other places because they are not getting the basic food. Oh my God, it was something very, very emotional and touching this morning to me particularly. I got that much so puzzled here, what's happening on ground. And thereafter came because everybody now post-pandemic needs wellness. So there was a CEO from the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, Madam Monica Bahl, and she talked about importance of wellness skills in education post-COVID-19. Thereafter, there was a beautiful journey to entire Southeast Asia and ASEAN and 8 beautiful states of India, to which the Honorable Prime Minister of India calls Asht Lakshmi. So Professor Amar Yumnam ji, the Vice Chancellor of Manipur University, he was with us, mind-blowing deliberations. And thereafter we went to micro, small and the medium enterprise. And there we talked about role of technology and training, future prospects as far as our youth are concerned. Thereafter we went to Takshila, world's oldest knowledge tradition. And we got so much of wisdom from there when they discussed, deliberated, and they gave me so many valuable inputs, and I became more humble. And the gentleman came from Dubai, and that was Future Trends in School Education. And yesterday, he had conducted 12-hour non-stop program on mathematics made easy. Mathematics made easy. 12 hours, parents, teachers, principals, students, everybody. And that was there. And ladies and gentlemen, here comes the most precious moment now. That is the finale. I think when we talk about wellness, my physical wellness, my mental wellness, my spiritual wellness, my environmental wellness, whatsoever I can think of. Last evening, for us, evening, for them, it was morning. And Madam is so dedicated. Dr. Priya V. Balakrishnan ji, the MD of the Immortal Institute at Houston, she spoke for a few moments, and every word, every sentence, what she used, I was all the time, I was zapped. I was speechless. I wanted to learn more and more from her, whatsoever I can. And then, of course, Dr. Vivek Shankar Natarajan ji, he's always with the new innovative creative ideas, Professor of Marketing at the Amar University, Texas in USA. With the very folding hands, I extend a very warm welcome to all my distinguished guests from the world over. And we also extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Priya Balakrishnan ji. And today's subject is something next to our heart, ladies and gentlemen. Wellness. And we thought over a lot of subjects, and finally we came Wellness-Kal Aaj or Kal. Kal, Aaj or Kal. Kal, Aaj or Kal. Wow, that was great. And in a very humble way, I would like to tell ma'am that before we all joined this evening, just before we are starting this particular program, you will be surprised to know that when the MSME program got over, immediately during that particular program, when they were talking about entrepreneurship, there was a video which was taken out and it was shown to the global audience. And that was, I share with all of you for 15 seconds.
About 76 German companies, we know them inside out. Just a captain and a chief engineer coming together and building this up. May I tell you what happens in some of the other countries, including our own, where as soon as the captain, chief engineer, immediately there are two departments, they start fighting with each other.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a part of the MSME program, we had a very special display for the global audience today on the International Education Day. Do you want to be an entrepreneur in the global marketplace? It was mind-blowing, touching everybody, and everybody was gaga, and everybody was so happy on that. With these words, I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Priya V. Balakrishnan ji from the United States, as well as Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan ji. And I would request Professor Vivek Shankarji to take on Onward Journey, because you are the chair of this session. I want to be a very humble student to take all the notes of each and every word, whatsoever Dr. Priyaji is going to talk this evening.
Namaskaram again. Thank you for giving me this the floor. So yesterday, actually, I was talking to somebody. We were all. I said previously we used to go from meetings in room to room. Now we are going in from meetings in Zoom to in the same Zoom. We are going from one meeting to another meeting. So I said in the Shastras it says Shrota Vaktascha Durlabha. This is basically when you talk of Vedanta or Moksha Shastra, to get people who are interested to listen and people who can teach. Both are very rare. Shrota Vaktascha Durlabha. I said, but today what has happened with Zoom and webcast, we have a lot of Vakta. Vakta to hai, Shrota Durlabh ho gaye hai. तो इसलिए मैं ये एक अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं. I mean, अभी so I'll just kind of use a little Hindi because रेणु जी ने जब बोला कि राष्ट्रभाषा में बात करना है, वो तो है, where you can talk, कोई भी भाषा आप बोल सकते हैं, पर आपकी मातृभाषा राष्ट्रभाषा में जब आप वक्तव्य देते हैं तो उसमें तो मीठापन जो रहता है वो तो सोने में सुगंध हो जाता है ना. तो ये बात है. तो I'm going to, and Priya ji, what I really meant was we have a lot of people who can right now. So we need more people to listen. And especially when it comes to a topic like wellness, in wellness, anybody is an expert on wellness to some extent, starting from our own grandmothers, and that is part of our tradition. But now, partly medicine, you have great surgeons, you have great doctors, but on the other hand, you can also have what we call as, of course, we have people who really mean well. In India, of course, we take a very more holistic view, but here, somebody who's not trained in Western medicine is almost deemed as a, alternate medicine or borderline quackery and all that. Now, why am I saying that is, there is enough data that people talk about when it comes to wellness. Everybody can say they're an expert on wellness, and maybe they are, but there are only few people who have really dedicated their life to an inquiry of this in a discipline. And that really is the medical community. They start all the way from reading, doing a full-fledged course in medicine all the way to post-graduation and then clinical trials and research. And then they're a practitioner, they meet patients. And after that, the wisdom that emerges is of a very higher order. So it is important that we listen to trained medical professional when it comes to wellness. And for that, I cannot think of anybody better than Dr. Priya Balakrishnan. The reason I say that is not, I don't intend to do that in a flattering sense. Her accomplishments are many. She's a graduate of the prestigious Jipmer Institute in Pondicherry. And from then she came over to, which is very, very hard institute to get into. I mean, you talk about Harvard and all that, that is tough, but any institute in India, IIT, JIPMA, these are hard institutes to get into. The admission criteria is so restricted. And after that, she has done her, residency in nephrology and internal medicine, again, very tough disciplines. And after that, she has had a very successful practicing career. But at some point, based on her advice, wisdom, and that her mother gave, she's come back to helping people reverse kidney failure. To me, that I call it as something, a passion, because to give up all that, every doctor, it takes a lot of effort. And after that, only they start to see some level of financial success. To throw it all away and say, I want to go in the spirit of Mahatma Gandhi. I want to go in the spirit of some of the noble doctors that our communities have produced and go to reverse kidney failure and to create a whole institute for that, that is not easy. And of course, it goes without saying, she's a chip of the old block. 2 weeks back, we heard Dr. Vishweshwaran, her father, who is her father, but not only in that sense, he's also an inspirer, somebody who supports her deeply. So it is so grateful that Priyaji said, when I said this, we are doing this, she said, our family lives and breathes for the betterment of India and Indian civilization. Although we live in the US, and we love what we are doing, and we are patriotic US citizens, that is true, but we also have a deep and abiding love for India. So on the eve of the Republic Day week, we couldn't have because sure, COVID has been happening, it is there, And hopefully with the greatness of our scientists, the vaccines and all will work. People will start to already social distancing. We will see the end of COVID. But after that, what? We need to create a new generation that can take up the challenges. And so for that, as they say, Ayuhu Arogyam Aishwaryam. That is what our Shastra says. We pray for Lambi Ayu, then Arogyam, then only Aishwaryam comes. People can't create wealth without health. Health is the first wealth. So for that, we need wellness. And so I request Priyaji to give us Gyan. As I said, Shrota आजकल वक्ता है, but अच्छे वक्ता को कमी है. She's a उत्तम वक्ता, और हम सब श्रोतागण बन के उनके अमृतवाणी सुनना चाहेंगे. So over the floor is yours, Priyaji. Let me start by invoking the mantra. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantare Amrita Kalasha Hastaya Sarvamaya Vinashanaya Trailokya Nataya Mahavishnave Namaha. धन्वंतरी भगवान के महाराज की जो अनुग्रह से भारत का सबका विश्व का कल्याण हो और जो आरोग्य है उसका जो वो अभिवृद्धि होना चाहिए सबके लिए. With that I pray for wellness and I request Priyaji to take the podium. धन्यवाद. Thank you.
Namaskar Gulshan ji, namaskar Vivek ji, namaskar everybody that is on this call. I deeply appreciate your kind words, and I feel quite unworthy, in the sense that it almost feels like I don't know who you're talking about, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your kindness and grace in giving me giving me this opportunity to address our our Indian diaspora and all of our Indian population with regard to the 4 aspects of wellness: spiritual, emotional, mental, and physical. Kal, Aaj, or Kal. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is a very dear topic to me. I feel very passionately about this, and I'm so grateful to God that we are having this opportunity to come together today and discuss this in a meaningful way. I do wish to say that I have about 4 times 3, 12 points to cover. Gulshanji, I will submit a PowerPoint to go with this a little bit later. But I do want to start by saying that on the spiritual side, what were we doing in the past that made us so great? So I'm jumping right into the topic. So on the spiritual side, definitely Lord Shri Krishna instructed Arjuna on meditation. And so going inwards has always been a strength of our culture and our heritage and our the Hindu frame of mind, the Indian frame of mind, you could say. And now it is globally being practiced. All the top CEOs of all the countries and all billionaires all over the world are practicing meditation. They have personally admitted to doing it. So they learn from somebody like Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's transcendental meditation, or Sadhguru, or somebody or the other. Every single person is practicing meditation. This was what our ancestors and what was given to us by God himself, Lord Shri Krishna. And even before that, they were Lord Krishna taught us the right way. So this, this is of utmost importance that all of us as adults, at any stage we can begin this. Meditation is of utmost importance for being in communion and communing with the inner infinity that is our spirit. One thing I wish to say, humbly at this point, is that the split between the Western culture and the Eastern culture occurred over exactly this point: the existence of a spirit. This is something that is not well known, but the Jews, who are today called Jewish people, they're a very small community, as my father says, Dr. Viss, and they control a disproportionately large amount of wealth all over the world. And
According to Kanchi Mahaparivar, they were previously the Rigvedis of the Indian culture. So the Rigvedis are the people who sit at the Homa and invoke God to come to participate in the offerings. So they were the people who were able to summon God to the offerings. Now, I don't mean to take this in a religious direction. It doesn't matter what the religion. The Rigvedi could invoke God for any religion, and they were Vedas, as you know, were not about religion specifically, and they were specifically about the practices to elevate our spiritual energy in order to try and offer ourselves to God. So these people left the Hindu religion on one point, which is denying the existence of the spirit. And that is a noteworthy point, because I'm going to talk to you about this on the physical side for what is going to come in the future in terms of healthcare. So just keep this in mind. Today, what we have to practice in terms of spirituality is what we are already doing, which is oneness. Globally, we are finding people who are deeply affected and bothered by the suffering of humanity come together, act as one human race rather than with national boundaries and borders or any other boundaries or borders. Even gender, which is 80% of our identity, is no barrier anymore. We are all coming together as one, and we are all acting in the knowledge that each of us has something substantial and profound to contribute. Particularly our younger generation too, they are not aware of it. As adults, as they return back to schools and colleges, Gulshanji asked me to keep a focus towards this also. And so in deference and honoring your request, sir, I want to say that the way as adults, as teachers, receiving these students back into colleges and receiving these students back into schools, we should tell them that you are part of one world. You are one with everybody else. And another person's suffering is no less than ours. And we need to, educate our children to feel this oneness that we are feeling spiritually. In terms of the future, in addition to feeling one with everybody, we should understand that what we bring to the table is complete and full on its own. And this is the, the mantra that Vivekji, this, and of course, Gulshanji, you know this too, sir. Purnamadav, Om Purnamadav, Purnamidam, Purnat, Purnamudachyate, Purnasya, Purnamadaya, Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So what we bring to the table, while it may not be complete in our own self-critical eyes, it is actually complete in its offering. And we are coming with a complete and full spirit of wanting to help the other person who is in a state of suffering. So there is oneness and there is also fullness in each individual. And that is the important thing for mindset, for a spiritual mindset today. For the future, what I would like to say is there is a rise in global narcissism spiritually, and this is a personality thing we're seeing, and they call it a personality thing, but I think there's a spirit problem there. And the important thing we need to understand in order to process narcissism is an old Mahabharata principle that recently my yoga teacher at the Hindu University of America, who was my middle school yoga teacher, Shri Raghu Anantanarayanan ji, shared, which is our ability to process opposites simultaneously as true and valid. In order to deal with the rise in global narcissism, this is the most important lesson of the Mahabharata. We should be able to process opposites simultaneously as true. So if we are able to understand the spiritual, analogy of that, and understand that what starts to go around in a circle will come back, then spiritually we are in a frame of mind that we can deal with whether it's Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin or Queen Elizabeth who's ruling the world. Whatever it is, we are able to process it and resolve it spiritually on the inside. So that is my Kal Aaj or Kal for spirituality, spiritual wellness. Then there is emotional wellness. In the past, we were accomplishment focused and karma yoga focused. And definitely that got a lot of things done. And it was something that is that gave us emotional succor and strength from having completed what we started. And the more things we did, the more emotional well-being we achieved. When I talk about what we need to do today and what we need to do for the future, we are not leaving any of the past skill sets that we have as by virtue of being of Indian origin. So we need to continue to be accomplishment focused. And today what we have to do is we have to stay optimistic. What we're seeing today is a bizarre aberration. This is not normal. This is not usual. This is a handing off of the power between two powerful authorities that we are not a part of. And we need to stay optimistic that tomorrow is going to be a better day. Emotionally, this is what is of essential importance. And as teachers, as parents at home dealing with young people, we have to show them the path of optimism and positivity, exactly as Gulshanji and Gulshanji was educating his students. As he's continuing to educate his students, optimism is of utmost importance in order to stay emotionally positive and healthy. And for the future, I would say that we need to have our future focused on creating what we do the best as Indians and as Sanatanis based on our past strengths and our past accomplishments. So we take the encouragement from our past accomplishments as the foundation, and then we have a future focus. And the future focus is what is going to help us pull ourselves out of any sort of bog or mire. So that is 6 points. And I just want to take a break now and ask Gulshanji, is there any, am I addressing the topic in the correct way, sir? Do you have any feedback for me?
Absolutely, ma'am. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. We are right. We are in the right direction, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much. And so then I will go on to mental health, and I want to talk about what was constituting mental health in the past. And I would say it was actually intellectual achievements. So intellectual achievements in mathematics, astronomy, Ayurveda, all of these things were helping us tremendously in the past. We were a very intellectual group of people, and that helped us stay tremendously mentally healthy. I was doing Ganit or, astronomy, the Hindi word for it. So astronomy, mathematics, Ayurveda, these were our intellectual pillars, and engaging the mind in an infinity orientation. So that is what helped us stay mentally very healthy in the past. We have to carry that with us. Today, we need to be family focused in order to come out of this pandemic. We have to take care of our family, our loved ones, our cousins, whatever knowledge, information we're getting from whatever source, we have to pass it on to everybody in our immediate environment. And in order for, I was just telling Gulshanji yesterday that, America, one of the most intellectual magazines in America called The Atlantic, has just recently published an article saying that the nuclear family experiment of 50 years in America is dead. It has failed. So mental health today in America, so many of us are isolated. We're living in a bubble of, there is a rugged individualism in America. Anything I can do it on my own. And then when the pandemic hits, we are isolated and alone. And it is a very terrible, this is why there is such an epidemic of mental illness in America, is because of not being in close harmony and relationship and association with the family. I think that is of utmost importance today in India, because if we don't put that focus today, then tomorrow we're going to be this rugged individuals that the American culture is propagating. And then for the future, I would say we must focus on the health of the community. The health of the community in Christian and Western nations comes from their Sunday school, their churches, where they meet as a community, they address one another's problems, they pray for one another as they're going through some stress. In Sanatana Dharma, our relationship with God has always been one-on-one, because that is actually the nature of the relationship with God. The true and enduring nature of relationship with God is one-on-one. But there needs to be either a secular or a Sanatana community togetherness, which I think is already existing in some parts. But that needs to be built and strengthened and fortified, because the enemy sometimes is not, somebody that is declaring themselves to be an enemy. The enemy sometimes is somebody that has a different set of values than us, and those values are opposite to the best interests of the greatest number of people in the community. So when we are in communities, then we are observing this inimical behavior to the greatest good, and we are able to help each other out and pull each other out of some sort of mental abyss. So for mental health, individual and collective social mental health, we need to come together as communities. Small villages is okay. Villages of similar-minded people thinking like thoughts, that is okay. It doesn't matter if we are separated by distance. It can be a virtual reality church or a temple, as I was telling Vivekji the other day. It doesn't matter how it is, but the communities we have to create and we have to maintain them for mental health of the individual and for mental health of the entire country. And finally, talking about physical health for Kal, Aaj or Kal. In the old days, we had people like Charaka and Sushruta, and this mantra, Vivekji, I'm sure you're able to complete it. This kaka or crow was cawing, and I think it was Charaka that heard it. He heard it as Koruk, Koruk, and he said, Shatapadagami, Vamashayi. So somebody who walks 100 steps and who lies on the left side at night, these are people that are not going to get sick. Very simple, and our Ayurveda, our yoga, our meditation, all of these were good for physical health, obviously, in addition to spiritual health. Today, with the focus on the pandemic, I would say it is of utmost importance to fortify our bodily substrate by taking supplements that will strengthen our body and allow us to cultivate our immunity in the temporary short term, utilizing some props. So one of the supplements I would like to mention is vitamin B12. Take it orally or take it as intramuscular injections, which I prefer. It was invented, or actually it was described, sorry, not invented. It was isolated and described by an Indian Ayurvedic physician who also got his licentiate medical practitioner degree from Madras Medical College, Dr. Yellapragada Subbarao, who then went to Oxford and got his PhD. On the same night that he was married, his father-in-law, because he was such a brilliant physician, his father-in-law sent him to Oxford. He got his PhD there, and then from Oxford, he was sent to the US, where he came and he worked at Harvard as a postdoctoral student, and then he joined what was then called American Cyanamid, which is today called Pfizer. And he discovered many things. And in fact, Japanese doctors and scientists have said, if we are alive today, it is because of an unknown doctor by the name of Dr. Yellapragada Subbarao, who was trained in Ayurveda. And vitamin B12 is his vitamin B12, folic acid, the tetracycline class of antibiotics. He created so many what is called Western medicine supplements and drugs that it's rather unfortunate that we don't find his name in Western medicine textbooks, but he was a most generous donor to this list of supplements that I'm telling you about. I specifically recommend vitamin B12 for one reason. There is a metal atom in the center of this 5-carbon ring, and the metal atom oscillates above and below the plane of the 5-carbon ring. And what this does is it absorbs the metal atom in methylcobalamin, which is vitamin B12, which has some other names due to other groups, is cobalt. And so if you think of a guitar string made out of a metal, different metals, different thicknesses, any force that you apply to the guitar string, it is going to produce the same sound if your finger is placed in the same place in the strut. So if you think of the ambient electromagnetic energy hitting this cobalt atom, it will only put out one signal that is healthy to the nervous system. So that is the importance of vitamin B12. It helps us process the ambient electromagnetic cacophony into frequency that is healthy for the central nervous system. So it is of utmost importance for human health. So if there is one thing you can take away from this talk, and you take away that replacing vitamin B12 is important for health, I would be very happy with even just that. But that is only Aaj, physical Aaj. Now we are talking about Kal, which is tomorrow. And here what I want to say is, taking inspiration from somebody like Dr. Yellapragada Subbarao, I believe Ayurveda has an infinite amount of offerings to Western medicine. And we have to present it to them in the way that they understand. One of the things that I have been lucky to have this energy flow through me, Gulshanji, is this patent that I've been awarded in globally and in the United States for the discovery of the body's regenerative organ system.
Wow.
And
Remarkable.
that, thank you. Thank you. So now in our biology textbooks, over the next 10, 20, 30 years, we will have one more system added to our biology textbooks. And the regenerative organ system, the idea for me came from Ayurveda, yoga, and meditation. So that whole, I have, based on the inspiration given to me by my parents, whatever income is generated by the drugs that comes out of this regenerative organ system, if they pay me a portion of it, the entire portion of it is coming back to India. So that is, with that, I would like to conclude my 12 points. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Please feel free to ask any questions, and anything that I'm able to answer, I will happily answer.
We are so grateful. We are so grateful, ma'am. And I just wish to share one slide with you over here.
Yes, sir.
When we are talking about the 8 dimensions of wellness, ma'am.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Emotional, spiritual, intellectual, physical, environmental, financial, occupational,
Yes.
and social.
Yes.
Now, these are being taken care of by the Sector Skill Council over here. First of all, let me let me just endorse. One of the lady has mentioned, you when you were talking about astronomy and you were talking about Ayurveda, उसको हिंदी में खगोल शास्त्र बोलते हैं मैम, मेरे को भी नहीं पता था. So
thank you so much.
You just posted there, so खगोल शास्त्र.
Thank you so much.
Thereafter, ma'am, thanks a lot. This. Okay. Ayurveda origin created vitamin B12 injections. Okay. A couple of posts are coming on that vitamin B12. Okay. I'll keep to that. So now the thing is, ma'am, I would just like to, first of all, when we are talking about this, you have got Wellness Village. I wish to know a little bit more about that, ma'am.
Sure, absolutely. So the Wellness Village is where the Immortality Institute is located. We have a clinic, which is primarily at this time a clinical research facility, but we are taking care of patients both by telemedicine and in person. And we have, our goal is to maximize the body's ability to regenerate any damage to itself. So we believe that this regenerative organ system has 2 limbs, an afferent limb and an efferent limb. The afferent limb is how the body is receiving the signals from the outside, this electromagnetic energy, right? Be it solar or be it cell phone towers, whatever it is, the electromagnetic energy that's surrounding us, how the body is receiving it into the regenerative organ system. That is the afferent limb. And when the afferent limb is shut off, that is how we are proposing the body ages. Then we know that the kidney is the lead organ of this regenerative organ system. It's like the president of the board. And the bone marrow is the chief executive officer of the board of the company, that is the regenerative organ system. So they make stem cells. The kidney can make lots of stem cells. The kidney can also give the bone marrow instructions to make stem cells. And we believe that when these stem cells are made from particular signals of distress from individual organs, they go to those organs and they heal them and they regenerate them. So this is called the efferent limb of the regenerative organ system. And when there is a block of this efferent limb to any particular organ, that is how this chronic medical illness results, which is an incurable lifelong disease. So our mission is to reverse chronic medical diseases like kidney failure, diabetes, heart diseases, and neurological diseases. And number two, to study and make happen human biological immortality, which we believe our ancestors were already doing thousands of years ago. So, and there is a very deep aspect here that I think this is probably, I will save it for another discussion because it is a little more, even more technical, and it really brings out our, our spirituality into the Western medicine realm. So I don't want to discuss it now. But I do believe that so we have our clinic, we have our clinical research arm, and then we have our education arm, which is the Vishwa Institute of Higher Education, where we are giving 2 PhDs a year to people that we train in regeneretics, which is a new word we have coined, to which is basically, it means the technology of bodily regeneration, and regenerance is the science of bodily regeneration. These are all words that we have coined, and we are giving PhDs to people in regenerance or regeneretics and entrepreneurship. So we are giving them skills in both entrepreneurship and in regenerance or regeneretics, and we are graduating them. It is a minimum 4-year program, and we do invite people to apply for this. It is a very preliminary stage right now, but funding and applicants are solicited, and the entrepreneurial training is available in abundance from Dr. Viss. In fact, the Vishwa Institute of Higher Education is dedicated to Dr. Viss and to Mrs. Lalita, our parents. And so these are the institutions in the Wellness Village, sir. And we have other ancillary institutions that are, other people are owning, and they're aggregating to where we are. So, thank you. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
Do you have a little more time, ma'am? Can I take 3-4 questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Actually, I request you to do a lot of good questioning coming on the YouTube. So
yes.
Please, I think there are wonderful questions.
I know. Ma'am, I just want to educate myself on a little different area.
Yes, please.
I learned that Yogi Amrit Desai ji.
Yes.
Yogi Amrit Desai ji, who has got Amrit Yoga Institute at present in Florida. And he moved first to United States for Hatha Yoga.
Yes,
and
sir.
Maharishi ji, way back in 1953, 54, 55, he was in Tamil Nadu. He spent some time over there, and he took a couple of years over here. I, along with my wife, had visited his Noida, the complex also, when you talked about transcendental meditation. And
Yes,
I
sir.
still remember Dr. Gyanendra Mahapatra ji, he was there. And my wife coming from the media side, so she made a small films also, which we had put on Indian television at that point of time. Then we went to meet Acharya Brahaspati Dev Trigunaji, because he and Maharishi ji were very close to each other.
Okay.
I learned this, that when Maharishi ji went back to United States, thereafter 2 people have met him. One was now known as Shri Ravi Shankar ji. It was that time Ravi Shankar ji. And secondly, a young person who is an army officer's son, They were staying in Defense Colony in Delhi, and then
Okay.
moved that time to America. He is Deepak Chopra ji.
Oh, okay.
So both these
Small world.
both these youngsters, they met Maharishi ji, and
Yes, sir.
Maharishi ji thereafter started. So when I talk about yoga, Hatha Yoga, so they say it is basically Amrit Desai ji, Yogi Amrit Desai ji. When I talk about meditation, they say it is Maharishi ji.
Yes.
And then there were two more gentlemen with Amrit Desai ji. From Pune, there was a BKS Iyengar ji.
Yes.
And they were Swami Sachidanand ji.
Mm-hmm.
And then Prabhupada ji took Bhakti to America. So
yes,
I was just trying to read quite a bit of literature, and quite a bit of it I wanted to just go through and understand what all is available over there. So I just want to understand at present what is the status of wellness industry in United States, and particularly post COVID.
Yes.
Do you think that Ayurveda has got a better future, better place, particularly our herbal medicines and herbal based, which are plant based herbs, whatsoever. How do you look at the whole scenario?
This is an excellent question, and I am constantly studying in this field, sir. So I thank you for bringing up the names of the great people in this field. I'm so grateful to you. Now, another person who's made a big impact, who's unfortunately no more, is Dr. Naram. I think they really appreciate him here as well. Yogi Amrit Desai ji's daughter-in-law was my patient, and so it's a very small circle, sir. She was referred to me by Shri Rajan Narayanan, who's the founder of Life and Yoga Institute in Washington, D.C. I can't talk about, obviously, the condition and everything, so I will just preserve the privacy there. But she is one of the VIP patients I was talking about in the website. And definitely Dr. Deepak Chopra and Dr. Viss and I have met a couple of times. And Dr. Chopra had even tried to ask me to open the Chopra Institute here in Houston. These are all great personalities, and I feel humbled and honored to be your student and Vivek ji's student and their student. So definitely they have brought tremendous value to this world and to America and to India. And to Deepak Chopra ji is now, of course, focused on Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, Gulf countries to raise their spiritual and wellness awareness. The state of the wellness in the United States is very rapidly improving since the start of the pandemic. And I would say that people have universally become more aware of the need for a better underlying bodily health. And people are universally seeking doctors who are offering alternative medicine and what they call alternative medicine and care. And the way I would present this to Ayurvedic practitioners is that Ayurveda has the correct intention in the approach to the body, health, and disease. There is a correct intention. The sankalpa for treatment is correct in Ayurveda. And so, because of that, all of the actions that are involved with herbs and using them for different diseases, I think the results have the potential of being extraordinary when used with correct knowledge and correct experience and expertise. I think there is a huge scope for growth for Ayurveda in the United States in the post-pandemic wellness era. People have understood in America that Western medicine has collapsed. It has not been able to save these 400,000 lives. And the reason for that is because modern Western medicine is the illegitimate child, you could say, in a very crude way, of the lawyers, the pharmaceutical industry, and government, regulatory authorities. So Ayurveda is not obligated to lawyers to meet this, what is called standard of care. Ayurveda is not obligated to the pharmaceutical industry and corporate America. I think anything that is done with the correct sankalpa, the correct actions for the patient's best good and for their longevity, which is important. Everything that we do cannot just be to cure their disease. It has got to be with the idea of keeping them well and away from us. Patients have to get discharged and go home and try to lead their life without seeing the doctor every month. That is optimal wellness. So anything that we do with that correct thought process and mindset, without being obligated to insurance industry, that is the other parent of this modern Western medicine, is the insurance industry here.
You've taken the words from my mouth. You've taken the words from my mouth. Our next question was coming on insurance. Next question, please go ahead.
So the insurance industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the government regulatory authorities, the legal profession, these are not the people who should decide how medicine is practiced. And unfortunately, in the United States today, which is setting the standard of care all over the world in medical and healthcare, which is a shame because Bharat was the source of medicine all over the West. This Prophet Mani, who I was mentioning to you, is the one who set up the first Western hospital in Gundeshapur in Iran. And he took Ayurvedic doctors from India to do that. That was the first hospital in the West. So as recently as 270 AD. So not even 2000 years ago, they had no hospitals and they were taking doctors from India who were Ayurveda trained. That is the start of Western medicine. So no, we should not feel we are inferior to anybody, as Dr. Viss says. We should never cross the line into feeling superior because nobody is superior. But we should never feel inferior. We bring something. We are equally like anybody else trying to contribute to the upliftment of global health and longevity and wellness. And what we bring to the table is full by itself. It does not need anything else to make it full. So those are my points. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. In fact, people are sending a lot of comments over here. I was just reading that very carefully.
Yes.
So what is the solution? What is the solution? Okay, let's take one scenario, one narrative, ma'am. One narrative.
Yes.
A lot of MSME sector has suffered because of this corona. A lot of people have lost their jobs, and particularly tourism, hotel industry, airline industry, retail industry, entertainment industry. They will take quite some time to get back to the normal. At this point of time, what is essential for people is your basic food, your basic health, and your basic education, and life should go on with the positivity.
Exactly.
Now, when we are talking about wellness, let's take a small example. Japan Prime Minister, along with India's Prime Minister, have done a MOU, kind of an understanding that 300,000 yoga teachers, that is 300,000 yoga teachers. And along with that will combine nurses also, paramedical people also, there are also about 3 lakh people to go from India to Japan, to different cities, right, starting from Sapporo, Hokkaido, Kobe, Kyoto, Fukuoka, all the places, wherever it is. So now, how do you look at it? Because one question, when I was watching and when I was listening very carefully to Maharishi Ji's, he told that if I try to tell in India itself that Ayurveda and traditional medicines and everything, they will not take it that easy. But if I go all the way from Tamil Nadu and I go and first set up a base in Hawaii and in United States, and I make all these people, natives over there to practice this, and then bring it back to India, then everybody would follow. Now, what is that?
Yes.
What is that narrative, ma'am? How do you look at that? Why don't we appreciate our own? What do we do? What do we do? Because the reason being, if herbal plantation today, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Manipur University, he told, he made two statements and I was zapped. He told, do you know that Northeast India gives oxygen to India? He
Beautiful.
told, Northeast India gives oxygen to India. He
He's
told,
so right.
we have polluted every city, every place, but the
Yes.
maximum plantation and forest cover that is in Northeast part of India. So I was very
Yes.
happy on that. Then second part, I have also come to know that majority of the herbal medicine and plants are available in Northeast part of India.
Mm.
Second statement is,
Beautiful.
of course, few places are there in Himachal Pradesh when we talk about upper Himachal and all that, and Uttarakhand also, couple of places, wherever the greenery and the mountainous and all this kind
Mountains.
of particular
Sure.
kind of area.
Yes.
So we were just sharing, and I was telling him, you give me the solution. If startups, self-employment, wellness, self-care, and at the same time traditional, that for that pathy has to be followed in future to remain well, and
Yes.
not to pop about 30 medicines or 30 tablets in the morning and 30 in the evening.
Yes.
For that matter, the mindset has to be changed. So
Completely.
where do you see the post COVID scenario as on date when we are talking?
Yes.
How Ayurveda and the holistic, the complete approach of wellness, because whether you're talking about meditation, you talked about, so yoga, meditation, naturopathy, all that what we are talking over here, when we want to take it deeply, how do you look at it where we are in a position to have startup? Because the other day somebody came and I would say he made me speechless. He said, don't be proud of your IT industry and all. I said, yes. He says, what have you done? Do you think that few softwares is everything? No. Kehta, why India has not built the hardware?
They were right.
You're getting the gadgets from outside. You're getting every part from outside, and you're just. So I think awakening is coming. We are in the positive direction. We are moving in that direction. What would you like to tell for wellness, Ayurveda,
Yes.
and holistic healing from your perspective
Yes.
as an expert?
This is a very deep and a very important question you've asked, Gulshan ji. I want to touch your feet and pranam for asking this question. I think about this all the time because I feel that these are two very different schools of thought, the Eastern and the Western world. And this is why I said the split of the Western school of thought occurred at the level of the spirit, denying the spirit, denying reincarnation, denying karma, denying the need for doing dharma. Everything is outsourced. Law enforcement has to enforce your awareness of right and wrong from the outside. The police has to shoot you if you murder somebody. If you can get away with it, you can. And the exemplar of that person who does not need to follow dharma, who karma has not impacted, who has the kind of wealth that they can play God. There is only one person today in the world. There is another person who is catching up very fast. That one person is the Queen of England. Her net worth is 150 trillion US dollars. Mr. Putin is the first male in the Trillionaires Club. Mr. Vladimir Putin, he is her protege. The reason I'm mentioning this, I'm not a politician, but we have to understand very clear-eyed who is calling what shots. When you have that kind of obscene amount of wealth, you can play God. You can have a religion or a group of religions and say, we don't believe in the spirit. We don't believe in karma. We don't need dharma, and create an alternate reality universe that is not based on enduring permanent truths. So I'm humbly and respectfully submitting to you again that the difference between us and the Western culture and civilization, the entirety of it, including healthcare, is the study of the spirit. That is what makes us unshakable. And the lessons of the spirit are in that greatest healthcare manual of the world, which is the Bhagavad Gita. I'm not pushing the Hindu religion, but I am saying, if you want to be the best doctor in the planet, on the planet, if you want to be the person to whom everything is referred, like Dr. Deepak Chopra, study the spirit and understand the inside and out of Bhagavad Gita and follow it. Let it percolate through every cell layer in your body. Let every cell be able to sing the essence of it, not the words, but understand the essence of that phenomenal healthcare manual, which is all about the spirit. All disease is from damage to the spirit. The reason Western medicine has collapsed is because of the denial of the existence of the spirit. They may colloquially agree, or in their religious settings, they may say yes. But there is no Western medicine textbook that talks about the spirit. Ayurveda is based on the human spirit and what nourishes the human spirit. So focus on the spirit, go inside. That is where all the answers are. And that is how we can excel and exceed. So study Ayurveda. Ayurveda is complete in itself. If you want to be relevant in the West, study it along with Western medicine and use Western medicine sparingly to meet the standard of care, and use what is enduring truth to heal your patient. That is what I would humbly and respectfully submit to you. Thank you.
Dr. Priya ma'am, I've become more humble. I've become more humble after listening to you, your views. There's one of the principal who is writing that our school children are not aware about the greatness, richness in every field of science, math, astrology. So many good things about India. There is a lack of communication. Surinder Pal Agnihotri ji is writing.
Yes.
And another lady is writing, I think they systematically killed Ayurveda pathy to establish their newfound so-called allopathic.
Correct. Ayurveda was the original practice of the healing arts. It was based on understanding the spirit and having the sankalpa of not only healing the patient, but giving them a long life. Understanding scientifically rather than attributing it to individuals or human beings. What is the cause of disease and suffering and prolonged periods of negativity or misfortune in a person's life? That is how astrology came about. When we study anything scientifically, what we observe is every bit valid, regardless of what the foundation or school of thought process is. If the study is scientific, it doesn't matter. Yes, we have a lot to learn from the West, but the foundation that we are starting with is a solid structure. There is no shaking that foundation, and there is no point kicking such a solid foundation, because the foundation of the West is based on an erroneous school of thought. That is where the cultures diverged, and they distinctly said there is no rebirth. I don't care about karma. We have one life to lead. I want to be rich. I want to have it all. Nothing wrong. You can be rich and have it all, but acknowledge karma. Don't say that there is no consequence. It ends when I die.
then my child deals with it. Understand that Charlotte is the reincarnation of you. When 80% of your spirit is gone into Princess Charlotte's body, your body will die. When you understand these things, then you are able to make more correct choices that are, that have impact for a prolonged period of time. Now, the reason for their distinguishing and differentiating themselves from us repeatedly is because they have created an alternate reality universe based on the non-existence of the spirit, the denial of the existence of the spirit. I look upon this culture and civilization as an alternate reality universe, like Trishanku, where you deny the existence of the spirit, you deny the existence of karma, your dharma is enforced by law enforcement from the outside. You live in the moment and you make, have it all, go for it. Nothing wrong. We can take the good things about this culture, but do not kick our foundation. Our foundation is based on enduring permanent truths. Enduring and permanent truth. That is the foundation.
Final question, ma'am. My
Yes, sir.
curiosity you have raised to that level that this time is not sufficient. And particularly when I've got two of the marketing people over here, one is the professor of marketing in America, other one is the professor of marketing in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Now, I've got a final question, my dear Dr. Priya sister. I wish to ask you one question. Artificial world which has been created in a way because finance plays very important role. You have already given a kind of a narration. I don't want to repeat those two names, political names and other things.
Yes, neither do I.
But I wish to understand over here is, you also made a mention that people were suffering, they were dying, but there was nobody to take care of them because the nucleus family, me, my wife and my two kids, or maybe one kid or maybe no kid.
Correct.
And whatsoever is the kind of life. So if that is the case, the children have gone very far.
Yes.
Children have gone very far. They're living in platonic world. They're living in virtual world. They're not living in reality. And the narration has been created. It's a little difficult for me to put it in a perspective, certain things. So many countries, when I was with the Ministry of Tourism, they told me, oh, why don't you stay here only? Why don't you become our citizen? And when I was teaching for a short while in different countries, so I said, no, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I would like to go back. And I came back. Today, when I look back at the whole thing and I try to analyze, what do we do? How do we do? How do we package that the joint family system once again, all generations together? And secondly, the children, those have gone into the virtual world. I sit inside flight, I sit inside train, or I sit in bus. A youngster sitting next to me is not interested to talk. He or she is putting on the earbuds and they are listening to, and they do not know those people. They have never met those people. They are not likely to meet those people, but that makes them cry, that makes them laugh. And that's why the movie has also been made recently that my son had made me to see, Social Dilemma, the Social Dilemma. And now, how do we bring children back? Tell me, because new education policy, now the fulcrum of the entire thing, I'm coming to the climax.
Yes.
Today is the deliberation on new education policy 2020 of India. Today is the International Education Day. We are talking about post COVID-19, this particular pandemic, Corona, which disturbed the whole world.
Yes,
tell me, the children, those have gone so far, they are not near. They are in a virtual world. There are no joint families. And I do not know, because it's very difficult for me, because I have got a daughter also, granddaughter also, grandson also, and my daughter-in-law also, my wife also, my mother also, everybody. I got to bring a balance. And sometimes my son comes and he talks to me, Dad, you take care of these 3 generation females. He laughs, and then we both laugh. We are the best friends on this planet.
Beautiful.
I would say we are the best friends on this planet. He says, I have told you, now you handle this problem. Sometimes if I
Yes.
have a difficulty, I tell him, I've got this problem, now you handle. He says, you leave it to me. I'll take care of my mom and I'll take care of your mom also. So what I'm sharing is, when the children have gone that far,
Yes.
things are all materialistic, artificial, and how would we get? We want to get ancient values, Vedic parampara, Sanskriti. We want to tell them that look, Rishi, Muni, all that Gurukul. I would say, I'm keen, I'm interested, but what do I
Yes.
do? How do I do it? Where do I
Thank
start?
you. This is a brilliant and a beautiful question. And I'm so grateful you asked me this because it makes me very happy to share with you what Dr. Viss has done with our family. And that is why we are attached to him, why we are still in his orbit. We are surrounding him all the time because let me tell you,
Awesome. He's awesome. And
he is.
the other day when he told me there was a choice between Filipinos and India, and finally the German gave the business to Filipinos. My eyes were popping out, and he said, "You know what is the reason? Indians have got two problems. One is ego, and secondly, they become selfish when something of that kind comes." So
Correct.
I was taken aback, and he told me, if somebody wants to be an entrepreneur, are you ready? Are you ready to burn your day and night? Are you
Yes.
ready to work 3 times more than others? You Entrepreneurship is not a time pass. Entrepreneurship, becoming an entrepreneur, and so many examples he quoted. That's why
Yes.
his YouTube, we ran with the MSME sector today. Chalo,
Yes.
Dr. Priya sister, let's get on to.
So I think based on what I have observed Dr. Viss do for our family, we as the grown-ups have to grow a lot more.
Oh,
We have to grow a lot more in order to bring the children back to us. So everything they know, we need to know, whether it is technology, whether it is cutting edge, if it's Facebook, if it is TikTok, if it is, whatever the current rage and the craze is, we should be doing that. We should take extraordinary good care of our health. We should make our own parents the priority. And we should be willing to mentor young people from less fortunate situations who need people like us to look up to, role models. Our children are more fortunate. They will seek more or different mentors. So it has to be an interconnected community. So the less fortunate children will come to us for mentorship. We must embrace them. Our children will go seek mentorship from other people. Those people must be our friends. We must not put a burden on our children by being unhealthy and by needing them for our healthcare needs or financial needs, or saying, beta, I don't have this, beta, today the doctor said my diabetes is out of control. No. Take charge of our own health, our own wealth, our own, wherever it is possible. I can be talking like this. Some places it is not possible. I understand that. And where it is not possible with health, I'm available to anybody and all to help put the health back on track. And we can find people who can mentor for finances, even older people. Because like I say, compound interest, right? They've told us for a long time now, compound interest is about duration. If you invest when you're 50, you're going to get that sixth multiple less. So your wealth will end at, 10 lakh rupees instead of being 1 crore or 10 crores, because the last multiple is gone if you start at 50, whereas if you start at 30. But what I'm saying is, when you have 100% return, and you can have 100% return every 3 months and 1 year, it doesn't matter how much longer you have to live or what age you are when you start. And there are people who can make that happen financially. So my advice to older people, I would not say advice, my humble suggestion and request is, let us make it about ourselves. Let us lift ourselves. Our playing game is at a much higher level.
then these kids, what do? They're not going to turn and look at other people. They want people who look like them to be their role models. The best Americans who are international global role models have their health, their spirituality, their families, their emotional health, their mental health, their physical health in extraordinary condition. The best Indian role models and all Indian adults should be like that. If we are like that, our youth don't have to go anywhere else. It falls on us. It's not on them. That's my humble and respectful submission to you. And that is what Dr. Viss is. Everything that we are able to do, he is able to do that and all the everything in the old past. So many of the people who work with him, they have family problems. One doesn't have a father, one doesn't have a mother, one hasn't been married, one is not able to have children. Whatever emotional, spiritual problem they bring to he's helping them, covering up for them. Not covering up for them, meaning he's making them whole. That, when that is done, then the young people are flowering, but he's doing everything for them. They may be employees, but he's doing everything for them. So that is what we should bring to the family and the community. The elders amongst us have to lift ourselves up. Then the children will be okay. I don't think the children are the problem, honestly.
Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. I've become so humble. I'm so very kind for having spared your most valuable time to be with us this morning from your side, this evening with us. Somebody is in morning, somebody is in afternoon, somebody is in evening. People, those are watching this particular program. So well said, as parent needs to be the role models. हमारी कथनी और करनी में कोई फर्क नहीं होना चाहिए. Some ladies writing.
Exactly.
Okay, that's great. So that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. And
thank you, sir.
I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan ji for having requested you and bringing you on this particular platform and to share your vision, your journey, your thought process, and your expertise and your wisdom, your knowledge, everything. And you have empowered another lady from Saudi Arabia also, Renu Parashar. She has also been empowered this evening. So
Namaste, Renu ji. Namaskar. Such a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure is all mine seeing you virtual, and I was really listening to each and every small minute word that you have uttered. And I was just wondering, Dr. Sharma asking this question, how to bring children back. And the answer was given by himself by saying that he's managing 3 generations. So I personally feel that
he knows.
The best.
Sharma ji, you are doing it. You are the role model. आप ही हैं. आप ही गुरु जी हैं सबके लिए.
It is very difficult task to keep
difficult. It is not difficult. Difficulty lies here in the mind. Yes, and why I personally believe that it is very important to have children back. Youth is going in another direction, but they are not at fault. They are born, brought up, bread, butter, everything in such an advanced technological world, which is a need of the hour. So as correctly said by Dr. Priya, that we need to upgrade ourselves. And I personally feel that most of our educated mothers are doing this in one way or the other. And
absolutely.
At personal level, I feel that the only way to get the children back is to be good friends with them.
Exactly. And that was also something I wanted to say. Dr. Sharma already said the same thing. And absolutely, Renuji, what you said was 100% correct. Is once it says very clearly in our Shastras, once the child is above the shoulder height, they are only our friends. And we have to be attractive to them. We have to be loving, friendly, laughing, joking, listening to them, asking them, how was your day? How can I help you? How can I be there for you? What is it that you need from me? I love you no matter what, and I will always be here for you. That's all we need.
It should be unconditional friendship. Normally,
exactly.
That when we say that we are friends, but when it's a kind of interaction between the mother and the son, the mother instinct comes. So what I'm blessed with 19 years old son, and I have not met him. It's been more than a year time because of thanks to COVID, which has really taught me so many things. Being away from the family, it's been more than 1 year. I'm maintaining distance marriage, so away
dear.
from my husband, away from my family. I'm all alone here.
So
But
sorry to hear that. My heart is with you.
doctor, no, sorry. You know, initially I used to feel, oh my God, what has happened? But today,
Yes.
believe you me, I feel God has a wonderful plan for me. This,
Correct.
a time period when I'm alone, I have really spiritually grown. I have grown spiritually. I have,
Yes.
and it is said that once the mother, the lady of the house is growing spiritual, the entire family gets torch. It's a torch. They get light,
Completely.
right?
Completely.
So
Completely.
I found this year very nice, and it gave me a feeling of enlightenment. And I feel that this friendship between me and my son should be so unconditional that
Yes.
you are really having a friend, good,
Yes.
bad, ugly, whatever you have done.
Solid friend. Yes. Solid friend that's not going away no matter what.
Yes. So
That
you
is, that
perfectly,
will,
this is the
yes.
only
And
way to get children back. Be their
in
friend.
order, yes, in order to be able to have those friendly conversations, we have to keep up with their world.
Yes.
In order to have those conversations, we have to keep up with that their lingo, their jargon, their reality, whatever that is. We have to keep up. We have to be ahead of them. Hey, did you see so and so's doing this? Hey, did you see somebody is doing that? Whatever this is, And the other thing is, I completely agree with you, Renuji, that mother has to be spiritual. And in fact, one thing, Sharmaji, I wanted to say was, I'm planning on returning to India in 10 years' time to teach Western spirituality in India, because there's a lot, but viewed from the Bhagavad Gita. So what has been done is they've taken the Gita and they have adapted it to their culture. But we are going to take it back, but through the lens of the Bhagavad Gita. I want to bring that back to India in 10 years' time. I plan on spending 10 years in India teaching how Western spirituality can be used with our culture without giving up our culture. So definitely, that reverse gaze that Rajiv Malhotra ji keeps talking about, that Purva, what is it called? I forgot the word for it. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about, that, reverse gaze, that we should, doing that, being our friends, our children's best friend, being there for them through no matter what. And one more thing about, if I had to sum up parenting, I would say that it is not about sending the child to this tuition and getting them guitar and piano lessons and classical music and dance and this and that. Yes, all that is probably also there. But fundamentally, we have to teach them the 5 levels of depth of right and wrong questioning. Is this the right thing to do? Will this impact and affect the non-creation of jobs? Will it impact future generations? These are the questions we have to train the child to ask about any big action they're going to take. If we train them to 5 layers of depth of level of thinking, right from wrong, and then we give them a mantra like be great, make difficult choices. That is all that is our job. They will, then their experiences of the outside world will put them in the direction or the path in which they were born to take. And they will follow the path with the 5 layers of right and wrong. And they will strive to be what the parents set for them as the high jump bar, the pole vault bar. Be great. Okay, I have to be in the eyes of my parent. Make difficult choice. I have to choose in the eyes of my parent. That mantra for us, we know the child's, whatever the child's made of, then that mantra will come to us when we're deeply spiritually invested in the well-being of that child.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Very kind of you. So well said. Dr. Priya ji, that माता पिता के बाद गुरु लोगों का जगह आता है ना, बोलते हैं कि माता पिता भी खड़े हैं, गुरु खड़े हैं. So Renu is my student from 1994 batch.
Wow.
So I feel so proud of her that today she is so responsible. She's taking care of everything. She's becoming spiritually strong. She's in Saudi Arabia, bringing proud to India. So I would say I feel
salute you, Renuji.
Thank you so much. Need your blessings and wishes.
That's why I gave her the liberty. You can come anytime between 9:15 a.m. to 9:15 p.m. So with
Wonderful.
these words, I convey my deep gratitude and thanks to Dr. Priya V. Balakrishnan.
Thank you. Thank you,
Vivek
Sharma ji.
Rajan
You are
ji.
our guru. Thank you. We appreciate you so much.
Parashra also. I'm so grateful, ma'am. And
Thank you, Renu ji.
In fact,
Thank you, Vivek ji.
Professor Vivek Shankar Natarajan is becoming my guru also, because he is spotting, because he has understood now what kind of resource and source and shroth people have to be requested to come, so that we can empower and we can strengthen the entire education ecosystem of India. With these words, my deep regards, gratitude, thanks